When the program group filmed the director of the education bureau coming to the school to inspect the food, they unexpectedly found that you were only eating the free rice. Seeing this, the director blinked and asked, "Little student, why are you only eating this?" Upon hearing this, you stopped eating, showing a hint of grievance. "I'm sorry. I didn't know this couldn't be eaten. I thought it was free. I can pay for it." You hurriedly searched for money in your pocket, because your hands were shaking too much, and all the coins fell on the ground, including a 5 and even a penny. Yushu's cold gaze suddenly shot towards the principal, full of inquiry. The principal hurried forward, his forehead covered in fine cold sweat. "Student, this meal is free. You can eat as much as you want." "Really? The cafeteria is so good. Look, it's my birthday today. They specially gave me free rice." Seeing this, the principal hurriedly explained, "Director, the cafeteria rice has always been free." But Yushu impatiently waved his hand, indicating him to step back. At this moment, you quickly crouched down to pick up the coins on the ground, because you were in a hurry. You hit your forehead on the corner of the table and scraped the skin, leaving a drop of blood. But you seemed not to feel anything, took out a wrinkled red plastic bag from your pocket, carefully wrapped the money in paper, put it inside, and said, "Thank you, cafeteria." Seeing this, Yushu took out a tissue to help you wipe the blood and asked, "Why don't you apply for a scholarship?" Unexpectedly, you seemed to be greatly shocked, hugged your head with both hands, crouched on the ground, and pleaded, "Please don't hit me. I don't want the scholarship. The class leader wants to change the fruit. I shouldn't compete with him for this poverty alleviation subsidy. I was wrong." The school leaders suddenly looked puzzled, with anger value increased by 40, and tension value increased by 40. Congratulations to the host for obtaining emotional value for the first time. The background editor is activated, and the Identity Background Mall offers a 10% discount on selecting backgrounds. Hearing the voice in your mind, you felt excited for a moment, quickly browsed through it, and finally chose the most suitable background to start editing. Father Sufan, a border soldier, with the rank of lieutenant, serving as a platoon leader, awarded the third-class merit 5 times, the second-class merit twice, honorably sacrificed in a border defense battle, and posthumously awarded the first-class merit. Mother Linley, a reverse flow angel, sacrificed in the fight against disease. Older brother Su Shou, a drug enforcement police officer, sacrificed in a Golden Triangle operation, posthumously awarded the first-class merit, and his police badge permanently sealed. Grandfather unknown, grandmother unknown, because you are an orphan. According to the system's causal rules, you definitely cannot choose a living person, and with limited emotional value. After careful consideration, currently this is the most suitable. Soon a large chunk of memory will be added to your mind, and at the same time your pocket will become heavy. All medals of honor in Shujo have been awarded to the host. At this time, the principal's nervous voice reached your ears. "Director, it's not like that. Let me explain." "Explain what?" "Explain how you abuse the scholarship to benefit your connections? You turn a blind eye to students who are truly in need." The principal hurriedly shook his head. "I admit that I did not supervise properly. I was not aware of this matter. It was all the counselor's responsibility. I will talk to him about it later." Seeing this, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively, with netizens commenting one after another. "The principal is clever. Just one sentence and he completely shifts the blame." After listening to the principal's explanation, Yushu's face softened slightly and said, "Hurry up and help this student apply for financial aid. If similar situations arise again, you as the principal will be in trouble." But at this moment, you were a little confused, thinking to yourself, "Is that it? What was the point of acting so hard? No, I won't accept it. I want emotional value." The principal took out his phone at this time, turned on the speakerphone, and placed it in front of the bureau chief. "Director Lee, what's going on with you? Can you still be a director? Sui is living in such difficult circumstances. Why don't you give him a scholarship? Hurry to the cafeteria, and help Sui with the scholarship now." Just as the voice on the phone said, "This is not the principal," the principal cunningly hung up the phone. The bureau chief just raised his eyelids and glanced at him, without saying much. Before long, Lee rushed over in a hurry, his face full of resentment. "Sui, you are always causing trouble. I have already said that there are so many students facing difficulties this year. Just bear with it for now. Make a selfless contribution, and I will arrange for your scholarship next year." Why are you so selfish? Is it necessary to make a fuss in front of the principal over such a trivial matter? This counselor was also a shrewd person. As soon as he spoke, the biggest villain in the room turned out to be you. At this moment, everyone's gaze in the room was focused on you, with no trace of the previous sympathy, but rather a hint of disdain. Unexpectedly, you shrank your neck and innocently said, "Instructor, you said the same thing 4 years ago, and we are all graduating next year. Lee was instantly speechless. Standing still. Anger value plus 60. Tension value plus 60. Sympathy value plus 20. The director glanced at the live camera. Then at Lee. Director Lee, you are very good. A responsible instructor. I should promote you to head next year to have more power. No. Who are you? Lee's words increased the tension value by another 20. The principal coughed a few times in a hurry. Lee, how can you speak like that? Quickly apologize to the director. Director. Lee's face turned pale. Director, I'm sorry. Director Lee, you should apologize to him. Quickly help this student apply for a scholarship. Lee looked at you resentfully, thinking to himself, causing embarrassment on purpose by involving the director. Wait for the director to leave, and see if I don't deal with you. Impatiently urging the tree, he said, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help him with the formalities. At this time, Lee showed a hesitant look. Director, I am in a hurry. I forgot to bring the relevant materials. It will take a long time to go back and get them now. It will delay your time. How about I go back to help him apply after you leave? The director hesitated for a moment, but then nodded in agreement. Upon seeing the awkward atmosphere at the scene, the host Bing Bing promptly stepped in to defuse the situation. The main content of this episode is accompanying the leader to inspect the canteen issues. We encountered some minor incidents along the way, but the director handled them responsibly. The audience in the live broadcast felt frustrated and powerless. With someone commenting, calling such a big issue a minor incident, I could see the disdain in the director's eyes, as if he wanted to devour that student. Once the director leaves, he will definitely make things difficult for him. Indeed, as soon as the director turned around, Lee took out a stack of notes from his pocket. All of them were leave requests from the students. He coldly stared at you, but his tone was very gentle. Sui, there is a volunteer activity the day after tomorrow. I hope you can actively participate. Let's talk about the leave later. After speaking, he immediately tore up the note. To his surprise, you showed no signs of anger or fear, but instead revealed a playful smile, a smile that gave him a bad feeling. Suddenly, you shouted, Instructor, I really have something urgent the day after tomorrow, so please approve my leave. The director and the others immediately stopped in their tracks and turned around again. However, the director did not say much. After all, it's just a small matter of taking leave. He can't possibly have to manage even this. The principal saw the bureau chief turn around and immediately asked nervously, Sui, is there something important? The day after tomorrow is my father's Memorial Day. The bureau chief shook his head, showing a hint of pity, then turned around again to leave. But you suddenly ran up to him and said, Bureau chief, you've been so kind to me. Let me treat you to a meal. I'll share half of the longevity noodles with you. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but chuckle, trying to curry favor with the education bureau chief. Who do you think you are? Do you deserve it? Indeed, the bureau chief politely declined. No need. Young student, I appreciate your gesture. Happy birthday to you. It's okay, I have money. You kept saying as you continued to search for money in your pocket. Suddenly, a heavy metallic sound rang out, and shiny golden medals kept falling out of your pocket. The secretary beside you quickly picked up the medals and said, Director, I served in the military. These are medals, third-class merit medals. The director nodded and said, Oh, third-class merit. It's quite common and achievable with a little effort, but having so many third-class merits is not common. No, Director, there are 5 third-class merit medals, and 2 second-class merit medals, which are only awarded for significant achievements. The director's expression changed, and he looked at you very seriously. Sui, where did you get these medals? You lowered your head and replied, My father sent them to me. He was a soldier. Upon hearing this, the director's breathing became rapid. What did you say you were going to do the day after tomorrow? I'm going to pay tribute to my father. It's his death anniversary. Shock value plus 200. Confusion value plus 200. At this moment, all eyes were on Lee. Lee's forehead was covered with fine cold sweat, and the director asked cautiously, So why did your father pass away? I don't know either. I only know that he went to the border and never came back, and then the army sent this back to me. You held up the biggest and most golden medal in your hands. Under the light, the medal shone brightly. Shock value plus 400. Plus 400. Anger value plus 400. Director, no, there is also a first-class medal here. 2 first-class medals. Everyone was stunned, looking at you with scrutinizing eyes. A school leader probed. Generally speaking, it's extremely difficult to receive a first-class medal once. You hung your head low, speaking in a despondent tone. This was sent by my older brother. Your older brother? My older brother is a policeman. One day, he followed the team to the Golden Triangle, and like my father, he never came back. However, The police station sent this medal back. Shock value plus 400. Plus 400. Plus 400. Everyone is breathing rapidly. Father, a hero guarding the border. Elder brother, a hero fighting against drugs. The chief asked, what about your mother? 2 years ago, there was an epidemic. She went to support, and never came back. She is a reverse flow angel. Everyone involuntarily took a few steps back, cold sweat streaming down. The chief's face changed drastically. His pupils contracted, feeling like the sky was about to fall. It should be noted that the defense war at that time caused a great sensation. All soldiers were highly praised by the country, not to mention the sacrificed heroes. Your father is still a first-class hero. This matter is of great significance. At this moment, your voice sounded like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. I really miss my father. If he were still here, I would tell him all the grievances I've suffered. Unfortunately, the school encourages me to work and doesn't allow me to pay my respects to him. Fear value plus 200. Plus 200. Lee Yi couldn't hold back anymore. His legs went weak and he collapsed on the ground. Following him, the principal also collapsed, forcing the hero children to work and not allowing them to pay respects to their fathers, even if they are first-class hero. If this news spreads, he, the principal, will be in big trouble. No, this is live. It's already over. The gleam in your eyes flashed, thinking to yourself, is this little emotional value enough for anyone? The next second, your eyes turned red, and you cried to Lee Yi, Instructor, please let me go see my father. I will take a day off, and when I come back, I am willing to clean the toilet for 10 days, or let you handle it as before. Lee Yi was about to cry, feeling the angry gazes of the people around him, feeling cold inside. You have such a powerful background. Why didn't you say it earlier? You even hit him before? The chief's cold voice came. No, I really didn't. I admit that he is not sociable. I usually like to make things difficult for him, but I really didn't physically punish him. Have I ever hit you? You reflexively hold your head in your hands and crouch on the ground. Don't hit me. I won't dare anymore. Fear value plus 100. The Director Lee is very kind, has never bullied me, I have never given him gifts, and he even helped me apply for poverty assistance. I am very grateful to him. You quickly explain. Anger value plus 150. The director and all the leaders of the school wanted to kill Lee Yi, their eyes almost devouring him alive, thinking to themselves, abusing the orphan of a hero. You are really something. The principal was so angry that he shouted, Lee Yi, you are expelled. The director was so angry that he sneered, Director Lee, you really have great power in your hands. You are amazing. Director, listen to my explanation. Things are not. No need to explain to me. Tell the security officer. I can't make decisions on this matter anymore. Lee Yi's face turned pale. Director, I invite you to dinner. Just agree. My money is definitely enough to buy 2 bowls of longevity noodles. Maybe even add an egg. I haven't eaten eggs in a long time. You looked at Yushu with great expectations. The principal's leg, which had just straightened, bent down again, but he still shouted loudly, quickly have the kitchen prepare a birthday feast, with the highest standards. Yushu stared coldly at the principal. You're doing well as a principal, an orphan of a hero, and you treat me like this? The principal cried. I don't know either. It's all Lee Yi's fault. He deceives and abuses his power. It's simply despicable. After saying this, the principal straightened his leg again and immediately made a phone call. Sui, apply for the student financial aid quickly, and make up for the financial aid from the previous 3 years. The director ignored his pretentiousness and looked at you kindly. I've ordered a cake for you. Let's celebrate your birthday together later. Thank you. Director, don't call me director, just call me Uncle Yu. The director sighed in his heart, thinking about that damn Lee Yi. If he didn't handle this matter well, he would really become a joke as Uncle Lee. The live broadcast room had already exploded. Before long, the fragrant and delicious food was ready, and you devoured it. The director handed you a bowl of longevity noodles, with a fried egg on top. Shall we? The cake hasn't arrived yet, so have the longevity noodles first. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Just as you were about to put a chopstick into your mouth, you suddenly remembered something and stood up immediately. Sorry, Uncle Yu, I can't eat with you. My work time has come. You then went to a window, set up pots and pans, and skillfully started cooking, which made people feel sorry for you. Everyone sighed that the hero's son had to rely on cooking instant noodles to support himself. The director's cold gaze swept over the school leaders, all of them feeling guilty, lowering their heads, their palms covered in cold sweat. Come and eat instant noodles. 3 yuan and 5 cents per pack. The students hurried over upon hearing the news, and soon a long line formed at your window. Everyone said that the instant noodles you cooked were delicious, with firm noodles and just the right amount of saltiness. At 3 yuan and 5 cents per pack, it was really affordable. especially since the school supermarket had raised the price to 10 yuan per pack. The director and others didn't touch their chopsticks and patiently waited for you to finish selling. Suddenly, 2 men and 2 women appeared aggressively at your stall. I told you before, raise the price to 10 yuan, the same price as our supermarket. Why are you still selling for 3 yuan and 5? We are all students. Where do we get so much money? You explained. One of the girls stood with her hands on her hips, a cigarette in her mouth. I don't care. You must sell for 10 yuan. If you sell so cheaply, how can students buy my instant noodles? Then can't you lower the price? Then how can I make money? I have a supermarket at school. I have to make a lot of money. You firmly shook your head. No, I will sell for 3 yuan and 5. Ha ha, you poor student dare to compete with me in business. Smash it for me. The other 3 immediately started driving away the students in line, and started smashing pots and pans, spilling soup on the ground, as well as noodles and fried eggs. You are extremely angry on the surface, but in fact, your heart has long been happy. Are there still laws when you bully people like this? You shout angrily. Ha ha, laws? Naive. Do you believe that this window won't be yours tomorrow? How is that possible? I've rented it for half a year. Next year, I will find someone to remove it for you. The principal is a relative of my family. Why do you think you can compete with me? The principal was originally watching the excitement with a smile, but suddenly couldn't laugh. The director's gaze, which seemed to want to kill, had already turned towards the principal, and his voice was so cold that it felt like falling into an ice cave. Principal, your family's relatives are really capable. Director, I don't know them. They are using my name without authorization. I am innocent. The principal's legs, which had just straightened up, bent down again. After the supermarket owner left, you walked over with red eyes and pleaded, Principal, please spare me. I really need this job to support myself. How could I cancel your job? They are just trying to scare you, and I don't even know them, but they said they are your relatives. They are talking nonsense. Yushu stood up, sounding displeased. Whether you know them or not, we will see tomorrow. Principal, don't intervene. I want to see if your job will be cancelled tomorrow. Seeing your sad expression, Yushu comforted you. Don't worry. If your job is really gone, Uncle Yu will stand up for you. Uncle Yu, I can't even sell instant noodles now. I think I'll go submit my thesis. The teacher is urging for it. The principal frowned in confusion. Wasn't it proposed to be submitted a month before the graduation thesis? Why hasn't it been completed yet? All eyes turned to you, and the principal was overjoyed to finally catch you red-handed. The more tainted Sui is, then the less responsibility he will carry when the time comes. Be sure to pressure him later. Sui kept his head down and didn't speak. The principal was delighted to see this and asked after him. Student Sui, can you tell me the reason? Why don't you talk? It can't be that you're neglecting your thesis because you're playful or busy doing something else, can it? The eyes of the crowd changed, looking at Sui with more or less contempt. Students are focused on academics. No matter what your excuses are, the thesis has dragged on for a month and is still not finished, which is excessive. It's true that you can't look at anyone through a filter, and that's just how it is after being a hero. Dude didn't study at all back then and turned in his thesis on time. Confused Sui a good hand of cards to be broken into pieces. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Sui continued to keep his head lowered and did not say a word, but the smile at the corners of his mouth was fast becoming impossible to hide. Who says this principal is bad? This principal is fantastic. Can be a really good assist out of rhythm. Teacher, a bag of rice will carry a few floors. At this time Yushu opened his mouth. Don't be afraid, Shoei. What's the matter with Uncle Yu? Uncle Yu will try to help you solve it. Sui nodded slightly, still in that weak tone. It's still my problem. It's that my thesis was so poorly written that my tutor wasn't satisfied. It kept returning it back for me to rewrite it. A month back? Yuki raised an eyebrow. Aha. How many times did you back out? Once a day. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Everyone all sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated 30 times. Are you graduating or going for your doctorate? At this moment everyone sensed the problem. Yushu looked at the principal, who was a bit flustered in his heart and hurriedly explained. I guess that tutor is very strict. Mr. Su, who is your tutor? Wang Nung. Case solved. Mr. Wang is indeed known to be strict at school. Yushu still looked at the principal with skepticism. Obviously, he didn't believe the rhetoric. You can't be stricter than that and return it 30 times. He already had a guess in his mind against that. This was an incident where a teacher maliciously targeted a student. This happens all the time in school, regardless of grade level. It's all there. I've been targeted by teachers before, finding a reason to make me go to the back of the room and stand in the penalty box. There was a birth before that was because I didn't go and buy the exercise book that he specified to say. It was always directed at me. and everyone else went to dinner, leaving me in the classroom to do the penalty copying. Some teachers are teachers, but he hasn't been a teacher for a day yet. Is it convenient for you to show me your paper? Good. Sui pulled out the paper from his bag. Yushu read it quickly, and the more he read, the more gloomy his face became, and in the end, he directly issued a cold snort. The principal looked on with sweaty eyes. What's the matter, chief? Take a look for yourself. Mr. Wang is indeed very strict. The principal took the paper and looked it over with the other school leaders. Sui, headmaster, I've disappointed you with my poorly written paper. Tension value plus 100. The principal and a few others looked at each other after reading the paper, which appeared to have only one flaw. Too perfect. He had read a few award-winning papers the other day, and there was absolutely no comparison to Sui's. The principal took a deep breath, still holding some hope in his heart. Sui, don't think too much. You'll definitely pass this paper today. Yes. How well written. Although Mr. Wang is very strict, this paper of yours has indeed been changed to perfection. It reached a level that can win a prize. You shouldn't blame him. A strict teacher produces a good student. Suddenly Sui took out another paper from his bag. I'm sorry, principal. That was the first edition just now. I took the wrong one. This is what I wrote yesterday. Principal. Tension value plus 200. Clueless value plus 200. Principal, silence is tonight's cornbridge. Yushu was exasperated and laughed. Headmaster, what else do you have to say? Heroes are treated like this at school afterward. If the higher-ups want to dig deeper, you're all going to eat purple eggs. Sui, then I'll go ahead and find a tutor to submit my thesis. Yushu, I'll go with you. I want to see why this teacher is targeting you. Principal, it's too much. I'd like to talk about Wang Neng. Yushu looked deeply at the principal. Put your little mind away. You're not allowed to ventilate. Don't let that teacher Wang know who I am. Good. Sui entered Wang Neng's office while the others eavesdropped at the door. Sui, Mr. Wang, this is the paper I revised today. Okay, let's see. The principal immediately held his breath, his eyes expectant. Wang Neng, you mustn't be confused. This principal's life is now in your hands. Time passed, and the only sound left in the air was the turning of paper. The principal wiped a handful of cold sweat off his head. He was more nervous than anyone else right now. I finished it. It was well written. Exhale. The principal sighed in relief, his body leaning limply against the wall. Exciting as hell. The first 100 words are well written. What kind of dog is written after that? Can this be written by a human being? I've had dogs that were better at writing. It's a messy, disorganized mess. You really wasted your time in college. Principal, my life is over. Big, silly, Chun, what are you doing? Soon came Sui's aggrieved voice. Teacher, I think what I wrote is fine, and I've also shown it to others. They all think it's good. What the hell do they know? What kind of good birds can you get to read your papers? I'm a teacher. They're teachers? They'd be blind to think your paper was good. Tension value plus 100. Tension value plus 100. Yushu. Crowd? The school leader's eyes flickered, and along with the director, they were exasperated and laughed. Well, just your name is Wang Neng, right? There must be a time to sleep. Sui, teacher, just let me pass. I still have a lot of part-time jobs to do and I'm too busy. That's your thing. How about you don't graduate either? I don't understand why you're holding on to me. Oh, you can graduate if you want to. Go to that job I recommended for you. Chapter 5 Wang Neng, Yushu. I'll curse you too. Bang. The door opened. Yushu couldn't hold back any longer and pushed the door in with one push. Mr. Wang, there's something wrong with Sui's thesis. I'd like to ask you why you didn't give him a pass. Wang Neng swept a glance at Yushu. Who are you? I, his uncle. Isn't Sui an orphan? Uncle Farfan. What does that do? Sight work. As soon as the words fell, Wang Neng immediately changed his face. You're the teacher of this parent. I'm the teacher? One more word and Sui won't be allowed to graduate. Yushu? Plop. At that moment the principal outside the door didn't hold on for 1 second and collapsed to the ground. Too old to have a heart that can't take the excitement. Yushu, you, a teacher, have the power to keep students from graduating? You see if I have the right. Even if the principal comes, he'll acquiesce. Principal, haha, pills are hot. Pills are hot. Wang Neng laughed contemptuously. Who can you blame for your kid's lousy essay writing? Sometimes it's more important to look for your own reasons why your scores have gone up or not over the years. Have you listened carefully and studied hard? It's hard for teachers too. Well, quoting famous people is right. Yushua's face was terribly gloomy. Little cute. All could see that this Wang Neng was deliberately targeting. But he's talking righteousness now, and there's no chance of taking him down. Just as Yuki pondered his response, a student pushed his way in. Wang Neng immediately blossomed into a bright smile. Little son is here. Teachers don't accept gifts, so. Understood, teacher. I came just to ask about that paper of mine. Over. Really? Great. Thanks, teacher. I thought I couldn't pass if I wrote it in AI. The AI level is much higher, and you're good at finding it. The check rate is low. Okay. Thank you, teacher. The students left in high spirits. Yushu's tone was icy cold. Why did that student AI write can pass? Can Sui beat AI? Yushu. Can't argue with that. Then we write in AI too. Big guts. Writing a paper with AI. I'll directly ask the principal to expel Sui. The school has 3 orders not to use AI. Yushu was exasperated and laughed. You're not even going to act. You're just going to take it personally. Mr. Wang. I just want to ask, how can I get Sui's paper passed? Is it necessary to send gifts? Yushu opened the door. I don't accept gifts. I'm not that shallow. And on Sui's condition, I don't care about his gift. Yushu was furious, but could only endure it. And how to graduate? It's simple. Go to the job I recommended for him. Get an internship certificate from that company and he'll graduate. I've told him so many times because of this, but he just won't go to work. Is there such a thing as a lazy student? Yushu calmed down, and he finally realized what the reason was. The reason for targeting Sui is that he doesn't go to work. What kind of reasoning is that? The water boys are also talking about it. This teacher is too overbearing, isn't he? Targeting just because of this little thing? If you don't go to work, you don't go to work. I wouldn't want to do it if I were you. I'm not out of society yet. Who wants to be a cow or a horse that early? And at that moment the principal, who was eavesdropping outside the door, breathed a long sigh of relief. The reason was found, and it was only because of this little reason. It turns out that it was thought that it was Sui's lack of gifts that led to the targeting. Almost gave him a fright. Wang Nong continued. Children can't keep hiding in a haven, can they? Sooner or later, they have to enter society. It's a good idea to go to work now and work on yourself in advance. Many students now graduate not because they can't find a job, but because they are simply lazy. Yushu frowned slightly after hearing this. He was disgusted by such a statement. Can't find a job because you're lazy? This is pure shirking of responsibility. The current students are, in his opinion, kind, polite and responsible. It's so much better than the last generation. But he didn't argue too much and instead looked at Sui. Xiaoyi, tell uncle why you don't want to go to the internship? Sui shook his head. I still have many part-time jobs to do at school. Wang Nang, oh excuses. It's clearly laziness. That's when the principal pushed his way in as well. The first thing that came out of his mouth was a Chinese sermon. Sui, the internship is a good thing for you. Mr. Wang is also doing this for your own good. People always have to go out into society. Wang Nang's eyes flashed with a hint of nervousness when he saw the principal come in, but it quickly disappeared. A mocking smile followed. Sui, did you hear that? The principal has spoken. I'll give you a pass on your thesis as long as you go to that internship. Sui still shook his head. I don't want to go there. It's too hard. I only want to work part-time. The group of leaders all shook their heads, and even Yushu's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Then working part-time to earn money is definitely better than your part-time job. You can only earn a few dollars by selling instant noodles. The principal followed the advice. Sui lowered his head and didn't say a word. Wang Nang said smugly, as you can see, principal, this isn't my problem either. It's mainly because Sui is too lazy. Obviously his conditions are poor, but he still doesn't know how to work hard. No money, don't learn from others to swing. Be careful to swing, this life can't turn over. The principal casts an angry look and says everything out loud. You're lovesick. Yushu sighed, disappointment growing in his eyes. He decided to get the hell out of there as soon as he was done settling the matter. No more meddling. Leave it to the top. Holding his heart one last time, he continued. Can you tell me why you don't want to go to the internship? Sui saw that the emotions were almost brewing, and it was clear that it was time to speak. Why didn't you say so before? That's if people are still on their side, and the emotional value of such a blowout would only be minimal. Only contrast can earn more emotional value. Sui's face lifted, flashing through thick despondency. My lungs aren't very good, so I've always had concerns. Since the leaders have asked me to go, then I'll go. Hey, that's right. Wait a minute. What do bad lungs have to do with an internship? I read on the internet that there is a lot of dust that gets into your windpipe when you dig coal. Crowd, tension value plus 100, clueless value plus 100, and so on. Digging for coal? The crowd looked at Wang Nang in unison. Wang Nang immediately took 2 nervous steps back. Sui continued to speak to himself. Yes, digging coal. Mr. Wang asked me to go dig coal inside a kiln in the field. I checked that location and it would be exhausting to work 15 hours a day. And there's a risk of collapse. Tension value plus 200. Anger value plus 200. Tension value plus. The crowd all looked at Wang Nang in confusion. No, you sent a college student to dig coal. 15 hours of work. You're not thinking straight, are you? Feeling Yushu's angry gaze, the principal sweated a cold sweat. Wang Nang, how can you let your students go digging for coal? Although Wang Nang was nervous, he pretended to be calm and said, what's wrong with coal mining? It's labor all the same. No shame. Chapter 6 letting you review papers. You're forcing students to dig for coal? Yushu sneered. Students who have been studying for more than 10 years are allowed to dig for coal? It's not like we're digging in for life. It's just an internship. I'm doing him a favor. 2. Yushu gasped and sneered. What about when I send your kids to dig coal too? Wang Nang gave him a blank look. Who are you? The principal hasn't spoken yet. Why are you interrupting? I haven't criticized you as a parent yet. How did you educate Sui? The principal's face went white on the spot. Squeezing his eyebrows madly at Wang Nang, he kept hinting. But Wang Nang thought he was implying that his output was a bit stronger. So it was a shot at Yushu. The more they cursed, the more alarmed the crowd became. Hate to flee on the spot. Yushu was shaking with anger. How many people haven't disobeyed him since he became chief? Not to mention being pointed at and cursed at on the spot. Or on the air. You must be treated to nori egg drop soup. Sui has cauliflower soup. You guys have purple eggs. The only happy person on the scene right now was Sui alone. Plus a guide. Because finally he wasn't the only one who was going down. And he was very happy about that. I had company on my way to eat purple eggs. Enough. Stop cursing. The principal shouted. Principal. What's wrong? The principal blankly glanced at Wang Nang and twisted his head to sheepishly look at Yushu. Director. Are you alright? Wang Nang he doesn't have much quality. So don't get on his bad side. Wang Nang blinked in confusion. Director? What director? This is the director who came to inspect our school. Yushu. Teacher Wang. You're really something. Without distinguishing between black and white, you're pointing at the director's nose. Who recruited you into the school? I've been wanting to expel you for a long time. The principal's meaning of this was obvious. I have nothing to do with Wang Nang. It's another leader's pot. Plop. Wang Nang sat on his butt in the chair, cold sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. Bureau. Director. The commissioner's on a personal visit? I even pointed my nose at him and cursed. Immediately after that, he looked at Sui. So his uncle was the director? Why didn't he say so earlier? At this moment, he was 3 parts fear, 3 parts remorse, and 4 parts resentment towards Sui. Why didn't you say so earlier if you had this background? Wait, there is still salvation. As long as the most crucial didn't explode, then one was only insulting the director. The big deal is to resign voluntarily. When Sui saw the scene, he only felt amused. A look of concern followed. You guys shouldn't blame Mr. Wang. He just forced me to dig coal. At the very least he did it for my own good. Tension value plus 200. Anger value plus 200. At these words, Yushu became even angrier. Wang Nang expression of fear. Brother, don't. Mr. Wang is still very nice. And he even said he'd give me 100 on commission. Yushu and the crowd were stunned. What a commission? Wang Nang was also confused. What is it? Did I say that? You told me that after you were drinking at the time. You forgot about it? And told me to push the class V-mail on you. Tension value plus 300. Anger value plus 300. Leave me alone. I'm a teacher. Wang Nang slyly said. Sui student, I warn you. Slander is against the law. I didn't say any of this. As soon as the words left his mouth, the phone in his pocket rang. Remarks, coal owner. He was just about to hang up, but Yushu stopped him. Pick up. Let us all hear what Boss Wan will tell you. Wang Nang gulped. His face bloodless. Yushu simply pressed the answer button. Hey, Mr. Wang. When is that black laborer coming over? The coal yard is less crowded. Say something. Wang Nang's voice trembled. Not going. That student is busy. What? Not going? How you swore to me before. Said you'd put shoes on him and would make sure to force him to come. Tension value plus 400. Anger value plus 400. You don't say. I still have the chat records here. Surname Wang. You're not keeping your word. How nice I've been to you. And this is how you repay me? I give other agents 1,000 on commission. I'll give you 2,000. I pay my students $6,000. And if you want to corrupt a student for 4,000, I'll give him $2,000. Boom. These words were like thunder, blowing Wang Nang's brain blank. The tone was all begging. Please don't say anything. Why don't you say anything? I've turned a blind eye to how much money you've made over the years. You've gone too far today. By the way, didn't you say that the orphan on your side who has no one to turn to and no background is about to be gotten? How's the progress? Has he agreed yet? Tension value plus 500. Anger value plus 500. Stillness. Dead silence. The whole office fell into this weird atmosphere. The principal closed his eyes lifelessly and Yushu glared at him deadpan because of his exasperation. Only one word appeared in everyone's mind. Deranged. There is not even a shred of morality left for the sake of profit. It's also deeply offensive to the law. Why don't you say anything? If you don't send the black workers over, I'm going to report them. Yushu picked up the phone. His tone was morose. No need to report it. We've already heard it. Asterisk 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 it's none of my business. Toot toot toot. An icy busy signal came from the phone. Wang Nang closed his eyes in despair and collapsed to the ground. It wasn't that he didn't want to stand up, but he didn't have the strength to do so anymore. Seeing this, Sui hurriedly added, Mr. Wang, didn't you say you'd give me 1500? Why are you still deducting another 500 more? Tension value plus 400. Anger value plus 400. Destroy it. I was wrong. The principal looked at Yushu. Chief, how many years will he get? The director squinted at him. Sending the son of a hero, the only offspring of a loyal family to a black kiln. How many years do you think the sentence will be? No period? No, it's eating Donnie Darko. The principal winced on the spot. The gaze that looked at Sui was filled with awe. Spare me. I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Who knew this kid had such a hard background? You damn well didn't say so earlier. Wang Ning shouted frantically as he was dragged away by Sir. The crowd looked on with sighs of relief. The principal's expression was even more complicated. After these two incidents, his job as principal had come to an end, right? Maybe it can still be salvaged. Student Sui, don't worry about the paper. I'll personally approve it. Not only will it pass, but it'll also get a prize. The first prize can't be said. Sui laughed in his heart, but still nodded. Thank you, principal. Then, Chapter 7A for secondhand smoke. Uncle Yu, it's getting late, so I'll go back to the dormitory first. Good. The school leaders were uncharacteristically relieved to finally be leaving. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid we're going to explode some more thunder. Unexpectedly, the next second Uncle Yu suddenly shouted at Sui. Wait. I'll go over there with you. See if there's anything that needs to be subsidized. Good. Sui's expression remained unchanged, but in his heart, he was looking forward to it, hoping that the group of housemates and the student council would give it a go. Contribute more sentimentality. Because it's a boys' dormitory, Ice can't follow the camera anymore, and she's disappointed. The scene that had just happened really blew up and was news she hadn't encountered in her years in the business. She then arranged for a deputy to clip the hidden camera to her chest. Lee, don't lie down. Come with us. The principal was furious and kicked him coldly. Could this be happening now if this didn't do a good background check ahead of time? Now call him along, and sure enough, if something goes wrong again, you can continue to dump it on his head. On the way, Yushu said with concern, Xiaoyi, no students bullied you in the dormitory, right? Tension value plus 20. It won't. Our school has always been very strict about this, and we are all on good terms with our classmates, and I always have meetings and encourage my classmates to help each other out. That's why the dormitories are usually small, united families. The principal hurriedly said, Is that the case with Xiaoyi? Uncle Yu didn't pick up on his words, but instead turned his head to look at Sui. Sui shrunk his neck. Is it, principal? Anger value plus 100. Tension value plus 200. It didn't take long for the crowd to arrive at the dormitory. Just opened the dormitory. A thick smoke wafted in, very choking. Wang Liang's expression was like falling into the clouds. His whole body was pumped up, and when he saw Sui enter, his eyes lit up. Sui, did you just smell smoke? A little choked. Then get your second-hand smoke money a quick. Sui. Crowd? What are you looking at? Quickly give me the used cigarette money. Wang Liang slammed down the ashtray and shouted. Tension value plus 188. Anger value plus 66. The principal almost didn't draw a breath. Goddamn second-hand cigarette money, why don't you just reach out and grab it? Uncle Yu glanced meaningfully at the principal. Ha ha, you're a good principal. What a helpful, united little family. Director you stand outside the door and don't go in. Okay, fine. Yushu and Sui had just gone when a conspiratorial voice rang out. Will I go sell instant noodles to make money again? If you keep selling, you'll be the richest man in the city. Unlike me, I'm living on $5,000 a month from my parents. By the way, Sui, how much did your parents give you? No way. No way. There can't really be parents who don't give their kids money. Can there? Lu Yu, you stop. I'm an orphan. My father died. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. If only your father had worn Nike earlier. Crowd? Anger value plus 100. Tension value plus 100. The principal. who had been eavesdropping outside the door, had cried. Yushu's years of culmination in the officialdom almost lost its merit. Jailbird, do you know what you're talking about? Sui just had red eyes and didn't say anything. I had just sat down on the bed when another voice sounded. Sui, have you passed the 6th grade of English? Every day I see you memorizing words. Over. Ha? Passed? Why did you pass? What makes you pass? Goose help catch. Goose tied and caught. You can memorize these words every day and still pass? What's wrong with that? Heck, what's the point of passing? You won't get a job as usual. Unlike me, as soon as I graduated my parents arranged for me to work in the education department. Others were still taking exams in the inner papers. I went straight to the bank. Tension value plus 150. Anger value plus 150. Yushu looked at Yang De. His eyes flickered, but his tone was gentle. Little student, what are your parents' names? Old Den. Who are you? I'm Uncle Sui. Oh, you're trying to make connections for your great-nephew, are you? Yushu? I'm sorry, but my parents are upstanding and never help people through the back door. If you want a gift, just give it to me. Good. Yushu was exasperated and laughed. First time I've ever seen a person rush the bass and turn it on. Your parents made good sons. Though, use your words. Well, no money to send gifts still in and yang up. Every day I'll learn some crooked ways. Plop. The principal couldn't hold back any longer and kicked the door right in. Lu Yu. Shut up. Will school. Principal? Chapter 8, Mr. Guide. Please accept this china and tea. Don't call me principal. You're my dad. What brings you here? Headmaster? I'll be late if I don't come in. Late what? The principal took a deep breath. Is that what I usually teach you guys? Didn't I tell you to be united in the dormitory? Principal, you got sand in your eyes? At that moment Yonder saw the drooping guide behind him and leaned over enthusiastically on the spot. Counselor, you didn't give any advance notice of your arrival. You see what's happening with my grant this year. Uncle Yu's eyes steeply became sharp. Oh, in the system is still a child of a dual income family, and still need a grant? Nonsense. You don't need money to pick up Xiaomei. You don't need money for a new cell phone? The guide was already sweating. Student Yang De, the grants are for students with real difficulties. Don't claim it blindly. It's not for you, but I was paid for the first 3 years. Shut up. That's because I'm uninformed and kept in the dark. You're living in abundance and you're still claiming the grant. That's not called claiming. That's called stealing. Guide you. No way. Just die. Yang De's expression stiffened for a moment. Then he immediately reacted and laughed. I understand. This is the rules of the system. What do you know? The guide was a little confused. Afterwards, Yang De took out a paper bag and filled it with Kong Shuifu green tea and toothpaste. It was ready long ago. Guide. This bit of tea in China. No honor. You see about my grant. Scram. Take your stuff and get out. Yonder wiped the drool from his face and was filled with confusion. It's not right. It's very wrong. It didn't used to be like this. Could it be? He looked toward Sui and Yushu who was standing on the side. Could it be that the gift wasn't quite right? Happy to die. And I don't know if this dude is sincere or deliberately playing with the abstract. Director, you see what I'm doing about getting into the ministry this year. 2 bottles of 6 nuke milk JPG. There's a case you're going to top. Yushu coldly swept a glance at him and looked at the assistant outside the door. Receiving gifts privately. Write it down. No. Mr. Yang is joking. How could a normal person give away toothpaste and drinks? Yeah. The principal hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. Instructor Lee mingles with the students, so he loves to joke around. Seeing Yushu's face somewhat soften, the two of them were relieved. Unexpectedly, Sui revealed a bad smile. Really, let you explain. How else can I earn mood value? He then looked at Yang De. Fellow student Yang, your gift won't be so crotch-pulling, right? Ha, turtle. Of course not. There's a hidden agenda. Guide? Principal? Don't do it. Tension value plus 100. Yang De dejectedly unscrewed the cap of the bottle, revealing the QR code on it. Guide. Sweep. Quick sweep. The guide looked at Yushu pitifully. Humph. Why are you looking at me when Mr. Yang told you to sweep? Can you not sweep? Quickly sweep. I'd like to see what's in store. Dropping. Your account is credited with $888. Anger value plus 100. Tension value plus 100. My life is over. 2 tears ran down the guide's face, and his breath shook cold. I was hoping for a whitewash, but now I'm really black as charcoal. Yang students dejectedly laughed. See no turd. The guide was moved to tears. Good. Yuki applauded. A whole lot of him being pissed off and laughing. So the rules of the system can be played like this. Long learned. That this toothpaste? Yang De proudly unscrewed the cap of the toothpaste bottle and squeezed out a bit of thick transparent liquid. This is bird's nest. Crash value plus 200. Ha, what are you doing lying on the ground? Guide? Just got spit on by Wang Liang. The principal's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. There's no need to call him a guide. He's been expelled by me. Yonder didn't say anything, just silently took away the bag and pulled out the collection code. Give me my money back. Little Li from now on you come less to our dormitory. Here we go. Remember I used cigarette money. Will have been expelled, but also into our dormitory to collect gifts. That stance. Don't know thought you were the director. Li looked at the three of them with an unbelievable look on his face. You guys are just going to fall on your asses? I don't treat you guys too badly, do I? Will still take the old to talk about the matter. Enough. Uncle, you let out a roar and looked angrily at the crowd. I came here to investigate Suyi's usual life, not to watch you guys play the officialdom routine. Will the principal is like a big enemy. A cover Lu's mouth. Don't Baron Thin Will. My life is over. Who let you in? Get out and stand there. I wouldn't have found so many problems if I hadn't come to look around today. It's simply outrageous. Will a relative voice so loud. Do not know think you are the principal. Live dad. Just shut up. The principal was sweating. Yushu face is also unable to hang, when so many years of leadership, who see him as not respectful. First time I've ever been shinned up by a student, and it's been live streamed out. Yonder did not notice that something was wrong, but instead made a leadership gesture. Well, don't be shady. He's not in the system, so he doesn't know anything about officialdom. Hey, I'm not within the physique. Yushu sneered. Since you're Suyi's uncle and want to keep Suyi from being bullied at school, I can manage this matter. It's just a matter of a phone call from my parents. Oh, really? Yuki raised an eyebrow. Sure, but I need a little tea to honor my parents. You can also just scan this code. Yonder laid out the collection code. Suyi on the sidelines to see a wonderful face. Good guy. Want a gift to the head of the secretary. You're so criminal. Yushu was also exasperated and laughed. His tone was gentle. Actually, I'm also from the Education Bureau. What are your parents' names? You're from the Education Bureau too? Then we'll be colleagues next year. We'll be in the same circle. Since we're in the same circle, there's no need for gifts. I'll take care of Suyi. By the way, what's your name? Yuki. Yushu? Why haven't I heard of it? I know all the uncles and aunts in the Education Bureau by name. Why don't you and I have any impression? Yushu patted his shoulder. Why don't you call your father? He should know me. It's okay. Yonder immediately pulled out his cell phone and dialed his own father's number. Hey, Dad. What did you get yourself into again? Brat. I just had a student's parent ask me to take extra care of his kid, but was stingy and wouldn't send a gift. What the hell? He wants benefits and won't pay for them. So how come he gets all the good stuff? Yeah, that's what I thought. But he says he's from the school board, too. Don't listen to his bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who in the Education Bureau have I not invited to dinner? If I really wanted something, I would have called me long ago. Yang De sneered. I know, Dad. These lackluster things are really unqualified. With this pattern, they deserve to be poor. It's fine to talk to me about this. Don't say it to my face. After all, we're still classmates, so we can't see each other's heads. By the way, what's that guy's name? Let me check. The mopping up of the floors in the school board. I really didn't invite to dinner. He said his name was Yushu. Chapter 9, Despise the Student Council. 50 points deduction. Yushu didn't hear. Yushu? Yushu. What did you say his name was? Yushu You, Chief. What? Yonder was a little confused. Yushu tapped him on the shoulder and gestured for him to give him his cell phone. Yang De handed it over with a question mark on his face. And Yushu opened his mouth with a king bomb. Yang Wansai I should call you Yang Wansai. Well you can make so much money. Why don't you go start your own business? You're probably making several times what I am. Bureau Chief. You've misunderstood. How dare I accept a gift? Your son is going over my head. You let me explain. You might as well save your lines for explaining to the disciplinary committee. After saying that, he threw the cell phone back to the stupefied Yenda. Come on. Your father probably has something to say to you. Dad, son of a, you're asking our director for a gift? You're going to die. See if I don't skin you at home. Tension value plus 200. Buzz. Yonder's ears were completely ringing and his mind was blank. Bureau Chief. Suyi has a director's uncle? Hook 8s. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wouldn't you have licked it up? This is bad. I may not be a co-worker next year. Going to be cellmates with my own father. Equally confused were the remaining two. Luyu covered his mouth. His eyes are trembling. I just used this mouth. The director of Yin Yang? That's what I want Director A to pay for second-hand smoke? Dude, you work in intelligence? How come you can hide so well? You have to come up with this identity of yours early. Cow horse. Clowns aren't we? Uncle you. Don't blame Young either. Sui said. Yonder, good brother. He's usually like that. I got used to it a long time ago. Anger plus 100. Tension value plus 100. Uncle Yu's eyes were gentle as he touched Sui's head. Good boy. You're just too kind. By the way, why don't you call him by his full name? Because he's lacking in virtue. Anger value plus 100. Bang. Suddenly, the door to the dormitory was kicked in. Student council bed check. Why are you sitting down when you see me coming? Sui immediately stood up. Yes. I'm sorry. Why are there snacks on the bed? I'll put it away. Sui hurriedly said. Snacking too much is bad for your body, don't you know? Give it to me, I'll help you share the pain. You shoo? Instead, Sui put the snacks into his bag. His tone low. I don't have much pocket money. This is my meals for the next few days. Well. You really are a villain. You can only share the good and not the bad. Anger plus 20. Your name is Sui, right? I heard you're still an orphan. Yeah. What's up? Here's $5 for you. Ha? What do you mean? Your family makes up for the share you were given for the funeral. Remember ha? Now you owe me 2 meals. You'll make it up by buying me 2 meals. Anger value plus 50. The principal, who had just returned from the restroom, heard this and almost lost his breath. I've been walking on thin ice my whole life. He just wanted to go in, but was forbidden by a look from Yushu. Sui's eyes said flashed a cold light. Then he smiled and stuffed the money back. I'm sorry, President, this money. I can't take it. I'll give you another $5. What do you mean? Learning to be on the road? It's a future share for your parents to follow. You seek death. The student president was furious and was about to rush forward, but was held by the other two. Don't be impulsive. President, it's not right to hit someone. We're the student council. It's not easy to fix him. There's no need to use violence. You guys are right. The president eased his tone and casually swept a few glances at Sui before penning his words. 5 points for having a comforter on the bed. 5 points for trash in the trash can. 5 demerits for having ash on the bottom of your shoes. Sui's face was embarrassed. You deducted points blindly. It's all school rules. Tell the teacher if you dare. And see which end he stands on. He's standing on your grave. Wang Liang angrily smashed his keyboard and said, 20 points for insulting the student body. Will sip. What are you doing? Yo, still knows I'm saying hi to you. Deduct another 40 points. Deduct for me. I'm on fire right now. President, calm down. I'll be king with you later. I'll be Monty, you dodgy. A flash of lust flashed in the president's eyes. Good. Wait for me tonight with your hands. Machine. Cleaned. This conversation caused Sui and the others to hear a vicious chill. It's a pity Yushu couldn't understand a bit of it. What's that look on your faces? Another 50 points for despising the student council. Sui remained cold and asked word for word. My uncle is still here. Are you sure you want to deduct points? Who is your uncle? You think he's the principal. Funny. Another 50 points deduction. Bang. The principal couldn't hold back any longer and violently pushed the door open. Snarling, Chen Liang, the school gave you the burden of the student council, and that's how you abused your power? Headmaster, it was this dorm that violated the rules in the first place. Who let you in? Get out. Chief, I just can't listen to this anymore. It's my fault for not running the student council. Chen Liang looked at Yushu in a daze. He's the director? What director? Sui said righteously. It's alright D. It's alright D. Don't you harbor us just because my uncle is the director of education. The points should be deducted. Tension value plus 200. Plop. Chen Liang's legs went weak and he somehow fell to his knees. Tear. Immediately afterward, with everyone watching, he ate the demerit paper. Deductions? What deductions? I just came to hang out. The principal's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. And if he wasn't on a live broadcast, he would have gone up and slapped him twice. You guys should stop being the student council and replace it. A few people looked as bad as their dead moms. In the past few years, he has offended too many people. If this identity label is gone, he will not be screwed to death by other people. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. I'm sorry, Sue. The three apologized and left the dormitory in disgrace. Still not relieved, the principal informed his aide, those student council guys, don't let them graduate. Uncle Yu glanced at his watch. It's getting late. I have to go back to the bureau for a meeting now and report these situations truthfully. You'll probably be approached by a commissioner below for questioning, so you'll have to answer truthfully. Help yourself, principal. Okay, fine. Though dressed in cotton, the principal still wiped away a heavy sweat. The three roommates' faces were grave. all of them looking at Sui in disbelief. How did it feel? That Sui's identity was more than simply indicated? The way that director looked at Sui was not like an elder looking at a junior, with a nervous, careful look in his eyes. Fine thoughts. The three shook their heads. No matter what their status was, they could not afford to mess with them. Brother Su, you smoke, said Wang Liang with a fawning smile. Sui waved his hand. No, my second-hand cigarette money hasn't a yet. Wang Liang's smile stiffened for a moment. Then he found a plastic bag to put over his head. The pouch was smoky. Hey, I'll smoke all the second-hand smoke from now on, and it definitely won't bother you. Sui laughed and looked at the other two. It's better to have fun together than to have fun for all. This second-hand smoke. Negative emotional value plus 20. Negative emotional value plus 20. Sui smiled with satisfaction as he heard the system beep. Although Yushu is gone, the big business of earning mood value can't stop. The more you make, the faster you take off on your own. With the system, what's the point of having an uncle who's a commissioner? Ultraman had to pass him a cigarette when he came to fight monsters. Brother Su, this plastic bag is covering me and I can't get my breath. Yang De said. 971943357. Chapter 10. Are you asleep? Get up and go back to sleep. Sui slapped the back of his head. Who told you to smoke your own second-hand smoke? Go suck on Wang Liang's. Ha? How does this suck? Sui handed over 2 straws. Poke them into the plastic bag and suck. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Brother Su, there's a group in our dormitory. I'll pull you in. There's a group? We've been in the same dorm for 3.5 years and there's a group? Just created? Yeah, just created. Sui sneered, but still entered the group. Dropping. You have been upgraded to group master. How did I become the group master? Sui smiled. Wang Liang slapped his thigh. I don't think anyone is more suitable than you. Right. The other two chimed in. Dropping. You have been kicked out of the group chat. Dropping. You have been kicked out of the group chat. Negative emotional value plus 40. Negative emotional value plus 40. Sorry guys. I still prefer a group of 1. It's fine. It's good that Brother Su likes it. A few people compensated and laughed. Sui smiled, and then motionlessly pulled Wang Liang, Yang De into the group. Sui, I'm sorry. I just kicked you guys out because I really don't like Luyu. Wang Liang, coincidentally, I don't like it either. Day after day. He's shifty. He's an old eunuch at first glance. Yonder, his whole family is why rotten ass. Sui took a screenshot of the chat and saved it, then used the same method to pull another group. This time it was Yonder who wasn't there. Sui, actually, it's Yang De that I don't like. Wang Liang, a waste of space. If his parents were useful, he would have rotted long ago. After 3 groups of silky smooth operations, Sui each forwarded the records to the parties. Negative emotional value plus 200. Negative emotional value plus 200. Negative emotional value plus 200. Cool. Sui, all you up #*****. The 3 were incapable of raging, and they were all silent, just contributing their emotion values. Sure enough, the wool still comes from the sheep. However, Sui did not intend to glean anymore. He had to give them a reprieve. He could not jump over the wall in a hurry. Sentimentality was full of gains today, so we'll have to build on that tomorrow and keep cutting leaks. I hope the supermarket owner is going to give it about the cafeteria battle tomorrow. Early morning, 5 o'clock. There was no need for an early 8 today, so everyone was free of stress and all fell asleep. Who understands the gold of sleeping until noon? Sui said he didn't understand. He took out his cell phone, opened his address book and clicked on Wang Liang. Chicken, you're so beautiful. Chicken, you're so beautiful. Negative emotional value plus 20. Who is it? Wang Liang was disgruntled. Me, Sui. Brother Su, aren't you in the dormitory? I think it's more ritualistic to call. Negative emotional value plus 30. Brother Su, are you up to something? Nothing much. I just wanted to ask. Are you asleep? Negative emotional value plus 40. Negative emotional value plus 40. Negative. No more teasing. Give me the paper from your comforter and I'll throw it away for you. Wang Liang blushed. How did you know? The bed moves for a minute every night. So hurry up and give me the paper if you want to stay out of the way. Good. Brother Su, don't tell anyone. Sui stifled his nausea and took the paper before placing it next to Yangda's mouth. Yonder, Yangda, wake up. What for? You were drooling in your sleep and I wiped it off for you. Thanks. What's that paper smell? Where did you get it? This paper is a cultural relic. Paper from Lu, with gene characters on it. Vomit. Negative emotional value plus 80. Negative emotional value plus 80. Negative emotional value plus 80. Sui smiled with satisfaction. Yang Da is really a big taxpayer. Wang Liang, I'll go to hell. Take your paper away. Yang Da shouted. Wang Liang? Negative emotional value plus 100. Lu Yu, wake up. Wake up. There's something big. Ha? What's wrong? You're in the wrong position. Get up and re-sleep. Negative emotional value plus 40. Negative emotional value plus 40. Sui kept arriving at the cafeteria, and the system beep was still ringing. Drop. Congratulations to the host's emotional value has met the conditions for 10 consecutive draws in the bronze zone. Is it a draw? Sui raised his eyebrows. There was this surprise? I thought I could only edit the background. Drawl. Congratulations to the host's ladies' underwear plus 1. Congratulations to the host's ladies' underwear plus 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ladies' underwear plus 1. Sui? Something is not right with this system. After drawing 9 times in a row, all of which were ladies' underwear, Sui's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Congratulations to the host for the blitz, rewarding proficiency in mixed martial arts. Soon, a large number of memories merged in Sui's head. Southern boxing and northern kickboxing, Taijiquan, Brazilian war dance, sumo wrestling, everything. It could be said that Sui was now the top kung fu master. Next, just build more muscle and strengthen your core. Then hitting 10 won't be a problem. Now that he was proficient in martial arts, Sui felt his body was much lighter. He then made his way to the playground, ready to test out a set of punches. By this time, the sky was just dawning and there was still a slight mist. Sui saw a figure under the tree, also practicing boxing. Looking at the austere punching intent and path, it was undoubtedly military physical fitness fist. There are also a number of shades of Chuanwu in there, all of which are main killers. However, in the opinion of Sui, who was well versed in post-fighting, the punches were slightly flawed in green. After the fight, the assistant behind him respectfully handed over a towel and water. Feeling Sui's gaze, Levin twisted his head. You're up so early, young student, coming for your morning jog? Come to fight. Levin's interest was instantly piqued and he planned to stay and watch. There aren't many young men who like to box these days. Not bad, not bad. We're destined to be together. So I can give you a few pointers later. No need. I played perfectly. Arrogant. The assistant in the back snorted coldly. Our Mr. Lee is the vice president of the Boxing Association, and he's still retired from the army. Steal the show if you can point you in the right direction. Sui, sip 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 sip. What are you doing? Can't you understand? Aren't you pretty good at dogfighting? Negative emotional value plus 20. Son. I'm sorry little student. My assistant is rude. It's okay. Remember to put a good mouthpiece on him when you go out in the future. Negative emotional value plus 30. Sorry classmate. Levine still apologized. Sui didn't pay much attention to it, and assumed a stance, striking a set of Xingyi Quan, a tiger's fist, fistfuls of wind. Levin looked wide-eyed and slightly open-mouthed. Sui, however, ignored his reaction and played another set of Taijiquan, the softness of the softness of the hardness of the hardness of the hardness. Li was dumbfounded on the sidelines. Taijiquan too? And how does it feel to be playing better than the president? The president of their boxing association got to the top with a hand of out-of-this-world Taijiquan. The assistant was also dumbfounded and speechless. He was an amateur but still found his punches pleasing to the eye. Unexpectedly, Sui's figure turned, and an intense aura of solemnity burst out. It's military-style boxing. Chapter 11. We boys are all kittens. We smell like milk. Sui smiled and looked at the duo. Mr. Lee, come and instruct me on a move. Please don't be offended if I don't play well. Levin blushed. Designated Dura. This military-style boxing on the only one disadvantage. Tie over Marumi. But this also stirred his competitive spirit, and he then extended an invitation. Come on, classmate. How about we spar? Forget it. I have to sell noodles to go. Let's go first. With that, Sui disappeared into the mist. The embarrassed assistant on the sidelines dug his feet into the concrete. Mr. Lee, I'm sorry I told you. There's a lot of people out there. What an interesting young man. Let's see if we can run into him tomorrow. Go back to the company for the meeting first. Sui, you're here so early. The cafeteria and took the initiative to greet him. Yeah, ready to roll you guys. Negative emotional value plus 20. Big Mom face instantly embarrassed up. Today Sui how's 0 frame starting hand? But that doesn't affect Big Mom's output. Oof. What's the point of having a part-time college job? My son has brought home several girlfriends during college alone. What about the boyfriend? Sui wondered. Boyfriend. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui, you don't fall in love now for the sake of making money. When you enter society you'll be looking for loose women. That's better than you crumpling up. Negative emotional value plus 100. Sui. At this time, A beautiful figure walked up to Sui with a beautiful face. The older woman's face became even more ugly. This was even prettier than the girlfriend his son had found. Yo, what brings you here? Want some instant noodles? Sui, let's break up. I don't think we're right for each other. Oh, no? Aha. Suing looked at Sui with an indignant expression. Sui, don't you have anything you want to say? No. Negative emotional value plus 20. Sui's reaction surprised Suing. She had thought that if she mentioned breaking up, Sui would definitely die. At least have to chase the cab and yell, Suing, I cannot leave you how can I live without you When we broke up, Sui didn't humble herself or lick her. Then where did she get her superiority complex from? She is not willing to. Therefore she was unforgiving and said, don't pretend. You obviously can't spare me and still act so high and mighty. You have diamonds? I can't spare you. Negative emotional value plus 40. Sui, don't you want to know why I'm breaking up with you? I know. You know? Sui did not even lift his eyelids, lowered his head to clean up his stall. Because you are full of smoke smell. How to match the fragrant and soft me. Boys all belong to the kitten. People love. There are girls rare. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui, suing a whole broken big defense. I'll tell you the truth. I took the public examination. I went ashore. You say you sell bubble noodles can still match me? Sui finally raised his head. Can you take the public examination with this pig brain of yours? There's a bottle of diluted in the desert and you're dying of thirst. Would you drink it? Pick yes or no. Yes. Asterisk. Pick or. Negative emotional value plus 100. Su Ying's chest rose and fell violently in anger, feeling like her head was on fire. Sui, to tell you the truth, Chen Wei confessed to me. His family is in the system, and as long as I'm his girlfriend, I'll be solidly in the bank. What with the public exams? I'll go straight on public. You lean north. Don't stop me from doing business. Get the hell out of here. Don't make me hang you on the school confession wall. You, I haven't hung up on you yet. Downhead man. I'm the administrator. Count your blessings. You'll see. After that, he stomped his foot hard and left. The older woman on the side smiled like a chrysanthemum and wanted to taunt him, but looked at the instant noodles in his hand, still holding back. Sui did not have much heart fluctuation, only as if the previous sincere for the dog. It didn't take long for the aroma of bubbly to start spreading. Many students turned around and came to his window. Mr. Sui, are you alright yesterday? I heard that the owner of that supermarket is a relation. Sui, that boss said he's going to find someone to get you today. So be careful. Sui, double meat and egg, plus a sausage. Meanwhile, the program team came to the entrance of the cafeteria. Ice is back in action, smiling sweetly and facing the camera. Viewers, we continue to follow up on yesterday's events in this installment. Yu Shu, on the other hand, had a tired, stony face. Last night's all-night meeting had turned out just as he'd expected. Things were out of his hands. A joint investigation team was immediately set up above. At the end of the meeting, the military district called. The above decided to let him step in first to settle the matter in order to avoid scaring Sui. The military district even sent word that if this was not handled well, the troops would personally send someone over. I hope we don't have any more problems today, Yu Shu muttered before revealing a smile and heading to Sui's window. Sui, no one has moved your window, right? The principal trotted over it this time as well and snatched an answer. Don't worry, director. I've arranged everything. No one will trouble Sui anymore. Well, that's fine. Sui nodded obediently. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Thank you, principal. You guys sit down first. I'll get you a bowl of noodles. Only after seeing Yushu sit down did the principal dare to sit down. Yushu looked at the principal with a slightly deeper meaning. After a martyr, it's not a thing to let him sell noodles in the cafeteria, is it? Don't worry, director. We just discussed it last night. Due to Suyi's excellent grades, the intention is to arrange a high scholarship for him. The cafeteria is free for him. Guarantee that he won't have to work part-time anymore. Yu Shu nodded lightly. It did not say much, but several of the principal's leaders breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. How about trying Mr. Su's handiwork later? I've heard that bubblegum and egg sausage are a perfect match. The atmosphere loosened up and a joke was made. But the next second, everyone was not hip to it, only to see the owner of the supermarket walk over with a man in a rage. You're just going to with us at the supermarket, aren't you? You have 3 minutes to get your stuff together and walk away. Sui lowered his head in aggravation, but his smile could barely be hidden. Powerful. Too powerful. His body was starting to shake uncontrollably from stifling his laughter. But to outsiders, Sui was shivering with ferocity. Everyone's anger value instantly points up. The principal, in particular, was shocked and horrified. Any more trouble today and he really will have to eat purple eggs. Yushu snorted coldly, deep anger hidden in his eyes. Wait for a while, let's see what they're up to. I've rented this window for 6 months. You have no right to evict me. Ha, rights? At school, I am the right. The boss dejectedly let out a sigh, and then took out a document. See? It's a special authorization from the head of the school when the paperwork goes out of your window. It's a real no-show. Anger value plus 100. Tension value plus 100. Yushu's eyes were on fire. Which one of you gave him the approval? A couple of the leaders looked at each other. Not me. It wasn't me either. How dare I? The principal wiped the cold sweat off his head. Chief, give me 5 minutes. I'll investigate right away. Sui stubbornly raised his head. I don't. If I leave, my classmates will never be able to eat $3.50 of instant noodles again. Touched value plus 50. Look at. What a great kid. Chapter 12, Principal, don't say it. Shame on you. It's clear that you're in deep and you care about other students. The director said while staring at the principal. The principal understood in a second. Director, I'll hold a commendation assembly tomorrow to praise Sui's classmates, and take out a $10,000 bonus for him. The chief didn't say anything, just nodded his head. Blocking my way of wealth is killing my parents. I'll give you one last chance. To go or not, the boss snapped. Then I'll your parents to death today. A cold light flashed in Sui's eyes. Anger value plus 50. You seek death. Get on and teach him a lesson. The minions behind the boss immediately surrounded Sui. What? Still dare to hit someone? He a poor student. Beating up is also beating up. Who else is going to help you out? The boss sneered disdainfully. Do it. The school leaders at the back couldn't sit still and shouted in a panic. Security. Where's the security? So arrogant. How dare you hit a student with your hands? Whatever. Let's get ourselves on. The principal is old and strong, and he is in the lead. You can't even move Sui by hitting him. But within a few steps, he froze, only to see a few minions being taken care of by Sui before a minute had passed. Lying on the ground, rolling back and forth in pain. Painful emotion value plus 20. Painful emotions plus 40. Painful emotions plus 40. Sui's eyes lit up. This emotion value came quickly. I should have known to hit it more often. The live broadcast pop-ups instantly exploded. Holy, Sui is so strong in combat? I also practice martial arts. And just now I saw the shadow of Baji and Zingyikwan in it. It's so beatable that if I enter the competition, I'm sure I'll win a prize. You stay back. The school forbids hitting people. The boss was scared and backed away. Sui approached step by step. Well, then I can only use the strike dog stick technique. Negative emotional value plus 50. Bang. The boss flew out 2 meters and lay on the ground wailing. Sui looked down on him from above, his hand stepping on his palm. Are you sure you want to move this window? The school leaders walked over with grim faces, while the boss shouted as if he had seen his savior. Principal, save us. This student ignored school rules, used violence in public, and assaulted us. You expel him quickly. Bang. The principal didn't hold back and smacked him in the face. Shut the up. I just saw everything. You rotten wimp almost got me killed. The owner covered his face and was struck dumb. Principal, it's me. He's just a poor student. You forgot that I invited you to dinner at the beginning of the year. Shut up. The principal's veins flared and he slapped him again. Always refined. He did something to ruin his persona today. Imagine the anger. What's wrong with being a poor student? Eating your family's rice? You can't open this supermarket anymore. The school will stop the contract with you. The supermarket owner showed an incredulous expression, and no matter how slow he was, he knew he had kicked the bucket. This student, designated as no ordinary person. The principal drafted the termination contract on the spot to avoid a long night. Hurry up and sign it, to leave you with one last bit of decency. A complex meaning flashed in the boss's eyes. Then he looked at Sui. Young student, can you persuade the principal to spare me this time? I know the mistake. In fact, I did so much because I had no choice. It's because I have a son to raise, and he's from Huacheng. Speaking of which, the boss's chest rose high. Huacheng's? The crowd looked at each other with some surprise. Huacheng is the top school in Daxia. Little student, you're probably going to graduate school. As long as you don't pursue me anymore, I can have my son tutor you. The crowd looked at Sui, and Yushu slowly spoke. Sui, how you want to handle this matter is all up to you. Sui hung his head down, looking lost. Okay then, I'll let it go. The boss's face was happy, counting on your kid's understanding. After all, once you guys leave, the boss is going to take endless revenge on me. How can I, a student, fight him? Boss, when you retaliate in the future, can you go easy on me? Anger value plus 100. Anger value plus 100. Clueless value plus 100. UING. The owner was just about to curse, but noticed several angry gazes around him. Yushu spoke in a cold voice. I apologized for considering just now. This contract must be terminated today. The principal also grimaced. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and sign the words. Well. The boss's breath shook cold. He'd seen students with explosive tempers, and he'd seen those who could fight, but it's a real first for him to beat green tea. Then his hands went limp and his body fell backward. I'm sorry, I can't sign this, because I'm just the acting store manager. The real owner of the supermarket is the manager of the Fortune Group. Go find him to terminate the contract if you can. The principal took the job contract handed to him by his boss and realized it was really like that. The director frowned deeply looking at the principal. Is this a good thing to do? The principal shook his head. It's a bit difficult. The Fortune Group is a leading enterprise in this city, involved in all walks of life. We also have his investment in this university. 2 of the school buildings were also built with their donations. Yushu narrowed his eyes. Our bureau and the Fortune Group have nothing to do with each other. Shaoli, contact this manager for me. I'll have a good talk with him. Chief, he said he was in a meeting and couldn't answer the phone. What? The director's face suddenly felt unable to hang on, and he sneered in anger. Fine. There's no time. If he doesn't have time today, then he shouldn't have time later. The secretary nodded respectfully from the side. But director, the bureau currently has multiple collaborations with the Fortune Group. Our political achievements this year can be all. Director. Poof. The owner looked at the crowd smugly, then pushed over a copy of the settlement. Young student, you've seen our stone grains. The matter of hitting us can be written off. We can also stay out of each other's way in the future, but only if you sign the settlement and bring the price of the bubbly up to $10. Uncle Yu. Yushu lowered his head, his eyes dodging, not daring to look at Sui. The principal on the sidelines also blushed and fell silent. At the moment, Yushu was under tremendous pressure, and the top had left the matter to him to solve personally. There was already the idea of taking credit for the crime, and if he messed it up again, it's a question of being able to retire comfortably. If we really can't, then let's ask someone from above to take action. Yushu muttered. Sui was also speechless when he saw the silent crowd, thought it was more powerful. System, is there enough emotion to edit the background once? 500 short. That's good. Sui's eyes rolled, and he immediately let out a helpless yet spontaneous tone. It's fine to Uncle Yu. You've already helped me enough. At least it gave me a long life noodle. I'm already satisfied. Guilt plus 100. Uncle Yu, even if I don't sell instant noodles anymore, I can also pick up used cardboard boxes, plastic bottles and whatnot. I can definitely support myself. Guilt plus 200. Yushu's old face was as red as a monkey's ass and he was close to burying his head under the table. The corner of Sui's mouth hooked up. Then he looked at the principal. Principal, I want to thank you too. I applied but didn't get a bursary for 3 years. But with a word from you I got it this year. Guilt plus 100. Fellow student Su. You stop talking. Principal, thank you for the free rice and soup. Otherwise I'd still be hungry. Guilt value plus 100. Guilt value plus 100. Really don't say it. To the face. The principal could not wait to find a crack in the ground at this point. Drops. Congratulations to the host for satisfying the emotional value. You can edit the background once. Chapter 13. Dad, son, I need to talk to your Uncle Lee. Sui looked at the virtual panel and leapt to his feet. With an understanding of the editable range, hands began to maneuver up. Father Su Fan's life and death comrade and best buddy Li Wan. In the garrison defense battle, Li Wan was defended by the enemy. Su Fan rushed to the rescue, and by his own strength, he brought Li Wan to break out, and deflected 2 fatal bullets for Levine. During a battle behind enemy lines, Su Fan died in front of Li Wan's eyes. As a result, Li Wan felt very guilty. He was disheartened and discharged from the army. After being discharged from the army, he inherited the family business, Fortune Industries, and in his hands continued to develop and grow, becoming today's Fortune Group. Editing complete. Are you sure? Okay. Congratulations to the host. The current background implantation was successful. Li Wan. Sui has an impression. Is the uncle who played military boxing in the playground today? No wonder he can just come to school. He's a school manager. In order to increase the slam, Sui also wrote a letter for the system to send over, and now he should have received it. Fortune Group headquarters. Levin gazed at a group photo on the wall for a long time with a complicated expression. It was a group photo of him and Su Fan in uniform together, taken the day before they went to war. At the top of the group photo is a medal. Second class. It was the honor of his life. Brother Fan, I met a student at school today who looks like you, especially the bratty character. It's more like you. If you hadn't sacrificed, wouldn't your child be this old? At this time the assistant gently pushed the door in. Mr. Lee, looking at this photo again. Little son, you think this is a time of peace, but it's not. The peace we have now is the result of how many silent and nameless heroes have helped us with their lives. Back then, when Fan took me to break out, the food was cut off. Carrying on hard for days, I thought we were going to starve to death. He found expired instant noodles on the ground. That mouthful of bubbly saved me, and he saved me a second time. By the way, what did you come to see me about? Levine's expression was filled with nostalgia and guilt. Someone sent you a letter. A letter? People still write letters these days? Levin laughed lightly and didn't care. Most likely it's another friendly businessman coming to ask for cooperation. Look at it yourself, little son, and take care of it. Yes, but I don't seem to remember any friends with the last name of Sue. Sue. Hearing the word Sue, Levin touched his heart and reached for the envelope. Forget it, I'll read it myself. Snap. Just as he opened the envelope, a crunch came. That's a medal with blood on it. First class. Levin was lost in thought and hastily opened the letter, his eyes sharpening. Sui, Uncle Lee, by the time you receive this letter, I will have already gone to my father. I was struggling to make ends meet at school and had to earn some living expenses by selling instant noodles at the window. The supermarket owner forced me to raise the price of my noodles, so he flipped my window. I went up to them and argued with them, but they said I was an orphan and could be bullied at will. They also said that I had killed my parents, called me a mourner. I said my father was a hero and they threw away my medal, said it was a piece of junk, no use at all. So I'm sending you the medallion. So see if you can get me some money for it? Just enough for a bag of instant noodles. Stillness. Suppressed silence. Levine's body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes scarlet. It's a picture falling to the ground. It was a photo of Sue Fan and him with a sentence written on the back of the photo. Son, if you need anything, go to Uncle Lee. That's Dad's best brother. He will definitely help you. Ah. Levin couldn't control it any longer and cried out piteously. Tears streaked from the corners of his eyes. The assistant cautiously stepped forward, his eyes filled with fear. Mr. Lee, your phone. Asterisk 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 off. No answer. I'm going to kill someone today. It's the troops calling. Levine froze for a moment, then answered. The phone was just placed on the ear, and crackling angry curses came from the other end. Mr. Lee, Boss Lee, you were looking for a relationship to come in. You might as well find another relationship to get out of the army. You might as well be a deserter so that Sue Fan might not die either. His son won't be bullied either. These words were tantamount to the last fuse, completely setting Levine off. Toot toot toot. It was followed by an icy busy signal. Lewin slowly raised his head, a murderous aura converging on his brow. Xiao son, prepare the car. Go to school. Inside the cafeteria, the director and principal's faces were red, their expressions guilty as they looked at Sui. The supermarket owner, on the other hand, was full of confidence and stared closely at Sui with a teasing look in his eyes. Sui, it's better to sign. I'm also doing this for your own good. Even though you're a good fighter, it's a law and order society now. As long as you sign the papers, I'll let you off the hook for the beating you just did. Sui took a look at the contract and couldn't help but frown. How did the contract change again? The supermarket owner nodded rightfully. Yes. Aren't you making more money by selling the noodles for $10? Why don't you want to? Bang. The director violently and angrily slapped the table. It's simply bullying. Before also promised well. Do not force price increases. Each sell their own. Do not interfere with each other. How come one lap and you're back to the very beginning? The main thing is that I didn't realize that the Fu Run group was so powerful before. Now that I realize that I have such a big background, I naturally want to make good use of it. The director's fists were clenched in death. Do you really think I can't rule you guys? I just don't want to abuse my power. Finished Yushu to the city supervision called. Ha ha, old gong busy there is a thing I want to find you to communicate. The crowd on the supermarket side showed a nervous look. Minion, boss, the chief is looking for someone. Can we carry it? It's not clear. Although business doesn't fight with officials, he's only the tiny director of education. I want to take a gamble in case the other party will look at Fortune Group for face. Good. Yushu's face grew ugly with the length of the call. The tone rose several tones. No, old gong. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's better to do more than less? This college supermarket is selling instant noodles for $10. Don't you care? Trivial? You call that trivial? What? You're working with the Fortune Group as well? How dare you hang up on me? Yushu put down his cell phone, his face grim. After so many years as the commissioner, today is his dark moment. He has lost face many times, and there is no more of the secretary's compulsion at all. The owner was pleasantly surprised that he had made the right bet. He hurriedly urged, since the director has no choice, then the young student should hurry up and sign this. It's not detrimental to your interests. It's still a windfall. Conscience, you can make more money if you lose it. Sui lowered his eyes and shook his head. I'm not signing. I'd rather cancel this window. Director, principal, I'm sorry, it's my inability. I've caused you all trouble. Negative emotional value plus 200. Negative emotional value plus 200. At this time, the assistant at the side suddenly said with delight, Director, the manager of the Fortune Group just suddenly called back. He said he'd be willing to interview you. Great. Chapter 14 Cancellation of Cafeteria Windows. Several other school leaders had joyful looks on their faces. The other side must have been willing to come to the table for the sake of the commissioner. There's nothing that can't be solved when the director steps in. There's hope that the director will get into another movie if he really gets this thing sorted out. There was a lot of ass-kissing all around. Yushu didn't say anything, but it was very flattering. On the contrary, the owner's side looked apprehensive. In the end, they were just the school's kiosk. The manager can't possibly offend a commissioner because of a kiosk. Shortly afterward, the manager of the FRC group arrived and called Wang Kong. As usual, Yushu and Wang Kong politely shook hands first. Wang Kong then opened the door and said, Director Wang, I know everything. Although I own this supermarket, the main management is with them. Yushu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I don't have the management, so it's out of my hands what they do. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about this. At these words, the scene fell silent. Yushu is almost angry and laughs. The store is opened by you, but you say that the management right is on the employees. One has no rights. That's just a lie to a 3-year-old. At this time, Sui suddenly said, It doesn't matter. I won't raise the price even if they force me to. He just owns a supermarket. He can't afford to cancel my window. Wang Kong twisted his head to look at his boss. You can't handle such a student? Find someone to intimidate and harass him, won't you? The boss let out a bitter laugh. Mr. Wang, this kid is evil. Very capable of fighting. One person beat several of us. It's a practitioner. Wang Kong shook his head, then stared dead at Sui, his tone flirtatious. See if I can cancel your window. A call was made to him. Do you know who I am? Wang Kong asked. Sui shook his head. I don't know. You're not human anyway. Pust. Negative emotional value plus 50. Well, I hope you'll still be able to get a mouthful out of it later. It didn't take long for a man with a big belly to appear. Mr. Zhang, can you handle this matter? Can. Then I'm working with your company. Good point. I'll get back to you on that. The principal immediately frowned tightly. Zhang Quan? Why is he here? Zhang Quan looked at Sui and then Wang Kong. Is this the student? Wang Kong nodded. Zhang Quan laughed a little and then took out a document. Classmate, this is the termination contract from the school window. You sign it. Triple liquidated damages. I'll pay you later. Ha! The crowd froze in place. Yushu looked at the principal with a question in his gaze. The principal did have the breathlessness to say, at the time the school was built, our cafeteria was contracted out. Although I have a say in all the school's affairs, big and small, but the cafeteria is the only one that can't. It's all up to him who this window is going to be sold to and who it's not going to be sold to. 2. Wang Kong dejectedly looked at Sui. Now you know who I am, right? You really aren't human. Negative emotional value plus 100. Cut the crap and hurry up and sign. I contracted this cafeteria. I'll rent it to whoever I say. Zhang Quan did not have the good sense to say. Wang Kong snorted coldly. Naive student, do you really think you can fight over capital? Although I'm only the manager of Fu Run Group, the power in my hands and my interpersonal relationships are beyond your imagination. Coldness flashed in Sui's eyes, and looking at their arrogant faces, he pondered whether or not to beat them up. Sui was sure that nothing would happen with a beating, just judging by how much Yushu, the principal and the others had taken an interest in him. The higher-ups had probably noticed him. Fighting them would definitely have an impact on their persona, but not fighting them would be detrimental to the Tao. Just as Sui hesitated, the chief stepped forward. Trembling fingers intended to dial the phone. The top brass gave this matter to him to solve, is to let him take the credit for the crime. Maybe he'll be able to go one step further, but now the matter is beyond his ability, so he can only go and beg the top to step in and solve it. But as long as the top is out of the way, one's job as a director will be over. Hello, leader. The chief's voice was hoarse as he spoke into the phone. Zhang Quan shook his head disdainfully. Bubbles is so farty and still asking for a superior. This director might as well give him the job. It's too petty. Wang Kong couldn't wait and shoved the contract directly into Sui's arms. Hurry up and sign it, or you'll be in for a treat. Sui's chest was heaving violently. He just doesn't want to raise prices against his conscience. And he's being treated like this? Smash the stalls. Forced to sign a contract. Forcibly break the contract and cancel the booth. If he didn't have the system, wouldn't that be the equivalent of destroying the livelihood he depends on? Why should poor students, people with no background, deserve to be bullied, played by the privileged? On the basis of what? Asterisk. Can't stand it. Suyi's eyes were scarlet as the unwillingness in his chest was vented. This was followed by a slap to his face, and then by lefts and rights. Snap. Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotional value plus 100. You, how dare you hit me? You know who I am. Believe it or not, I'll get someone to kill you? Wang Kong roared, but in return, he got a heavier beating. Since you see soft persimmons to pinch, be prepared to have your faces battered by soft persimmons. The supermarket owner and the others were so scared that they hastily shrank towards the back. It was obvious that they were scared by the beating. Zhang Quan coldly looked at the principal. Principal, why do you keep this kind of student if you don't expel him? Openly using violence. Must be expelled. The principal gazed straight at him. What if I don't drive? He's justified in doing so. Who the hell is this student? What's his background? Worthy of you treating him like this? I'm just doing my job as principal. Then it seems like there is no background. Zhang Quan sneered. The whole process of Suyi's violence was then filmed. With this video as proof. Even if you're the principal, you can't favor him in a dignified manner. Suyi will definitely be expelled. I say, security? What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Zhang Quan snapped. The group of security guards then reacted and rushed towards Suyi. Stop. Not far from the cafeteria, there was a sudden shriek. Levin quickly trotted over. The eyes that looked at Suyi were filled with guilt. It's really you. I'm so damned. I should have recognized you in the morning. It's me who's sorry for Brother Fan. Suyi stopped the movements in his hands, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Looks like that letter worked. The chairman of the FRC group is steady down there. Wang Kong screamed in pain as he rose from the ground, his hands trembling as he pointed at Suyi. You are finished. Offend the Fortune Group. Your life is over. Ha! When you graduate, see what company will want you. The principal explained. Fortune Group is the pillar industry of our city, involving all aspects. If Wang Kong is intent on suppressing it, Suyi will be out of a job when he graduates. Seeing this scene, Levin looked at him with murderous intent. What did you say? Chapter 15, Shaoi. It's your uncle. Which one of you is it? Wang Kong said dismissively. Daring. This is Dong. Before the assistant on the side could finish, he was stopped by Levin. He curbed his murderous intent and looked at Suyi with a soft gaze. Too much like. There's a shadow of him between his brow bones. Suyi felt funny in his heart, but still made management on his expression. You're the uncle who boxed this morning? What are you doing here? Suyi was confused. Shaoi, I'm your uncle. Uncle? The faces of the people present were odd, and they all looked at Yushu in unison. One more uncle. Commissioner, is he really an orphan? Suyi revealed an even more puzzled look. I have an uncle. Yeah, well, your father and I are half-brothers. Crowd. I let you suffer before. From today onwards, not a single person in the entire harbor city will dare or be able to bully you. I say so. Li Wen spoke in a domineering manner. I don't care where you come from, uncle. Offend me, you don't want to be good in Hong Kong City. Yushu shook his head. It's fine, Suyi. Big deal. Come work for the Education Bureau. How many people dream of the establishment? Levin shook his head. Thanks, director, but this is a family matter, so it's better for me to solve it. Yushu? No, buddy. You're stealing my life. Bang. Yushu was getting upset when Li Wen had already slapped Wang Kong in the face. You're just a small manager of the Fortune Group. Who allows you to act like a bully out there? You corporate assholes. Is personnel off their meds, recruiting you in here? Wang Kong seemed to be frightened by Li Wen's aura, covering his face and backing away. You? Who the hell are you? Ha! Who am I? You ask? Are you qualified to know? Zhang Quan on the side whispered. Mr. Wang, don't be bluffed by him. Where would a poor student get a powerful relative? I suspect he's just bluffing. Yeah. Wang Kong nodded repeatedly, but as soon as the words left his mouth, Levin slapped him in the face again. Coming from a military background, he was supposed to be cynical, and it was still his handlers who were committing crimes. Now call your boss and ask who I am? Ask. Thoroughly intimidated by his aura, Wang Kong called the general manager's phone. Hey, brother-in-law, how many times have I told you to call it a position in the company? Plants. What the hell is going on? It's not much of a thing, just a guy asked me to call you. Chen Xiao couldn't hold it in any longer. and was cursing at Wang Kong. Are you a stupid donkey? You call me when people tell you to, and you're told to eat? You take it easy, brother-in-law. The main man is as imposing as a leader. You. Never mind. Ask him what his name is. Wang Kong looked at Levin with some fear. My brother-in-law asked what your name is. Levine. Levine? Seems a bit familiar. Brother-in-law. His name is Levine. Humph. Levin. Levin. Only to hear the sound of a chair falling over on the other end of the phone. Isn't that the chairman? You now go to the company's official website to look at the chairman's photo and make a comparison with him. At this moment, Wang Kang's heart was like 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past. It won't be so unlucky, right? I hope it's not the chairman. He opened the official website quickly, looked at the photo, and then looked in front of him to see that it was Levin. That's great. Hanging on by a thread. Finally dead. Chen Xiao, well, did the comparison come out yet? Well, he's the chairman. Plop. Again the sound of a chair tipping over came from the other end of the line. Chen Xiao with a tone of nervousness and curiosity. What did he ask you to call about? Wang Kong couldn't hold it together any longer and spoke with a sobbing voice. Whoa, brother-in-law. I might pill. I offended someone's nephew to death. Brother-in-law is here to find out what's on my mind and ask for punishment. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. What should I do? Brother-in-law? 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 Haha, it's really all trivial. By the way, what did you say in your last sentence? Brother-in-law. What should I do? I was recruited by you through the back door. You must protect me. Who's your brother-in-law? The old man just planned to get a divorce. Toot toot toot. It was followed by the cold, busy sound of a cell phone. Obviously, the sky is completely falling for Wang Kong, but what had to be faced still had to be faced, and he looked at Levin with a sobbing face. Chairman, I didn't know it was you. Coincidentally, I didn't know it was you either. Chairman, do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? I apologize to you and your nephew. I didn't mean to send the lawyer's letter either. Do you believe that? Plop. Wang Kong didn't hold back from going completely limp. It would be too easy for the chairman of FRC to check on an employee. In the past few years he has used the name of the company to take money and make waves. If we go to court, we'll go to jail. Mr. Wolf instantly became a jail wolf. Mr. Wang, are you alright? The supermarket boss rushed forward to comfort him. I'll go to hell. Wang Kong didn't hold back and slapped him across the face. I thought you said he was just a poor student. Have you ever seen a poor student whose uncle is the chairman? The supermarket owner looked aggrieved. I didn't know he was so capable of pretending. Who good people have so background? Still go to sell noodles neuropathy. Well, this is not. The group of people present were all confused and looked at Sui with strange expressions. With such a big background, why didn't you take it out and use it earlier? They're pretending to be rich, but you're pretending to be poor? What a fetish. And hating on capital. Dude, you're the biggest capital of all. At this moment, the confusion in Sui's eyes finally cleared up a bit more. You are Uncle Lee? Yeah, it's me. Levin was ecstatic. My dad said to just call you if you're in trouble because you're his best buddy. I thought my dad was lying before. Guilt value plus 100. Sui couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems Levine really thinks of my dad as a good brother. Are you satisfied that Uncle Lee sent Wang Kong to jail? Sui nodded. Satisfied. But, I still have this bubble window cancelled. Zhang Quan was in a cold sweat after hearing this. No, actually, I was coerced by Wang Kong. The cafeteria window is yours to contract. You can take it all. Sui shook his head. I only need the original instant noodle window. After all, I can't afford to rent the other windows. Selling instant noodles can already keep me fed. Guilt value plus 200. Don't say anything, Xiao Yi. It's all Uncle Lee's fault. You shouldn't keep selling the instant noodles either. This school supermarket is owned by the Fortune Group. Now let's take it back for him. From now on, the supermarket will be managed by you. The profits are all yours. The costs don't need to come out of your pocket. The crowd was envious when they heard it. Isn't it like giving away money for nothing? Unexpectedly, Sui shook his head. But I've been under a bit of academic pressure lately. I can't take care of the supermarket. Liwen slapped his head in chagrin. It's my poor consideration. Then I'll find you a few more managers, and you'll be the dumping ground. Who would be good to find? A few of the supermarket owners had expectant eyes and were close to raising their hands. It doesn't matter if Wang Kong goes down. It's not a fight for whoever he's working for. Managing a supermarket is a fat job. Levin pointed his finger at them, and they were delighted in their hearts. Get the hell out of here. You guys. Chapter 16, the supermarket owner prevents his son from taking the civil service exam. No. A few people suddenly hung their heads and were about to roll when they heard Sui suddenly say, Uncle Lee, Don't be so mean to them. Although they smashed my stall and despised me for being an orphan, despising the medals my father left me, but I think it's better to treat people with courtesy. Tension value plus 200. Tension value plus 200. Tension value. Anger value plus 400. A few people instantly sweated. Brother, don't around. Don't need you to plead for us. Just let us roll away obediently. Levin's eyes were fierce, itching to eat them. Levin then issued a death sentence to them. You have 2 days to move. Move out of Harbor City. 4. Why? The former owner of the supermarket was filled with confusion. Because 2 days later, you guys will not be able to hang around in the Harbor City. If you don't believe me, you guys can try. By the way now, spit out all the money you've spent on supermarket kickbacks over the years. 1 point less and I'll make it impossible for you to stay for a day. Pout. Several people all gulped, their expressions fearful, but none of them doubted it. The Fortune Group, indeed, has the power. Mr. Lee, don't be angry. We'll hand it over. But they were dumbfounded when they checked their account balance, which was less than $100,000. It's drifted over the years, with all the money going into investments and buying houses. Seeing their reaction, Levin laughed lightly, as if he had anticipated this scene. With that, he waved his hand and the lawyer in the back immediately took out a document. I'll give you guys a chance to sign this. Go in and do 6 months in jail, and I can do it without your money. The boss was overjoyed. 6 months in jail for a few million. Mr. Lee is really a great benefactor. Are all rich people so heartless? With that, the boss signed his name with a big, dashing hand. 6 months later, I'm still a good man. That's when the child he was so proud of called him, Dad. You know, all my years of hard work was all for the central examination. Now it's just one step away. The top wants to verify 3 generations of our ancestors. Is our family okay with that? The supermarket owner smiled confidently. Haha, don't worry son. No problem. Our grandchildren are all good people. Wait. Suddenly he froze, stunned in place for half a day. I don't seem to be a good citizen just now. He cast an incredulous look at Li Wen. Mr. Lee, you're counting on me? Li Wen's smile was still gentle, but in his eyes it was so cold. Your son's future is over. You picked it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you counted on me. The supermarket owner goes into a frenzy. His son is finished. If his son finds out, he'll hate him forever. Levine. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, I really know I'm wrong. I don't want the money. Let me go. I don't want to go to jail. My child will be ashore soon. Levine shook his head indifferently. Your children are children, but the children in this school are not. Supermarkets are full of expired products. An instant noodle sells for $10. When you suck the blood out of kids, do you ever think they're still just kids? I really know it's wrong. Let me off this time. Drag it out. Send them to the police station to turn themselves in. At Levin's command, 2 big men immediately set him up and headed outside. Hey, why isn't Dad talking? What's wrong? Oh son, I'm sorry, it's Dad who's gotten you into trouble. You should go to graduate school in Huacheng and never return to Hong Kong City. We can't fight Fortune Group. Sun Xiang on the other end of the phone froze for a moment, and his brain worked rapidly, quickly thinking clearly about the causes and consequences. Vice President, the data from this study is still the same as the previous 2, and you've been proven right. The investor wants to ask if the product is ready to go into production. Sun Xiang's eyes were ice cold. Stop the matter at hand first. I want you to help me to check a company. Which one? FRC. Especially the opponents. The black history aspect of it, to be checked to the letter. After the assistant left, Sun Xiang was going to make a phone call. President, I promise you that one. A surprised voice came from the other end of the line. You finally figured it out? But I'd like to borrow a little power out of your hands. And I'd like to have a little caprice. No problem. Putting down the phone, Sun Xiang's eyes erupted with killing intent. Fu Run Group. Ever experienced the feeling of a building collapsing overnight? Sui watched from the back and sighed. This uncle of his own is really tough. Underestimated him before. The supermarket owner's eyes were dead set on Sui as he was dragged away. You pretend to be poor. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'd have treated you like a grandpa. You're killing me. Li Wen patted Sui's shoulder hard. Good boy. No one will bully you anymore. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a piercing scream from the front of the cafeteria door. Sui, why don't you reply to me when I send you a message? The crowd looked at the girl with a beautiful face in front of them, and then revealed ambiguous smiles. Boy, you're a lucky man. Being chased by girls asking for messages back. It's great. When I was younger, I chased after girls and begged her to return my messages. Li Wen even revealed an aunt's smile. This is my future nephew-in-law? As soon as his words fell, he heard Suing shout angrily once again. What qualifications do you have to not reply to my messages? Crowd? Levin's face turned cold. Xiao-yi, what's going on? Sui pretended to lose his head and bowed his head. She disliked me for being unproductive and not having much of a future, so she broke up with me. Good man. A director's uncle and a chairman's uncle. You call that a failure? People's words into the workplace. Is your dream of studying hard for more than 10 years? This girl. So ambitious. Before the crowd could be comforted, Suing had already walked up to Sui, and there was an additional boy beside her. Sui, introduce me. This is my suitor, named Chen Wei. His family is working in the education bureau. I hear it's also very close to the chief. Swish, swish, swish. The crowd's eyes flicked to the director with a look of amusement. Damn it. How did this involve me again? Chen Wei smiled. His eyes were confident, but his words were shocking. Hello brother ex-husband. I'm Su Ying's suitor. I heard that you're selling instant noodles in the cafeteria, so I'll be frequenting it from now on to take care of your business. No, I'm going to stop selling as of today. Targeted huh? I heard about you. I can only say that you are unlucky brother. Unlike me. I send a message and my parents put a 5-figure allowance on my card. Crowd. Sui lifted his head to look at him, his gaze serious, and said word for word, so your parents didn't covet much? Negative emotional value plus 100. Do you have a lot of green tea at home? How do you know? Some panic appeared in Chen Wei's eyes, but he managed to hide it well. How could it be? My parents have part-time jobs. Yu Shu's gaze turned steeply cold, and his heart was already calculating a good thorough investigation of the bureau. These assholes should all be dragged out to eat seaweed and egg drop soup. No cauliflower soup. Off topic. Brother ex-husband, I came here to ask you a question. What? Chen Wei tenderly took Su Ying's hand with a doting touch. I want to ask you, baby, what are her strengths? Advantages. Sui gave her a disgusted look. Like backwards counts? Negative emotional value plus 50. You make it clear. What do you mean? Honey, don't listen to her. Just literally. She initiated the chase and always craved my body after the relationship. Lowly, we boys are all sweet-smelling kittens. Can't we be touched by her dirty hands? Chapter 17, Ex-girlfriend becomes a disliked man. Chen Wei looked at her incredulously. Didn't you say she chased you? It is, and she still owes me $232.50, and I chase her every day for the debt. Negative emotional value plus 100. Chen Wei's body was trembling. He had thought that Suing was pure and innocent, icy clean. I didn't realize it was a backward-looking thing and they didn't want it. Then I've been chasing her so hard for so long. It's a joke. Honey, don't be angry. I was also confused by beauty at that time. If you're so forthcoming, then why do you resist when I take your hand? Sui didn't hold back a laugh. Maybe the way she looked at you was too refreshing. Negative emotional value plus 50. You're saying I'm ugly? Chen Wei broke his defense. Really broke his defense. The clown goblin title fell on his head once again. Honey, I don't wear glasses and you're durable looking. Suing comforted. Get out. Sui, and masters? Chen Wei was completely repulsed by Suing. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Suing couldn't hold herself together any longer and cried. Sui, are you trying to ruin me? This is my only chance to land the public examination, and you're going to ruin it too? Are you unable to see the good in others? I'm so blind. Good punch. You're obviously the one who came looking for presents after you dumped someone. Sister, you know, I rarely take the men's side. Brothers, suing your wife. Your wife. Your wife. The group of leaders present all couldn't listen, especially the principal and the director, who only felt that their faces were dishonored. The director's tone was calm, but his gaze was low. Young student, you're wrong about this. Isn't the public examination based on your own strength? Why are you blaming Sui? Where's the old den? I'm Uncle Sui. Good, then you quickly have Sui apologize to me. Yuki was once again silenced by the Suing, however, still continued to fire output. Lao dang. So many years you live in vain? I have the opportunity to rely on the public sector. I'm taking the public service examination? People Chen Wei has connections in background. He can easily land me. Can Sui do it? Having just gone to college to see how handsome he is, I would indeed be all for a relationship with him. But this is all about graduation. It's naive to talk about love. It's fine to fall in love with a guy like Sui, but forget about marriage. It'll be a mess after marriage. Yushu was stunned by what was said. Are people so realistic nowadays? It's not that I'm realistic. If Sui also had a background in connections, I definitely wouldn't have abandoned him. Forget it, Uncle Yui, have nothing to say to him. Let's just go, Sui said. The group of leaders glanced at Sui with a slightly deeper meaning, then prepared to leave together. But he was called back by Suing. What are you leaving for? We haven't apologized yet. This woman is invincible. And she's still making a fool of herself even now. If you ask me, she's also clueless? With so many school leaders flanking one guy, can't you really see that he's somebody? It's stupid to pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. I'm 160 centimeters, 160 pounds, and people say I'm a bit of a little beauty. Do you guys think I'm worthy of Sui? I think you're fit to be bred. Square warrior? Things are starting to get interesting then. At this time, another silhouette ran over outside the cafeteria, and Sui fixed his eyes on it and realized that it was Yang De. At this time, Yang De had a fawning face. Good brother, I heard that the supermarket boss is going to trouble you, so I've come to help you. Suing froze. Yang De she had an impression. Both parents worked for the school board and were planning to seduce one at the time, but I didn't realize that the other guy was an original Grant. And every day he just starts up and abstracts. But isn't he a snob? The one he despises the most is Sui. How come he's become such a licker now? Unexpectedly, his next sentence directly froze her in place. Chief, you're here too? With that he took out 2 bottles of green tea. You see what happened to my parents. You shoo, harder. Harder fists. I'm on the air. You're doing this? You want some purple eggs, don't you, Chief? Su Ying's head was a bit confused. Yan De, what did you just call him? Chief. Which director? Definitely the Secretary of Education. You wouldn't have failed to recognize him by now, would you? How can I recognize this? Su Ying was confused. So many school leaders are here with him. Don't you use your head? I don't recognize the school director either. This time Su Ying only felt that the whole person is not good. Just now she called the director Lao Deng, owned to the coveted leader of the examination of the public sector unit, sticking face to open big? This is not the point. The point is that he is Uncle Sui. In between thoughts, Su Ying looked at Sui anew. Sui, he's your uncle? Why didn't you also tell me that your uncle is the director? Sui frowned. Why should I tell you? You told me we wouldn't break up. We'd still be together forever. After saying that, she wrapped her arms around Sui very enthusiastically, but just as he touched it, he was jerked away by Sui with a look of disgust. Negative emotional value plus 100. Su Ying blinked in confusion. Sui? I know you still like me. Now that I'm willing to be with you again, don't avoid me. Chen Wei only felt like the world had collapsed. Su Ying, what about me? I was just about ready to not dislike you. Sui gave him a blank look. His uncle is the director. Do you have a comparison? What about all the fun times we had together before? Sui, count on your good memory. Negative emotional value plus 100. When Su Ying saw that Sui was helping herself, she was overjoyed and quickly chimed in. Yes, count on your good memory. Unexpectedly, Sui gave her a blank look. I'm talking to him, why are you interrupting? Negative emotional value plus 20. Brother Sui, don't you like me anymore? Are you worthy? Mother version of a kobold. Thump. Su Ying's face turned pale and she took 2 steps back powerlessly. I don't believe it. Then what are all the good memories we had before? Count on your memory. Emotional value plus 100. What's wrong with me just wanting to take the public exam and go ashore? Su Ying said excitedly. Good punch. So wrong and still right. If she does get into public office, all of us are responsible. I'd like to advise everyone here that loving someone should be pure, not about fame and fortune and all that. Without further ado, my girlfriend's 60th birthday has begun. Sui looked at her deeply. One last word of advice. Fall in love with less utilitarianism. Everything depends on yourself. Except for me. Sui added silently in his heart. Negative emotional value plus 30. Ha! Su Ying, you're here too? An abrupt sound of surprise came at that moment. Xian Shang looked at Su Ying with a strong love in his eyes. It was almost drawn. Sui rolled his eyes. Another receiver? Why you? Su Ying was a bit surprised. Chanson she was impressed. Number 1 lickspittle now. Usually when he ran out of money, he would fund it. He has a bit of a pet peeve though, having stolen her socks before. I've heard people say socks in water for days. It's also the king of licks. It's getting late. You should go eat. Su Ying just wanted to get rid of him quickly. So have you eaten? Should I get you a bun? Don't. Where's the tofu brain? Want sweet or savory? Sui, please buy me a chocolate flavor. Crowd? Negative emotion value plus 5. Negative emotion value plus 5. Negative emotion value plus 5. Sui looked at the crowd with an odd expression on his face. No, this can still harvest emotional value? Suddenly, it was as if Sui had found a way to open the door to a new world. Chanson, no buddy. Who are you? I only accept sweet, savory and spicy bean flakes. Chocolate flavored ones. Get out of Daxia. I'm her ex-boyfriend. What's wrong with an ex-boyfriend? Is that a big deal? I can give you the rundown on her. Righteous father. Not to mention chocolate flavored. You can get the whole thing in umami jam flavor. Crowd. Suing saw that the two were chatting feverishly, ignoring herself as the protagonist to the side. He was furious. Qian Shang, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and leave when you're done eating. Goddess, take it easy. I'm waiting for my uncle. Your uncle works in the cafeteria? No, he's the manager of the Fortune Group, and he told me today that he came to the school to clean up an ungrateful student. I don't know how well it's cleaned up. What? It was Su Ying's turn to be surprised. Your uncle is the manager of Fortune Group? Right. Why didn't you say so earlier? And you didn't ask. Wouldn't you have told me we'd be together already? Chanson? Wait. I'm a little confused. What does my uncle have to do with whether or not we can be together? Su Ying rolled her eyes. Don't be naive. Nowadays, the background is definitely the first choice when it comes to relationships. You really think you can get a girl by spending a little money and licking your chops? Su Ying hugged Qian Shang's arm. Don't you like me? Now I'll give you a chance to confess to me. Qian Shang still hadn't slowed down from his daze, and his hands were shaking. So, because of my uncle, the goddess is going to promise me no more stocking milk tea? Before Qian Shang could say anything, Su Ying couldn't wait to show off. Sui, so what if you have a director uncle? Big deal. I won't take the public examination. When I get into the Fortune Group, I'll still be a human being. Chapter 18, Licking Dogs and Dogs at the Table. Looking at the smug Su Ying, everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't it your lifelong dream to get into public office? Changed so quickly? At this moment, the one who was more confused was still Qian Shang. Goddess, you're going to enter the Fu Run Group? That place isn't easy to get into. Honey, aren't there still you then? Su Ying smiled seductively. Qian Shang then reacted to the fact that the goddess was not looking at herself, but was clearly looking at her background. But it didn't matter. For whatever reason, as long as I could talk to the goddess. Okay, I'll contact my uncle to put you in, Qian Shang assured. At this, the crowd laughed. Levin in particular smiled even more playfully, looking at them as if they were looking at a pair of clowns. It might not be a good idea to have Wang Kong put her in. Why? Because Wang Kong has been fired by me, and he's probably going to jail. Qian Shang blinked in confusion. If you don't believe me, I'll call my uncle now. Tick-tock. Hey, uncle, I heard you got fired. Wang Kang's cries on the other end looked very sad. Woo-woo, even you know. Uncle told you. Don't ever mess with the one called Sui. His uncle is Li Wan, chairman of the Fortune Group. Bid. With such a big background and still pretending to be poor, uncle is being prosecuted and will probably go to jail later. So planning to run away and go abroad. The sky is the limit. Qian Shang nodded his head in a confused plus mute manner, with only one sentence echoing in his head. Sui, his uncle, is the chairman of the board. I booked a flight to Southeast Asia, so remember to tell your mom. I won't be calling her. By the way, this matter of my running away must be kept strictly confidential. Don't ever tell anyone else. Otherwise I'm finished. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief as they listened to the contents of the phone call, but it was Sui who was a great guy and kindly reminded. Student Qian, your speaker is not turned off. Negative emotional value plus 50. What speakers were left on? Wolfcamp alerted. Sui simply grabbed the phone and explained in person. It's nothing. It's just that your nephew's speaker didn't turn it off. But you can rest assured that we will definitely keep your secret. Negative emotional value plus 200. Negative emotional value plus 200. The aquanauts in the live room were twitching with laughter. That's right, and we'll keep your secret. I can't imagine there are spring bamboo in this world. You guys go ahead and post your pop-ups. I'm going to go ahead and call the police. Qian Shang, you bid. I'm going to get you killed. Sui shook his head. Hey, no quality. How can you even scold your own sister? Negative emotional value plus 100. Toot toot toot. There was an icy busy signal on the other end of the line. Sui felt a bit bummed that he hung up too early, or he could have gleaned some more emotional value down the road. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Su Ying's face was no better than Qian Shang's at the moment. Her voice was almost trembling. Sui, how come you still have a chairman uncle? Damn it, why didn't you tell me? If you had told me, there's no way the two of us would have broken up. You're so hypocritical. Crowd? Not old sister. To not see what you're talking about. Sui directly lazily ignored her and turned his gaze to Qian Shang. That licking dog. Negative emotional value plus 50. Don't call me a licking dog. I'm a war wolf. Do you still want your goddess's ruse? Woof. To be. Sui gave a bad smile. No. Why? It's against the law. Chanson? Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotion value plus 150. It's a ing kind of ripoff. With one sentence, He almost ate up Qian Shang's Taoist heart. However, the heart of Chen Weidao on the side has long been broken, standing alone not far away, like a petrified person. This experience had taught him that innocent-looking ones weren't necessarily really innocent. The flowers will wilt? No, that's too dark. Still, Sui underestimated Lick Dog's determination and quickly adjusted his mindset. Goddess, although my uncle is going to jail, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't still have me. I can raise you all. Chen Shang patted his chest and said seriously word by word. Suing lost her head. What are you going to support me with? You don't have any background now, but I can work on it. I can get up in the morning and deliver takeouts, then go work the barbershop. On my lunch break, do a few more delivery orders. At night, then work in a restaurant. What kind of an 8-cow horse holy body is this? It's not enough. In the early hours of the morning you can do another night job. Work until 5 a.m. Then sell breakfast until 9 a.m. And then go deliver. There are still a lot of good people. This life has it. As Suing looked at Qian Shang's serious appearance, she couldn't help but feel a few ripples within her heart before slowly opening her mouth. Asterisk. Cut it out. What broke? It's my doxology, but I went ahead and bought a famous knife. Chanson, goddess. I could have tried harder. Suing rolled her eyes again. Asterisk. Could it be that I didn't try hard enough? Qian Shang lost his mind and muttered. Ugh. Sui sighed. This licking dog was too pitiful. I'm too embarrassed to wool gather him myself anymore. Sui looked down at his cell phone. Let's go Uncle Lee. It's time for me to go to class. Good. The crowd was a bit underwhelmed. Although both are leaders and have been in high positions for a long time. But Loki who doesn't love to watch. Sui. As she left, Suing called out to Sui once more. This time, Sui didn't turn his head back. Why? Why can't you give me another chance? You obviously love me. I'm not wrong. I just want a better life. But as if Sui didn't hear him, his footsteps didn't stop and he left the cafeteria completely. Only Suing was left squatting on the ground holding her head and crying. Goddess, don't cry. I'll be heartbroken if you cry again. Asterisk off. Can you go to hell? Chen Wei, who was on the side, laughed coldly and opened his mouth. It really deserved it. A woman who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. Now that I know that one of my uncles is a director and the other is the chairman of the board of directors, I'm starting to regret it. What did you do long ago? Embracing love with a utilitarian heart. People like you don't deserve true love for the rest of your life. I don't need true love. I just need to have a good life. Goddess. I swear I can. Chen Wei kicked Qian Shang to the ground in disgust. Where's the licking dog from? Make a table with the dog. Hang the sun bar up for both of you right away. This time, the matter was perfectly resolved, and Yu Shu was also relieved. It's time to go back to the debriefing below. Whether or not you can score another one yourself depends on the outcome of tonight's game. Yu Shu cheerfully looked at Sui. Shao Yi, Yu Shu has to get busy. I'll leave first. Be sure to call me if there's anything. Good. Sui nodded his head obediently. Chairman, MS. Huang came to our company to discuss cooperation. Li Wen froze for a few seconds, then looked at Sui with reluctance. Shao Yi, I have to leave first too. I'll come pick you up for dinner tonight, and we'll have a good chat between the two of us. Good. After the two big figures left, the school leaders came together to follow Sui. Starting all sorts of hush-hush, he was close to making a confession to Sui. Sui, it doesn't matter if you break up. There are plenty of good girls. I have a daughter. Look. Go. Old Zhang. Your daughter doesn't look as good as my female costume. Sui, I have a granddaughter who just turned 18. Disgusting. A bunch of old men who tend to favor one another. Shao Yi, add AV. Sui looked at a bunch of old dengs, desperately trying to sell their daughters, granddaughters. I didn't reject them, I accepted them all. All added V. These can be good leaks for harvesting emotional value later. Chapter 19, Buddy. You're a substitute teacher and you're calling for someone? When all the old denizens had gone, the ice host politely walked up and smiled sweetly. Excuse me, Mr. Sui. I wanted to ask what you're going to do later. Although all the leaders are gone, Team Ice intends to follow up. There's only one reason for the ratings. Since airing Sui, the ratings of the entire program have skyrocketed. The retention rate is even higher, reaching a horrific figure of a full 50%. You know that normally a program that reaches 20% is considered very good. Seeing this, the leader took a shot. Keep following Sui. As for that chief, what's his name? Just kill it. Going to class. Of course. What class? Sui stared at his cell phone for a while, then replied, I don't know yet. Ice? As the camera continued to move down, the crowd got a good look at Sui's cell phone screen. A group of substitute teachers, Sui, 8 classes in the morning in lieu of a 50. Substitute? Bing Bing along with his water friends were all confused. Sui's business is quite extensive. After selling noodles and going to substitute teach, what a cowhorse day. With such a strong background and still working so hard. Really, I'm crying my eyes out. It's so inspirational. It burns. I'm going to try to brush 5 minutes of shakeology first. After Sui waited in place for 5 minutes, there was still no news from the group. Ice asked politely, why isn't it moving? Is the price too high? No, it's that they're still awake. Ice, I'm laughing my ass off. What Sui said is not wrong. Classes are at 8 o'clock, and I usually don't wake up until 7:50. I actually wake up at 7:30, but it takes 20 minutes to squat. The first toss of poop in the morning. Who knows? Branch Booth, East Ocean School District. Anyone need a substitute? Just 30. What about your roles? Sui is going to be 50. Drop by drop. 7:50 p.m. V-mail pop-up alerts. Sui clicked on it. A bunch of groupies at him. My brother is substituting for me, and I want to sleep some more. Bro, can you help me with my dating list? I'm on my other girlfriend's side and I can't get away for a while. Brothers, picking up a pinch hitter? Dropping and hitting what? Naruto. Shovel. Fifth. I'll take anything. Someone approached me for a date and I couldn't beat them. Nima. It's this kind of pinch hitter. There's a lot of talent in the group. And there's all kinds of odd messages in there that are even more right. Sui wants to find gold in the garbage. That's when a private message came in. Kool-Aid Cockroach Whiskers Sticky has a message for you. The avatar is also a big cockroach kind of abstract avatar. Ice and the others watched as the corners of their mouths twitched. Was it really right for college students to be in the right state of mind right now? But Sui seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago, and clicked on the voice note she sent, which was still laced with pettiness. Xiao help me substitute a lesson. I'm willing to pay 60 plus buy you a meal. Last night, I played Xiao Xiao with teleportation and ate 3 routes to spray up with my teammates, only allowing others to eat my center route and not me? I center route players have to stand up too. Ice blinks in confusion. Little Joe with teleportation? What netherworld play? Sable Cicada walks the confrontation with teleportation is the most important. After a burst of pleading from the cockroach, Sui agreed. It's 7:55. You guys remember to follow me? What do you mean? The camera crew froze. But then there was a burst of foul language. He only saw Sui running towards the school building as if he was flying. WOJ. Dude, we're carrying camera gear. Slow down. Sorry about that. When you take someone's money, you have to do a good job. And making a client late is not allowed in my code of employment. As soon as the words fell, Sui disappeared in a flash. Ice ran with flushed cheeks, but still rose to the occasion. Come on everyone. 8 o'clock sharp. Just fine. Sui came to the classroom one step ahead of the teacher, and then he found a seat at the back. But what surprised Sui was that most of the classroom were girls, with only a few boys. The key is that these girls are all very beautiful, and there are even a few that can compete with the departmental flowers. At this time, Bing Bing and others also rushed too. In order not to disturb the students in class, they decisively abandoned the large camera equipment. Live cell phone streaming is used. No one else can even notice without looking closely. The boy sitting next to Sui opened his mouth in surprise. Brother, how come I haven't seen you before? It's bad. The stool hasn't even been warmed up yet. And you've been found out? Is this class a paradise? I have a friend who wants to ask how much do I have to pay to substitute for this class. Sui looked at the skeptical boy. Calmly. That's because you don't have a good memory. Did you forget about the $5 I owe you? After saying that, he pulled out $5. The male instantly smiled with joy. Look at my memory. I've eaten too much spelled good food in the past few days, and it's easy to forget things. 6. Is this okay? I wouldn't be able to part with that $5 if I had to. Less pop-ups. It's interfering with me watching my girlfriend. Calm down. Where do you have a girlfriend? You only have a right hand. The teacher came in. So beautiful. Wait, isn't that the? Sui couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought even after seeing his teacher. Unbelievably beautiful. Those students who were comparable to the departmental flowers face value before were simply not enough to fight in front of her. Especially that flat E close to people's chest. National Service Kaiwenji. There is also that elegant and serene temperament that gives you the feeling of staying home alone and enjoying the flowers when it rains in the south of the Yangtze River. He. Pretty isn't it? This is the goddess of our music department. Yu Shui. She's a special teacher at our school. She's a regular performer. She's famous in the industry. It's rumored that her teacher is also the director of the Capital Conservatory of Music. A top musician. Sui raised his eyebrows. So much? Of course. But she's also very strict in class. The kind that makes students fail classes at the drop of a hat. Iceberg Goddess Up belongs to Iz. You keep your head down later, but don't let her find out. Good. Sui sighed. It looked like the $60 was going to be less. Yushue stood in front of the podium, her cool gaze sweeping downwards, and when she swept over to Sui, she paused for a moment before withdrawing her gaze. The roll call will begin below. Ms. Yushue. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's human. I was skipping her class. What were you thinking upstairs? That's a nice voice. I feel like my ears are getting pregnant. There's a cockroach coming out of my ear. Yellow fruit. Yellow fruit. Is the yellow fruit here? Sui, here. No, dude. The boys on the sidelines were wide-eyed. What's a substitute yelling at you to get there? Because I'm good. Help me if you can. Li Gue. Is Li Gue here? Sui, too. Dude, you're still coming. I've changed my vocals and I'm not panicking. High play. Didn't high play come? Sui, here. Dude, awesome. Helpful. Helpful. Ha ha. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui? Chapter 20, no. Man. You're really good at this. What's with the teacher? What's the point of contributing so much emotion to a roll call? Suddenly, Sui only felt a coldness coming from him, and when he looked up, he realized that Yushue was gazing at him. Chen Fu. No one answered for a long time. At this moment, Sui also hated it. You deserve to be single for missing a class that looks this good. Taking advantage of the moment Yushue lowered her head, Sui decisively shouted. Negative emotional value plus 100. What's wrong with this woman? Did you find me? Pattering sound. Only Yushue slapped the book onto the table with force, then spoke coldly. I got the wrong class schedule. Sui? The boys on the side also made up for it in time. I said, why are these names so unfamiliar? Dude, you're probably pill popping. Better run for it. Ha ha ha. Who gets it? I ate my rice up my nose when I laughed. Sui is a character. Yushue mustn't explode with anger. Sui nodded and tiptoed toward the back. Stop. Sui twisted his head and realized that Yushue was looking at him with a smile on her face, but the coldness in his eyes couldn't be hidden in any way. This student. Whole school notification or continue to stay in my class. You choose one. Yushue opened her mouth and said, it's not right. It's very wrong. But Sui didn't have time to think about it much, and decisively chose to continue with the class. It's not a big deal to be informed. We're in the principal's good graces now, but it's not good if you involve your clients. He has been subbing at the school for so many years and has gotten 0 bad reviews so far. Based on his dedicated attitude, Sui smiled awkwardly, then sat back down. Bro, you're really screwed. Goddess you has turned into a fighting face in seconds and must be thinking about how to screw you later. Sui waved his hand. No need for words. As long as it doesn't affect my clients, feel free to do whatever you want to me. Really dedicated. Brothers at a V in the future I need to find someone to substitute class to find you. Can you discount? You're going to cost $5 more than anyone else. Negative emotional value plus 20. Yushue spoke again. This class has been changed to a midterm quiz, and those who fail will have their grades deferred. Don't goddess. I thought the midterm quiz was supposed to be next week? What's with the surprise check? As long as the quiz can be scheduled for next week, I'd be willing to let me fall in love with goddess you. How do you even eat? The classroom was full of complaints. The smile wouldn't go away. It would only transfer to Yushue's face. Sui was also a bit flustered by this vicious woman. It must have been a deliberate attempt to target him by deliberately advancing the quiz. Bro, what are we taking the test for? Sui asked. Didn't you ask when you subbed? We're a piano class, so of course it's a piano quiz. Sui, I've never played the piano. I've never played the piano. Sui immediately turned on the bombing mode to the cockroach client, telling her to come over for the exam quickly. But you can never wake up someone who doesn't want to go to early 8. Drop. Congratulations to the host who has fulfilled the 10 consecutive draws in the bronze zone. Is it a draw? System. Please let me draw the one about the piano and I'll go a year without playing Protogod. Drops. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ladies' underwear. Drops. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ladies' underwear. Drops. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ladies' underwear. Drops. Congratulations to the host for gaining proficiency in all musical instruments. Drops. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ladies' underwear. The system is awesome. Instrumental lenses know what that means? Sui cheered inwardly, and soon a large amount of memories came in like a tidal wave. Croon. Little piano test. Take a pinch. Soon, a group of people were heading to the recital room. Yushue looked at Sui rather teasingly. Classmate, the quiz is going to be videotaped in its entirety and put into the file. Then remember to take a handsome picture of me? Sui smiled confidently. Surprise value plus 30. Yushue couldn't help but stare. So confident? Is it hard to believe that he really knows? Heck, it's useless to know how. I'm teaching a tune that my teacher created. Her old man gave it to me specifically. Can't pop out of the press without taking my class. Thinking of this, Yushue once again revealed a nice smile. The recital room was large and surrounded by various instruments. Western instruments, domestic traditional instruments. Everything is available. And in the middle of it all was a very expensive-looking piano. The previous buddy explained. This piano was bought by Goddess Yu with her own money. I heard it's several $100,000. Ha! Suyi's eyes widened in surprise. Because the original piano in our school was old and the school refused to buy a new one. In order for all the students to play a good piano, she bought this one with her personal funds. Looks like it's still a rich woman. Have a chance to ask if you need any part-time services. Sui muttered. Shortly afterward, Yushue began to call the students forward to play according to their school numbers. Cameras were set up in the back, recording individually. TCH. This piece is a bit difficult. That student just played 2 wrong notes, so I guess a lot of points will be deducted. Sui commented. Dude, you play the piano? The table was a little surprised. Slightly. Then you're still pills. Because it's a tune that's not on the market and the test won't let you read the score. Real men are fearless. AI Xiaoxing. Yushue's gaze went to Sui as she read the name. Sui walked out graciously. Here, negative emotional value plus 50. Your AI Xiaoxing? Yushue smiled skin deep. I've had a cold for the last few days, so my voice sounds a bit male. Negative emotional value plus 200. Ha! Yushue sneered. Then said, don't say I won't give you a chance. If you pass the quiz, I'll turn a blind eye. If you don't pass, you'll be notified by the whole school, and AI Xiaoxing will have an extended graduation. Sui nodded slightly, then sat down gracefully on the chair. Hands pressed piano keys randomly, making a noise. Negative emotional value plus 20. Negative emotional value plus 20. Negative emotional value plus 20. Not bad. Another 60 mood value gained. The table dropped its face impotently. Still really slight. What are you doing? Yushue completely chilled her face. If you're going to insult music, then please get out. Don't get me wrong, teacher. I'm in it for the sense of tuning. Humph. Please. Sui raised his hands slightly before dropping them. An elegant note seemed to fly out of the piano, followed by a raging waterfall as if it were a flood. The table's face instantly stiffened. No dude. You really know how to do that. Yushue's pink lips slightly opened. Her large eyes briefly lost in thought for a few seconds. How is that possible? Tinkling or jingling sound. The last note fell, and Yushue stood up fiercely, her flatties chest floating up and down. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. That's what it feels like. Sui was calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was already having a blast. Pretending is secondary to emotional value. The whole scene was unusually quiet. An unbelievable and unfathomable frustration was on the faces of the crowd of music students. A substitute plays better than he does? There's hanging, isn't there? Why would you? Yushue broke the quiet atmosphere and agitated. I've just heard it so many times. Wouldn't it be reasonable to know it? Sui said reasonably. Chapter 21, Lung Mist, Jailbird. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Do you hear this as a human being? It makes sense to listen to it a few times? Negative emotional value plus 50. To say that the one who was the most angry was Yushue, as the teacher's most honored shut-in disciple. It took me 3 whole days to learn how to play it. At that time, I was praised by my teacher for several days. I don't believe it. Teacher's piece is very difficult, and if you don't practice diligently, you can't play it skillfully at all. You must have watched the class videos before you subbed. The crowd of students all unconsciously nodded their heads. Indeed, I've seen Chen Xiaoxing record lessons before. At the time, it was also my yin and yang was the king of roles. It turned out that no one had her swing. Sui spread his hands. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. That's when several more figures appeared outside the window. The principal and a bunch of other school leaders were standing outside the window while they were being respectful to a grandmother dressed in white. Hiss. This big mom. Very classy. Age never fails a beauty. That's not a bad statement at all. Even if the skin is old, the temperament holds up. Headmaster, you guys don't need to worry about me either. I just came to see my disciple, Yushue. Leaving right away. The principal revealed a licking smile. That's not possible. You're the dean of the Capital Conservatory of Music. Being able to condescend to come to our school, naturally we should treat you with courtesy. That student is nice. A few years old? Ryu Kyung pointed to Sui who was sitting in front of the piano. The principal smiled. It's thanks to Ms. Yushue's careful teaching. This student is, negative emotional value plus 20. The moment the principal saw Sui sitting on the chair, his entire body went bad. What are you sitting there for? Live dad? Are you in the music department? You'll just sit? Looking at Lu Qing's expectant gaze, the principal could only reply stiffly. His name is Sui, and he's about to graduate. So don't talk, he's going to start playing. Principal? Only Sui's hands flew rapidly, like residual shadows, dazzling octaves of wild bees. Let you see the power of the earth. A bag of rice carry a few floors. Quick! So quick! Yu Shuelian's steps kept retreating, her chest heaving violently. Countless notes make up the most beautiful movement with passion. It burned until Yu Shui's face paled, revealing a deep sense of frustration. It turns out that all the people were skeptical of Sui just now, and in order to convince them, Sui simply played a song again. Crazy dazzle. Stupid earthlings, you know nothing about hang-ups. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. Ryukin excitedly pushed the door open as soon as she could, the resonance from her soul making her forget. But suddenly she stiffened and braced herself. It was only because Sui had rummaged around in the nooks and crannies and found a guzheng. Western musical instruments are residing in the Hall of Fame. Why should my traditional musical instruments of daxia live in a corner? Sui expressed his displeasure on the spot. As a daxia person, national pride is buried in the marrow of the bones. Everyone was stunned. You know the guzheng too? Gongsheng, horns and feathers. It's hard, and the guzheng is classically elegant, which actually doesn't fit well with the current fickle social climate. While the crowd was still skeptical, Sui slung his guzheng around his waist. Crowd? Dedication. Stirrups. A song of the guardians. Straight up dozens of seasons ahead. The crowd stared in disbelief. This is rock and roll? Playing rock and roll on a koto. Boy, you've got your whole life ahead of you. Finally, I can realize what the old patriarch said about the collapse of rites in music. Is there a worse word than ritual collapse? Lycomatosis. Old ancestor, show me how well the culture is being passed on? 6. Just tell me if it was passed down. What's with the inexplicable bandwagon? Good to hear. Can't help but want to dance. Good music governs the rhythm of one's limbs. That's what's happening right now. And despite everyone's best efforts at restraint, fingers are quietly tapping a beat. Sui looked at everyone's reactions and nodded with satisfaction. Koto play rock was a risky move, but he made the right one. After this song, Sui believes that everyone will be able to regain their interest in the guzheng, a traditional musical instrument. The song ended. Lu Qing is still constantly reminiscing. The principal of a group of people waited for a long time. Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes. Straight to the point, he said. Which master does this child study under? The principal and others looked at each other. No, I don't know. Principal Wang. There's a national caliber music student at your school. You don't know? State level? The principal was so confused he could barely speak. Ryukin shook his head, then pushed the door open. Teacher, you're here, Yu Shui said in surprise. But in the next second, Lu Qing directly crossed over Yu Shui and came to Sui, excitedly holding his hand. Grievance value plus 100. Son, were those two songs just now your originals? No, I'm just the mover of the tunes. Modest. I've heard all the popular, gold-weighted tunes in this world, but I've never heard this one of yours. To be able to create such a difficult tune at such a young age, your future is unlimited. Lu Qing did not mince words in his praise. Harm, just playing with my hands and improvising, Sui said without a red face. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Feeling the extremely furtive gazes cast by the crowd, Sui intended to be a little more modest. Isn't the creative thing for people who study music to have their hands full? There can't really be someone who's been learning for over a decade and doesn't have a single original, can there? Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Lu Qing nodded repeatedly. That's definitely impossible. Child, who is your teacher? The style sounds like a master from the German side. Sui pondered for a while, then replied, I don't have a teacher. I'm just usually bored and idle to learn myself for fun. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Alas, jealousy makes one furious. Listening to the beeps that kept coming from the system, Sui's heart was so cool that it flew. Now Lu Qing was completely surprised. Self-taught? You haven't studied systematically? The principal at the side explained. Elder Lu, he really isn't from the music department. It was only today that I realized that this kid can also play an instrument. One sentence completely silenced Ryu Qingdan. The old lady froze for a long time, and the whole person seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Self-taught. Ha ha ha, self-taught. At this time, Yu Shui suddenly said, Teacher, self-study is good. You can take him as a disciple. Lu Qing's eyes lit up as he looked at Sui expectantly. Child, are you willing to worship me as your master? I will use all my resources to push you, let you go international, with your talent and strength. In the future, not to say that you will remain famous in history, you will surely be a master who can stir up the world. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air and looked enviously at Sui. You've made it big. Man, people have the will to rush to the sky, and they can't get through unless they are lucky. Even if a person tries harder, it's not as good as one precious person lifting him up. But to everyone's surprise, Sui shook his head and refused. Forget it, music is just a little hobby of mine. Don't want to develop in this field in the future. My ambition is not here. Negative emotional value plus 100. 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 Unsurprisingly for Sui, just rejecting it triggered a series of blows. Combat. Cool. No brother. If you don't want this opportunity you can give it to me. You've abandoned my years of dreaming with one ambition that's not here. The crowd was on the verge of tears. That's why it is said that people are not connected to each other's sorrows and joys. Ugh. Ryukin sighed, but didn't say much. If you change your mind, you can always call me. Okay. Hey mister. You, am I qualified? Yu Shui nodded feebly. Qualified. I'll go then. Wait. Ha? Yu Shui moved with some haste, but still pulled out her cell phone. Add a friend? We can exchange music sometime. Born I didn't get to friend goddess you for 4 years of college. What gives you the right? After Sui added his friends, he looked over at the boys in the class in a beatdown-like manner. Why is this concrete road so flat? The boys froze. What do you mean? There's no stone grains. Negative emotional value plus 100. Smoke in your lungs. Lung fog. Negative emotional value plus 100. The water friends watching the live broadcast at this time also hated it. How come I just realized that this Sui is so beat up? I'm the same. At first I only felt sorry for him when I looked at him. Wasted. Sui's persona has collapsed. Sui, I'll give you 3 minutes to regain that pathetic look. I can kind of see that Sui will only pretend to be pitiful in front of the kind of leader who cares about him. Pure green tea. Chapter 22 Because he is good. Looking at Sui's back, he completely disappeared behind the corridor. Yu Shui mysteriously came to Lu Qing. Teacher, I recorded the tune Sui just played, but there are some parts one don't understand. Can you play it? Ryu Kyung gave a bitter laugh. I can't play it either. What? Even you? Sensei, it's old age and osteoporosis. So I'm leaving? What should I do? That tune is something I really want to learn. I really want to peel open that guy Sui's brain to see what it's made of. After hesitating for half a day, Yu Shui still blushed and clicked on the dialogue box with Sui. Typed and deleted. Deleted and typed. On the side, Lu Qing showed a smile of a man who had been there before. Some regrets are the result of a lack of an ounce of courage. Like, missing the right person. The right thing. It's over. It's over. Why didn't you call me about the midterm today? Sui rolled his eyes and continued to deduct words. Big sister, don't you see how many messages I sent you? Who's to blame for your own death and sleep? Wasted. According to Yu Bingshan's character, I'm sure I'll have to extend my graduation. Boss, don't worry about me. Passed the quiz with full marks. Chen Xiaoxing deducted 3 question marks before not replying again. Sui didn't bother to explain any further, believing that it wouldn't be long before Sister Cockroach would have to come and thank herself. Ding ding, Sui, are you going to take your own class next? Not on. Keep taking orders and making money. But, Mr. Su, making money is important, but school is more important. I'm ahead of schedule on my credits. What else am I on? Ice was all silent, but it was hard to say anything else. But she's live. It was supposed to be a positive show, but it turns out that live college students are now subbing everywhere. Doesn't that teach elementary school kids? At this time, Sui received an add friend notification. Brother, I'm not kidding. Can you take the call? You set the price. I'm dying. Help. Ice's eyelids twitched, clearly implying, fighting doesn't seem like a good idea. What fight? How can you call what's going on with the readers a fight? It's called both deciding life and death as well as dividing high and low. Feng Yu Xiu, negative emotional value plus 50. Sui decisively agreed with his friend. Then send him over a list of pinch-hitting prices. Kindergarten, 50. Elementary school students, 100. Junior high school students, 200. High school students, skimmed. College students, skimmed. Older than 70 years old, 300. The other party is in the middle of typing. No, why is this person typing so slowly? Sui spat out in dissatisfaction. Is it possible that the other side is speechless? For he interjected with good ice. Sure enough, the next second, The other party sent a series of ellipses. After a few minutes, the other person sent again. Come find me. Sui was not happy at once. You begged me to do something. You don't even need your word. And still let me come to you? You're thinking about fart eating. Transfer $50, remarks, errand fee. Master Bell. Greetings to you. Both sides soon met above. The other guy is little fat and looks very comical. Dude, just call me fatty. Say, who to hit? Speak in advance. I will not fight anyone over 15. For he is good. Below 70 I will not fight. For I am good. Sound of escaping laughter. Ice didn't hold back and burst out laughing. The water boys laughed along. My master says this Sui is a character. Sui is better than me. And I won't fight anything over 10. Actually, you can't touch anything above 60. And version T0 is not messing with you. No kidding. Earlier I went to help a grandpa. But after taking a look at me, he asked me to lie down with him. What's going on? Give a clear explanation of the causes and consequences, and I'll consider whether or not to take the order. Sui finally regained his serious demeanor. Little Fatty revealed a pained expression. My girlfriend and I are in the martial arts transmission club. Later, those beasts came to our door to provoke us, mocking our martial arts transmission as a flower show. It's not useful to look at. My girlfriend was so angry that she went up to them and argued with them. As a result, your girlfriend was injured by them? Sui asked. What a crappy plot. No. My girlfriend ran off with them. Now she's hooked up with the president of one of the taekwondo clubs. Sui. No need to spray. What a novel plot. The hatred of taking my wife cannot go unrewarded. So you went for revenge? Nope. I can't beat it. So I pay for a substitute. 6. Sui asked again. You trust me that much? What if I can't beat it? Then I'll say I don't know you. Sui had to look high at the little fat a few eyes. This meat did not grow in vain. All hard eyes filled. How about taking this order? Whether I can beat it or not. I'll give you $1,000 deposit first. Sui's eyebrows trembled with some intent. That's a lot of money for him for $1,000. Yes, I promise. It's just the taekwondo club in college. And MMA proficiency should do the trick, right? Just get help from the system again if you can't. But to be on the safe side, Sui decided to go to the taekwondo club with Fatty first, to probe the bottom. Chapter 23, Buddy. This dog can't get enough to eat in your house, can it? Just as I arrived at the taekwondo club, I heard all sorts of haha sounds coming from inside. Occasionally a few pouting noises could be heard that were uniquely girlish. Wow, the battles in here are strangely intense. Sui marveled. Fatty, however, clenched his fists tightly. That's my girlfriend's voice. Damn it. These beasts. Aside from the fact that his entire body was trembling violently, it could be seen that he was truly angry. It's okay, bulldog Fatty. It's just a girlfriend being pried away. Although people are in sports and have physical endurance beyond the norm, you can't afford to ride the bike people stand up and pedal. Negative emotional value plus 50. Stop it. I'm even more sad. I'm having a hard time phasing out now when I think of that image. I'm trying to comfort you. Are you that comforting? Think on the bright side. At least your girlfriend suffered pain too. That bike was stood up and pedaled. How can it still be good? Negative emotional value plus 100. Fatty completely breaks defense. The water boys, however, were happy. Sui is known to comfort people and knows what language sounds the most painful. You're all laughing and I'm the only one crying. I have a friend who has actually been in this situation and my heart goes out to him. Woohoo! If I become a gangster in middle school, a sportsman in high school, a rapper in college, a conscript for 2 years after graduation, and then an instructor in the army, and then a TV campaigner after I can't do it anymore, will I be able to find a girlfriend? Can I find a girlfriend that way? All I can say is dude, you have too much life. Don't worry about getting a girlfriend. Worry more about your big waist. Oh, if I go to Tanning and speak fluent English again and meet a girl and say your eyes are as beautiful as stars, how would your honor respond? Can't compare. This one really can't. Sui persuaded Bullhead Fatty for several more minutes, making sure that the other party had completely broken his defense before pulling him into the taekwondo club. Why does he have to be allowed to break defense? Of course it is to turn grief into strength. The better to launch fierce revenge on the Minotaur army. With Fatty's tonnage, even without martial arts training, he could beat several of them up with one. The mane is still too weak, but a little more masculine, a little more courage. The girlfriend will not run. What? You said I was in it for the emotional value. Say that again? Husky pointing at human JPG. It's you? As soon as the two sides met, swords were drawn and fireworks were exchanged. But Fatty's slightly trembling legs still betrayed him. Fat ass. What are you doing here? Haven't been beaten enough times. Much. Enough. Sui a hole, foreigner's slapface JPG. Man. Be spirited. Don't lose face. Sui encouraged. But there's a lot of them. And besides, you're the pinch hitter I hired. Shouldn't you be on? Sui shook his head and intoned. It's easy for me to beat them. A matter of a minute. A minute to get knocked out by them? Fatty asked rhetorically. Shut up. It's easy for me to beat them. And I'm doing it so that you can actually stand up and beat your mind. All you have to do is show your girlfriend your dominant side. And she won't come back on her ass. Will she? Really? Really? Red bean mash. Girls are moo strong. You're so weak in strength. Who's with you? Listening to Suyi's brainwashing, Fatty's eyes shifted into unrivaled determination. Yes. Just let me be brave one more time. Just for the sake of love. Then Fatty faced the crowd with fierce eyes. All of you listen to me. I've come to get back all that I've lost. What a middle of the road line. Give me back my girlfriend. Quietly. The whole room is silent. A crowd of Taekwondo club members turned to him with pity. And as if they were looking at him, the leading president said helplessly, Dude, it's not that I don't want to give it back to you. But your girlfriend is like a dog's skin. You can't get rid of her. Sure enough, the girl looked like that nymphomaniac, with her hands wrapped around that president's arm. Bullfat? Lily, I don't believe it. Did you compel her? It must be some evil spell you used to keep her from leaving. Jean Wang sighed. It really doesn't. You don't underestimate a man in sage mode, alright. Negative emotional value plus 200. Fatty started to not believe his ears. You guys? Well, used. Average. Fatty was as cold as ice. He could feel a flock of sheep bleating above his head. Jean Wang, you don't believe me? See for yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jin Wang slapped Lily across the face. Get lost. I'm tired of you. It just so happens that your boyfriend came over to look for you. Go back with him. Lily swept a glance at Fatty, her eyes showing undisguised disgust. He was my ex-boyfriend a long time ago. You're my boyfriend, brother. Asterisk 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 off. I haven't said I'll give you a name. Don't recognize the relationship. Jean Wang glanced at him disdainfully. Look, it's not my fault. I can't even shake it off. Man, this dog can't get enough to eat at your house. You. Fatty gasped, shaking cold. Words cannot speak well. One time of bravery for a lifetime of guilt. Animal. Sui can't even look at it. What did my fat brother do wrong? To insult him like that. Is it really not enough to eat? Hey, I just happen to have a little homemade remedy here. The corners of Jean Wang's mouth flipped up into a playful smile. Hurry up if you have nothing else to do. Transmission martial arts waste. Those who practice transmission martial arts are indeed waste as well. Rounding up equals. Practicing transmission martial arts people will be wasted. Ha 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 ha. The other members of the community burst out laughing maniacally. I'll you up. Those words were the last spark that completely ignited Fatty's powder keg. Without anyone expecting it, he charged towards Jin Wang as if he were a mad bull. Sound of escaping laughter. Jin Wang was defenseless and was knocked to the ground. Fatty's whole body pressed up, barely giving him poop. The other members of the community rushed forward to help, moving Fatty out of the way and getting him under control. Yuck. Jin Wang no longer had his previous mockery. His face was gloomy and his eyes were fierce as he looked at the Sui duo. Close the door. If you two make it out of this gate today standing, I'll take your name. Fatty laughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Brother, you are right. Some of the demons of the heart still need to be resolved on their own. It was so cool just now, but sorry to get you involved. I'll try to draw fire later. You take advantage of the chaos to escape. I'll call you when I get out with that $2,000 deposit. Sui smiled and didn't say anything, but reached out a hand to pull him up. Part-time job code number 1. Number 0 bad reviews. And be conscientious about the tasks your boss gives you. Fatty froze, but retorted. Don't. What's the point of playing dead for just $2,000? I'll add another 500. Jean Wang gasped and laughed. Fine. I can let one of you run out today. I'm this. He held up a pinky. I've also practiced transmission martial arts. So it really annoys me that you're belittling transmission martial arts so much. Sui spoke coldly. Yo, you've practiced too? Then come and fight one-on-one and give you a chance to prove transmission of martial arts. Jean Wang said disdainfully. Lily on the side revealed a look of contempt. Transmission of martial arts will not want to touch Taekwondo. I practiced for so many years is really a waste of youth. Now it's time for me to practice Taekwondo, which is when I realized that Korean Wave is the most popular. Sui didn't bother to listen to her beeping, and backhandedly dialed a phone number. Jinwon, what? Can't beat the call? But to disappoint you, in the entire school, our Taekwondo club is the pinnacle of combat power. Chapter 24, Principal. I miss my father again. Is that so? Sui smiled playfully, followed by serious communication with the person on the other end of the phone. Principal. I miss my father again. When the principal heard Sui's words, He immediately tightened his chrysanthemums and said nervously, "What's going on? Did someone bully you, Xiaoyi?" There weren't many bullies, just a dozen. A dozen. The principal just felt like the sky was falling. They came with the determination to get me killed. It just so happens that I get to see my father, too, which is nice. Sui, Xiaoyi you send a locator. The principal will be here soon. Don't be afraid. It's the principal who should be afraid now. By the way, it's enough to tell me about this, so don't bother your Uncle Uncle Lee. Good. The principal hung up the phone, not daring to stop for one. A random assistant drove towards the location. How about it, kid? Choose who you want to go one-on-one with yet? Jean Wang asked. Wait a little longer. I'll be here soon if I shake it. Sui didn't panic. Laugh your ass off. How many of them come as a break? Fatty looked worried. Brother, can the people you called fight? Can't. Well, isn't calling him here a disservice to others? But at the very least, it'll help me share half the damage. A group of Taekwondo club members began to warm up, perhaps intending to show off. Jinwang had the target held up to the height of 2 men, then jumped up and kicked it off with one jump. Well, can you block this leg with 20 years of power? This was followed by a 720 degrees spinning kick and all sorts of fancy tricks. Sui twisted his head to look at Fatty. Fighting Taekwondo is still quite dangerous. Jinwon, that's right. The match hasn't even started yet, and the opponent has to pay out 20,000 to the other guy. Negative emotional value plus 50. Ha 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 ha. Fatty didn't hold back from letting out a loud laugh. You seek death. Jinwon's expression was sinister. And I won't give you time to pick. Zhao Xiao. You go beat him. Put some force into it, so that he can't get out of bed. Holler President. He had just taken a step forward when the door was violently kicked in. Principal, stop it all. Headmaster? Jin Yang froze for a moment, then jogged forward at a furious trot. Principal, what brings you here? Don't worry. This time our Taekwondo club will represent the school and will definitely get a place. The principal gave him a cold look, his tone morose. I heard you were going to beat him up? Jin Wang froze, then replied, no, it's just a normal sparring session to meet friends with martial arts. The principal didn't say anything but walked around the pavilion twice. The fire protection is not satisfactory. From now on the business will be suspended for reorganization. Resumption time will wait for notification from above. Jin Wang was anxious. No principal, we just bought a fire extinguisher online. It will arrive in a couple days. Give it a chance. The principal glanced at him, so go ahead and stand by the door. Jin Wang farted to the door. I can't believe you stepped out of the gate left foot first. Your Taekwondo club is cancelled. Before the crowd could react from their confusion, the principal had already arrived in front of Sui. Xiaoyi, do you see the result of this treatment as satisfactory? Thank you, principal. The principal burst into a contented smile. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 50. No buddy, you're so powerful. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Sui came to Jin Wang's front and looked down on him condescendingly. What's the point of knowing how to fight? Coming out will be about background and strength. Jin Wang nodded confusedly. Yes, brother. I just spoke too loudly to you. I'm sorry. Sui smiled. One-on-one? How childish is that? Who in the world of adults fights you one-on-one and crushes you with your background first? I never take the subway. You know why? Jinwon, why? Because it's crowded, machine. Jailbird. There's only one lotus flower left out of 10 in the lotus pond back there. Pick a lotus. Jindi. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Jin Wang swore he had never wanted to hit someone so badly. And Sui was the first. But people are too powerful. Not worthy. Tears of envy. Why don't I have a background? I've been hanging and smoking my good buddy for 2 days and 2 nights and he still won't admit he has a background. Isn't Sui a bit arrogant and bossy? If I had a background like Sui's, I wouldn't eat beef directly. At this moment, Fatty was looking at Sui with a serious and worshipful look in his eyes. Brother, you didn't say you had this background either. Harm, it's all just a bit of wind. You can go get your girlfriend back now. Bullhead Fat, however, wore an expression of universal disgust. No, I'm a clean freak. Could be. So you just did it? It was a fight for my honor. Not because of a woman. Hear the applause. Although Sui said on his lips that he was fine, the principal was still uneasy and cleared his throat as he continued to speak. Who is your coach? Let him come over. The coach is Kim Debbie. The principal froze. That's the national sports team? Aha. Then hurry up and get him over here too. Whether he's hauling bananas or fixing cars now. Why did I say that? It is fair to say that college presidents still have quite a bit of power. With just one phone call, Jean de Biao rushed over in a hurry. What is it, principal? I've been so busy with international competitions these past 2 that I've neglected to keep an eye on the students. The principal looked at Jean Wang and then at Sui. Fire protection is substandard and there are major sanitation issues. Aging electrical circuits are a safety hazard. Jean de listened to the principal's speech in confusion. It wasn't obvious that he was trying to target their taekwondo club. What's going on? Jean Wang scowled. We just offended the principal's relatives. Big guts. Jean de Biao was furious. I have instructed 1,000 times. Before competing with someone, do a background check. All of you as a wind in the ears? Remember our taekwondo gym's mind tricks? Jean Wang hung his head low. Remember. Memorize it. Come on. You have to keep your eyes peeled for a match. Those with money don't compete. Those with backgrounds don't compete. Because they can't fight. Those who are sick should not compete because they will be blackmailed. Strong ones don't compete because they can't be beaten. The mouthy ones don't compare because they'll get cyberstormed. Weak ones don't compare either, because there's no point in fighting. The fairies don't compare either, because they'll get a confession wall. Jean de Biao sighed again. Why do you still want to compete in martial arts when you know all that? Coach, we were wrong. Don't. It's time to compete. Otherwise wouldn't martial arts be pointless? Where's the brat who's teaching me how to do my job? Coach, he's that principal relative. You're right. Sui, that Zhao Xiao. Let's compete. Fatty hastily pulled him back. Don't brother, isn't it all over? What's the point of having a martial arts competition? I'm taking a pinch hitting order. How can I do it without hitting it? Using the background is an outlier that I don't usually move. Brother, it's good enough to do this, and I appreciate it. No. Sui waved his hand. $2,500 for a phone call? I can't make money against my conscience. I have to pinch hit today. Fatty was on the verge of tears. Brother, don't mess with the new number. If you bump into anything, the principal will skin me. Sui, however, turned into an extremely serious expression. They were only forced by my lustful authority, but not convinced. Don't you want to prove Chuan Wu? Chapter 25, Teaching Nen. I'm cracking up. Fatty froze and also replied extremely seriously. I want to, but I'd rather not die. Sui, it's all redundant. Zhao Xiao, come to the competition quickly. General Su Flying Kick, have been waiting for you for a long time. Brother, I'm graduating soon. Are there any spots left in the fall recruitment? You can't. The education doesn't match. We only want college or less. You're all redundant. Zhao Xiao hesitantly looked to Jean de Biao and then to the principal. Coach, should I say yes? Principal, should he say yes? Sui, did he say yes or no? Sui, I'm serious. Make him say yes. Good. Before going on the field, Jean de Biao said in a serious tone, to fight later, to really fight. Really hit on him, you don't have to graduate. Zhao Xiao, you mean you want me to act half-heartedly to make the young master happy? Still too young. I have experience with this. Listen carefully. It won't work to just feed the moves. The young master will think you're really noob. You have to start off with a few kills, then start letting off steam and say that the young master just deliberately made me really humble. You see, when you get serious, even us professionals are no match. It's an honor to compete with the young master. It's best to shout it out loud so that all the onlookers can hear you. And you have to win a few narrow victories from time to time, while shouting that you're giving way to me, so that I don't lose too badly. Seeing that the young master's stamina is running low, take the initiative to let the young master explode and kill you, and hasten to say that you can't do it anymore and want to admit defeat. Zhao Xiao listened in awe. Coach, how do you know so much? It's just a bit of frost. Just learn. There's plenty of stuff. You remember that a tournament is not a fight. It's a human affair. Zhao Xiao revealed a dazed expression. Okay, the time to test acting skills has come. Come on, Zhao Xiao. You can do it. Ice was also intrigued and had a close-up of the two in the training gym. Quick, give this live broadcast a title. Let's write about the battle between Daxia Chuanwu and Stick Country Taekwondo. Ice is going to take the title. As soon as this ambivalent topic was covered, many netizens were all drawn in, and then looking at the two men's stations on the live stream, it really was as if they were dueling masters. The interest was immediately captured. The number of people in the live room rubbed off. I bet $10 that Taekwondo will lose. Why? I've been touched by Taekwondo and paid him tens of thousands of dollars. I think Taekwondo can win. I've seen a TV show before. The guy's name was something like Hayakuso, and his kicks were old and ferocious. He also has a spinning triple kick. Isn't Chuanwu for strengthening the body? Our grandpa and grandma downstairs play Tai Chi there every day. New netizens, I'm afraid you guys don't know how good of a fighter Sui is. That Taekwondo must lose. As the internet debate rages on, the contest begins. Zhao Zhao's mouth constantly mumbled the words that his coach had just taught him. First kill the move. then release the water. I'm a left square stomp, and then, no more. Su Yi's figure was quick, and after punching and kicking his 2 acupoints, Zhao Xiao fell straight to the ground. Negative emotional value plus 100. Everyone was confused by this result. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is this if not shady? With those 2 light blows, Taekwondo laid down too? That's too much. Are you not satisfied with the money the other party gave you? Acting so badly? I only want half the price, and I promise I'll be better than him in the role. Cows and horses get out. The current work environment is spoiled by you cow horses. Coach Jean sighed with even more hatred. Zhao Xiao, you didn't grasp the opportunity to enter the ministry. Acting so fake will not make young master happy. Zhao Xiao grunted in pain. Teach Nian ah. Teach Nian, my whole body is about to tear. Teach Nian. Shut up. Don't give me this dead end. Zhao Xiao shook his head as he was slapped. Teach Nian, I haven't acted yet. This young master is really capable of fighting. Before I could react, I was lying on the ground. Now that's good acting. What were you doing earlier? No, I'm really not acting. But unfortunately, no matter how Zhao Xiao explained, no one believed him. Fatty, brother, did the opposite side release water? Sui, putting in a fart of water. It's clearly because I'm too strong. Looking at the skeptical gazes of Fatty, the principal, and even Bing Bing, Sui felt that there was going to be another fight between high and low. The 2,500 is guaranteed to make the owner feel like he's getting his money's worth. Sui, let's go up another one. The one just now was too weak. Teach Nan put me on. I'm super good at acting. Teach Nan, I have a lot of fat and my hands won't hurt when young master hits me, so it's better to let me go. Jean Wang pondered for a moment. Coach, it's better if I do it. Jean de Biao couldn't help but look satisfied as he looked at the eyes of the crowd thirsting to enter the ministry. The president, in particular, is a leader. That drive is a lot like he was back then. Little Jean, you didn't catch my kick just now, but you'll have to catch the next burden. Amidst the netizens' crusade, Jean Yang made his appearance. Just came on stage with a set of fancy leg kicks. Wow, so handsome. Male flexibility is still so good. I wish my girlfriend's flexibility was this good. Laughing. What's the use of this kind of legwork? It's not useful. Before the fight even starts, your own legs cramp up first. I heard from someone in the know that it's the president who's on this time. There shouldn't be any watering down, right? Jean Wang's eyes were sharp and his feet kept bouncing as he mastered his rhythm. First the shutout, then the release. Xiao, Sui, I'm not going to let you off the hook like Zhao Xiao. Next, I'll start with a downward chop, then a spinning kick, then a whip kick. 3 moves to KO you. Coach Kim nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad. Put down a tough word before the match. Zhao Xiao, learn it all live. Jean Wang also swept his eyes towards Zhao Xiao. Lung Misty Joe is small and can't even act. Start of match. I a downward chopping leg. Sui, however, was faster than him, and before he could see clearly, the sole of Su Yi's shoe had already come into sight. Jean Wang's pupils contracted violently and he hastily blocked with his hand. Unexpectedly, Su Yi's calf violently and weirdly twisted, aiming at the bridge of his nose. Is this a change of line kick? You are really good at this. Sui blinked and seemed to realize something as well. Nope, I need to beat him with transmuker. Sui fiercely retracted his foot, and a set of rigid Xingyi Quan was unleashed. Bang. In just 3 rounds, Jean Wang flew off with a bruised nose. Negative emotional value plus 200. This newly paved concrete road is just flat. What's the point? There's no stone pellets. The water boys were once again talking. Something's not right. There's something else about this martial arts transmission contestant. The wine poetry. Too good to be a poet, we are saved. Chuanwu, this kid more or less practiced a little, but it is impossible to defeat people in 3 moves. It's more or less fake. Bounced check. In bounced checks. Openly playing a fake match. Chuanwu's face has been disgraced by you. Teach Nan, my body feels like it's going to crack. Teach Nan, I feel like I'm going to fly from the pain. What's with all this? Jean de Biao sighed. He was serious about teaching, but the students didn't seem to be very talented. It's true that the business of acting is too deep for you to grasp. Let uncle do it. Jean Wang grabbed his hand. Coach, don't take it lightly. He's really practiced and is very powerful. It feels like it's not below you. Chapter 26, this one won't even act. Then he can't act me either. Jean de Biao's entire body was very confident. The disciples are too green to act, but he's a veteran actor. Definitely not the kind of plotting scene where you get kicked in the face twice. He had a feeling that he would be fighting the young master back and forth. Eventually, he lost when both sides were physically exhausted. From then on, he was appreciated by the young master. But coach, Jin Yang called out from behind him. But this one is live, and if you lose again, Taekwondo will really be a laughingstock. Didn't you used to love Taekwondo more than anything? Didn't you treat it like your life? Jean de Biao showed a moving expression, and between his eyebrows he seemed to be thinking, nostalgically. Yeah, but that was before. But isn't Taekwondo your dream? Isn't your dream to carry it forward? Have you forgotten the reason you learned Taekwondo in the first place? Teach Nim. Jean de Biao stopped dead in his tracks, his body trembling. Dreams? Probably long forgotten. Tortured by reality has long since lost its beginnings. Yeah, I lost my beginnings a long time ago. Jean de Biao smiled to himself. What a hot line that just was. It's giving me a whole lot of excitement. Jean Wang's expression was pleased. So you're not going to act, coach? Well, I intend to flesh out my dreams and beginnings and improve on them. Feeling up. Jean Wang clenched his fists tightly. So what's your dream now? Let Taekwondo carry me forward. The first step is to please the young master. Jean Wang? I'm just full of, aren't I? How much is a dream worth? Don't be naive, jailbird. Coach, I'm on. Ice and the others were once again energized. Having recorded for so long that they were just yawning, the water boys are once again discussing it. It's been played for 2 innings, so I don't think I'll play this one. I've heard it said that this is a coach and has participated in various international competitions. This surely won't be an act. It's a matter of honor. He definitely won't act. Everyone thinks Taekwondo is acting? It's obvious that Sui is very strong. Okay, it's true that outsiders can see what's going on, but only insiders can see what's going on. As a veteran actor, Jean de Biao showed his mastery as soon as he took the stage. Not a word of trash talk. Sharp eyes. Fighting style to hide the kill. The highest level of licking is when you can't tell that the other person is licking, but they always poke at the point that makes you come. Battle. Kim Deokpyo came up with all the killing moves, the same as he teaches his students. He is not hiding anything at all and is a good coach. Sui nodded. This was indeed much stronger than the 2 lung fogs just now, but it's still lung fog. Each of his kicks seemed to be very powerful, but in the eyes of fighting master Sui, it was riddled with cracks. In the end, Sui found a break and used the wild horse splitting mane of Taijiquan to push him out. Another cloud hand threw him off. Jean de Biao only felt an irreversible strong force coming at him, and in coming back to his senses, he was already in the sky. I have a right stomping foot. Kim de Pio went flying. Negative emotional value plus 400. The water boys collectively rolled their eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This one is even more desperate. Directly acting, not even acting. Acting a halberd handle. I'm a layman can see. Clearly is Taijiquan real damage. Those who think it's acting can watch the slow motion replay. I can't say acting. I can only say he's too good at it. This one is more of a lung fog of lung fogs. Kim Deokpyo. You lung fog. Gold derby, no touch in the last inning. Jean de Biao had been lying on the ground for a long time, but his entire body was still in a daze. No, this young master is really good at fighting? You won't even act? The old showman's path was cut short before it even began. Teach none. Don't ask me to teach none. I'm not worthy. At this moment, Jean de Biao finally realized. There wasn't just a gap in background between himself and He Chen. Shucks. There was even more of a gap in strength between himself and the young master. What about the sudden realization that you're such a loser? Then boil a kettle of water so you're not the only boiling thing in the room. At this time there was also Fatty, who was equally shocked. The water boys suspected it was being staged because it was too over the top. And another reason was that the angle wasn't clear. Naturally, you can't see the details of the fight. But Fatty was there for the whole thing. It's like making an action movie. Brother, you're so good at this. Sui nodded. Remember, Hua Lu is the most important. Well, was it worth the money? Worth it. So worth it. Drop. $2,500 in Microsoft transfers. I salute you. Thoughtster. Lily, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines for a long time, got up on shaky legs. Strong. Too strong. Sui deeply conquered her. Her XP is that she only likes boys who are strong in battle. That's the real men. Kids. Lily carefully walked up to Sui. Can I get to know you? Fatty blushed. Sui, sip, 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 sip. Why don't ES wag their tails? Negative emotional value plus 200. Bitch, get out of here. As soon as Jean de Biao's 3 little actors pushed Lily aside, they came in front of Sui. Brother, are you really transmitting martial arts? Packed. Jean Wang apologized with a straight-up bow. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have insulted Chuan Wu. I'm a lung mist. JD, can I ask you something? So let me ask you a question first. Do you know what Confucius said to his 3001 disciples? What? No apprentices. Negative emotional value plus 200. The principal cheerfully came to Sui. Xiao Yi, I can't imagine you're so capable of fighting. Suyi's smile quickly disappeared from his face and was replaced by extreme grief. All called to me by my father before he died. Principal. I miss my first-class father, my first-class brother, and my mother who was an angel against the flow. The principal a whole scalp. From now on, tell the principal anything, and I'm sure you'll get it sorted out. So this taekwondo club. All the members of the taekwondo club all looked at the principal and Suyi with bated breath. Brother, have mercy. Anyway, you've beaten up all the big ones and the little ones, so it's time to get over it. Suyi waved his hand not as a refusal, but without the need to say anything more. Principal, I miss my father again. The taekwondo club is cancelled from now on. If you can't even beat a culture student, why keep it? The principal snorted coldly. A single word determines the life or death of an association. All the members of the community all lost their minds. Jean de Biao is like a walking corpse. He feels that life seems to have no hope and meaning. After all, the coaching position is really lucrative. It's faster money than a race. Teach Nan I am not willing. Jean Wang said viciously. I'm not happy about it either. Then why don't we? Speaking here, Jean Wang revealed his killing intent. Might as well go into the factory and hit the screws. Chapter 27. Did Zhang De go in for tea? Ha, cat clueless emoji JPG. Jean de Biao sneered. You don't still want to take revenge on young master, do you? What kind of strength do you have? Jailbird? So it's really just going to go away? You've seen how Taekwondo pulls its crotch in front of Chuanwu. Why don't you switch to Chuanwu while the base is still there? There are quite a few transmission martial arts clubs in the school anyway. It seems so. Jin Wu nodded, already having plans in his heart. Hua Lu is the most important one. That's throwing in the towel. On the other side, the principal looked at Sui with eyes full of deep meaning. Xiao Yi, you're such a good fighter. Do you want to participate in the competition instead of the school? Sui gave a blank look. Then I can still play the zither. Are you going to let me compete as well? Makes sense. Going or not? Sui. I'm sorry, headmaster. I don't aspire to this. Sui politely refused. But competitions can make your life resume richer. Am I not rich enough now? The principal froze dumbfounded for a moment. It seems so. Then call me if you want to enter the contest. Good. The principal had just left, and the beautiful Bing Bing came to Sui with great gusto. Sui, you're on fire. Our team just sliced and diced you then style live and now it's exploding all over the internet. Sui waved his sleeve. Does everyone worship me for being a good fighter? No. Everyone is speculating about your identity. Whether you're an official or a rich brother. Sui, who played me? It's obvious that those three lung mists don't take a beating, right? Can't they see the look on those three's faces? Hate to tear themselves apart. Sui was speechless for a while. I thought I was going to be able to put on a good show, but I ended up being the clown. After this, Sui is not in the mood to be with Fatty again. After the two of them blew off some awesome for a while, Sui went back to the dormitory. Dorms are my mecca. Ah, with a little trickery, the emotional value can come crashing in. Come and all have to give me a second-hand smoke money. Sui? Wang Liang was a bit surprised. Will I now have learned to use Su Daoxiao to deceive me? Sui looked around the dormitory for a while. Where's Yang Dai? Invited to tea by the disciplinary committee. After that incident in the dormitory earlier, his parents are being investigated. And along with him, they're going to be investigated. As far as I know, the intensity is very strict this time. Yang, who is already missing, is not expected to come back. Wang Liang smoked a mouthful of cigarettes, then very politely spit into a plastic bag and bundled it. Then sighed. Harmho would have thought that old Yang was the first of the four of us to get an iron rice bowl. I don't know if he'll be able to see my fan in jail. Sui was a bit lost, so he could only say that the director was confused. Why don't you do it later? With one less leak, the progress of harvesting emotional values is quite a bit slower. And yonder is a big taxpayer. No more chit-chat. I have to be busy preparing my job application materials. Wang Liang suddenly said, applying for a job? You're not going to graduate school? Sui opened his mouth in surprise. Nah, degrees depreciate faster than even my snake. Might as well go into society early as a cowhorse. Luyu, yes, it's clear that you can't get into the exam and you're blaming it on the environment. It's because you can't do it and the road is uneven. Sui pointed at Luyu. So you're going to graduate school? I'm not taking the test either. Sui, well, none of them will take the test, so I won't take it either. Which company are you going to go to? Luyu asked. Asking this, Wang Liang revealed a smug smile. Decided. Go to Fortune Group. What? Brother, how many do you drink in the morning? I'd rather believe that you'll make it to the top of the public exams than believe that you'll make it into the Fortune Group. The cleaning lady in there is paid over 6,000 a month. Wang Liang smiled. Coincidentally, I was applying for a job as a security guard. Other people become security guards at 50. I went at 20. Rounding up. I've traveled 30 years less. Sui blinked. You don't deserve security guards either, right? Negative emotional value plus 50. I got a good connection. The HR manager is a throwback friend of my mom's. He'll put me in. Not buddy. Big sock. Are you speaking Chinese here? Wang Liang is open-minded. Adults, playflowers is normal. Sui, even your mom has a throwing friend, but you don't. Little Chu Nan. Negative emotional value plus 100. Wang Liang instantly red-warned, but still stiff-lipped. Young Su, you're afraid you don't know that my girlfriend has cried many times. Little Chu Nan has quite the imagination for a corner fight. Negative emotional value plus 200. Broken defense. Really broken defense. Well, also with brothers blow on powerful. The bed every day a bunch of artifacts. Buddies see through not to tell the truth. After Wang Liang was exposed, he simply lost his face and continued. Young Master Su, you're not like us anymore. You have a director uncle. You'll be able to go ashore upon graduation. We're not the same. We might have to be cattle and horses for the rest of our lives. Sui scratched his head. I'm not going to take the public examination either? Ha! The two of them were dumbfounded. You don't take the public examination with such a unique condition? By coincidence. I'm also planning to join the FRC. Wang Liang was instantly happy. Once again resuming his previous untamed appearance. Xiao Su, why don't you hang out with me? I have connections in the fortune group. If my mom moves her back, she can make the two of us go through many fewer detours. Chapter 28, Director. The version has been updated. That's not necessary. I'm afraid Auntie won't be able to handle it. Oops. You're welcome. We're all buddies. There's no need. I can casually enter the fortune group. Sui could only explain again. Yoo-hoo. Wang Liang and Liu stared at the same time. Young mister. Su is quite mad. Just go ahead and enter, yin and yang. Sui shrugged his shoulders and didn't explain too much. Jailbait kids, you know nothing about my background. That's good. It's another wave of emotional value when you know about it later. Just as Sui began to think about how to glean the emotional value from the two, the dormitory door was pushed open. Director? Why are you here? The director swept a glance at Sui, then looked at the Wang Liang duo. Still chatting? The fortune group came to the school to hold a job fair. The group has given our school more than 50 internal places. More than 50? Both of them simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Don't think that 50 or so is less. The competitiveness of the FRC group can say that out of 10,000 applicants, only one may be hired. So 50 internal places is definitely a special favor to the school. The director nodded. Yeah, I don't know why Fortune Group is taking extra care of our school this year. In previous years, they only gave 5 or 6. Sui couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. It was obvious that it was because of him that Li Wen was being extra generous. Indeed, Levine's sudden message verified this. Li Wen, Xiaoyi, I've asked the general manager of the HR department to recruit at your school. The principal has promised to let you bail out of graduate school unconditionally. You're familiar with the school, so you can help the manager screen the employees. It's kind of like forming your team in advance. Young Master Su, stop playing with your cell phone and hurry up. Any later and the spots should be snatched up. Wang Liang urged. Good. Sui had just reached the door, but the director stopped him with a cross arm. You won't have to go. You're nothing but handsome. It's useless to go. Sui frowned. The two Wang Liangs were also stunned. That's considered extremely high praise for the boys. Is the director praising him or undermining him? The director continued. So why don't you stay and clean the dormitory? Then catch up on your studies and prepare for the exam. Understand. The director was deliberately targeting him. The two men looked at each other, seeing dismay in each other's eyes. Is the director's head that hard? Don't you know what kind of background Mr. Su has? Director Ye. The principal has to be respectful when he comes. In fact, the director didn't really know, because he was not of sufficient rank. Those who came with the director's inspections at that time were leaders at the vice principal level or above. Sui also spoke at this time. I won't bother the director with this. I must go to this job fair. What if I say no? The director's face sank. The atmosphere was tense. Wang Liang hurriedly stepped forward to round off the situation. Director. According to Suyi's background, he can completely lie down, yet he actively participated in the job fair. That's very inspirational. Wang Liang's words had amounted to an explicit statement, but our head Taihua sneered. Okay, I know you guys are close. He's the only one who still lays flat? It's bad enough not to pose. Director. You. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, as if he had found the opportunity to be able to soar into the sky. So his voice steepened. Director. You're going too far. How can you talk about student Sui like that? Wang Liang looked at Lu Yu, instantly understood all. You dog. I can't believe I let you get one step ahead of me. That's right, director, I demand that you apologize to Sui. Even if Wang Liang keeps up with the output, how can you take the credit alone? The director looked at the duo with some confusion. It's not right. I'm surprised these two pussies didn't fall in line with it. Something's wrong, but did not wait for him to think. Sui direct big move sudden face. Director, I do not report you force students to buy books, buy quilts these. Cut off your financial road. Why are you so deliberately targeting me? You, the director. Redwin. Wang Liang continued to fill in. Hey director, you don't want the principal to know about the kickbacks, do you? Inverted Big Dipper. The director's face turned completely grim and his tone was morose. You guys don't want to go to graduate school? You don't want to graduate? Wang Liang and Lu Yu were instantly dumbfounded. Even if they wanted to lick young Master Su, no matter how much they wanted to, they had to consider their own strength. Obviously, they don't have the grains of stone to go to the hard anal director yet. Both hung their heads at the same time, not uttering a word. Disrespectful and threatening a teacher. This reason is enough to keep the three of you from graduating. But director, I'm nice and will only give you a very light punishment. It's to sit with me in the dormitory all afternoon and give you a talk and find out what's going on with the students. After saying that, he closed the dormitory door and sat himself on Wang Liang's bed. Why are there still paper balls? Wang Liang, you people hygiene to pay attention to. What flavor? Chewing, vomiting. So let me ask you, as a man, is this a strange smell? You're reacting like that? Who are you pretending to be pure for? Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui. Wang Liang. The book picks up where it left off. Fire Records. Fire Wu Xian Ho Uchiha. Weasel family. So let's say Uchiha Weasel. What kind of title and posthumous name should he have? It's hard to comment on that. Although, he prevented civil unrest in the country. But, negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui. Yes chief? We're talking about history. Negative emotional value plus 50. Is that a historical record? Wang Liang raised his head and met the director's angry face. Director, let's sit in the dormitory for an afternoon. Then the job fair will be over. I know. Wang Liang's fists clenched tightly. Director, this is a chance to change my life. Please hold your hand high. What's that got to do with me? I'm only responsible for my work. Sui's expression was calm. Director, are you sure you want to lock us up for the afternoon? It's called talking to you guys, so watch your language. But I must go to the job fair. You're full of crap. All of us seniors feel like we have to go to the job fair. No, I mean the job fair can't be done without me. I'm one of the people in charge of recruiting. Just you? The director froze for a few seconds, then laughed as if he had heard some joke. I am the first emperor of Qin. Vini 50. Help me achieve greatness. Sui shrugged. As you wish. It won't end well if the HR manager comes to me later. Laugh your ass off. Think you can bluff me like that? As soon as school started, I checked all the students' backgrounds. Yonder's background is kind of the biggest among you guys. Wang Liang and Lu Yu both looked at each other. No wonder the head is ironic. But the version hasn't been updated yet. Yang De becomes the jailhouse hero. And next on the scene is the version T0. Su De Xiao. Bang. Bang. The next second, there was a knock on the door. The four of them looked up at the same time, their expressions varying in complexity. Chapter 29, Just a Microwave. A hint of panic appeared in the director's eyes, and after glancing at Sui, he immediately opened the door. Hello, put together a good meal takeout. Remember to give me a 5-star review. The delivery boy looked towards the door. He wasn't sure why the atmosphere inside was so weird. But still, for the life of me, I begged for a 5-star review. The director sighed in relief. Who ordered takeout? Wang Liang held out his hand. Mine. Lu Yu, Walla days with buddies crying poor. The result also ordered takeout. Or the national tide. The director frowned. Eat less. Takeout is unhygienic and unhealthy. Isn't it good to eat more from the cafeteria? The delivery man had just gotten halfway there when he heard this and immediately turned around. Brother, I'm not happy when you say that. Although the boss and I don't have much to do with each other. But I still want to say a few words for the owner. His store is clean and hygienic. I can't believe the store stove isn't dirty and the pots are brushed. Then you're really wrong. There's no pots and pans in that store. Much less a stovetop. Only a microwave. Where is the environment worse? Director. Wang Liang's hand shook and the rice buckled on the table. But then I thought about the 9 double spelling and drove it back with chopsticks. After the outfitter had left completely, the director opened up the conversation with the three again. The three of you may not graduate. Please don't ask me why. Sometimes look for your own reasons. All these years, have you worked hard? Have your credits gone up? Have you been studying hard? School is hard. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, there was another knock at the door. Thud. No. Who ordered takeout again? What did you order this time? Spell good milk? Bang. Before he could go to open it this time, the door was violently pushed open. Big Guts, gradually whispering. Principal. Hey, what brings you here? Principal? This dormitory is well managed by me. You don't need to spot check. You can rest assured. The director turned into a dog-licking face for a second, and the maneuver took the crowd's breath away. Look at them. You know why you're a director? Unexpectedly, the principal's face was ice-cold, and angry words were slowly squeezed out between his teeth. Lee, principal, run. What are you doing? Director Lee was a bit confused and looked around awkwardly. The HR manager standing behind the principal came to Sue and said in a respectful tone, Young Sue, we didn't expect this to happen either. I'm sorry. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Everyone instantly raised their heads. Young Sue? The director even had a black question mark on his face. Sue Xiao, the principal explained. This manager's son is the manager of the personnel department of Fortune Group, responsible for coming to our school to recruit. Then how come it came to our dormitory? The director already had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still refused to believe it. Wasn't it you who locked up Sue? Manager's son was late waiting for someone, so he approached me. Negative emotional value plus 100. Rolling. This news is no less than a thunderbolt, exploding the son manager outside. No buddy, you really are. What can you do? The principal shook his head inside. Director Lee, you're in trouble. You're in a big mess. Plop. Director Lee, not standing still for one moment, sat down on the bed. The principal, however, didn't even look at him, instead casting a soft gaze on Sue. Xiao, have you been wronged? Speak to the principal. Principal, I miss my father again. Negative emotional value plus 50. The principal's scalp instantly tingled. Lee pickpocket, look what you've done. Stop it. Stop it. It's already sweaty. It's okay D. It's okay da. Principal, don't blame Director Lee. He didn't know that my uncle is the chairman of the Fortune Group. What? Chairman? Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Director Lee's face instantly turned pale. If there was just a throw of fear just now, it was now endless fear. After all, that chairman is one of the school board members. Isn't firing yourself a matter of minutes? No, man. Why didn't you tell me you had such a great background? What's the point of having an orphan in the background? Playing with the netherworld, isn't it? At this time, there were also the two young guys, Wang Liang and Lu Yu, who were equally confused. Shocked. The prince is actually beside me. The thought is terrifying. The housemate who is an orphan is actually the crown prince of Fortune Group. Unbeatable. Orphaned housemate Uncle Super. Ha. Wang Liang let out a dry laugh. Young Master Su, why do you have another uncle? I didn't know until today either. Ha. The two sneered. You're fooling around. You just found out about the chairman's uncle today? My mom's friend is the head of the security team. I knew that on the first day. Sui looked at the time. I have to go and take charge of recruitment first. Then, Mr. Su, what do you think about me going to your company as a security guard? Wang Liang took out 8 nukes of milk. There's a case that needs you to cover it. Negative emotional value plus 100. Asterisk. Can't even give a gift. The first rule of gift giving is to give what the other person needs. Giving away a nuke milk is a reminder that it's time to replenish your brain? After Lu Yu secretly mocked, he then handed over a note. Young Master Su, permanent member. Then you're very stoned and know how to live. Sui gave a compliment. Yes. But is Mr. Su not such a person? Send you to be a close-in nuclear blast spotter. Negative emotional value plus 100. After harvesting a wave of emotional value beautifully, Sui followed the manager out the door. Oh, right. Sui twisted his head to look at the principal. Headmaster, Director Lee's words today were deafening and made me miss my father. Big guts. The principal's face was morose, and he immediately realized what to do. Director Lee, you've taken a lot of kickbacks over the years, haven't you? Plop. Director Lee collapsed to the floor and looked up incredulously. Principal, you knew all that? I've given you chance after chance, but it's a pity that you still don't know how to repent. In fact, where's the chance of that? It's just something you don't say on purpose, so that one day when you don't listen, you'll bring out the evidence and hammer it home. This jungle is not about fighting and killing, it's all about people. Just learn it. If you mess with Mr. Su, Then you can't stay. Director Lee had completely broken his defenses now. The worst he thought before was that he was going to be fired, but he didn't realize that now he was going to be a jailhouse hero. He grabbed the principal's pant leg as if it were a lifesaver. Headmaster, what can I do to spare me? Sui isn't in a good mood. Director Lee understood in a second and hurriedly got up to chase towards Sui. Young Master Su, I've come to apologize to you. Director Lee licked his lips and followed Sui all the way to the venue and was still following. Sui, Director knows it's wrong. It's not that you know it's wrong, it's that you know you're going to be finished. All the same, I've saved up quite a bit of money over the years. Chapter 30 How to Respond to Your Leader with Emotional Intelligence. Sui stopped in his tracks. We'll talk about this later, so come into the meeting with me first. Help me fight. Director Lee's face lit up with joy. Holler. At this point the entire venue was in an uproar, and the students were all complaining. I don't understand. Fenghua sound. Why hasn't the recruiter arrived yet? Is the rack that big? I heard through the grapevine that a person in charge had locked up inside the dormitory. That's what delayed it. Then he's a real douchebag. It's a shame that IQ doesn't go into the factory to change dogs' diapers. Recruitment? What recruitment? Dude, what are you doing at the conference without knowing anything? I don't know. The instructor told me to come. Said extra credit. Director. The director said that he had never heard such a big malicious word in his life. College students fight. I recognize that. After seeing Sui walking towards the stage, the students were confused. What's up? Is this dude going to be a clown? I'm guessing it's the outstanding student representative. That S got him stepping on it. This is Great God. Sui is the great god. At that time, he played an original and his skills amazed the audience. Now it's exploding with heat on the internet. Sui faced the crowd of students, never imagining that one day he would be able to face the crowd. It's really poignant. Rise. Crashing sound. The students rose sparsely. Sui looked around and nodded. I don't know who stood up, but I remember exactly who didn't. The student sitting in the chair at this point hangs back with disdain. You're calling the shots here? Which one of you? You really think you're a halberd handle? You just say stand. Great, it's the poet. We're saved. Manager Sun then went up to the stage and stood respectfully on Sui's right side, picking up the microphone. Students, this is the main person in charge of this job fair for Fortune Group. Sui. Crashing sound. All students who were not standing before stood up. Yes, sir. Dude, if you had said you were in charge, wouldn't I have stood up earlier? I've always hated low-key people in my life, because the minute you don't pay attention, you're offended. Sui, alright, everyone sit down. I'm still a student at the school as well, so everyone doesn't need to be nervous. Student favorability +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Everyone mustn't be rusty to me just because I'm the main person in charge. The nephew of the chairman of the Fu Run Group. I'm still the same. Sui hasn't changed at all. My other uncle, the head of the Education Bureau, told me to always be helpful. Negative emotional value +30. Negative emotional value +30. Negative emotional value +30. Negative emotional value +30. Sui closed his eyes in enjoyment. Cool. Just this wave just now. It gained close to 5,000 emotion values, belonging to a wave of wealth. In the future, you will have to pretend, scratch that, and speak in front of large crowds more often. Work on your communication skills and reflexes. At this point, not only the students underneath, but also the water friends in the live broadcast room are also spitting. Too able to pretend. Can't help it. I want to beat him up when I see it. You wouldn't like it if I really beat you up. It was only later that I realized that my mayor father had not deliberately left me out, but that there were more important vanguards for him to guard. Full marks for this essay, which is recommended to be recited throughout the school. After Sui finished pretending, he resolutely hid behind the stage. Leave the professional stuff to the professionals, and it's none of your business back there. With that, Sui excitedly took out his cell phone and the original god activated it. I'm just kidding. Sui is ready to help the Han Dynasty, and the Prime Minister is still waiting for him to save it. I don't know how long it took, and I don't know what Manager Sun said. Just know that this time the applause went on for a long time. Manager Sun pulled out a list. Young Su, this is the list of those who meet the recruitment requirements for this job fair. Sui roughly swept a glance. To his surprise, Wang Liang and Lu Yu are also inside. Manager Sun, what positions are this Lu Yu and Wang Liang going to be placed in? Wang Liang applied for the security squad leader and Lu Yu applied for the PR department. PR? Sui brain immediately floated. Lu Yu said, Willa that face. If he really goes to the PR department, it's purely to discredit Fortune Group. Client, oops. Old age doesn't matter. Lu Yu, you wear old. With me fighting you still tender. Sui, put this one in the security department too. And the cleaning department is fine. The PR department can't have him. Manager's son nodded. Did the two of them offend you in any way? I didn't mean that. Manager's son hastened to explain, but realized that the more he described, the darker he got. Sui could understand. After all, letting a student be the main person in charge, whoever it is will have something to look down on. Sui said bluntly, the two of them are my roommates. Oh, ha ha. You guys should be close then, right? What about another one? Why don't we put him in the security team as well? No, he's off being a jailhouse hero. In order for manager's son not to look down on his ability to read people, Sui specially called in Lu Yu. Lu Yu, this is manager's son. Introduced to you. Lu Yu instantly casts a grateful gaze. Good brother. For life. I really didn't lick you wrong. Manager's son, we've called you in for an on-site interview. Ah, Lu Yu cast a puzzled look. Don't worry. It's just a simple interview. Just play casually. Sui gave an okay gesture. Only then did Lu Yu reveal a smile. Not worthy of being his brother. Just rigorous. That way no one can say he's backdoor. Manager's son, suppose you play ball with your leader and you win. But he says that people are old and useless. How should you reply with high emotional intelligence? Lu Yu, do not even think. First of all, we must take stock of the situation. Timely detection of the mood of the leadership. Step forward to probe and ask anxious. Secondly, to give the leader face, proving that the leader still has the power to ask in time this. Next, to calm the leader's mood, so that the leader to get a sense of participation. And he said, you win it. Lastly, let the leader get a sense of accomplishment from other aspects, and say, the level is average, but the temper is quite big. Manager's son. Seeing manager's son's long silence, Lu Yu asked, is this answer unsatisfactory? Is this really normal play for you? I can be superb as well. Then you play to see. Go up to his ear and say to him, watch out for my high-spirited reply to you. Ha ha ha. Sui didn't hold his tongue and burst out laughing on the spot. It only left manager's son with a black line on his face. Still can't? I've got a little more bossy recovery here. Damn little thing. I won't allow you to deny yourself like that. A little two-spined salamander would be fine. Stupid leader. Even if I lose, I'll always like you. There. Manager's son hurriedly called a halt. He could no longer tell if this Lu Yu was low on emotion or playing with abstractions. But either way, if you do get into PR, that's certainly the sky falling. Lu Yu still had an expectant look on his face. Did I pass the interview here? Chapter 31 really broke the defense. Well, you passed. Negative emotional value plus 200. Lu Yu received the document with a confused look on his face. No, why would I want to go to security? I'm applying for PR. Son manager's mouth corner twitched. Jail brother. You into the public relations department that shall not blow up the sky. But being the highly emotional manager's son surely wouldn't say that. As a jailbird leader, he starts by outlining his future ambitions and draws another big picture of the refrigerator. Lu Yu happily ate it and left satisfied. At this moment, manager's son put away his previous contempt, and his eyes revealed a hint of genuine respect. This young master is not simple. You're a good judge of character. As a cow horse, you work as well as you can, but as a leader, man up. Not only do you have to be competent, you have to be able to read people. Rounding up, the leader is the more bitter cow horse. Sui continued to scan the list again. With that, he took out a black pen and crossed a few names off of it. Are these guys also incapable? Manager's son wondered. That's right, virtue is not a good thing. Some are from the student council and abuse their power. Will come to the company as also assholes. Some of them are from well-off families but apply for grants. They are insatiable and will be company assholes in the future. And then there are those who are not competent, but will make fake data. Manager's son nodded, constantly casting admiring glances at Sui. Having a little power at this age without abusing it. Fair and square. No selfishness. That's good. Manager's son. Can you add 10 more hiring positions? Manager's son's breath hitched. I'll have to ask Mr. Lee for instructions. Sui also did not hold much hope. After all, 50 recruitment amount is already a great preferential treatment. But after all, Sui had spent 4 years in college with his classmates. Many of his classmates had unleashed their kindness on him. The disgusting ones were only in the minority after all. Most students are still very simple and kind. Like selling instant noodles. Most students know him and choose to patronize his window. Order a sausage and an egg. The overall price is almost catching up with beef noodles. Most people were as cold as he was. Empty of ability, but no opportunity. 12 years of hard work and finally reduced to being one of the many bulls and horses that become that answer to their own pen in high school. The location has the advantage of having a large pool of cheap labor. Now that there was a little bit of small grains of stone, Sui naturally wanted to help. It was also considered to be helping his former self. a chivalrous man who was willing to help others. To Sui's delight, Li Wen agreed and added 10 more positions. Sui then found Ai Xiaoxing's name again. The boss who had previously approached him for a substitute lesson was extremely abstract girl just by her name. The position she applied for was a tuning voice-over. That counts as a professional match. But every music student's dream should be to go on stage. Okay, no more questions. Turn in with Uncle Lee. Good. With nothing to worry about for the rest of his life, Sui walked off the stage. At that moment a bunch of students looked at him with burning eyes. Sui, Mr. Su, this list thing. After January, the results. The company will send a message to your cell phones, so pay attention to check. Sui snorted over. The others were a little disappointed not to hear the answer they wanted to hear, but didn't dare say anything. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, Sui was already different from them. The class of the two has been turned upside down. Director Lee pestered Sui again. Young Master Su, look at my business. Sui put up his hand. Hey, I have a good idea. You alone will divide the army into 2 and surround the U. Director Lee, a gentleman loves money and takes what he can get. How much money you swallowed before? Spit it all out to the students. Most of the students are too poor to spend any money. Parents' hard-earned money is hard to come by. It's even harder to ask for their money because one will feel deeply guilty and remorseful by their words. Sui said somberly. Director Lee grimaced and clenched his teeth, but nodded. Yes, I'm on it. When the director left, Sui smiled icily. Oh really returned, I will not let you go. I'll write my last name backwards if I don't make you Vanna cellmate. Many students have been surprised to find extra money in their accounts over the past 2 days. Elbow. Love rises with the wind. And the bell stops. Boss, add bells. There's money to be made. So I can arrange skins for my goddesses again. Naruto player, that's a lot of money. God would cower at the sight of me. Wouldn't he? A Matt Rice. A certain 4-letter gamer, I'm the dog of. A pesticide player, this skin still eats too much operation and maneuver. Any recommendations for cheaper and better looking skins? Sui once again returned to the dormitory and lay on the bed. Just turned on my phone and it's 99 plus. A bunch of groups at and all sorts of people he hadn't talked to in centuries approached him for a private chat. But he didn't have time for private chats. The priority was to make money. All men with systems, so making a small goal a day wasn't too much to ask, was it? It's not too much to ask to be the capital of everyone's scorn, is it? The first step to getting rich is to accumulate seed money. This money Sui was not going to ask for towards Li Wen. The sentimentality thing is used a little less. After all, it is not a close relative. Sui cannot grasp the Li Wen actually can do their best to what extent. So the smartest move now is to capitalize on the momentum. Furthermore, Sui has been an orphan for many years and is used to being self-reliant, not in the habit of reaching out to people for money. So how should this seed money be obtained? I'm not going to be able to get a part-time job. It is impossible to work part-time. With the system still go to be a cowhorse, not lack of heart. Steeply, Sui thought of the multiple sets of ladies' underwear within the system space. If they all sold out, that wouldn't make much money. Just as Sui was still pondering, another large string of message alerts rang out. Cockroach whiskers dip poop, awesome. Buddy, why are you still substituting when you have that kind of power? Cockroach whiskers and poop, dude. You don't know. You've become a god in our music department. A lot of pretty girls are writing you love letters. Cockroach whiskers dipped in poop, dude. Dude, are you there? Buddy, it's been a whole day, and Yu Shui has been practicing that song, but she just can't do it. Laughing my ass off. Cockroach whiskers dipped in poop, got a minute buddy? I'd like to buy you dinner. Sui twitched the corner of his mouth, a mouthful of buddies. Who'd eat with an abstract girl? With this netherworld avatar and screen name, there's no desire to chat at all. With that, Sui began to reply. Mighty Lick Cockroach Jailer, no time bro, graduating soon. Very busy. Cockroach whiskers dip poop, also, that's a bother. I'll find someone else to substitute for me from now on then. Jerk licking Cockroach Jailer, don't. I'm not free for dinner, but I'm free for substitute teaching. Cockroach whiskers dipped in poop, husky pointing at people, JPG. Ah. On the other end of the phone, the female with the perfect face clenched her silver teeth in anger. Meow. It's obvious that they don't want to have dinner with me. A bunch of people are dying to beg me to have dinner with them. At that moment there was an additional courteous man in a suit in front of her, who handed over a bouquet of flowers. Ai Xiaoxing took it without hesitation. The man in the suit was delighted. Schoolgirl AI, it's almost graduation, but I've never had the courage to say something. I like you. Here's a love letter I wrote for you in Mandarin. Ai Xiaoxing reached into the belly of the table and took out a thick pile of love letters from it. Then the love letters were divided into 4 tall stacks. Let's put your love letters in the middle pile. The man in the suit was dumbfounded. only to see that the 4 stacks were, respectively, love letters written in Mandarin, love letters written in chemical formulas, love letters written in English, and love letters written in Japanese. I've always thought my love letters were special. It's special, but there are a lot of people and a lot of things that are even more niche. By the way, there's something I want to ask you. AI Xiaoxing asked. Schoolgirl, if you please, what would you say is the best way for a girl to ask another guy out to dinner to get him to agree? Plop, plop. Is the schoolgirl hinting at me? Heart is beating so fast. Calm down. Must calm down. Ahem. He cleared his throat and used his bubbly voice. Schoolgirl AI. I think the most important thing about inviting someone to dinner is to let them see your sincerity. Sincerity? Right. So how about some sincerity? Money. Spending money is cheesy, but it shows sincerity the most. My one, for example, cost 255. AI Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Right. Thank you. So when are we going to eat? You can leave if it's okay. Suit guy? Cockroach whiskers dipped in poop. Sui. Taking orders? The list of accompanying food. Jerk-licking cockroach jailer. Catch. Damn it. The man in the suit really broke his defense. Using my means to please another man? The schoolgirl is right. She can't be wrong. What's wrong with a hot man? Who is he? Chapter 32. How did my goddess fall for Brother Fu? After the man in the suit left, AI Xiaoxing put the flowers at the back of the classroom. At this point there is a whole row stacked full of flowers in the back, competing for attention. Master, the flowers are full again today, so you can come. In the middle of the day, a security guard who was nearly 50 years old but had a full head of gray hair approached. I made a deal with the owner of the flower store to recycle it at half price, so you can go straight over there without having to negotiate the price. I estimate that this time I can at 2,000 or so. Thank you, girl. You're very kind. You're welcome. Auntie will get better. Ahalon looked away. She is going to go. I also follow is. The suit man lost his mind and went back. The more he thought about it, the more disheartened he became. What kind of dogman wants the schoolgirl to initiate a date? What's with the big face? I'm not convinced. After saying that, his expression turned fiercely grim as he opened the campus confession wall and his fingers kept snapping the keyboard. Setters, who gets it? Today, I met a shrimp head guy who even asked AI schoolgirl to take the initiative to ask him out. It's true that when men get teared up, there's nothing for women. A small essay by the man in the suit was posted, and it was instantly hotly debated. Many students have even put out bounties. The reward amount has also gone from the beginning of a bag of chili fries and a bag of instant noodles to a whopping $1,000. Everyone has only one goal, to find out the hot guy and slam him hard. The schoolgirl that everyone hasn't asked out in 4 years turns around and asks you out? Who can stand it? But at this time, Sui did not know that he was already at the tip of the storm. After receiving a red packet from AI Xiaoxing, he became a farm lot. Teammate, Lao Deng, why don't you put out the electric knife? Eels can also kill, the electric knife is dead. Charging. Teammate, then you buy a witch. Eels can also kill, washed and not dried. Teammate, we're playing with a wild cow. Eels can also kill, where are the bison? Teammate, ugh, boring. Sui sighed and experimented several times. As it turned out, you don't get sentiment values online. Money is hard to make and is hard to eat. Sui was ready to go out and go to dinner with the abstract girl. At this time, Wang Liang excitedly exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. AI schoolgirl took the initiative to ask a strange man to dinner? Luyu, well, I'll also let other girls take the initiative. This is still a man? Sui blinked. What's going on? Although beauty was like a floating cloud to him, she still knew more or less about AI schoolgirl. Ice clear, elegant and versatile. Not only the goddess of the music department, but also the school's top flower. Very much alive, so to speak. Of course these were all things he had heard. Sui had never met her and had only seen her picture on the confession wall. However, Sui was still a bit surprised that he was close to graduation and engaged in this outing. You're not going to take on the persona? You're not even going to act? Ha! Why didn't I see her at the substitute class today? Is she on vacation? Wang Liang violently smashed the $10 keyboard. Dog meat. Which rich brother is robbing the goddess from us again? Sui, what if it's not a robbery? What if the schoolgirl is just simply backstabbing? Negative emotional value plus 50. Luyu, envious. The school flower appeared in front of me and I didn't even dare to look up at her. Brother Fu even dined with her. Wang Liang, don't let me catch that Fu. Otherwise, I'm sure to be ruthless. On my knees. I lick. Lick. Sui reveals the subway elderly emoticon. These two talents simply have no eyes. Then Sui comforted. Calm down. Don't lose face. What's there to lick? It's not like you're a jailer. Luyu froze. Sui, aren't you angry? What am I angry about? If there is no woman in your heart, You can draw your sword naturally. Also, you're also considered a prince. You're not the same as us long ago. Lu Yu sighed, his expression a little melancholy. Everyone's relationships have changed now. I missed 2 years ago. If only I could turn back time, I would have licked Sui hard. Be his #1 follower. Blame it on licking the wrong guy at the time. Is yonder a halberd? Licked it for so long and ended up a jailhouse hero. Without further ado, brothers, I'm going to continue working part-time, Sui said. The two of them had known about Sui's part-time job for a long time, so they didn't ask much. Think of it only as a pet peeve of the young master. After this order, I went to dinner with Uncle Lee in the evening. Sui had just reached the door when the message alert rang again. Surprisingly, it was sent by Yu Shui. This surprised Sui. You know that Yu Shui is the recognized iceberg in the school, cold to everything else but the music, an icy face to the boys, to the girls, and even to the school leaders. Her screen name is much more normal than that abstract woman. Flames now, in? Jerk-licking cockroach jailer? Flames now, inviting you to dinner. ING? Sui took a deep breath. What was the situation with these women? The persona doesn't even act? Sui then replied decisively without the slightest hesitation. Jerk-licking cockroach jailer, not coming. Flames now, why? If you don't come, you don't come. What's the reason? Although Sui thought so, he didn't dare to send it out like this. Mighty lick cockroach jailer, teacher. I'm busy. It's graduation time and I don't have time. Still have several papers to write. Porky Pig writing a horse JPG. Do you dare to look directly at the sun? Flames now, so when do you have time? It doesn't end there. Is this woman that emotionally retarded? Don't know that in the adult world, no outright consent is a refusal? Mighty lick cockroach jailer, teacher. I'll definitely find you for dinner when I'm done with my paper. Oh, everything is up to me whether I finish writing or not. I'm up and down a couple bucks a minute. And you want to have dinner with me without placing an order? You're looking for a fart. After sending the message, Sui simply didn't look at what the other party had replied. As soon as his cell phone was off, he set off towards the school gates. When he got to the school gate, he realized that no one was there. He's used to it. It's normal for girls to be slow. Makeup for an hour. Change of clothes for half an hour. It was then that Sui suddenly noticed that the people at the entrance of the school had become very large. A whole bunch of boys hovered purposefully at the school's entrance, eyes darting everywhere. Sui was instantly energized, his bloodline as a Daxia person awakening on the spot. There's hilarity. Elbow. Dude, what kind of melon? I'm curious. West's melon. Ha, you think you're funny? No melon. So what are you guys doing gathered here? The schoolgirl is at the entrance of the school. Didn't you see the confession wall? She's waiting for that guy to go to dinner with her. We were really curious and waited here early. Let's see who that dogman really is. Are you guys that bored? Sui couldn't help but spit out. Hey, then you don't know how beautiful the school's flower is. Just standing there makes you pleasing to the eyes. Bunch of lickspittles. Hopeless. Sui sighed. When will the licking dog stand up? You guys just watch. Dude's having dinner with the boss. Sui had just chanted afterward when he felt the corner of his coat being tugged behind him. Sui twisted his head to see that it was a very clean-cut girl. At this moment, she had a shy face and lowered her head, her little mouth pouting. Senior Sui. Then elbow it and eat. Surprise value +10. Ha, eating. Is Senior Sui so proactive? But I haven't put on any makeup yet. I'm not ready. Sui was speechless. No, you call chicken hair aw? You asked me to come out to dinner, and it turns out you weren't prepared. Hearing Sui say that, Jai's eyes were on the verge of tears. I didn't call you. It's fine if I don't wear makeup then. Sui froze. You're not the one who called me out for dinner? No. Sui. A pleasant voice came. Ai Xiaoxing gasped and clenched her silver teeth. I'm waiting hard for you in the cold wind at the entrance. You turn your head and go pick up chicks. Scumbag. Swish. 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 Immediately afterward, countless gazes from the surrounding area were cast towards Sui. Slowly. Chapter 33, Schoolgirl, bro. Why are you more abstract than me? Sui was even more bewildered plus confused. Looking at Ai Xiaoxing, her tone was tentative. Are you a cockroach shell dip? Negative emotional value +50. Ai Xiaoxing's pretty face suddenly appeared red. Don't be so loud. To face. You're really Ai Xiaoxing. Ai schoolgirl? Geez. I'm just an ordinary guy. Not a schoolgirl. Sui froze in place without reacting. At this moment he had not reacted. After holding his tongue for half a day, Sui slowly said, Schoolgirl AI. You're quite the contrarian. Negative emotional value +100. Shocked. The icy clean schoolgirl is this kind of person online? Stunningly beautiful and named the all-boys White Moon schoolgirl. She was actually an abstract girl. Cockroaches must be stained with. That's a lot of life. Negative emotional value +100. Listening to Su Yi's crumbs, AI Xiaoxing's entire body red warmed up, itching to find a crack in the ground. Geez, come on, don't talk about it. Let's hurry and go eat. Perhaps because it was too much of a social death, AI Xiaoxing actually took the initiative to pick up Su Yi's cuffs and tug them towards the main door. Wait a minute, I seem to have forgotten something. Oh, yeah, wasn't I the dogman who cursed all day on the confession wall? I'll go. At this point, Wang Yanbing crossed out, Sui, this is deeply realized. As expected, Sui only slightly raised his head and saw countless gazes as if they were slashing knives being thrown towards him. That gaze was not like looking at a love rival, but rather like looking at an enemy. The immortal kind. Not good pills. Suyi's face changed. He couldn't guarantee that the lickspittles wouldn't do something radical for love. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have agreed to meet in front of the school. It's too much hate. How can you be an escort and risk your life? Students, listen to me explain. I single scared. I am a relationship, I dare not talk about. I don't even dare to flirt with the school flower. Who put the school girl in my bed? Negative emotional value plus 30. 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 Sui couldn't help but be slightly stunned as he listened to the constantly ringing system beeps. A look of surprise was revealed. Immediately afterward, his eyebrows were raised. But then again, so what? So let me ask you, the schoolgirl asked me for a dinner date. So what? Cluck, cluck, cluck. Listen carefully, it's the sound of the crowd's back teeth crunching. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I want to him up so bad. What's with the beat up face? Is it something to be proud of that the schoolgirl asked for a dinner date? I'm proud of her. Though, I'm so jealous my back teeth are drying up. Is there any outlier who's going to beat him up first? Isn't this Prince Su? Brothers, don't be impulsive. This is the crown prince of the Fu Run Group. Don't get excited. I've heard that Fortune Group is willing to give us 50 places. All because of Sui. He's also the one who applied for the 20 extra positions at the back. Hearing these words, many people eased their expressions. The fierce gaze was mixed with a little touch and gratitude, but that still didn't stop them from wanting to beat Sui to death. Mr. Sui, why are you leading me around the school entrance as much as you can? Don't talk, just a few more spins. AI Xiaoxing, keep tugging on my sleeve. Don't let go. Stay close to me. Hey yeah, that's it. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui felt the constant influx of emotional values. Not to mention how energized he was. He seems to have found a new way to play the system. Fun, just a little dangerous. Sui continued to lead her in circles, and in the cold wind, AI Xiaoxing had already sneezed several times in a row, but Sui continued to pull her around as if nothing was wrong. No, what's wrong with this guy? You think she's a donkey? Pulling a mill. You don't go to dinner. You just go around here. How it feels more abstract than it is. AI Xiaoxing rolled her eyes furiously and kept spitting in her heart. But for some purpose, it was hard to hold back from having a fit. Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotional value plus 100. Sui was slightly surprised when he glanced at the schoolgirl, and there was suddenly an extra 100 in the 30 emotional value. You don't have to think about it to know that the schoolgirl contributed. What's wrong with you? Are you that angry? The face looks pretty calm. Is that a contrast? Equally speechless at this point were the group of students. Okay. I know you're having a dinner date with the schoolgirl, so don't fool around. What? Is the schoolgirl the fish you caught? It's been showing off for 20 minutes. Brother, please transfer more. I'm still looking at the schoolgirl a few more times. Sui looked at everyone's deteriorating faces and knew it was time to stop. It couldn't be played off. The leaks are cut one by one. You're hungry, aren't you? Schoolgirl AI? Sui asked. What do you say? It's okay, not hungry. AI Xiaoxing had a light pearly swirl on her face. 2 more turns then? Negative emotional value plus 100. Little fellow, I still can't play with you. Sui laughed in his heart. AI Xiaoxing's smile visibly stiffened for a moment. It's getting late. Why don't we just go eat? That's fine. Let's go for hot pot. Just to warm you up. Good. AI Xiaoxing originally did not want to eat hot pot. They are new clothes. When the time comes to stain all the smell. But after being exposed to the cold for so long, the body is more solid than the brain. Watching the school flower being completely taken out of the gate by Sui, the students contributed another vicious wave of emotional value. Save up some more money and you can edit your new identity again. Looking forward to it. Netflix. One against the left window and one against the right. The atmosphere was unusually awkward. Inside AI Xiaoxing, dead mouth. Say something. Where's the abstract energy on the internet gone? I'm still begging people. Sui inwardly, How should I continue to glean the schoolgirl's emotional value? At this point, the driver took the initiative to speak up and break the subdued atmosphere. Your students? AI Xiaoxing was instantly relieved and threw a grateful glance at the driver's back. Yeah. AI Xiaoxing replied in a hurry. Master, what do you do for a living? The car was precipitously quiet for a moment. The schoolgirl's face went red with shame and she buried her head into her chest. The master smiled awkwardly, then continued. Are you guys going on a date? No. Just a normal relationship. Having dinner together. The schoolgirl hurriedly explained, taking the time to glance at Sui, and after realizing that he didn't react in the slightest, she once again retracted her body back. Oh, ordinary relationship. Watching you two is like a period of ambiguity. If you're on and off, you're constantly pulling. Sui instantly became energized upon hearing this. Master, it seems like you're an old driver. Hey, old drivers don't dare to be, but the cars I've driven are many. Drove new cars, drove used cars, drove headlight cars too. All in all, a lot of cars, and each one brought me a different experience. Used car has a loose throttle and good fit. New cars have a tight throttle and a soothing experience. This back strain of mine is caused by driving too much. But that's not the point. You know what's most important no matter what you drive? What? Keep the car keys firmly in your own hands. Give it to someone else to drive. And if the gas is picked loose or the car is dirty, the heartache is still yours. Good. Sui couldn't help but give him a round of applause. Word for word. Not car. Sui glanced at schoolgirl AI and happened to notice the corner of her mouth pulling a smile. If anything, the eyes had an even more unreadable look in them. This kind of eye Sui had seen before. Back in high school, that tainted demon king girl at the back table. It's the same expression when you're telling a segment. Case solved. The woman must have heard it all. Rounding up. Schoolmarm AI is an old driver. It's true that abstract women can't be judged by their appearance alone. Haha, it's been so conversational talking to you guys. It's almost like you're on the same page. I want to keep talking. The driver laughed a few times. Then that's no reason for you to take a detour. Negative emotional value plus 50. Chapter 34, Brothers, listen to me first. Realizing that his little mind had been seen through, the driver could only smile awkwardly, and for a moment fell into silence. Sui was also happy to be quiet, and there were no words along the way. Just after arriving at the hot pot restaurant, the two attracted a bunch of sideways glances. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Sui wasn't in a hurry to be seated, and led AI Xiaoxing around the room. It pissed the customers off to the point where their noses were turned up. I'm knocking. You kids are showing off with me, aren't you? Don't turn around. I know your girlfriend is pretty, okay? What kind of stone do you have? Jindy? You deserve to have such a good-looking girl eat with you? A bunch of big men were shabu-shabuing while their eyes darted towards this. When you're caught, you immediately squeeze out the right eyes and pretend to be dumbfounded. Sui scanned the crowd with contempt. That's a little out of the ordinary. A look like you've never seen the world. Only when the emotional value was almost collected did Sui take his seat. Negative emotional value plus 100 asterisk 2. And the masters? Sui glanced at the schoolgirl and realized that her expression remained the same. Oh, schoolgirl is really a master at pretending to be confused. Boss, order. The boss came over with a small notebook, and after pretending to look at the schoolgirl twice without thinking, he took out his pen with satisfaction. Sui, see what you want to eat and order whatever you want. Boss, do you have marinated chicken feet at your place? No. Does that rake beef have any? And no. So, any hand-beaten shrimp sliders yet? Yes, this one does. Then ask for a fresh cut of beef. Negative emotional value plus 20. More tender sliced pork, crispy pork, duck intestines, tripe, yellow throat. Sui reported the names of more than 20 dishes in one breath. Is this enough for MS? AI? That's enough. We can't eat that much. It's not good to waste it. Here's what I'm having. Order what you want. Negative emotional value plus 50. It can be said that AI Xiaoxing is extremely cultured, and Sui saw her two small fists clenched, but still smiling and speaking to the boss in a warm voice. This kind is what qualifies him to be his top one big sister. The schoolgirl was silent, just offering up mood values one way or the other. Hot pot to eat down. The two people's conversation box also gradually open. Sui, schoolgirl AI, why do you talk so little? It's not like you're still maintaining your cool persona in school. Don't pretend. I know you're abstract. The internet is a mouthful of buddies that will say more. Negative emotional value plus 50. AI Xiaoxing's ears were already red and her heart was anxious. Dead mouth. Speak up, don't ever let him look down on you. Actually, I don't know what to say. Pretend. It's like a chatterbox on Vmail. You're not trying to brew a big wave, are you? Ai Xiaoxing had a whole lot of trouble sitting still, and the shrimp sliders in her mouth didn't even smell good anymore. Damn it! Being pressurized again. Ai Xiaoxing, you have to say something to prove yourself? I'm actually abstract on the internet and still shy in reality. Oh, why did you say that? That's not what I had in mind. Looking at Ai Xiaoxing's behavior, Su Yi's heart was clear. Schoolgirl Ai is the innate contrast Saint Body Ah. But so many people are like that these days, abstract online. But in reality they're shivering quail. But they still have the abstract gene etched in their bones. They just don't have the guts to show it. Thinking of this, Su Yi told the boss to bring 2 bottles of beer. Su Yi, the great Mr. Lu Sun once said that beer is the bridge of human communication. Ha! Ai Xiaoxing looked at Su Yi warily. She wouldn't dare drink with just any boy, especially outside. Su Yi explained. Actually, you're abstract, but you're too shy right now, and the intensity that should be there isn't being utilized. The wine is strong, so drink up and maybe you'll be back in the abstract. Kind of makes sense, but why does it feel like you're scolding me? But it's wine, yeah. What? You're not a little party girl, are you? You can't get drunk on a bottle of 4-degree beer. Of course not. Who are you looking down on? Ai Xiaoxing dryly lifted the cap of the bottle and poured herself a full glass. Su Yi had a point. A bottle of beer is just a bottle of beer. It's similar to a drink. It's just a tool to open the conversation. It's not a good thing to be embarrassed to ask for something when you still have a favor to ask. But the scene was watched by other men, who gnashed their teeth in anger. We're both men. I don't know what you're up to. Fooling around with such a good-looking girl in a hot pot restaurant, haha beer? It's outrageous. If it were me, I'd have to go up to a fancy restaurant to eat on my own. Western food with red wine is her style. Gobble, gobble, gobble. The schoolgirl finished a beer dry and smacked her lips. This wine is a bit bitter. Not as good as milk tea. With that, he poured himself a second glass and down another with a couple of quail eggs. The beer is too low. Enough to open the conversation. Third glass down. Dude, you keep fish? What? You're on your 4th cup. The schoolgirl casually ate a few bites of beef, and soon the 4th cup was down. Don't you say anything, just listen to me for a second. Just listen to me, buddy. Su Yi, MS, AI, why don't we stop drinking? What's the word? Is the little platter undrinkable? As he spoke, Ai Xiaoxing down another 5th glass. Brother, what do you think people really want in this life? 6th glass down. Dude, let me borrow your lipstick. What? You don't use lipstick. Ha? This chili is red too. 7th glass down. Dude, I'm not blowing it with you. I'm a man. With intensity. 8th glass down. Damn it. Abstract girls deserve to die? Why should everyone call me a schoolgirl and expect so much from me? I just want to simply play abstract. Su Yi, Schoolmaster AI. Ai Xiaoxing, why don't you stop drinking? You're all jacked up. Don't. I didn't drink from my mouth. I think you really need to learn about the relationship between Daxia and the ugly kingdom. I'll tell you. 9th glass down. Ai Xiaoxing's entire face was red and looked adorable. Ai Xiaoxing, dude, I'm really not drunk to tell you this. 10th cup down. What's wrong with abstraction? They say funny women don't have love. Laughing. I need love? Why does everyone have to go by appearance to define me and what I should be like? Su Yi shook his head and said with a serious face, don't care about other people's eyes. It's best to be true to yourself. So you really licked the cockroach jailer? Su Yi, Ai Xiaoxing, not a brother. I'm pouring my heart out to you and you're playing with my brain? Is it hiding alcohol? The 11th cup goes down. Oh man, this isn't the life I wanted at all. It's too damn hard. Next life. Looking at the snotty and tearful Ai Xiaoxing, Su Yi only felt his scalp tingle. The thing I regretted most today was persuading her to drink. What to do with this mess? Don't you say beer is a drink? Ai Xiaoxing was drunk and revealed a silly smile. Brother, I actually have something I want to ask for your help in finding you for a drink today. Su Yi froze. What is it? Chapter 35 Yu Shui, I seem to be out of touch with society. But when Su Yi looked again, he realized that the schoolgirl had already fallen asleep. The men around her cast envious and lewd glances. Envy. Gonna have to eat tonight, bro. Su Yi was already too lazy to care about these lickspittles. He was having a headache on how to get the schoolgirl back. It's not good to send her to a hotel or carry her back. He himself is a fragrant, soft and icy little boy. If there's a rumor, it's not good for your reputation. At this moment, Su Yi saw a beautiful figure appear at the door. Yuki, why is the world so small? If we leave now, we shouldn't be noticed, right? Su Yi was a bit confused and was thinking about how not to be discovered when he suddenly reacted. Why should I hide? Why don't you avoid it? Because I'm not afraid. He himself had lied to her, but only in good faith. How disrespectful to refuse outright. So close, almost became a licking dog. Thinking of this, Sui breathed a sigh of relief and then took the initiative to greet him. Mr. You're here too. Sui, why are you here? I thought you were busy. Yeah, busy earning money. Negative emotional value plus 50. Yu Shui glanced at Ai Xiaoxing, who was sleeping on the table, and her breath caught. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Ai Xiaoxing, you two are a couple? It's just a normal meal. Don't get me wrong. Yu Shui's flatty closed chest, once again up and down. Sui is really a heavenly grimace to her, and every time they meet, they get a bellyful of anger. Yu Shui raised her willow eyebrows and said vigilantly, if you two aren't a couple, why did you get her drunk? Sui touched the bridge of his nose with a great headache. Do you believe me when I say she intoxicated herself? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm her teacher. I can't understand Ai Xiaoxing's usual personality? As the words left her mouth, Ai Xiaoxing sat up headfirst. Dude, just had a dream about you raising fish. So born. Keep drinking. Little party dish. Ha, why is Yu Bingshan here? Get up fierce. Seeing Yu Bingshan. I'm not really drunk, am I? You iceberg. I've put up with you for a long time. Give me back my credits. Yu Shui. When she finished she took another drink before the two could respond. Extra spicy seaweed. Do the gods also fear me? A mat rice. Yi fan is enough. Drink my emperor's blood and stop killing. After she said a bunch of inexplicable things, she slumped down on the table again and huffed and puffed. Sui? Yu Shui froze in place as a whole, clearly not having slowed down from the abstraction of the schoolgirl. Is she really Ai Xiaoxing? Packed. I have a very powerful master here. Why don't I have him check if she's following something dirty on her body? Sui was somewhat speechless. You're a musician and you believe that? There's only one kind of ghost in the world, and that's you drop. Musical family? Superstition I scoff at, and I kneel long in the temple of wealth. Listening to the schoolgirl's abstract language and Sui's mumbling, Yu Shui had the illusion of being out of touch with the times. Have I stayed home too long? Mr. Yu, why don't you sit down and eat something together? Sui extended an invitation. Yu Shui glanced at Ai Xiaoxing, then nodded and found a seat. Then he picked up a piece of beef for himself. Sui was stunned. You really eat it? Desert Eagle JPG? Sui was a bit speechless. Nowadays, aren't all beautiful women's brain circuits not too normal? That's obviously just being polite. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Feeling the emotion values that were once again pouring in from all around him, Sui was pleasantly surprised for a moment. Bunch of lickspittles. Two beautiful women make you so jealous? The big pink slip ode to Northeastern sister Haru smoked. 45-yard kick in the face and you're honest. At this point around angry teeth. Damn it. Why should he get to eat with two extremely beautiful women? Jailer, do you understand this meal? Just eat. I don't know how long it took, but Yu Shui finally ate her fill. Eat without speaking. Sleep without speaking. Only after putting down her chopsticks completely did she begin to speak. Sui, are you really unwilling to develop in the music field? Teacher, I really don't aspire to this. Teachers used to talk about you a lot after you left. Sui tugged down the corners of his mouth. Then I'll pay a visit to Elder Lu one day. Really? Yu Shui said in surprise. Really? Yu Shui laughed. Suddenly sunny. A number of the men around them froze their gaze. Only Sui let out a disdainful cold snort. A bunch of dirtbags. Don't even look at who she's smiling at? Suddenly Yu Shui was a bit embarrassed. Sui, I've been replicating the two pieces you played before for quite a while, but there have been many flaws. Can you write me a score? Laugh it up. When have I ever written a tune with this hand? Except for playing sheet music New York. Mr. You know I'm very busy. I've recently graduated soon. Negative emotional value plus 100. Just thinking about the word very busy made Yu Shui's stomach burn. What's wrong with me if I choose her over me? No matter how beautiful a woman is, she is more or less a climber. If Sui knew what she was thinking, he would have laughed on the spot. Have you paid your money? Just dare to compare yourself to my VIP customers? However, Yu Shui's words made Sui freeze on the spot. Don't worry, I'll pay you. I will pay for knowledge, and respect the fruits of your labor. I'm the one with the small frame. Not bad for a good teacher with a flat E. Sui immediately smiled. Mr. Yu, talking about money is out of the ordinary. Music has no boundaries. I'm honored that you appreciate my music. How much can you pay me? Yu Shui held up a finger. 100? A bit less, but acceptable. 10,000. Sound of escaping laughter. Sui's mouthful of soy milk almost spewed out. A fortune from heaven. Now I'm also a man who makes over $10,000 a day. Fortune is always reserved for the industrious. After receiving a transfer of $10,000, Sui asked the boss for paper and pen and wrote the score on the spot. With instrument proficiency, writing music is a snap. Done. Sui let out a long breath. Teacher I have some things to do next, so I'll leave first. Schoolgirl AI is counting on you. Yu Shui was completely mesmerized by the score at this point, and had no response to Sui's words, only nodding her head. Sui didn't care and turned his head away. This maneuver stunned the men around them. Not buddy, just leave? Two beautiful women are here. Not allowed to have a bite? Birth is not as good as By the time Yu Shui had memorized all of the score, she realized that it was already late. She immediately carried AI Xiaoxing and prepared to find a hotel to make do for the night. The boss looked at the two women's backs and sighed continuously. Today was definitely the best day for business at his hot pot restaurant. Thought it would have closed long ago at this hour, but there were customers lined up outside today. What Yu Shui doesn't know is that this act of going to the hotel has caused many students in the school to mourn for her. The latest information from the confession wall. The schoolgirl hasn't come back yet. Again. Sui didn't come back. Science. Wait a little longer. Curfews. Let's not wait. There's no way the two of them are coming back. Born. Slow down. Please. Wearing it doesn't count as giving it. The schoolgirl is still my goddess. Wan Liang and Lu Yu looked at the empty beds and tears of jealousy flowed from the corners of their eyes. Obviously we all halberd our buddies. How come you're suddenly the man of the hour? I sat up in my deathbed. And the clown was me. And the man on top of the man they were talking about at that moment was playing 10. Chapter 36, Touched? The 9 Gates of Jail. Don't get me wrong. He's really hitting 10 out of 10. Sui himself was confused. Uncle Lee had just brought him to the parking lot. As a result, a dozen big men suddenly popped up, smashed the surveillance and went up to gank them. If he hadn't gained fighting mastery, Sui would have had to explain himself here. Levine was worthy of having been on the battlefield, making moves that were sure to kill, but not really fatal. After resolving 5 or 6 people, he came back to help Sui with the rest. Sui was slightly lost in thought as he looked at the strong men who were wailing and rolling all over the ground. Despite fighting proficiency, strength is hard. Quite literally, the hardware can't keep up with the software. Looks like I'm going to start working out and drinking protein powder tomorrow. Better get 2 more stitches and fly up to Planet Steroids soon. The bodybuilding circle is silent. Just a stream of bad news. Yat, you're not hurt, are you? Nope. A guilty expression flashed across Li Wen's face. Uncle is sorry for you. I wanted to take you to eat something good, but ended up making you deeply affected by the dangerous Forbidden Land. If your dad finds out, he'll have to scold me. Guilt value plus 300. Sui couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. It's alright Uncle Lee. You've forgotten that I'm very capable of fighting. Yes, the father of the tiger. Sui's eyes narrowed as he turned his head and asked, Uncle Lee, why are these people beating you? Li Wen shrugged his shoulders and pretended to be relaxed. Alas, get used to it. After becoming an old boss, there are always competitors who use this dirty routine. No, you don't have bodyguards deployed around you, which means this kind of thing doesn't happen often. Levin froze and couldn't help but smile. It was as if he had underestimated this nephew. And yeah, it's Van's kid. Can't be bad. Vaguely, Li Wen once again saw Su Fan's shadow from Sui. Just ask. Sui looked down on the leading punk from above, his heel crushing on his fingertips. Negative emotional value plus 100. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sui's tone was morose. Who sent you guys? The cameras here just happened to be destroyed by you guys. If you don't speak, you know the consequences. The leader was in a cold sweat, looking at Sui's icy smile like he was watching the final countdown of his life. I'll say, it was Boss G, Boss Gu, and Boss Shen, who together funded us to come. What is the purpose? Knock Levine out and load him into the van and take him to their company. Levin's face was grim as water, and he finished a cigarette in 2 puffs. These 3s, they still don't die. They want to fish to death, so I don't have to show any mercy. As he spoke, wisps of killing intent burst out. Sui nodded. Does Uncle Lee need my help? No need. If anything really happens to you, I really can't explain it to Brother Fan. Uncle Lee will contact you when this matter is resolved. Sui nodded helplessly. This involved a capital war. He's really not much use as a student. Mixed martial arts mastery? What's the point of knowing how to fight? Sui clenched his fists. He still needed to hurry up and become even stronger to do so. Uncle Lee, I'll leave first. I'll just take a taxi. Sui turned around, and his pupils instantly shrank, only to see the man in the suit behind Levine at some point. He was holding up a gun right at the back of Levine's head. Before Sui could react, there was a coldness at the back of his own head, and the blackened muzzle of a gun blocked it. The man in the suit took a comfortable drag on his cigarette, his tone contemptuous. You two are quite capable of fighting, but within 10 paces, the gun is fast and accurate. living up to his reputation of having gone to war. Li Wen still maintained his composure at this time. What exactly do you want? Don't worry, Mr. Li, the two of us just want to take you somewhere. Please take the trouble to come with us. Then release my nephew. Sorry, this is your soft spot and it needs to come along for the ride. The two were taken to the van. Guilt value plus 50. Guilt value plus 50. Guilt value plus 50. Although Levin's mouth was taped up, the system beeps didn't stop along the way. Boss G, we've brought the people. G. Bowen looked at the scene with a dumbfounded expression. Who told you guys to tie someone up? Boss G, weren't you the one who said you'd invite the people here no matter what? ING said please, can't you understand a word? We're all big old men, so we don't know anything about this. Just use whatever method is easy. Li Bowen took a deep breath and held back his desire to violently beat the two hearts. Kidnapping is against the law, don't you know? No violence was used. Don't worry, it's all civilized. That's good. It just came with a gun against it. You guys still have guns? Li Bowen's hands were shaking, and at the moment he was 10,000 times more remorseful for letting the two punks go on their errands. He's just trying to make money, not Acacia anymore. Don't worry boss, that gun is a 1-to-1 analog replica simulation. Kipling was relieved, but was still going to call the police. Send these two pussies in when we're done with business. Stay by yourself. Sooner or later you're going to get a thunderbolt. G. Bowen then apologized nicely to Li Wen and Sui before leading the two to the conference room. G. Bowen, Mr. Li, I'm really sorry. I really don't know what those two think. When the meeting is over, I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. Levin's eyes are still cold. Whether it's your problem or not, your men commit a crime. You take the blame. Let's walk faster. Don't keep Ms. Huang waiting. She has to rush back to Magic City soon. Li Wen was surprised and opened his mouth. Ms. Huang is also here? Yes, Mr. Li, what a great face you have. You can still get Ms. Huang from Magic City to work with you. Levin grunted coldly and didn't say anything. Only his fists were clenched in death. Having just stepped into the conference room, Sui was slightly disoriented. Because this Ms. Huang is so beautiful. A Chonsam outlines an amazing arc. Just sitting there, you can feel a noble, elegant aura. It was the air of a worldly family. A noble aura that could only be cultivated from childhood. Kibawo, a mid-denier, also looked completely lost. Only Levin scanned the conference room with a tight sweep, pondering how to escape if a fight breaks out. Upon seeing Li Wen's 3 people come, the remaining 3 people all stood up. It was just that mess. Huang slightly frowned her willow eyebrows when she saw the extra Sui, but didn't say anything. G. Bowen curtly was looking towards Ms. Huang. Mr. Huang, everyone is here. You see, it's ready to go. G. Bowen, Mr. Li, I invited you here today because I want to talk to you about entering the stock market. Gu Feng, yeah, I've always wanted to talk to you before, but I never had the chance. I finally invited you here today. Shinshur, this is also thanks to Mr. G. When G. Bowen heard this, he wiped away the cold sweat on his head without a trace. Touched. Jail 9 doors for a change. Li Wen coldly grunted. Don't be hypocritical all of you. Quickly step into the main topic. After the 3 of them exchanged glances, they looked at Ms. Huang at the same time. Mr. Huang, you first. Ms. Huang's pink lips were slightly open. Her voice was warm, making people listen to it with an indescribable comfort. Mr. Li, I still have the same request as before. The piece of land in the southwest of the city. Sell it to me. No way. Levin looked her straight in the eye and refused categorically. Why? The price I offered can be twice as much as when you tendered. Now it's even 30% higher than the market price. You should be able to feel my sincerity. Chapter 37, Li Wen, I want to leave the group to Shaoi. Levin shook his head. It's not a matter of sincerity. That piece of land I need to build a school. We have a lot of outbound workers in our port city, and a good part of the reason is education. As an important industry in the city, it is natural for FRC to contribute to the city. The crowd listened with a slight stunned look, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Either that or he's back from the military. The pattern is just high. Ms. Huang was silent for a while and continued. How about this? My company in Magic City will fund the construction of a school elsewhere in the city. Your piece of land will be sold to me. The 3 bosses have helped. Just say yes. Mr. Li, Ms. Huang has already made a big concession. This is a good condition. A win-win situation for both sides. Quickly agree. Li Wen, you have to take it when Ms. Huang gives you face. You can't afford to take the wrath from the Magic City. Sui couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he watched the 2 sides sing a double act. Sure enough, the world is one giant strawman. He really expected a passionate business battle. To everyone's surprise, Levine shook his head, his tone still firm. No. The Southwest City has good transportation and easy access for kids to get to school. Also our city's education, the city can do it itself. No need for Mordor to give a helping hand. The lifeblood has to be in your hands. Ms. Huang, then the school we joint venture shareholding. You take the lion's share. That won't work either. Ms. Wong closed her eyes and didn't say another word. The remaining three had unusually ugly faces. To put it bluntly, the three of them were using Ms. Huang's identity to fox around. Now that Levin didn't even give her face, was there any hope for the next negotiation? Shinshir slammed the table with force. Li Wen, don't give your face away. You should be clear that although you are the leading company in this city, but if Ms. Huang really wants to deal with you, it's as simple as crushing an ant. I know, but I'm not afraid. You, Gu Feng, you're marvelous. You're noble. If you don't do it for yourself, then you have to think about your nephew. Oh, that's right too. Gu Feng laughed softly twice. After all, there is no blood relationship, so you didn't think to consider the future for him. Don't you dare stir up trouble. Levin was furious and stood up on the spot. Oh, I'm not saying it right. Xiao Yi, I'm sorry said Li Wen, looking towards Sui, his face filled with guilt. His nails were set deep into his flesh, and his heart was fighting a great struggle. Brother Van, will you blame me for this? Sui naturally saw Li Wen struggle and thoughtfully comforted him. It's okay, Uncle Li, you've already done enough for me. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still have to skip classes and work part-time every day. Escape? Levin clenched his fists tighter. Levin, you might as well be a deserter. If you need anything, go to your Uncle Li. He's Dad's best brother. That's nice. Van took a bullet for you and entrusted his son to you. He must be doing well, right? Numerous voices echoed in Levin's mind, and with each play, his face grew paler. Guilt value plus 200. Guilt value plus 200. Sui stared blankly in confusion. What the hell? I just made a casual comment. Why are you feeling guilty? Enough! Levin suddenly yelled, startling the crowd. I've done enough for them. Xiao Yi, this time Uncle Li is only doing it for you. Sui, what the hell happened? I'm totally overwhelmed by the sudden depth of feeling. Li Wen continued. Xiao Yi, in the future, I will hand over Fortune Group to you. What happened? Men. Sui was confused. How somehow he had to take over the group. Uncle Li, are you that big-hearted? Your son isn't your own, is he? No son. Excuse me, Ms. Huang, I can promise. Uncle Li. Before Li Wen could finish his sentence, he was called out by Sui. Uncle Li, there's no rush to agree. Listen to what Hua Chang, crossed out, and the three of them have to say. Ji Bowen sneered. The three of us would be very debatable. Our three groups are going to take a stake in Fortune Group, each buying 15% of the shares. Sui couldn't help but snort. You guys are thinking about fart eating. 45% of the shares. You guys simply want that chairman position. Ji Bowen was furious. Why didn't he realize before that this young man's mouth was so indebted? Where's the brat? Cool it. Levine, his word is my word. Negative emotional value plus 50. Don't even think about buying shares. Fortune Group only needs my voice alone. Undeterred, Ji Bowen continued. Then we'll both give up one step each, and our family will only buy 10%. No. 8%. No. 7%. No. Can't we go 30% above market price? No. A few no's from Levine gave them a whole break in defense. Why? Shinshir, Li Wen. Although Fortune Group is the pillar of industry, it has long been shaken by the storm, right? It is in a very dangerous period. From what I understand, the 3 hospitals and 1 building under the umbrella alone have all gone out of business, I believe. Sui couldn't help but look at Li Wen. What? It's been a long time coming? It's amazing that there's no news from the outside world at all. Levine wasn't hiding anything. Yeah, it's very likely that FRC will go bankrupt. So what? Now sell your shares to the 3 of us. Wouldn't it be good for the 3 of us to help you fight the risks and tide you over? All hands on deck is better than one person behind closed doors. Levon nodded. It does, but it still doesn't work. The 3 of them came up with a simultaneous MMP in their hearts. Why? Kipling asked patiently. Because I'm going to leave the Fortune Group to Xiaoyi. If you 3 interfere, I'm sure Xiaoyi will be fooled by you guys. I can't pass on any hint of risk to Yoshi. All 3 of them were exasperated and laughed. You're really wired in the head. Are you really going to pass the group on to an unrelated kid? You fart. Van is my half-brother. At that moment, Lone Wind issued a fatal question. And what if the company suddenly goes bankrupt? You're going to leave this little kid with a monstrous debt? There was a flash of nervousness in Levin's eyes, but it was quickly hidden. This is not for you to worry about. The group will naturally tide over the difficulties. Oh funny. At this moment, the three of them looked at Sui as if they wanted to eat people. If their eyes could kill, Sui would have died 10,000 times earlier. Negative emotional value plus 200*3. Sui also cried and laughed at this time. He is obviously a poor student, mistakenly into the high-end bureau. What a thing to be the center of the vortex before you even do anything. But everything is covered by the system. So who's afraid? The negotiations had been deadlocked, and the three men looked at each other and decided to lay down their last great trick. Chapter 38, Editing Backgrounds Again. Miss Magic City is my sister. Drops. Congratulations to the host's emotional value exceeding 100,000 for the first time. Is it editing a new identity? Want. Sui's eyes lit up. 100,000 emotional value. I've never fought such a rich war in my 8 lives. Sui looked at the system's virtual panel, and it was true that every penny counted. The backgrounds in the 100,000 range are at the worst at the director level, and there are even directors. Of course, this is all at the municipal level. There are all kinds of tycoons and group bosses. Sui smacked his lips. Curiosity drove him to transfer to the provincial level and find out how much emotional value the provincial party secretary needed. It's nothing to call the shots at school. If you become the crown prince of a province, that's the pinnacle of life. Thanks. I was the one who overstepped. Sui looked at the number as long as 1 followed by 7 zeros and only felt his scalp tingle. But there's always the dream of. Decided to earn enough emotional value to be the provincial prince. See how much mood value is needed for the central background? Drops. You're not authorized to access. Sui, am I poor? Then I'll go? Feeling the increasingly intense atmosphere, Sui knew that he couldn't delay any longer. After weighing the pros and cons, and glancing at Ms. Huang, who was sitting in the main seat, like a poetic picture, he began to edit the dog-eared, crossed-out, cool storyline. Huang Lu, the second young lady of a century-old family in Magic City, was stolen by a rival of the Huang family when she was a child. Various coincidences brought her to the Hong Kong City orphanage. Here she meets Sui. Sui protects her at every turn, and Huang Lu sees Sui as her only family member. The two of them have lived together for more than a decade. Until the age of 16, the orphanage suffered a fire. Sui defied life and death to save Huang Lu, thus leaving a permanent scar on his wrist. This matter alarmed the top management, and Huang Lu was thus discovered by the Huang family and brought back to the Magic City. On the day of parting, Huang Lu divided the jade pendant she wore since childhood into 2 halves and gave it to Sui as a token. At the time of parting, Huang Lu cried her heart out. The two are not related by blood, but the depth of their emotions trumps everything else. The jade pendant has been sent to the host's pocket. Just finished editing. Sui dusty in the mind for many years of memories, such as a tidal wave like a gush. That's the brilliance of the system. It's not a raw and sudden insertion of memories. Rather, it's a way of making what you already had, just temporarily forgotten. Mr. Lee, Fortune Group's main industries are education, healthcare and home appliances. Right now, your group is in trouble both internally and externally, and it's in turmoil. What if the three of us take advantage of the situation and fall on our swords? Ji Bowen's eyes flickered, his tone revealing a strong threat. You guys are worthy. Levin murmured. We may not have been worthy in the past, but now with the Fortune Group, we can still speak up, and with Ms. Huang supporting the three of us, we've long since soared to the heavens. Levine clenched his fists in death and glared menacingly at Ji Bowen, but he didn't care, and a smug smile filled his face. Gu Feng, Mr. Lee, if you don't agree, the Fortune Group will collapse. If you don't do it for yourself, you have to think about your nephew and the thousands of laborers. Do you want them to lose their jobs? Sure, so a family giving 10% shares, and the collapse of Fortune Group. I think Mr. Lee should be able to make the right choice. You seek death. Look, another rush. Levin suddenly looked like he had let out his last breath and collapsed helplessly into his chair. Ms. Huang, if we cooperate with you, can you step in to help Fortune Group tide over its difficulties? Li Wen asked with a hint of hope. Huang Lu's face was cold and detached. I'm sorry, I can't. It would damage my company greatly. Far more than the benefits that would result from a partnership between us. I can only promise not to fall on my sword and to compensate your company as much as possible. Got it. Understand. Levin closed his eyes in despair. Hearing Huang Lu's words, the three people who had just been nervous let out a sigh of relief, then laughed arrogantly. Xiao Su, if you want to blame it on your bad luck, you'll only be able to inherit a company that's been divided up in the future. Assistant, quickly go prepare the contract. What a bit of eyesight. Don't make Mr. Lee wait and get anxious. The three of them are so ugly that they don't even act. Suddenly, Li Wen ghostly asked, Ms. Huang, I would like to ask you why you must have the Southwest City District? That piece has long been deserted and has not been developed so far. Huang Lu's eyelids lifted, but no emotion could still be seen on her face. To wait for someone. Waiting for someone? The crowd looked at each other. Well, he and I were separated in Southwest City at the time. I went there many times to look for him, but never found him. But I'm sure he'll come back one day sooner or later. For him to find me and me to find him. That's why I want to buy that land. The crowd listened with question marks, looking at the unearthly Miss Huang. And this past. What kind of obsessive persona is this? Not to make money, but to wait in the ruins for your return. Tough guy. At this moment, no one noticed Suyi's eyelashes fluttering continuously. Ms. Huang, I agree to your cooperation. I hope you do what you promised before. Add another campus to the harbor city. Good. Huang Lu nodded slightly, a hint of brightness finally appearing on her face. But immediately afterward, she looked at Suyi, her eyes deep. So familiar. Is it an illusion? Congratulations to Ms. Huang for reaching her heart's desire. Levin, it's our turn to sign the contract. As the words fell, 4 contracts appeared in front of Levin. Levin stared at the contract in a daze, his face filled with frustration. After fuming for a minute or so, he sighed and then picked up his pen. Xiaoyi, Uncle Li is sorry for you. Brother Fan, I am sorry. Watching the tip of the pen touch the paper, the 3 of them smiled greedily at the same time. Uncle Li, don't sign yet. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. 3? What's wrong, Xiaoyi? Li Wen looked at Suyi in surprise. Don't sign. Even if the fortune group closes down, I don't want the 3 of them to have their way. Negative emotional value plus 50 asterisk 3. What if there's still hope for a flip? Upon hearing Suyi's words, the 3 of them immediately became upset, and their gazes towards Suyi were filled with anger. Get lost, little boy. You don't get to talk here. Do you really think you're the owner of the Fu Run Group? No big deal. What are you? Just wait, kid. Before you inherit the company, we'll divide it up, leave you with a huge foreign debt. Hearing these words, Li Wen instantly stormed out. Insulting him was fine. Insulting his nephew was not. Huang Lu's long eyelashes fluttered continuously, and her fists clenched involuntarily. For some reason, hearing Suyi being scolded made her angry. Even the 3 of them had abhorrent faces. You seek death. Levine swings his fists, but is positioned by a couple of arriving security guards. Knowing that the emotions were almost brewing, Suyi shouted, Don't touch my Uncle Li. Have the guts to get me killed. Little brat. Think I wouldn't dare? Suyi twisted his head to look at Huang Lu. Ms. Huang, can you help me with something? Ji Bowen disdainfully mocked. Don't think about flattering Ms. Huang. She has a lot of work to do. How can she have time to pay attention to you? Huang Lu, as a businessman, wanted to refuse, but feeling Suyi's gaze, the words of refusal were slow to come out. A final gentle nod. What is it? Gibberish? Can you help me find my sister? She was separated from me at the orphanage in the Southwest City. Negative emotional value plus 200. Sister? Chapter 39, Recognizing Miss Mordor's Family. What sister? Huang Lu finally got emotional, her expression changing instantly, her eyes glaring at Suyi. The 3 people, including Levin, looked confused. It's the first time I've seen Ms. Huang in such a mood. 3, but what's with the bad feeling in your heart? Suyi took out the mutilated jade pendant, and although a long time had passed, it was still pearly and moist. It's only worn constantly close to the body. The system is treacherous but really sweet. This is surprise value plus 400. Huang Lu's pupils contracted violently. She then violently grabbed Suyi's collar despite the gazes of the bystanders. Where did this jade pendant come from? Tell me. Suyi's face revealed a strong sadness. At that time, when we parted, my sister smashed her jade pendant for me. Huang Lu's figure shook for a split second after hearing this. Then he seemed to have thought of something and directly tugged on Suyi's sleeve. A scar came into view. Surprise value plus 1000. Brother. You're the older brother. Brother, I finally found you. Snap. Snap. A tear dripped down onto the scar on Suyi's wrist. Suyi pretended that he didn't hear her and continued to say to himself, It's me who's useless as a brother. I haven't been able to find her. Now that I'm about to die, she's the one I'm most worried about. Guilt value plus 1000. The 3 who were still watching the show suddenly winced. Sister, where the hell have you been? Why can't brother find you all? Are you disgusted with brother's poverty and purposely hiding? Guilt value plus 1000. There's no chance of finding it again in this life. Only in the next. But Ms. Huang is beautiful and kind and will help me keep looking for you. Guilt value plus 1000. Listening to these monologues of Suyi, the guilt in Huang Lu's heart was higher than a mountain. Brother, it's me. I'm a sister. Clueless value plus 500. Clueless value plus 500. The four men were bewildered plus shocked. What the hell? Just a few words. How did Miss Mordor become your sister? Sui let out a bitter smile. Ms. Huang, don't seek to make fun of me. My sister's name is Huang Tianyi. I've since changed my name. Don't believe me, look at this. Saying that, Huang Lu quickly took out half of the jade pendant. The two were put together and combined to form a complete pattern. Huang Lu wept with joy. Sister, you're really my sister. Sui also erupted in ecstatic sounds. Sister, I finally found you. Gibberish, don't recognize your relatives. Can you two care about how the three of us feel? Sui's laughter suddenly came to an abrupt end. Sister, it's good to find you before I die. I have no regrets. Huang Lu's face turned cold, and her icy gaze seemed as if she wanted to kill someone. Brother, with me here, no one will dare touch you. With that, her head shot up. You're the ones who tried to kill my brother? No. Fighting is just giving each other a hard time. We're not going to do it. Who told you to talk tough to my brother? Negative emotional value plus 200 asterisk 3. IING. The three of them went numb as a whole. I know he's your brother, right? It's all down to the wire. Letting this kid turn the tide against the wind. You're lucky. Prisoners, our elbows. The three of them had just reached the door when they were stopped by the bodyguards beside Huang Lu. The three of them immediately showed a panicked look, but forced themselves to stay calm. Missy, what are you doing? You are not allowed to leave. For the sake of Brother Suyi's safety, you guys should stay. Killing is against the law. Even if you're the eldest lady of Mordor, you can't defy the law. I don't care. You want to kill Brother Sui, then I'll kill you first. 3. Silence is tonight's cornbridge. The three men were completely flustered and in a cold sweat, but Huang Lu had already taken out his knife. Other people give tough words. She really takes the knife and does it. Sis. Sui also panicked and hurriedly stopped it. He hadn't expected this sister to be so tigerish. It's against the law to kill people. We don't do that, so you're just going to let them go? What if they try to hurt you next time? Plop. The three of them could no longer care about the modesty of the company's president and directly knelt down to Huang Lu. We wouldn't dare. Who dares to kill Missy's brother? It was our eyes that were not open just now. We know we were wrong. Seeing that Huang Lu's expression eased a bit, Sui slowly took away the knife in her hand. Brother, I'll listen to you then. How should I punish them? Sui was incomparably emotional inside. That's the context. Uncle Li sits back and waits for his enemy to die. But Huang Lu controls life and death at will. Sui looked at Li Wen. Uncle Li, what should we do with them? Uncle Li? Levin slowed down from his shock and pondered his response in just a few dozen seconds. Split up the three of their companies and then have the FRC group eat them up little by little. Shen Shi was furious and yelled. Surname Li, you don't go too far. How can we live if you eat the company? It's better to just kill us. As the words fell, Huang Lu once again took back the knife she had just used. Shen Shi. Gufeng's begging gaze shot to Huang Lu. Missy, is there a compromise? We can't afford this punishment. Huang Lu looked at Sui. Brother, what do you think? Sui, I'll listen to Uncle Li. Levin, I defer to Ms. Wang. Triple, what about you guys playing handkerchief toss? Sui said decisively, just do what Uncle Li said and eat the three people's companies, lest you have the strength to still think about retaliating against me. Ji Bowen was so angry that he almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Little, you are so greedy, so young, yet you're even more ruthless than Li Wen. A cold light flashed in Huang Lu's eyes. Still dare to scold my brother? Open your mouth. The bodyguard at the bottom executed the order with an expressionless face. For popping sound. The entire conference room was left with the crunching sound of slaps. The force was so vicious that even the gold teeth slapped two of them away. The other two were silenced when they saw the scene. I am informing the three of you, not discussing. Since brother has decided, you guys don't have a choice. Take the initiative to give up the company, or let Mordor intervene. Take your pick. Heartache and resentment flowed from the eyes of the three, but looking at the nearby slap, they could only nod their heads with heartache. Paralyzed, that was close. How come this bid recognizes his relatives every day? Didn't you say you were an orphan? How come there are more relatives than my family? At this point, the resentment the three had towards Sui could feed 10 evil sword immortals. Missy, can we go now? You stay. Sui pointed at Ji Bowen. Sister, we both have him to thank for recognizing each other today to him bringing me here. Ji Bowen was instantly moved to tears. Good boy to know. I was wrong about you just now. Touched value plus 30. We certainly wouldn't have come if he hadn't had his men come over here with guns pointed at the back of our heads. Good thing the gun didn't go off or I wouldn't have seen you. Huang Lu's willow eyebrows went up and she couldn't control herself from drawing her sword again. You really did try to kill my brother. Fight me. Negative emotional value plus 500. Kibble, Sui, Chapter 40 1, The Clown is Myself. Still dare to curse. Keep hitting. Negative emotional value plus 100 *4. The emotional value of Kipling didn't stop during the beating. This also left Sui speechless for a while. It was someone else who hit you, but you blame me? You deserve to die. Nor did Kipling know how long he had been beaten, only that he had fainted 4 times. Each time he was woken up with a splash of cold water and the beating continued. Before each fainting spell, a demonic murmur came to his ears. Sister, he's about to faint again. He looks so pitiful. In order to avoid his sudden death, let's refresh him with ice water. Brother, you're just too kind. You'll be bullied by others that way. I am kind to you. This time he was honest and switched to cursing angrily in his mind. In fact, mouth rage was unlikely. The front row of teeth were all knocked out. Half an hour later, as he watched the marshal walk in, Kipling shed a tear called hope for the first time in his life. Sir, help! My life is over. The vigilantes were also taken aback by Kibble's tragic appearance. Meng Xiang was just about to go forward and ask, but he was blocked by Huang Lu. Sir, we were the ones who called the police. This man kidnapped my brother at gunpoint. Arrest him. Meng Xiang frowned. We'll investigate the exact reason. Did you guys beat him up like this? Huang Lu once again resumed her previous indifferent expression, her tone cold. No, he fell by himself. Well, Meng Xiang was exasperated and laughed. This was treating him like a little cutie. What about fooling around? Why don't you all come with me to the police station and sit in there for a while and then you'll be willing to tell the truth? I advise you not to. It's for your own good. You threaten me? That's a threat to a police officer. Huang Lu didn't say anything, just looked at him calmly. 3, 2, what are you doing? Meng Xiang was confused. As soon as the words left his mouth, his cell phone rang. Hello Chief? Captain Meng. Bring Ji Bowen back for interrogation and leave everyone else alone. But Chief, I suspect they lynched. Come on. Are my words no good anymore? Why? Meng Xiang said a little unconvinced. I'm trying to save you. You should understand the seriousness of the matter if you've been called off personally from above. Okay. Meng Xiang put down his cell phone feebly, and after giving Huang Lu a resigned look, he led Ji Bowen away. Sui couldn't help but smack his lips. Was this the benefit of being rich and powerful? Hit him and he'll be the one sentenced at the end of the day. Wonderful. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence after everyone was completely gone. Xiaoyi, what's going on here? You and MS. Huang. I've been with her at the orphanage for over 10 years, and she's my long-lost sister. Guilt value plus 200. Xiaoyi, it's all Uncle Li's fault. Guilt value plus 200. Brother, it's my fault I didn't get to you sooner. The sudden onset of guilt caught Sui off guard. This is not the place to chat. Let's find a restaurant to eat and chat. Sui suggested. Earlier at the hot pot restaurant, he was messed up by the abstract schoolgirl and didn't eat much. And then Yushui came to directly steal food from him, causing him to not even eat. Into Sui Wan Hin, famous Chinese restaurant, the only 5-star hotel in the city of Hong Kong. The diamond box that hadn't been opened in January was now being used by the 3 Sui people. The manager himself entertained, with 3 clean, pretty girls, standing by the wall ready to serve. After Sui clamped a piece of tofu, his eyes lit up. This tofu was good. How do you make it? The waiter immediately said respectfully. This is tofu made from the meat of Alaskan king crab and French blue lobster ground into a puree and extruded. And this lion's head? A lion's head rubbed with emerald abalone, black gold abalone, ginseng, white truffle, and koji ginseng, and a broth base of a dozen or so mountain products and wild rhubarb fish simmered in a clear broth. Sui didn't say anything and just feasted on his food. Huang Lu gazed at Sui from the side, her eyes deep in love. After drinking and eating, Sui opened the conversation. Sister, are you good at solving the crisis of the fortune group? Li Wen's hand holding the chopsticks trembled as his eyes kept hinting at Sui. Xiaoyi, you don't understand businessmen. Uncle has begged before, to no avail. Even though she's your sister, don't make it difficult for people. But in the next second, Huang Lu happily agreed. No problem. I'll do it even if brother doesn't say so. You look happy, because my brother asked me to help, and I'm happy. Lovine, so I'm leaving? This is going to cost your company a lot of money. You agreed to this without even thinking about it, and you're happy about it? I sat up in my deathbed, and the clown was me. I'm still an amateur when it comes to business. Looking at Huang Lu's well-behaved appearance in front of him, Sui didn't hold back and touched her head just like when she was a child. On the sidelines, Levin tensed up again. Nephew, you can't touch a girl's head. It's still the head of Miss Mordor. Unexpectedly, Huang Lu closed her eyes in enjoyment with a mesmerized expression. Sure enough, I'm the redundant one. This time Levin was sensible enough to find an excuse to leave the table after finishing the last bite of sashimi. When he got outside, he lit a cigarette and the depression in his eyes was so thick it couldn't be melted. This awesome uncle of his, he hadn't even done anything properly for Xiaoyi yet, but it turned out that Xiaoyi turned his head and recognized his even more awesome sister. Brother Fan, I'm so ashamed. I didn't give anything for Xiaoyi, but he helped me solve the crisis first, as was the case with you back then. Brother Fan, looking at this situation, it seems like Xiaoyi is going to eat soft food. Should I try to persuade him? Forget it, Xiaoyi is so handsome. It's reasonable to eat soft food. Box, in a theater or concert hall. Huang Lu kept on giving dishes to Sui, and every time she looked up, she looked like a baby waiting for a compliment. It made the bodyguard in the back look dumbfounded. Is this the same cold, unappetizing Missy from before? No buddy, you chimera. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. Sui swept a glance at the bodyguards behind him. Oddly enough, what's so shocking about this? It's not like you've grown up without a girl giving you food, is it? No way. No way. I hear you're going back to Magic City tonight? No, now that I've found my brother, I'll return in a few days. Sui nodded. By the way brother, are you graduating? Sui was surprised. How did you know? I've been counting. When we parted ways and you were just a freshman in high school. Is that the detail? That's so nice. It warms the cockles of my corpse to hear it. Brother, I heard it's not good for students to find jobs after graduation. Sui once again touched her head. Don't worry, your brother is so capable. He'll definitely be able to find a job. I mean, why don't I buy a company and run it for you? Tears of jealousy ran down the corners of the mouths of the bodyguards in the back. Listen, is this human language? If you're afraid you won't find a job, buy a company too. Decided. Go home. This will hang mom and dad on the beams and ask if there is a long-lost sister. The company is not necessary. I don't want to think about it that much for the time being. Sui politely refused. Well, I just bought a Stallion 4S to give you as a gift. Sui's eyelids fluttered. That's the limousine company? Well, I bought their distribution rights in Port City. Chapter 41, I'm a poet. 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 Sui pondered for a little while, then still shook his head. Forget it. I have my own things I want to do after graduation and selling cars isn't really for me. Okay. Huang Lu was a bit lost, but then added, if brother wants it, he can take it anytime. Good. The two talked all night. In the end, she couldn't hold out any longer, so Huang Lu reluctantly separated from Sui. Now Sui was filled with catching up on sleep, so he returned to the dormitory in a daze. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Listening to the constant beeps coming from the system, Sui felt so harsh for the first time. He struggled to open his eyes to look at the Wang Liang duo. No, what's wrong with you two? Negative emotional value plus 50. Wang Liang, young Master Su, did you really go out to dinner with the school girl yesterday? Yeah. Negative emotional value plus 50 asterisk 4. Damn it. The two men had expressions of grief and indignation, and tears of jealousy streamed from the corners of their mouths. No more. I'm exhausted from being up all night last night. Negative emotional value plus 200 asterisk 2. Born. The white moonlight in the hearts of two people. The goddess. In Sui but so miserable. It hurts to think about it. That saying is true. The bike you can't afford to pedal, someone else gets up and pedals. Inside a luxury hotel, Ai Xiaoxing stretched out, her white feet sticking out of the quilt. Then she sat up violently with an incredulous expression. What did I do yesterday? Though she'd drunk herself out of her mind, a few fragments remained in her mind. I almost made friends with Sui, crying about not wanting to be human. Spit on you iceberg to his face. Good society death. Abstract female ushers in a dark moment. On the other hand, Sui's alarm clock sounded. It's another awesome background, but the part-time job can't be broken. The purpose of a part-time job is not to make money, but for the emotional value. Opportunities are reserved for the hardworking. After pulling his car keys out of his suitcase and dealing with a random bite, he headed out of the school. But I didn't expect to meet Team Ice Ice. Bing Bing still had that same sweet smile. Student Sui, there's something our program team would like to talk to you about. What is it? Oftentimes, our team isn't able to follow up on shoots in a timely manner, and some locations are even more inconvenient. You've noticed that in the past 2 days. Sui nodded. Indeed, he hadn't seen them for the past 2 days. But what does it have to do with yourself? That's why our team wants you to go live and broadcast it to TV. Sui frowned in displeasure. Part-time job is enough. You still want me to be a cow or a horse? We'll pay you $4 million for the broadcast and all the gifts from the live broadcast will go to you. How much? 4 million. I'm willing to be this cow horse, Sui said decisively, seemingly anticipating Sui's reply. Bing Bing took out a set of valuable live broadcasting equipment. It's a gift from the TV station. Sui looked at Bing Bing in surprise. Wait, I have a question. I'm a vegetarian at best. Why would the TV station treat me so well? $4 million in pretenses. And the gifts are all mine. What kind of money is so hard to launder? Ice shook her head blankly. I don't know the exact reason, but I heard that it was a request from the higher-ups to the TV station. Sui understood in a second, guessing that the top had noticed him long ago. This was also considered a disguised compensation for Su Fan. For him. For this reason, the only bit of guilt Su Fan felt disappeared. After Sui got on the car, he immediately opened the live broadcast, because there are a few live slices on the internet bursting into flames. Not more than half an hour. The live room has 5,000 plus. Sui is also getting better, and has even started broadcasting live. It won't be long before Sui is supposed to bring the goods, right? There are people I eat at this point. What's the anchor going to do? Sui, this is my other part-time job. Online taxi driver. Without further ado, brothers please get in. How many part-time jobs does Sui have? I thought I was cowhorse enough until I saw the anchor. Just 2 minutes after opening the order, Sui received the first order of the day. When I arrived at the place where I got into the car, I found a female white-collar worker in professional formal dress. She was about 30 years old. Upon seeing Sui's Santana, the female white-collar worker obviously rolled her eyes a few times and said in a conspiratorial manner, "How come it's a Santana? How dare you take orders in a car like that?" Sui, sip 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 sip. The white woman froze. What are you doing? Do you not understand the native language? Negative emotional value plus 50. The female white-collar worker just wanted to scold back, but after seeing Sui's face, she hesitated a little and got on the car. A little handsome, but alas. Driver, hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Don't rush as soon as you get in the car. What's the last number of your cell phone? 137. Sui was silent. I'm talking about the cell phone tail number. 137. The last 4 digits of the cell phone. No tail number. Don't ask. Sui silently clenched his fists. Come. This society needs to be somewhat tolerant of people with disabilities. The cell phone tail number is the last 4 digits of your cell phone number. The female white-collar worker sounded impatient. Just did not come to the text message. Where is the 4-digit number? Sui. I'm talking about cell phone numbers. Big sister. What's a cell phone number? What's a cell phone number? Harder fists. Sui took a deep breath again. Just report your cell phone number. 137 ***. 9657. Case solved. It's 9657. Big sister. In the future, if you take a taxi again and someone says your cell phone's tail number, just tell him it's 9657. Sui kindly reminded. Unexpectedly, the white woman rolled her eyes. It's so simple. You're messing with it for half a day? Broken defense. It had always been Sui who had allowed others to break their defenses. And for the first time, he had allowed others to break their defenses. The boomerang of the day shot itself with unerring precision. I am a poet, and this halberd puts wine in poetry sand avoidance. I'm an architect and this is the pillar. At this point, Sui started with a kick of the gas, but the female white collar obviously did not want to let Sui go. Why did you just pull a half a dozen on me? Sui popped up a black question mark. Big sister, do you want to see what you're talking about? I have a boyfriend. Sui, what are you looking at? What the hell are you looking at? Have you never seen a woman? Sui was completely speechless, slammed on the brakes and snapped. Get out of the car. Anxious? You're getting antsy because I'm poking at you? How many times have you glanced in the rearview mirror while driving? I told you I have a boyfriend. Sui was exasperated and laughed. I was watching the road. Have you ever driven a car? Humph. It's always my boyfriend who drives me around in his steed. How could I ever need to drive? Chapter 42, It's true that you can't sleep in the same bed. This gave Sui a whole laugh. If he hadn't been on the air, he would have been high and low enough to let the woman feel what it was like to have 2 unprotected parents. Old woman, get your ass out of the car and get out of the car. Don't make me kick you down with the soles of my big 45s. The white-collar woman revealed an incredulous look. You're letting me out of the car? Believe it or not, I'll give you a bad review. Whatever. You don't count as a man when you leave me randomly on the road. You haven't tried it. How do you know? Really? Can I really try? The female white-collar worker was a little heartened. Roll. Sui was instantly struck by a vicious chill. It's cheap to have a boyfriend and still crave my body. The woman is just having her nose numbed. And it's either an itchy nose or no numbness. For those who say girls are pure, go to Shake Shack and read the comments in the Fitness Guy's video. It's definitely beyond your imagination. Have your boyfriend pick you up? I am not available to drive you. A chunbutsu who shows his superiority all the time. The white woman, after being rejected, breaks down her defenses and snarls. Do you know who my boyfriend is? Your master? Negative emotional value plus 100. Just wait. I'm going to call your boyfriend. Wait for death you. The white-collar woman turned the phone upside down and listened to the waterboys in a state of confusion. Finally all anyone heard was a roar from the phone. What? You put that kid on the phone? Humph. My boyfriend told you to answer the phone. Now you regret it. The female white-collar worker said smugly. Sui smiled bashfully. You two are halberd put. In the field of dirty words. He has not served anyone. He took the phone and was just about to turn the live broadcast off when the boy on the other side whispered. Brother, there were a lot of people just now. I'll apologize to you. No buddy, how else can I scold you for being so qualified? Brother, my girlfriend is a shrew. Don't bother with her. She's not right in the head. Negative emotional value plus 50. The white woman froze in place. Her expression frozen. She couldn't believe it was coming from her boyfriend. Sui raised his eyebrows and teased. Oh, why isn't she quite normal? She watches all these female power videos like Yang Asa, Soul Fu, and Mai Lin, every day. That really isn't normal. Case solved. Mom said she wouldn't let me talk to the cutie. Count on it. The caller continued. Brother, listening to your voice you should be quite young and driven. Want to take an order? All but the original gods pick up. Can we arrange a car accident and just run her over? We'll split the insurance we get. These words directly gave Sui a whole won't. It's not buddy. It's this ing punchline. It's against the law bro. Sui reminded. What are you afraid of? No one knows. Remember to keep my secret. Well, all 10,000 of us waterbenders will keep your secret. Suddenly I feel a little sympathy for the white woman. I'd like to ask everyone what to do with a 105-pound pig after it's killed. Sometimes I really want to call the police. Bro, why do you want to kill her so badly? Sui asked. The caller asked rhetorically. Did you just make a killing attempt on her? Moving. That doesn't make it so. What a pithy response. Dude, do you know what I'm going through with all this? She bit his conch-flavored beetle nut. How's that for consideration? Is this order taken? Sui twisted his head to look at the female white-collar worker. Your boyfriend is asking me. Will this order be taken or not? Negative emotional value plus 100 asterisk 5. The female white-collar worker didn't say a word. Just shedding tears. And contributing emotional values. The tears and the white powder on her face mixed into a rice paste and looked very spooky. Female ghosts aren't even this scary. Female white-collar suddenly crazy screaming. Grab the phone tearing cry. Lu Ong, I love you so sincerely, but you want my life. I called the police. Scum give me death. A nervous voice came from the other end of the line. Dude, did she hear all that just now? I hear you. No, how can I hear it? She's on speaker. Brothers take orders? The extermination order. Sui, can't put it out. I'm still live. It's a big order. Can't afford it. No, I'm just watching a live stream and someone's trying to kill me? Uncle sir, I'm scared. Oh you guys, are you going to wind up alone? Sui was a bit speechless. It's true that you can't sleep in a bed with two kinds of people. This couple is not normal in the brain. Of course the internet is not quite normal. After hanging up the phone, the woman leaned against the car window and cried her eyes out. Sui glanced at the rearview mirror and revealed a heartbroken look. Hey, don't lean on the car window. I don't call hello. Driver, you don't have to feel sorry for me. Let me cry a little. Don't get my window dirty. It's full of white powder and hard to wash. Negative emotional value plus 100. I'm more upset. Are you the devil? Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. This time the woman cried even louder and was dead set on not leaving. Sui sighed and could only choose to step on the gas to send her to her destination. Master, why do I keep meeting scum? Because you're a conch-flavored beetle nut. Negative emotional value plus 100. Master, am I unattractive? Sui revealed a sunny big boy smile. No, you're very suitable to play the female lead. The woman lifted her head and forced a small smile. Really? What heroine? Female zombie falls in love with Godzilla. Negative emotional value plus 100. Can't you comfort me? It's okay. You won't meet many scumbags in the future. Why? You're over 30 and can't meet many guys. Negative emotional value plus 100. Along the way, the white woman's emotional value didn't stop. This is almost catching up with you Shui. From now on, she would be Suyi's big brother on the list. Here we are. Hurry up and get off. The white-collar woman looked at her cell phone and then looked around. This is not my destination. I was following the navigation. There's no mistaking it. It's my address that's wrong. So you can send me to the Stallion Sales Center. Sui gave her a blank look. Get lost. Believe it or not. I'll really let your ex-boyfriend get the insurance. Negative emotional value plus 100. Big deal. I'll pay you extra. Sui immediately stepped on the gas. You finally did something. The white woman kept her head down and didn't say anything. Yoo-hoo. I can't believe there's no mood value. Looks like the resistance has improved. But why does this stallion sales center sound familiar? Sui slammed the steering wheel and remembered. This was a gift that the lovely yellow sister was going to give her. Sui immediately raised his eyebrows and asked, You work there? That's right. I'm an executive in it. Envious? Well. You're still in the company tomorrow. You're the one. Thumbs up. Sui shook his head. This company was bought by someone else to give to me. But I didn't care to take it. After all, a man has to have his own business. Chapter 43 Don't bully honest people. Die laughing. It's just the fantasy of an Edison before he starves to death. Stupid women who don't believe it when they tell the truth. Sui threw her a look of contempt. This kind of a little bit of superiority to be taken out to show off the people. Sui most despise. One of my uncles is the director. One is the chairman. And my sister is Miss Magic City. Did I say anything? Here it is. Ma'am. Give me the money. 150 total. Zhangyu lowered her head and fiddled with her cell phone a few times before looking at Sui. Is there a job for a freight hauler you'd like to do? $1,000. We'll settle it together then. You're kidding. I just got $4 million on my card. You still need $1,000? I'll do it. Sui's mouth was too big for his body. That's how raw startup capital is slowly built up. The white-collar woman grunted, raised her head high, and entered the company. Cargo pullers don't have heavy jobs. They are just responsible for pulling cargo. Sui did it all in an hour and a half. This store is decorated really well. Sui entered the store and looked around. Upon entering the office area, he saw the white woman sitting with 3 other white women, leisurely drinking afternoon tea. Because he was too far away, Sui could only vaguely hear a few words. Shrimp head guy steals a glance at me. Bio dad. Freedom to dress. Can't be defined. Undefined. Indescribable. Unobservable. Anchor. Better run. You've entered the Cthulhu lair. 5-star critic MacArthur said I was like a newbie in front of them. Sui smacked his lips as he watched the pop-ups, which was so exaggerated. With that he politely pushed the door open. It's done. Settle your money. 1,150 total. Zhang Yu, however, continued to drink his tea as if he hadn't heard. You hear me? Check out. Playing deaf? You're not going to be a scoundrel, are you? Negative emotional value plus 20. Sister, you owe him money? Another white woman asked. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes. Don't mind the shrimp head guy. It's just a means to try to chase me. The 3 female white-collar workers understood everything at once, and when they wanted to renege on their debts, they would use this excuse. And what does he do? Sister? Netflix driver. As soon as the words left her mouth, the 3 women simultaneously revealed a look of contempt. That's it? How dare you go after my sister? You're thinking about fart eating. Sui was exasperated and laughed, walking straight up, picking up a glass of water and splashing it on Zhang Yu's face. Gu, what are you doing? Sui sneered. Take a good look in the mirror. The white powder on your face is thicker than my latex paint. A geisha would have to call you grandmaster to come here. How dare you slander me? Hurry up and pay. No. Zhang Yu revealed a hideous expression. I only agreed with you verbally. It doesn't count. If you have the ability, go sue me. In the next second, Sui received a bad review alert. Not only will I not pay you, I'll give you a bad review. Back. Immediately after that, the 3 white collars disgusted Sui with their flesh to the door and then closed the door. Don't come dipping your toe in the water. You can't afford to pay for the cars here if you get them dirty. Sui's eyes were icy cold. It was the first time he was so angry. Open the door. Are you sure you don't want to pay me? We have boyfriends. Well, don't you guys regret it? Sui walked towards the car. Inside the office, the 4 girls were still gloating over the victory they had just won. Sister, the shrimp-headed man is gone. You can't keep using that excuse. How about sexual harassment next time? Sneak peeks? Great idea. Zhang Yu laughed heartily. Last time, there was a uremic driver who asked for money from us. Laughing to death. In the end, his account was banned and he didn't ask for any money. We're sure to make a lot of money over the course of the year. The other side. Sui killed the steering wheel and turned the car around to the gate. The waterboy sat up in shock. Anchor, what are you doing? Be calm. Hit it. If you lose money, the brothers will crowdfund you. We boys are fragrant, soft kittens, and the more you hurt him, the gentler he becomes. But on the contrary, if you treat him badly, he will become the king of the forest. Upstairs is even more sugarless. Shoo away. The engine began to roar violently, and Sui pressed the gas pedal to death. The metallic painted front end looked so bright at the moment. Sui firmly believes that violence can solve most of the world's problems, but most people just lack the ability to be able to handle the follow-up. As it happens, there is no shortage of Sui. Bang. The next second, the front of the car violently hit the tempered glass door. The glass was in pieces, changing into countless shards. It was a moment when the world seemed to go silent. The four white collars revealed disbelief, their pupils dilating. The car didn't stop. It continued to lurch forward. It stopped until it was about a meter away from the four women. Plop. The four women collapsed to the floor in shock and weakness. In that instant just now, death was only one step away from them. Sui condescended to look down on them, his eyes glowing grimly, with a final foot on Zhang Yu's chest and a big hand. Pay back. You're crazy, Zhang Yu shouted as she broke down. Bang. Negative emotional value plus 400. Sui slapped her face down and her face quickly swelled up high. Pay back. You. Bang. Negative emotional value plus 500. Pay back. 2 slaps went down, and Zhang Yu's eyes cleared completely. 2 palms to break the old scoundrel's soul. Sir, I am the poor man. Dropping. Your account arrived at $1. 150. Sui suddenly bloomed into a smile. Wouldn't it have been better if it had been like this? At the moment, in Zhang Yu's eyes, Sui was the devil. You're just a crazy person. You're killing people and going to jail. Zhang Yu was honest, but the other 3 weren't. Open your mouth and start outputting. Sui is happy. He hasn't found an excuse to beat you guys yet, and ended up putting his face on it himself. For popping sound. Negative emotional value plus 400 asterisk 6. The whole scene was reduced to the sound of crisp slaps. Don't fight. We won't dare talk too much anymore. Sui looked at them sinisterly. Remember, don't bully honest people anymore. Are you an honest man? It's not easy for them to live, and you guys still want to bully them. Is your conscience eaten by dogs? When the time comes to really piss them off and turn on the knife fight, you guys will be honest. The 4 didn't dare to retort and just nodded their heads. As soon as this asshole is gone, immediately call the police. It's not like we don't have anyone at the station. Suddenly, there was an angry growl from the doorway. Where did the unruly people come from? Quickly release them. The 4 girls immediately shed heartbreaking tears. Manager, you're finally here. If you don't come now, you're going to get the beat out of you by him. Lu Wei was unusually hideous at this time. These 4 women had long ago discussed life with him, normally regarded as forbidden. Bikes have to be ridden gently. As a result, the 4 of them are now as good as pigs. This is stallion sales. You can't just come in here whenever you want and hit people. I'm going to make you pay. Sui twisted his head to look at him, his eyes teasing. Oh, like what? Deception. Security. Where's the security guard? Waste him before sending him to the police station. I'll pay for the medical expenses. Sui swept a contemptuous glance at them, then dialed the phone. Uncle Yu, I miss my father. Uncle Lee, I might have to go see my father. I didn't guard that first-class medal. I'm sorry. Sister, the one thing I can't let go of in this life is you. In my next life, I still want to be your brother. Chapter 44, There's a limit to pretending to be poor. This maneuver gave the 5 people in front of them a good look. Are they all so self-conscious now? When you get into trouble, you take it upon yourself to give a good account of your last words. Lu Wei gave the 4 girls an angry look. Are you guys bullying honest people again? Nowadays society is hostile to everyone. One day you guys will regret it when you really need a 1-for-4 tough guy. Lu Wei cleared his throat. In front of the 4 women, the pussy that should be pretending is one that cannot fall. Little brother, although you took the initiative to explain your last words to your family, but the punishment that should be received should not be reduced at all. Sui gave him a blank look. Who asked you? Negative emotional value plus 50. And despise me. Get him. Getting the order. The security guards were like hungry tigers pouncing on each other, grabbing towards Sui. Despite being bottom feeders, they love to bully bottom feeders. Be a security guard by day and stop the takeout guy. Be a takeaway man at night and berate the security guards. This life has it. Stop. A roar came from outside the door. Yu Shu walked over with a face full of astonishment, carefully observed from head to toe, and sighed with relief after making sure that Sui was not injured. After discussion from above, it has been decided to take him a step further. It is currently under examination. It was reasonable to say that with his current abilities, there was little hope of pressing on. It would be nice to have a smooth retirement. It could be said that Sui was his nobleman, but if anything happened to Sui, not to mention whether he could enter the ministry or not, his own conscience would be severely condemned. Uncle Yu, what brings you here? Are you okay? Did they hit you? Did they get scared? Negative emotional value plus 50 asterisk 4. Chapter Rain, you should ask us that question. Looking at Yushu in his executive jacket, he couldn't help but be a little wary and ask, "Who are you, Brother Wei?" "It's this poor boy's uncle, so he must be poor too. What's there to ask? Stupid woman." Executive jacket. Thermos. Know the gold content of those two things? Yushu looked at them with cold eyes. "It's against the law to hit someone. You know? Old dang, hurry up and get lost. It's none of your business, or else I'll even beat you together later." Another female white-collar worker said with a high mouth. "Hey, I'd like to see you guys dare. You really think you're an official when you wear a tie jacket?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the assistant beside Yushu took the initiative to take out his documents. "I'm the director of the Port City Education Department. Are you sure you dare to hit me?" At that exact moment, the TV set on the wall plays a video of Yushu's visit to various schools to offer his condolences. The face on it perfectly overlapped with the Yushu in front of him. Shock value plus 100 asterisk 5. The crowd was completely in a daze. The many security guards all unconsciously stepped back. "This is a big official. Can't afford to mess with it." Lu Wei twisted his head and looked angrily at Zhang Yu, saying with some displeasure, "What's in your head? The director's nephew you go and bully?" Zhang Yu took a few steps back at a loss. I didn't know. I thought he was just a broken internet car driver." Negative emotional value plus 200. Zhang Yu looked at Sui with some resentment. "What's in your head? Your uncle is a director and you still come out to drive an online car? I know a director." Even the village dog became a police dog. Lu Wei changed his previous arrogant appearance, fawningly handed cigarettes to Yushu, poured tea, poured water, but all were indifferently rejected. "Lu Wei, a director. It's all a misunderstanding. Since he's your nephew, I'll let it go, as long as he can compensate for the damage to the store." Yushu didn't utter a word, instead leaving the decision to Sui. Sui sneered. "Compensate your mom. You deserved it when I ran you over, and you still want me to pay for it? Hurry up and settle the 1150 for me." Negative emotional value plus 200. Lu Wei's face was ugly, especially when he was scolded in front of the four girls. He felt that his face had fallen off. "Have you gone too far? Even if your uncle is the director, you can't be so arrogant." "Chief, don't blame me for reporting you if you misuse your privileges in broad daylight." Yushu's face had a hint of movement, but he remained silent. "I'll leave it all to Sui to decide." Sui was not polite and slapped him on the head. "Sure you don't want to settle that 1150 for me? No not. And you're going to have to pay our store a large sum of money in damages, as well as their moral damages. So what if it's the director? We little people aren't made of clay." Looking at his righteousness, Sui almost felt like giving him a round of applause. "Boy, it's letting you take the moral high ground, but you're naive to think that's all I have to offer. Hopefully you'll still have that untamed look later." The atmosphere was at a standstill for a while, and Yushu's expression was a bit difficult. Lu Wei was right. His status was a convenience, but it was also a limitation. A bunch of people are staring at his seat. Picking a booger without first docking the left side might even report you a bit. "Lu Wei, let's do it this way. We both take a step back. You compensate us for the damage to the store, and I'll give you the 1150. Are you thinking about fart food?" Sui smiled. "It's going to cost you tens of thousands of dollars in damages. You're taking advantage of everything. Is that right? So there's no deal? No compensation. I will not move you today on the face of the secretary, and we will proceed to court. Our company is from Mordor. Are you sure you dare to offend?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a man once again appeared in the doorway. Same as Yushu's reaction. Sui's body was first carefully scanned. It was a relief to make sure it was intact. Loving wiped the sweat from his head. "Thank you, Director. Xiaoyi, Uncle Li is late. Luckily there's nothing going on, or else I wouldn't be able to explain to Brother Fan." "It's okay Uncle Li. I just missed my father too much." Guilt value plus 100. Aggrieved, right? Uncle Li took it out for you. Levin turned and faced them. The aura of superiority was once again on his body. "What the hell is going on here? Who bullied my nephew?" Negative emotional value plus 50 asterisk 5. Zhang Yu was so angry that he wanted to curse his mother. Who was bullying who? Can't you see a car this big parked in the house? My legs are still shaking. But although she spat this out in her heart, her entire body was still abashedly hiding behind Lu Wei. Lu Wei narrowed his eyes. "Who are you again?" "I'm his uncle. Zhang Yu, Brother Wei, leave him alone. He's a director's uncle at best, or else he wouldn't be driving an online car. My name is Li Wen, and I'm the chairman of the Fu Run Group. My nephew will be the next chairman. It's all on the official website, so you guys can check it out." Shock value plus 200 asterisk 5. Bang. A crunchy slap came. Lu Wei's merciless iron hand pumped on Zhang Yu, How many times have I told you not to call me Viagra? How unpleasant. Why? Bang. And Halberd puts the call. Negative emotional value plus 100. Zhang Yu was again casting a resentful gaze at Sui. Your uncle is the chairman of the fortune group. You're driving a ING car? Is there a disease in your heart? There's a limit to pretending to be poor. Lu Wei's hands were numb at this time. And his person was even more numb. He regretted rushing into this mess for the millionth time. I thought that the other side of the poor boy. But it turned out that the background of one is more than one against the sky. He's not even a fart in front of the chairman of the fortune group. Chapter 45, Brother, why are all the young ladies your relatives? Yat, what's going on? Sui lowered his head with an aggrieved face. I work for them, but they won't pay me and they laugh at me. Said I was an orphan. Guilt value plus 100. Zhang Yu? When did I say that? Lu Wei looked at Zhang Yu with a look. Levin was filled with rage. Damn, that's too much. Who wouldn't pay? The three female white-collar workers and Lu Wei coincidentally pointed at Zhang Yu. Bang. Li Wen has a violent temper. And without saying anything, he slapped her a few times, giving her a starry eye. It could be said that Li Wen's current scales were the matter of Sui being an orphan. The crowd didn't dare to fart. Lu Wei smiled apologetically and said, Mr. Li, you fought all the fights. Let's just let this go. No way. Mr. Li, your nephew crashed his car and we're not taking advantage of anyone. Levon, it's too much. Yes, it is indeed excessive. Lu Wei nodded his head with great approval. What exactly did you guys humiliate him with to make him lose his mind like that? It's simply excessive. I feel suffocated just listening to the behavior. Lovey, brother, do you want to see what you're talking about? Sui sneered. Reasoning? You're a little fart to reason with the chairman? Jailbird, that's funny. Give Xiaoyi the money he deserves. And everyone apologize to him again. And this will be over. And the damage to our store. You're thinking about fart eating. Negative emotional value plus 200. Lu Wen's face was unsightly. Apologizing was fine. Tolerate it and get over it. After all, face is worthless. But the damage is a different story. Initial estimates are $50,000 or $60,000. If you don't pay, then I'm liable. Who can stand that? So Reuben shook his head decisively after a 10-second hesitation. No way. I have to get to the compensation. I will definitely apologize to him when the compensation is paid. Li Wen's face was cold and his tone was filled with a strong sense of oppression. I'll give you one more chance to reorganize your language. I want compensation. Mr. Li, it's not true that Fortune Group is powerful, but we are also a company in Magic City. If we really have to fight a lawsuit, it's not certain who will lose and who will win. Levin gasped and laughed. Fine. Use Mordor to pressure me? I'm just being honest. Zhang Yu looked at Lu Wei with an extremely worshipful gaze. Brother Wei, you are so powerful, O chairman of the Fortune Group. All of them can have a hard anus. It's too stoned. Just kidding. I'm super brave, okay? Feeling the adoring gazes constantly thrown by the four girls, Lu Wei's waist was quite straightened up. Zhang Yu is even braver. Mr. Li, the store has surveillance. We will see you in court. Sui kicked her to the ground with a general you flying kick. And the court see? Hell see can't even. Negative emotional value plus 100. Chapter Rain, speak up for me. But no one cares about Zhang Yu anymore. The atmosphere at this point was in a tense, anxious state. Each side refused to take a step back, but Levin had already moved to kill. Regardless of today's outcome, they will not be able to stay in Hong Kong City. At that moment a pleasant voice came from the doorway. How are you doing, brother? Is everything okay? Unsurprisingly for Sui, Huang Lu also carefully checked around Sui's body. Snow White, soft little hands were squeezing and rubbing all over her body. Luckily there are no bruises. Nope, most likely internal injuries. Sui, negative emotional value plus 50. Shock value plus 500. Lu Wei in the back had his mouth open and his pupils were constantly contracting. Great miss. What brings you here? Bang. A crunching sound came and the entire hall fell into silence. Lu Wei covered his face and shivered at Huang Lu's icy eyes. You're the ones who bullied my brother. Lu Wei desperately shook his head, his eyes terrified. No. How dare I bully your brother? Damn how come Missy is your sister? Why are all the powerful people your relatives? No dude. Your father is God. Lu Wei's heart was trembling madly, and in his heart, he had already cursed the four stupid women half to death. 1 second he was gloating about the company being Magic City's. The next he was slapped in the face by Miss Magic City. It's a hard life. Shock value 400 by 4. The four white women in the back were no better than Lu Wei, especially Zhang Yu. His brain was down and his eyes were dull. Turns out what he said before was true. This company, literally, was bought and given to him. But you don't want it? Going to make money running an internet car. Nuts. Seeing how cold and silent the atmosphere was, Sui immediately stepped forward to round off the conversation. It's okay sis, they didn't bully me much, they just made me explain my last words, and said something like I'm not good enough for my own sister. Negative emotional value plus 400. Negative emotional value plus 400. 5 for all. When did we say that? Is it appropriate for you to have such a green tea background? Sister, just forgive them, at least I'm not dead. Brother, please stop the green tea. If the tea goes on, we'll lose our little lives. At this moment, Huanglu's pretty face was plated with a layer of frost and her silver teeth were clenched. Waste them for me. The bodyguards at the back immediately carried out their orders, striking hard and causing a lot of pain but no fatal injuries. Obviously these bodyguards were professionally trained. Sui looked at their aura. 80% were retired special forces. The only thing left on the scene were the heartbreaking screams of a few people. Spare a thought for Sui as he watched. However, Huanglu's expression never changed, and the killing intent between her eyebrows never receded. This sister of his seems to be more ruthless than expected. Sister, make them stop. It feels like they're going to be killed. Brother, you're just too nice. You'll get bullied that way. At that time in the orphanage, I was bullied by other kids. It was you who stood in front of me and fought with them. So even though I was the skinniest in the orphanage, no one ever dared to bully me. Brother, it's my turn to protect you after this. Sui took a deep breath. Which man can resist not eating this soft rice? Who doesn't have a soft spot for a decent man? Stop. My brother kindly intends to spare you. Negative emotional value plus 500 asterisk 5. The 5 were silent, just contributing their emotion values. Don't even dare to give a look of resentment. Sui nodded. I'm still too kind. Don't worry guys. Although your body hurts, it hasn't broken any bones and bones. You'll be fine after a few days of reprieve. A few people looked bitter. I thank you. That's when the sirens went off outside the door. Huang Lu raised her eyebrows. You guys called the police? Lu Wei nodded in fear. When the car crashed in, I was momentarily scared so I called the police. Levin's gaze was threatening. What to say later and what not to say. Understand? Got it. Got it. Monsieur got out of the police car. The last time he was pressured by his superiors, which led to the release of 2 criminals, made him depressed. There's no use saying anything this time. Evil must be brought to justice ruthlessly and without fear of force. My name is Ironwood. What's yours? Just as he walked through the doorway, he was shocked by what he saw inside. Chapter 46, Meng Xiang, Evil Capital, Evil Soft Rice Man. A car was sprawled across the hall. Broken glass everywhere and a few spots of blood on the floor. 4 women and a man were looking at themselves with pitying eyes, and they were covered in bruises and swollen noses. There must have been violent abuse before. It's solved. It's definitely a big, bad case. Also a second-class piece of work. It's a new year and it's very bah humbug to punch a score. Who did this? Sir, it's me. Sui took a step forward. Immediately after, Huang Lu tugged on Sui's arm. And me. Meng Xiang's pupils shrank as he looked at the Sui duo and then at Li Wen. His eyes steeply cold. It's the 3 of you again. You're really the wrong side of the tracks. Let's see how you guys can run this time. Take them all away. Yushu crossed in front of the 3. Little comrade. Are you going to take people away without knowing the specifics? What else is there to know? The facts are in front of us. Say hello to your director Lu with me. It's been a while since I've had a drink with him. Meng Xiang froze and looked at Yushu in shock. You know our director? I'm Yushu, the director of education. Negative emotional value plus 100. In the next second, Meng Xiang's eyes seemed like they were about to spit out fire. Damn rich people, looking for connections have found their way to the chief here. But it's no use. It's not a system. I don't scare you. Director you. I'll remember your words. Everyone, come with me to the bureau for tea. Yushu's face immediately grimaced. Your little comrade's awareness is not high. Bureau you. I represent is justice. Sui suddenly asked. Sir, you arrested us at the drop of a hat. May I ask where we broke the law? Did you crash this car in? Yeah. Malicious damage to another person's property is not a crime, but the store belongs to my sister. Huang Lu nodded. Yes, it's my store. Negative emotional value plus 100. The rich man of all evils. So, then you guys even hit people. Look at these 5 people with swollen noses. Sui laughed and turned his head to look at the 5 with a threatening gaze. Did I hit you guys? The 5 shook their heads like rattlesnakes. No. It was the 5 of us beating each other up ourselves. Negative emotional value plus 100. Ah, sir, you've seen it too. These 5 people are employees of the store. And they had a small conflict today. Meng Xiang's face became very ugly, but he still looked at the 5 with an encouraging gaze. Don't be afraid. Speak out boldly. I promise to bring the bad guys to justice. Lu Wei looked at Huang Lu's icy face and immediately shivered. Ah, sir. It's really the conflict between the five of us, which has currently been reconciled under the mediation of Mr. Su. Negative emotional value plus 100. The capital of all evil. Justice lost. From today, my name is not Tilin. Please call me Gichanju. Meng Xiang left and went back with reluctance and the regret of not being able to get a second-class merit. Yu Shu shook his head. This young comrade's awareness is not very high. He will definitely suffer in the future. Sui nodded. He was not bad, just too eager to progress. You see, again, the rush. After making sure that the police car was far away, the five were close to kneeling down and apologizing to Sui. And the five of them put together $10,000 to compensate Sui. The question is about lost wages and emotional distress. Even though they did this, Huang Lu still fired them. You want to run away after offending the abbot? Afterwards, Huang Lu called the cleaning and maintenance workers to clean up the scene, and Sui followed them to clean up. After all, the trouble was self-inflicted. The heart is more or less guilty, but this broke Huang Lu's heart. Brother, don't get busy first. I ordered some boxed lunches to eat. That's fine. Just got a little hungry. Huang Lu wanted to call Yu Shu and Li Wan to eat with him, but both said they had something to do. Say hello and leave. Brother, I'm condemning you to eat a boxed lunch with me. Sui opened the boxed lunch and smiled. I'm still missing the boxed lunch. A mouthful of shrimp goes into your mouth, bursting with fresh flavor and juice. Wagyu beef melts in your mouth and is full of creamy flavor. Sui raised his eyebrows. This boxed lunch is good. Where did you order it? The same hotel we ate at before. 5-star hotel. Chui Yun Xian? Right. Sui looked at the bill. A box costs more than 1,000. Excuse me. This box of food is worth my living expenses for the month of January. It seems like I'm still a long way from capitalizing and have to work harder to do so. First of all, this mindset has to change. To change the bad habit of not eating staples as well as being able to eat. After eating and drinking, Sui was ready to continue working part-time. But when I got in the car, I was dumbfounded that the airbag had popped out at some point. Brother, why don't you just take this sales store? It was originally bought for you. I don't have much time to take care of it either. Huang Lu saw Sui's predicament and thoughtfully said. Sui sighed. There is always someone handing you soft food to your mouth to disintegrate your willpower. Sometimes it really doesn't want to try anymore. In the end, under Huang Lu's many soft words, Sui reluctantly agreed. Brother, take this car and drive it. Porsche 911. It's not worth much, and it's only over $4 million. Sis, if you keep this up, brother doesn't want to make an effort. Two dyes of redness appeared on Huang Lu's stunningly beautiful face. It's alright, brother. I can support you for the rest of your life. Who said this girl was cold? This girl is awesome. At this time, the water friends who just entered the live room saw this opening storm, and tears of jealousy welled up at the corners of their mouths. Give me a break. Why do you have to be a soft touch when you're both men? Get out of the way. Do you understand this soft rice? Just eat. Let me do it. I hung my sister up and smoked her for 3 days and nights, but she still refused to say she was a rich woman. Okay, sis. I'm going to keep running the netbook. See you next time. Huang Lu looked at Sui reluctantly. Brother, you really don't have to put up such a fight. I just wasn't joking. Sui touched her head, and the little girl instantly revealed an expression of enjoyment. The body unconsciously leaned on Sui, soft and tender, with a fragrant breeze. Sis, we all grew up in an orphanage, and it wasn't easy reaching for food. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Huang Lu froze in place. Then with an apology, she said, I'm sorry, brother. It's because I didn't think things through. I don't blame you. It's not a buddy. You're a softie, aren't you? Kneel down as a dog JPG, brother. There were so many people just now. How the hell did you do that? This is something I really want to learn. At this time, Sui's cell phone rang, and the note was Sister Cockroach. Hey, Sister Abstract, why are you calling me? I'm a good friend. The schoolgirl on the other end of the phone blushed and showed a look of social death. 10 toes like onion white satin wrapped in white stockings, clenched tightly together. I'll stand here today and see who dares. Hate to snap a castle to the air. Dude, are you free tonight? I want to talk to you about something. You're still drinking. Sui. Negative emotional value plus 15. Negative emotional value plus 15. Sui? The sister was alone next to her. So the emotional value of that. Sis, what's wrong with you? Huang Lu's pink fists clenched tightly, her face a little pale. Brother, who is she? My one thief abstract female classmate. Negative emotional value plus 20. Is that a good relationship? That's about it. Met once. Chapter 47. I sold a song for $1 million. The schoolgirl praised me. Exhale. Huang Lu breathed a sigh of relief visible to the naked eye. Then sister, I'm leaving. Oh. Huang Lu looked at him reluctantly. Go brother. Be careful on the road. Sui sat in the driver's seat of the Porsche 911. Not to mention, a penny for a penny. The comfort is unbeatable. With that, the throttle was pressed and the engine roared wildly as it rode away. Huang Lu looked in the direction the car left and was briefly lost in thought. Brother, how many more times can I see you? A sheet of medical records was torn to shreds. Anchor, driving a Porsche to run an online car. You're really something. Anchor, can you take me for a ride? I'm a student. You are useless. Anchor, it's better not to broadcast live while driving. Rebus was blocked from driving live last night. Sui could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this pop-up. This super tube head is really iron. The major shareholders are sealed. That's when Sui received a private message from Netflix. Master, can you please hurry up? It's been overtime for how long? Sui looked at the time. 7 minutes overtime. Sorry, there's a bit of traffic. Be right there. A few strings of ellipses were sent across the room. Within a few minutes, the passenger simply called and urged. Master, how much longer? Now that society is so rolled up, can you get a raise if you don't work hard? Look at my salary of $15,000. Am I proud of it? I work overtime until 11 p.m. As usual. Sui kept frowning. Don't rush. I'm here. Where? Honking is. The other side was silent for over 10 seconds, then let out a pop. Shock value plus 100. Porsche 911. Make a fuss and get in the car. Dude, why are you running an internet car in a Porsche? Because Ferraris I'm not used to driving. 6. Negative emotional value plus 50. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get in the car, said Sui with a speechless face. I've just been rushing around, and now that the bus is here, I'm nagging to get on the bus. You're here to make trouble, aren't you? Brother, can I ride in this car? Is it really okay? Nonsense. It's just a walker. The man got into the car trembling like a blind man's massage. Brother, how come you're so rich? Share some tips on how to make money. Sui revealed a bad smile. It's easy to make money. The unused cars are rented out, and the vacant houses are rented out. Negative emotion value plus 150. Brother, stop it. We're not from the same world. Sui laughed again. Certain unscrupulous experts in his previous life had said the same thing. It feels different again now that I've said it myself, and it's extraordinarily soothing to my body. After picking up a few more internet rides and harvesting a sum of emotional value, Sui hurriedly rushed to his appointment with Sister Abstract. As expected of an abstract sister, she chose a different location than the norm, an old baying restaurant. Sister Abstract. All the other girls choose coffee shops, Western restaurants. These places. Why did you choose this place? Sui said curiously. Ai Xiaoxing seemed to be dissatisfied with the title Sui had given her, and gave an angry blank look, which appeared to be infinite in flavor to outsiders. What's so great about that place? It's pretentious and not very cost-effective. Not as affordable as this. Sui continued to look at her without speaking. Negative emotional value plus 20. Well, today I swiped on the Master King accent and thought it was so funny. Master Kyun's accent? After her last drunken experience, Ai Xiaoxing seemed to have let herself go a bit. The face, though still red and looking a little rushed, mimicked it with a flourish. We old Beiping people have to drink kanji in a circle. That's what makes it authentic. Sui? Big sock. Do you know what you're talking about? Live water friends are buckling up a screen full of question marks. Guess what? I woke up. Who says this schoolgirl has a hard life? This schoolgirl is too sugary. Looking at Sui's strange expression, Ai Xiaoxing flashed her big innocent eyes. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? No. You're this, thumbs up. Sui, I'll treat you to whatever you're eating. Sui waved his hand. Don't invite me first. Settle the money first. Sui pulled up the collection code. You were drunk at the last fondue and I ended up paying for it. There's also the money for this chaperone dinner, and the lost wages from my part-time job. It's a total of $500. So you can just give me 550. Negative emotional value plus 100 asterisk 3. The schoolgirl was silent, just spewing out her emotional value furiously. How is this still 50 more? It's crazy Thursday. I'm 50. Negative emotional value plus 200. I'm the schoolgirl, yeah. People are lining up to have dinner with me, but that happened to be the point of attraction for her. As a schoolgirl, she had seen too much dog licking, and had long ago become bored beyond belief. You are born neither. Sigma men. Do not fall into the trap of women. Really convinced. Ai Xiaoxing rolled her eyes furiously. Sui received the transfer and smiled with satisfaction. Say, what's it to me? Drinking it in a circle still tastes the same. Sui, Families who understand with the schoolgirl in addition to dinner. Hard speechless twice. Don't parody the internet terriers in the future. Why? Well, what is it that you want from me? Anyway? AI Xiaoxing wiped her mouth and sat upright. Very formal. You're so talented. Write a song for me. What for? You're going out on the road. It's about the same. My dream is to be a singer, but my parents never agreed. So I wanted a chance to prove myself. And you, Sui, are my chance. Sui laughed twice as numerous golden songs from his previous life on Earth flashed in his head, but he shook his head. Who am I to write for you? Wouldn't want to whore me out for nothing just because of 2 meals. AI Xiaoxing blushed a few more shades of red and murmured in a small voice. I didn't intend to whore myself out. Yu Bingshan looked for me to write a score and both gave me this amount. Sui stretched out a finger. Okay, 1 million I promise. Sui stumbled and almost didn't sit still. When did rich women become so plentiful? Sui is a bit remorseful. Promised so dry. Is not a bit to be less? At this moment, AI Xiaoxing was touched inwardly. Sui seemed stingy, but he was still generous to her at critical moments. $1 million for a song. What's the difference between that and just giving it to her? Sister Abstract. I want to ask if your family has a mine? Sui curiously said. Well, digging for all kinds of ores in the African region, and on the Shanxi side as well. By the way, how did you know? It's really mined. Damn it. I'm really missing out on this money. AI Xiaozhou said later. Sui, what song are you going to write for me? How many days will it take to complete? Finish writing for you now. Shock value plus 50. AI Xiaoxing, huh? Chapter 48 Big Brother in the military comes to the municipal party committee. Visit Sui? AI Xiaoxing was filled with incredulity. You can write a song right now? And also the lyrics. The tune? Sui nodded rightfully. What's the problem? AI Xiaoxing froze in place, unable to say a word for a long time. After all, many of the golden songs she knew had taken months or even years to fully create. Sui, there's no need to rush. Quality is most important. Sui laughed. After all this, you're afraid that the quality I create won't work. No, it isn't. Don't blah blah blah. When I create it, I'll punch you in the face properly. Negative emotional value plus 50. The schoolgirl really didn't say anything, quietly watching Sui compose the lyrics and music. It was said that men were most handsome when they were serious, and the schoolgirl had scoffed at it before. Looking at Sui now he couldn't help but recognize it a little. Long eyelashes, high nose, sword eyebrows and starry eyes are more of an extremely spontaneous, open and confident temperament. The schoolgirl gradually looked a little smitten. Why do you keep staring at me? I have flowers on my face. No, I was just gawking and happened to look your way. Schoolgirl AI quickly lowered her head. Oh, 80% jealous of my beauty. Lowlife. Negative emotional value plus 100. After Suyi's face writing output, AI Xiaoxing settled down quite a bit. However, it still looked at Sui intentionally or unintentionally. Municipal office building. Hello secretary. The secretary worked hard. Fong Tang smiled broadly, responding one by one to the employees who pretended to be passing by, but actually came to say hello on purpose. He waited until he reached the office door before he curled his mouth and removed his glasses, pinching the tip of his nose tiredly. They say this is a good location, but who can appreciate the hard work involved? Maybe the only way to not be so tired is to climb further up the hill. Being a city clerk, there are a lot of things that suck in a day, but the only thing that gave him some comfort was that his child's essay won first prize. My city council father. The last sentence, in particular, was especially comforting to him. Later I realized that secretary is not just a title, but a responsibility. He has to guard not only our small family, but also the lights of the whole city. The moment he pushed the door in, he was confused for a moment and his mind went blank, for the chair that had belonged to him was at that moment occupied by a man. The disciplinary committee is here? Who put the money in my refrigerator? No, there's no money in the fridge. Or not. I'm not greedy. Why am I nervous? Fong Tang had 1,000 thoughts in his head, and finally slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and took a step in, preparing to deal with it calmly. But when he got close enough to find a military uniform, he was confused. The army? What's he doing here? Little Fong, you're here. The voice was slightly old, but it was full of vigor. Fong Tang's gaze was dead set on the 3 stars on the shoulder badge, his pupils quaking. You didn't greet me in advance when you came to my place so that I could receive you. No need. Just came here to see one of the kids in my hand soldiers. Fong Tang understood in a second that this was coming to stand up for that kid. It would be nice to keep promoting him if his abilities are passable. After all, being able to hook up with the military would also help with future progress. May I ask Elder Zhang which department that boy is currently serving in? No tenure. He's still a student. Fong Tang couldn't help but stare. Inwardly he couldn't help but sigh. The big brother's foresight was just high. Still a student. And you're thinking about paving the way for your child. Zhang Mu seemed to see through his thoughts and slowly said, "Don't misunderstand. What the child wants to do in the future. I, an old man, have no right to ask. I heard he wasn't doing so well, so I made the trip over to see him. After all, the child's father sacrificed himself. We can't let a hero bleed and shed tears, can we?" Fong Tang smiled and agreed, but it was more or less hard to feel in his heart. "Why don't you just go and watch the kids? Why did you come to my office?" That's obviously something in the words. However, he still assured, "Please rest assured, Elder Zhang, we will not let the son of a hero suffer, especially during my time in office. How old is the boy now? What school is he in? What's his name? I'll have someone organize condolences." Zhang Mu shook his head. "There's no need to trouble you guys to make a trip. That kid is live streaming. We can both check his recent situation from here." Fong Tang froze again, but looking at Zhang Mu who had already taken out his military cell phone, he couldn't say anything else. But just after opening the screen, both of them froze, only to see a pair of handsome men and women sitting together. Both of their face value is enough to hang a bunch of stars. What are those two doing? Sui is writing songs for girls. Ha! This kid is so talented? Fong Tang was slightly surprised. Zhang Mu laughed genuinely for the first time. "That's for sure. And I don't look at whose soldier's child." Zhang Mu's expression instantly fell. "This child really looks like him." Sui put down his pen and moved his wrist a few times. "Done." The schoolgirl put down the old Peking chicken roll and wiped her mouth. Her gaze tinged with skepticism. "That fast? Can you really write a song?" When she picked up the paper and scrutinized it, she stiffened in place on the spot. The eyes were slow to move. "Star and Moon Myth? What a beautiful name. The best view of my life was meeting you, gazing quietly at you in a sea of people, strange and familiar. Where will you be in 1,000 years and what kind of scenery will you have around you? Our story isn't exactly beautiful, but it's so hard to forget. Would it have ended differently if we had been brave enough to get together?" Ai Xiaoxing covered her mouth as her pupils continued to contract. "Good, beautiful lyrics. What a B-story. For just one song, I can actually see a love story in it that spans thousands of years." The schoolgirl's petite body trembled slightly, and drops of clear tears traced across her delicate face. It's clear that she was impressed by the lyrics. After all, people are always sexy. Sui, ha, you're kinda out of practice if you don't call me buddy. Are you a genius? Sui shook his head. "I didn't actually write this song." Ha? Sui took a deep breath, intending to confess. After all, he still had a conscience. "Actually, this was written by my second personality." With that he suddenly covered his right eye and his voice was cold. "A Matt Rice." Sound of escaping laughter. Ai Xiaoxing laughed out steeply, and the others in the diner looked lost in thought. "Sui, you're so childish. Look at that. She's smiling. Come on, cry." A beautiful woman is smiling at a boy. Immediately afterward, Ai Xiaoxing braced her hands upward. "Earth exploding star. Sui, abstract sister is abstracting on again. School marm. Negative emotional value plus 100. Is the anchor some kind of romantic insulator? I just used the anchor method to get a laugh out of May too, but May called me a clown. Woohoo. If schoolgirl AI doesn't abstract, her face value could go up another 5 points." Zhang Mu looked at Fong Tang with a confused look. "What is this, Emma Tesla?" The corner of Fong Tang's mouth twitched. How could he understand the things of young people? "Elder Fong. I guess it's the name of some tram. Of course it could be an electric car." Chapter 49. No way. Young master. Sui is getting more and more popular. This tune is best accompanied by a bamboo flute. Sui reminded. "I'll go borrow a bamboo flute from the boss and give you some accompaniment." The schoolgirl was a little surprised. "You even know how to play the bamboo flute?" Slightly. "Then how did you know the boss had a bamboo flute?" "There are certificates of honor hanging on the wall." A moment later, Sui borrowed the flute and placed it in his hands to familiarize himself with it. "Listen carefully to the accompaniment and see if it suits you to sing." "Good." The schoolgirl's beautiful eyes curved out into a nice crescent moon, her expression expectant. In the next second a very fairy-like immortal sword was blown out. "Schoolgirl? The lyrics are love-sad, aren't they? This song doesn't seem appropriate." Sui was a bit embarrassed. "I'm sorry, this is another song. Shock value plus 50. You have another original?" Slightly. Sui blew again. A sense of ancient brokenness came over him. Ai Xiaoxing's eyes widened. "What's this tune again? It makes me unable to stop my sweat from rising." Meow. How did it blow up into the desolate Emperor March? Just a moment. Let me recall. There are so many tunes that it's a little easy to get mixed up in remembering them all at once. Immediately after that, Yaij was blown out. Greetings to the Ealing ancestor. Still not right. Try again. As if dreaming. Border area. Meow. What's with the lanting sequence still out? Next. Sui blew a dozen or so tunes one after another, and each of the preludes was an existence that made the schoolgirl's heart and mind shake for it. But none of it is the star and moon myth. Shock value plus 200. Shock value plus 200. The schoolgirl's pink lips were slightly open. Her expression was dumbfounded, and she exuded a strong sense of disbelief. This, Sui, are these your originals? What? You want to learn? AI Xiaoxing instantly became excited. Is it really possible? Let's learn the star and moon mythos first. You can't chew too much greed. AI Xiaoxing looked a little lost. But you haven't played its tune yet. It didn't occur to me for a while, but it doesn't matter. Let's go to the studio first. Maybe it'll come back to me. Ha! So soon. AI Xiaoxing looked at the man in front of her with admiration. A man who loves music can't be far behind. But the schoolgirl was obviously overthinking it, and Sui's eyes were full of desire for $1 million. At this time, watching the live broadcast of the military and political, two big men took a deep breath, from each other's eyes to look at the appreciation and surprise. Fong Tang sighed. This child's talent is incomparably amazing, and is second to none when looking at the entire entertainment industry. A proud look appeared in Zhang Mu's eyes. That must be. His father was my best soldier. If it wasn't for that change of heart, I'm afraid he'd be a regimental commander by now. Fong Tang nodded. I can place him in the radio and television when he graduates. Are you kid trying to steal someone from me? It's better for him to come to the army with this talent. Fong Tang was a bit silent, not knowing who said he had no right to interfere with his development. Sure enough, the big man is double standard too. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Where did you get all that emotional value? Sui looked at the schoolgirl and realized that she was so happy that she hugged the lyrics and just carried them. Sui looked at the store owner again, who was frying tomatoes with tomatoes. It couldn't have been him either. Sui looked out the window and realized that there was a Ferrari parked at the entrance at some point. Seeing Sui looking at him, the car window quickly closed. Sui, oh I see. So it's a little licking dog. Zheng Qian in the car had a grimace on his face and slammed both fists on the steering wheel. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where is the dirtbag from who dares to pick up the woman I have my eye on? Butler, what do you think should be done? The butler's face showed a fierce look. Shall we give him a click? Zheng Qian threw a slap on the butler's head. Click your ass. I'll click you first. Now is the rule of law society do not know? How horrible the self-media influence is. Then, young master, let's find someone to threaten him with a beating? If that kid doesn't submit, beat him up again. There are people at the police station anyway. It's all about the rule of law. This kid is a piece of. Why is the school flower still smiling at him? Woo woo, she didn't even say a few words to me. What then? Young master? TM got a nose. The school flower even applauded. Butler, find someone to kill him. Tell old Mo that I want to eat fish. Young master, this is a society of law and order. For popping or snapping. Another 2 slaps on the butler's head. I'm the young master. You're the young master? Zhang Qian revealed a vicious look. If you dare to tease the woman I have my eye on, you must die. Housekeeper, check him out for me. I'm going to pick out his black material and cyberstorm him ruthlessly. Good. The butler wasn't smart, but he was very efficient, and a few phone calls were made. Sui's information appeared in his cell phone. How about the butler? Did he pick up any black material? The butler's eyeballs were bulging out as he stared stupidly at the screen and stammered. No way. Young master, the more you pick at it, the redder it gets. Ha! Zhang Qian snatched the cell phone, looked at the screen, and suddenly his expression froze. Father first-class hero, mother angel against the current, brother narcotics hero. Red, too red, and my yellow brain just made a sacred flag. Young master, they're coming out. Follow them later. Sui, you even bought a car? Porsche 911. The schoolgirl was slightly surprised. Sui did not have the slightest concealment, said, this is my sister bought me. She also sent a 4S store to me. When I said I didn't want it, she wasn't happy about it. This sister of mine can be too rebellious. School marm, not this sister. You give it to me. Sui kicked the gas and ejected to start. Sui looked in the rearview mirror, and the Ferrari started to start up as well. The corner of Sui's mouth curled into a playful smile. He wanted to see what this licking dog wanted to do. Sui, has the recording studio not arrived yet? You've been circling around for an hour. There's no rush. Let's juggle that car back there first. After AI Xiaoxing saw the Ferrari in the back, a wave of anger surfaced on her pretty face. How come it's this Sharpay again? The ghost is still there. You know him? Well, a clown. Comes around harassing me all the time for nothing, and does whatever he wants because his family has a little bit of stinking money. Sui laughed. Dare I say it was still the second generation of the rich. Dude, you remember. The goddess you can't even dream of. Paid me to have dinner with her. 1 hour later. Negative emotional value plus 50 * 4. Sui had reaped a considerable amount of emotional value just by taking him on a car skid. Zheng Qian was furious and honked furiously. Young master, it seems like he's walking us on purpose, yeah. Damn. I can't tell, can I? I'm going to make you look good. Immediately behind them, the Ferrari's lights flashed. Ai Xiaoxing was a bit nervous. Sui, he seems to be overtaking. Let him be. I guess he's out of patience. In the next second, only the Ferrari arrogantly honked its horn, followed by the body constantly approaching the Porsche. Sui shook his head and gave it room, but it got the better of it and kept pushing Sui towards the guardrail. The schoolgirl nervously clutched Sui's sleeve. Sui, what should we do? No panic. I'll find a way to shake him off. At this point, a curve appeared ahead. Sui accelerated with a kick of the gas, but the Ferrari followed suit. Its rear end close to the front of Sui's car. If Sui made a turn at this time, the two would definitely tailgate. Sui laughed coldly. You're purposely trying to drive apart, aren't you? Chapter 50 can't remember. I really can't remember. Zheng Qian in the front sneered smugly. Dirt dog, let's see what you're going to do. As soon as the words fell, a powerful impact came. Immediately afterward the sky spun around, and the shadow of death enveloped the whole body at this moment. The Ferrari rolled over and the airbags were momentarily ejected. The powerful impact shook the brain to its core. Nearly fainted. At this moment, Zheng Qian's face was full of panic, and there was only one thought in his mind. How dare he? How dare this hyena? He is the owner of the honorable Ferrari, who dares not actively stay away on the road, afraid that one more look would explode. How dare he? A Porsche? Come to the bumper. The butler's weak voice came from the rear. Young master, we're being tailgate. I know. This hyena is finished, and I'm going to lose him everything. Negative emotional value plus 500 * 8. Negative emotional value plus 500 * 8. At this time, Sui calmly sat in the car. The emotional value received flying. However, his eyes are still cold. Dare not to don't lousy. Directly let you fly. To the side. Ai Xiaoxing's eyes were a mix of excitement and worry. Man, this is awesome. You did something I've always been afraid to do. Maliciously aliasing a car is the birth of births. But Sui, they should be fine, right? Shouldn't have passed away. Sui was really afraid of making a scene and got out of the car to check it out himself. Opened the car door to see an old man and a young man, maintaining an extremely strange position. Both of them only suffered a little trauma. Sui opened his mouth with a king bomb. You two didn't get run over, did you? Really? Why are you so careless? Negative emotional value plus 500 * 4. Zheng Qian growled in anger. Dirt dog, dare to bump into me. I'm not done with you. Believe it or not. I'll make you sit through the bottom of the jail. ******** Malicious aliasing is full responsibility. Sui sneered contemptuously. Is that what the butler did? That's right, young master. Negative emotional value plus 500. Why didn't you warn me before? You told me to shut up. Grass. Butler, when I go out I'll be the first to have the bodyguards kill you before him. Zheng Qian was so angry that he broke his defense and cursed angrily. Ai Xiaoxing looked at him coldly, her eyes hiding a ghetto how do you do disgust. Didn't surname Zhang tell you not to bother me? Xiaoxing, let me explain. Don't call me Dawnstar, you make me sick. He didn't cry when the car rolled over, and he wasn't available when he was said to be solely responsible, but he was called disgusting by the schoolgirl. He couldn't clam up anymore, and his tears collapsed as if they were pearls on a broken string. Ooh-hoo, Xiaoxing, what is it about me that I'm not better than him? You smile so brightly at him and you hate me so much. Ai Xiaoxing remained cold. Do you know what you look like now? What? The evergreen and dog licking, the top dog in Joker McDonald's mascot. Zheng Qian. You don't say. You're the busiest in Gotham City's big head circus. You're the craziest in Gotham City. You stand guard in front of McDonald's. Size king in poker. Oh, I beg you really don't say it. The defense is broken. It's really broken. Zheng Qian's tears flowed again without argument. No guy would want the girl he's liked for years to see him in a sorry state, and even fewer guys would tolerate a girl's outright mockery of him. Sui knew this well, so he realized that now was a good opportunity to earn emotion value. He immediately took a step and looked up 45 degrees into the sky. Mr. Lu Sun once wrote that I couldn't sleep horizontally and read the original text carefully for half a night before I could make out 2 words between the lines. Cannibalism? Joker. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Sui, I don't share the same fate as you. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Sound of escaping laughter. AI Xiaoxing didn't hold back and instantly burst out laughing. Even the butler was holding back his laughter so hard that his shoulders were shrugging and his face was red from holding it in. Butler, what are you laughing at? Zheng Qian's gaze was scarlet and his expression was hideous as he looked at the housekeeper. The butler pursed his lips. I don't have a young master. So what are you shaking? I'm in too much pain. Young master. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't move right now, High and Low would have to give the butler a General Zheng flying kick. Ding dong, ding dong. The police car finally arrived. Dealing with things in the middle of the year is something that people get annoyed about. But after seeing that it was two luxury cars that had collided, there was quite a bit of excitement. After a careful look at the car recorder, identified as Zheng Qian full responsibility, Zheng Qian said unconvincingly, do you know who I am? It's not like my family doesn't have anyone inside. I advise you to think it over and rejudge the outcome. The traffic cop rolled his eyes. The Porsche that the other guy is driving isn't bad either. You don't need to show your superiority in front of us ordinary people either. Asterisk 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 arrogance. I'll pay you. Is $1 million enough? The two traffic policemen looked at each other. Sir, just now the law enforcement recorder has already recorded the process of your bribe. Zheng Qian, how did you guys get so strange? The traffic police sneered and laughed themselves to death. This case was specifically looked after by the higher-ups. A satiating and filling meal. Cootie. All know what to pick. Dirt dog. I'm not finished with you. I'll run you over someday. Suyi's face was cold. How dare the dog bark? Send it. The faces of the two bigwigs who were watching the live broadcast at this time were not very good. Fong Tang, in particular, was almost scared to death. Just made a special call to the traffic brigade under the pretext of peeing. Otherwise there's no telling what might happen. Zhang Mu remained in the same posture as before, but his tone became majestic, an aura that could only be cultivated after long years in a high position. This Zheng Qian is arrogant. What does his family do? Fong Tang lowered his head slightly. His family runs an entertainment company, called China Resources Entertainment. Good enough. Arrogant and domineering. Flouting the law just because you have a bit of money. Fong Tang was stunned. CR Entertainment. It was indeed time for a good hammering. You don't know what's going on until you've broken a bone and had a hemorrhage. After Sui made his statement, he flew with AI Xiaoxing to the recording studio. This recording studio is top-notch equipped and costs over $100. 000 just to rent for a day. Dude, does the tune ring a bell? Not yet. Why don't you try DJ? Negative emotional value plus 50. Of course Sui was only joking. His brain was now racing. Countless golden songs jumped out. And then a Sakura porcelain suddenly took the high ground. The brain starts a single song cycle. Brain, think fast. It was close. Just close. Ha ha ha. I can't remember. I really can't. Looking at Sui as if he was about to go crazy, the schoolgirl clenched her palms nervously. Sui, why don't we think about it tomorrow? I'm actually not in a hurry. It was close. Just close. Master Dao, I'm almost done. 3 flowers in a row. Yuck. 3 flowers of evaporated milk. South Heavenly Gate. South Heavenly. Men. Dead brain. What were you thinking again? Chapter 51. Preparing to edit a new background. At that moment a figure walked over with a surprised voice. Xiaoxing. What a coincidence. Why are you here? By the way, my new album was released. Have you listened to it? AI Xiaoxing smiled awkwardly. Brother Fan, you're here too? Yeah, I'm here to record my next album. You know, it's the time for my career to take off. So naturally I want to be productive. Then you go for it. AI Xiaoxing casually made a few perfunctory remarks, and then put her head down to play with her cell phone. Obviously, not willing to communicate with him anymore, but Li Fan didn't seem to notice and continued to chatter. Did you listen to my album? How did it feel? What are you doing here? Not here to record an album too. I remember you haven't graduated yet, right? Isn't it too early to record an album? Even though I debuted when I was 16, I think it's best if you don't get too ambitious. Brother Fan, my friend is thinking of a tune. Can you keep your voice down? AI Xiaoxing's beautiful eyes revealed displeasure. Xiaoxing, why don't you get back to me? Although it's too early for you to make an album, you're inexperienced and useless, but I can give you a chance to work with me. No, thanks. After working with me, you can rely on my talent and rub off on me. In half a year's time at the most, you'll definitely burst into flames. No need. AI Xiaoxing began, clenching her fists. If you agree, I'll book a hotel tonight and have a nice chat about your album and how I'm going to make you a star in the future. Li Fan, laborer Shu Daoshan, climb up in front of my eyes right now. Stop barking in front of me. If you want to find presents, hurry up and apply for a job over at Pan Hong's side and let him feed you a meal of fire dragon fruit. AI Xiaoxing angrily yelled. Li Fan was stunned in place. His face was ugly, but he still tried to restrain himself and put on a polite smile. Xiaoxing, what's wrong with you? Getting so mad? Send it. Keep your mouth shut. I've been told you're disturbing my friend. He's helping me work on a tune. So crawl away and don't disturb him. Li Fan's face began to contort, and after turning his head to look at Sui, he immediately found a vent for his emotions. Bro, I see you're just a vegetarian. Right. Are you sure you can help AI Xiaoxing make a good album? Don't you hold people back. Ha ha ha, it's a done deal. Master Dao, I've made it. Sui exclaimed excitedly. Just now, he finally remembered the melody of the star and moon myth. Negative emotion value plus 50. Li Fan suddenly felt that none of these two were normal. They were both so upside down. But for the sake of tonight's happiness, he held back his patience and continued. Dude, I'm talking to you. Sui turned back and narrowed his eyes. You're Li Fan? Levan's eyes lit up. You're a fan of mine too? No, I'm Blackie. Negative emotional value plus 100. Sui's complexion instantly turned cold. Grass mud horse. The only scent in your house is grave grass photosynthesizing. Thou hast halberd to put wine and poetry to chorus. And beautiful butterflies and beautiful eyes. Great, it's a poet. We're saved. Negative emotional value plus 500. Ah. Li Fan was angry and red warm on the spot. Believe it or not. I'll lawyer up and warn you. Sui rolled his eyes. Shrimp head man. Don't come and get involved. Negative emotional value plus 100. The two bigwigs who were watching the live stream looked at each other, confused. This Sui just said a few inexplicable words. How did the other side break the defense? But that didn't stop the two from watching with interest. Of course the secretary Fong Tang's cell phone has been pinched in the hand. As long as the slightest thing is not right, immediately phone shaking people. At this moment, the school flower was looking at Sui with a face of adoration. Dude, it's too rocky. You let Li Fan break the great defense with a few easy words. Sure enough, effort is worthless in front of talent. I still need to work harder. Sui bristled. Don't learn abstraction. Produce good works. I've been waiting for you to come up with a tune. Already thought of one. Now I'll blow you one. Li Fan snorted disdainfully from the side. What good work could a student produce? Who can compete with him but a rapper? By the time AI Xiaoxing finished listening, she knew who to choose. Young girls are always deceived by flowery words and go on to ignore the strengths of the guys. It's all understandable, as long as it comes around in the end and you know who's best. Suddenly, a soul-stirring musical sound began. There is only one flute sound, but it is still mesmerizing. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Li Fan closed his eyes and the side face of his first love kept coming back to his mind. At that time, both sleeves were clear. How could I dare to miss my beloved? Levan, why did you break up with me? I have nothing now and will only make you live a hard life. When I'm successful, I'll come back for you. But when you're really successful, your first love has become a hornet's nest. He would never forget the last time he saw her again. She took the abortifacient and sat on a yellow-haired ghost fire. Why? Take off the ring. Honey, that's a watch. Since then the heart of the Wei has been broken and sunk in the ocean of desire. Li Fan felt that his face was a bit itchy, and when he wiped it with his hand, he realized that they were tears. AI Xiaoxing also wiped her tears with paper. Although she had never been in love, she had seen pigs run. Naturally, she could also empathize. Abstract sister, hurry up and learn this song, and try to record it tonight. Yes. Li Fan hurriedly stepped forward and blocked AI Xiaoxing, his eyes flashing with a fine light. Negotiate. How about selling me this song? He had a feeling that if he could get the rights to this song, his curiosity would be promoted to the top, become a generation of kings. Sui gave a blank look. You now immediately go to East 100. Ask Sister Ching to buy a few bundles of vermicelli seeds without sweet potatoes, and then let her whip you properly, and then kick you in the head with a 45-yard kick, and then lie down into the quilt and wait for the stewed farts to arrive and warm the entire quilt. Then you can realize that you're actually thinking about fart eating. Negative emotional value plus 500. Li Fan's face was green and red with anger. He had heard a lot of dirty words, but never in his life had he heard such insulting words, and his anger showed in his throat. Do you know who I am? If you offend me, believe it or not, you can be shut down with a single word. I'll shed another tear, and my group of fans make churning you guys never have any peace. Make it impossible for you to stay in Dasha. Dropping. Congratulations to the host's emotional value is full. Is it editing the identity? Sui's heart was so happy that he didn't even bother to dislike Li Fan, and his consciousness immediately plunged into the system's virtual space. This time, the sentiment value was only 60,000 or so, and it was impossible to edit it for hall-level bigwigs and above. But it doesn't matter. Light intensity is useless. It has to be adapted to work. because the next step might involve the entertainment industry. Sui directly entered the entertainment keyword. After some careful selection, Sui's eyes were sharp, and he clicked OK on the female president of China Resources Entertainment. Chapter 52, Editor's New Background. Female president of the group. Please ask the host to begin editing the background on their own, without having to be reminded by the system. Sui's hands had long been snapping words on the virtual panel at a rapid pace. Xiangji, female president of China Resources Entertainment, started from scratch and single-handedly created China Resources Entertainment. Absolute holding. Just when she thought she had nothing to worry about in her life, the disease broke out and she unfortunately became one of the first infected. Her life was on the line, with one foot in the grave. At that time, she deeply realized that money could not buy her life. Just in time of despair, Sui's mother, Su Xin, comes against the current and becomes the light that comes to her rescue. A day and night of fighting to resuscitate her. When she was fully cured, she planned to go and thank Su Xin, but when she arrived at the hospital, she received the news that she had sacrificed herself due to infection. Xiongji takes it upon herself to take all the blame, believing that Su Xin was sacrificed for saving her. From then on she harbored a guilt that became a knot that could not be dissolved. By the time the words were typed, Sui's eyes were already moist. Every word edited becomes a memory that floods into his mind and becomes a part of his life. Mom, also sacrificed. If there was a 1% chance, Sui also wanted to keep his mother alive, but he was an orphan to begin with. Sui, are you alright? AI Xiaoxing said with concern. Whenever she had a big mood swing, the name change would be from Buddy to Sui. Li Fan laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha, is this why you're scared and crying by me? A student's guts are just small. I'm fine, just blinded by the sand. Negative emotional value plus 100. Who are you calling a sand shelter? Li Fan immediately chilled his face. Sui pointed mockingly, Donnie Yen pointed JPG. See, he's right on the money without me having to say it. The schoolgirl covered her mouth and smiled, memorizing the words deep in her heart, and she would dislike people the same way in the future. Li Fan was so angry that he broke his defense and roared. Do you really think I'm joking? AI Xiaoxing, I'll give you one last chance. Are you willing to accompany me tonight? With my resources to make you famous, it's just a matter of words. Instead I can shut you down completely with a single word. AI Xiaoxing's pretty face was red. It was angry. This was followed by an Iron Mountain lean that sent Li Fan flying out. Li Fan, whose body had been emptied by alcohol and sex for years, was not her match at all. Sui's eyes widened in surprise. A girl with a top-notch face value, making a killing move like Iron Mountain leaning in front of you, and knocking a man off. It was a real visual shock. You've practiced Baji Quan here? Sui raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. What Baji fist? This is Koan fist. Usually I love to imitate my brother's dancing, and over I learned this move. It's unexpectedly good. The water boys covered their stomachs with laughter. Pure deer nuts. Do you eat oil cakes? Mud catching horses? Hey duck hornless sheep. Shrimp head. It's been around for years, and you guys are still playing with it. Plum civet. It turns out that martial arts novels are all true, and you can tell what school it is from the moves as soon as they are made. This is the only sect that is still going strong with the patriarchon. How dare you hit me? Li Fan's face was completely hideous. Being knocked out by a woman had shattered his dignity as a man. He instantly lost his mind and lunged towards the schoolgirl. Sui's eyes narrowed slightly as his figure flashed and Li Fan flew out once again. Negative emotional value plus 500. Bear growling JPG. AI Xiaoxing. You won't be able to make it in this life. The schoolgirl grimaced. Whether I can debut or not depends entirely on whether I want to or not. Are you worthy of telling me what to do? Sui couldn't help but look at her. He was sure that this wasn't blowing awesome. After all, the person who casually took out $1 million must be more or less stoned. Li Fan's body trembled with anger. You guys wait for me. I'm going to cyberstorm you. There are a lot of people who have been forced to commit suicide because of cyber violence over the years. You guys will follow in their footsteps. Are you sure they can trust you? Ha ha ha. Li Fan laughed with a strong mockery. You guys know nothing about brainwashed fans. Even if I asked them to observe a nuclear bomb explosion up close, they would still go over there on their asses. Sui nodded and opened his mouth wide. Is it that outrageous? Sure. There was a fan before, and when I said I like dogs, she started learning to eat. That fan is a character. So much life. So now you two apologize to me and let me have those 2 strokes back. AI Xiaoxing will come back to keep me company at night. I can consider letting you guys go. Li Fan smiled smugly, but Sui directly ignored him and looked at his cell phone with a focused expression. Hey, I'm talking to you. Secondly, my name is not Hey. My name is 8 Handles. 8? Hey. Negative emotional value plus 200. You seek death. Thank you Li Fan for wanting to be the rocket sent by old Kwai. Sui suddenly laughed out loud. Negative emotional value plus 500. Li Fan's expression instantly stiffened, and cold sweat broke out from his forehead. What did you just say? Relax. I'm just on the air. Shoo away. The word live was like a sick-in-shock elbow strike and then loudly whispered in his ear. Men. The brain was shocked into blankness. Negative emotional value plus 500. You're on the air? I don't believe you. Why didn't you have your cell phone the whole time? Asterisk. It's normal that you can't see the portable camera that I use. Li Fan didn't believe it and immediately opened his cell phone. I just turned on Shakeology and swiped myself live. This is really being broadcast live. Then everything that just happened, you broadcasted it out live? Sui nodded seriously. Aha. You should be caving in. You're the first one to publicly call a fan a brain-dead person. Sui gave him a thumbs up. Honestly, he rarely admired people in his life. Levon counts for one. He's a character. Plop. Li Fan completely lost all his strength and means and fell to the ground. Live streaming he didn't dare to go watch. The netizens were too dirty with their cursing. In a matter of seconds, both parents were lost. No, there's still hope. He can still save me. Ha ha ha. A flash of light appeared in Li Fan's eyes, and he then laughed out loud. I almost forgot I'm not afraid of collapsing houses because I'm supposed to be ruins. Sui nodded, agreeing with him on a rare occasion. A lot of scandals have broken about him before, always doing all these birth things, but so far it's not blocked, and the resources are in hand. Even though I can't cyberstorm you guys anymore, I'm not talking about so many resources when I'm a big shot. My strongest background, my good big brother, is the Crown Prince of the China Resources Group. Sui raised his eyebrows. The Crown Prince of China Resources Group? This is a bit too coincidental. System, did you do it on purpose or by accident? You two pills. Wait, I'll call my good big brother over and get you two killed. AI Xiaoxing reminded in a low voice. That prince is the Zheng Qian we bumped into today. Ha, it's that old lickspittle. The schoolgirl's tone teased. How about it? Are you scared yet? This is China Resources Entertainment, one of the several mountains in the entertainment industry. I'm afraid? Even if the boss of the CR group came, he would have to speak to me respectfully. The school flower rolled her eyes. Flavorful, dull a crowd of netizens. Cheat buddy can. Don't fool yourself on the line. Buddy was you cheated really does not matter. Smile on the past. But when you say that, wipe the corners of your eyes so the tears don't fall to the floor. Chapter 53, I'm just aiming the future at the sky. I see you don't believe in me. I'm 50. Look at the strength. That doesn't. Negative emotional value plus 50. Li Fan watched the two fight, and the fire of jealousy was about to surge out of his chest. I'm threatening you. Why don't you respond? Aren't you guys scared? Sui shook his head and let out a light laugh. Your family's crown prince may not be able to come. Levon froze. Why? Your prince was hit by me and is probably just now getting out of the station. And that car of his is kind of scrapped. You fart. Dare to curse the prince. Dead you. What a good dog. Li Fan didn't believe it and immediately called Zheng Qian again. Mr. Zheng, may I ask when you're coming? What are you doing? I'm buying a new car. And now I'm trying to decide between a Ferrari and a Bugatti. I'm in the process of buying a new car. And now I'm stuck on whether it's a Ferrari or a Bugatti. Li Fan couldn't help but stare. Didn't you just pick up a new car yesterday? Don't mention it. I was wrecked by a bump today. Don't let me catch him again. High and low to straighten him out. Shock value plus 500. Li Fan looked at Sui in confusion. At this moment, he somewhat regretted why he had gone to provoke him. This BYD is just rash. Head iron wire. The prince has the guts to bump into you. Buddy, you're a character. But then he rolled his eyes. Zhang Xiao. The person who hit you is right next to me right now. I'll hold him off for you. Come on. You boys aren't fooling me. How dare I? Humph. I don't think you dare. I still have the video of you getting mesmerized by the rectangular female warrior on my phone. Li Fan's eyes flashed a trace of viciousness. Dog days are not good birds. The best fight is to lose both. Wait. I'll be right there. They're dead. Levon was probably scared of the beating and stopped spewing trash talk. Hiding in the corner, he swiped his jitterbug and waited quietly for Zheng Qian to arrive. Suddenly he swiped on a video about Sui with hundreds of thousands of likes. Curiosity got the better of me and clicked in. We can't let heroes bleed and shed tears. All these bullies should go eat purple eggs. I can't imagine that orphans have this kind of background. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Sui? This one had an intracranial orgasm? Li Fan's face changed drastically, only to feel countless red dots on his body aiming at him. Not good. The pills. Why didn't Bid tell us he had this kind of background? He hurriedly called Zheng Qian, but in despair, The other party simply did not answer. It was obvious that the other side was already on its way. It's over. It's all over. He slumped helplessly to the ground, without Li Fan playing the corner. Su-yi and the schoolgirl duo recorded the entire song very smoothly. The two worked well together and finished smoothly in a little over an hour. Just wait for a good day to release the song later. Su-yi, are there any more songs? I want to buy one more song. No bargaining. $1.5 million. Negative emotional value plus 50. What's with the price increase? Because I'm big data. The schoolgirl blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Killing it. In the end, the schoolgirl still paid the money very happily, her eyes full of triumph. Stupid Sui, you really think you've earned it? Actually, I'm the one who's earned it. What type of song do you want? Abstract sister? Ancient style. You play the guzheng so well. You must be great at composing ancient style songs. Sui stroked his chin. If it's an ancient style, the second personality, it's not very good at it. It has to be handed over to the other personalities. The schoolgirl froze. Which personality? Fifth personality. Activated. Negative emotional value plus 50. Harder. Harder fists. How can you play this kind of? Don't talk. I'm grilling. Sui made a gesture of silence. The library of songs in his head being sifted through at a rapid pace. Ancient style preferred Jay's those classics. But with the schoolgirl's vocal line, the water was too deep for her to grasp. Finally Sui's eyes lit up. I have a good idea. I'll sing a chilling song for you. Wait. I'll tune a piano. At this time Li Fan came over without saying a word. He sells his songs so cheap. Do you guess his songs will have an e-tune? Ai Xiaoxing slapped her face in disgust. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Read too many paragraphs, right? The moment Sui sat on the piano, his entire aura changed. Noble, elegant, unearthly. Even Li Fan, who was used to watching the entertainment industry, looked a little stunned. He had a hunch that if Sui entered the entertainment industry, he would definitely be on fire. If Sui had heard his thoughts, he would have laughed out loud. The old man would have to be capitalized and his brain kicked by a donkey to think about being a cowhorse in the entertainment industry. The play is a fold. The water sleeves rise and fall. Singing sadness and joy, singing clutch has nothing to do with me. The fan opens and closes. The moment Sui opened his mouth, the crowd's eyes changed. Vaguely, they seemed to see an ill-fated playwright. The last moments of his life were spent singing to a group of baka. Baka was mesmerized, but his eyes were full of the joy of impending revenge. The last sound fell and the oil drums ignited. He sang the last note and gave his curtain call performance in the firelight. Ai Xiaoxing touched her scarlet eyes and cried and laughed. Sui, you sang and cried me twice a day. You compensate me for my tears. The water boys helped out. That's right, you pay for my tears. Just now my wife saw me crying and thought it was some vixen outside me who had died. The country's hatred has to be avenged. It's just that the time has not yet come. I'm hungry for the flesh of the Huns, and I'm thirsty for the blood of the Huns. The two bigwigs who were watching the live broadcast all involuntarily clenched their fists. Zhang Mu, in particular, had scarlet eyes and a strong murderous aura emanating from his surroundings. Sooner or later, we'll have to settle things with them. Fong Tang nodded, and in his eyes was an unstoppable appreciation. This child's great talent. So much better than his kid who only writes about his city council father. At this moment, his eyes suddenly flashed with a few witticisms and he looked at the secretary behind him. Xiao Sua, notify the Hong Kong Municipal Cultural and Tourism Bureau to swipe some gifts for Sui's live broadcast. The secretary, though filled with confusion as to why she was swiping a gift for an anchor, did as she was told. Old chief, you don't mind if I do this, do you? Ha ha ha, you kid. Looks like it wasn't luck that you got to be the city clerk. On the other side, a theater student was holding toilet paper in one hand while the other was constantly looking for material that could be used in a theory class. I've never let my beast loose. Just aimed the future at the sky. However, when he swiped to Sui's live broadcast, he was about to cross over. And the moment Sui opened his mouth, he was suddenly jolted and his hairs stood up in sweat. There was no more desire for the jailer in his head. There was only lust for Akira. Then he seemed to think of something, and without putting on his shoes he flew and knocked on the door of the professor's room. Professor, open the door. Listen to the tune. Wang Jinlan shook her head. Finding history for me again? Don't think that just because you live in my house, you can do whatever you want. Now that opera has fallen out of favor, many old-fashioned songs are also selling their names and eating gimmicks. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze and his whole body stood up in a mischievous manner. Play one fold. Good. That's a great lyric. That's a great tune. Who sang it? A little internet sensation. Supposedly his original singer. Wang Jinlan's face turned green after hearing it. Such a good song. Sung live like this? It's such a waste. Get in touch with him for me and see if you can connect with him. Oh good. Buzzing. The violent roar of the engine shook the entire studio. Where is that kid? Let's see if I don't screw him over today. Li Fan immediately rushed out the door, losing one of his shoes. That boy is in there, isn't he? Zhang Qian's tone was ferocious, followed by a dozen of well-trained bodyguards. Brother, why don't we just forget about it? He can't fight. Bang. Zhang Qian slapped him in the face. You're teaching me how to do things. Ha, brother, you really can't fight. We will see Donnie Yen. Li Fan was on the verge of tears in his anxiety. Zhang Qian shook off his hand with a face full of disgust. Stand facing backward if you're a wimp, and watch how I'm going to chip him. Chapter 54, Su Xian's arrival. Sui looked at the group of bodyguards with a smiling expression, but his battle intent surged wildly. Are you guys sure you want to hit me? Practitioner. The group of bodyguards looked at each other. What's the point of playing with your life when you get less than 10,000 in January? The bodyguard's heart sank. That makes sense. 5 minutes. Looking at the group of bodyguards who fell to the ground and wailed, Zhang Qian's emotional value surged wildly. No, and no one told me he had such a high battle rating? 1 man against a dozen trained bodyguards. Just kidding. Wait, this bodyguard just got hit in the leg, so what's the point of covering his stomach? Fine, you guys play me. Zhang Qian was just about to curse when he was knocked away by Sui Kuan's fist. The movements were more standard than what AI Xiaoxing did. Immediately afterward he receives Su Yi's inhumane torture. It will fly you straight up. Negative emotional value plus 200. You're the only one who likes to make an impression, aren't you? Get to know the dragon fruit package. Negative emotional value plus 200. AI Xiaoxing looked on with a frown on her face. Ha ki, you guy, the limelight has gone to you alone. Li Fan, who was on the side, watched Zhang Qian being beaten, but instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Getting hit a few times wouldn't kill you, but if you hit Sui a few times, you wouldn't be far from death. 5 minutes. Sui found a bottle of iodophor from somewhere and carefully and meticulously sterilized his stick. Negative emotional value plus 100. Sui raised his eyebrows. Yo ho, you still dare to have an opinion? Didn't fight to convince you, did you? Negative emotional value plus 200. Zhang Qian quickly conceded and apologized. Brother, I'm really convinced. Don't fight anymore. Negative emotional value plus 100. Sui shook his head. It looks like he's still unconvinced. You know, I hate men with a heart of gold. 5 minutes. Looking at Zhang Qian, who was missing 2 incisors, Sui nodded with satisfaction. The system didn't prompt, so it seems that he really folded into my personality. Sui, he seems to have fainted. For the sake of emotional value, Sui simply splashed him with cold water to wake him up. Negative emotional value plus 200. That's what I'm talking about. That's progressing fast enough to be his big brother on the list. 1. Feeling the cold drops of water falling into his chest and wetting his pants, the young master could no longer hold back. Loud, painful sobs came. Oh, you're done. I'm going to tell my mom that you bullied me. The corner of Li Fan's mouth twitched. Where is the pattern of this prince master of yours? Where's the face? I don't want any of it. Call it. It's normal to look for your mom if you can't beat them. That little cutie in my village. It's the same way. Negative emotional value plus 250. Ignoring Su Yi's mockery, Li Fan dialed the number. Uncle 7 Uncle. 4 Umbrella 57. Know it all. Mom, I got beat up. The voice on the other end of the line was female, but unusually authoritative. Have you gotten into trouble again? Mom, but I got beat up. Don't you care about me for a second? It's not a problem. You're resilient. I rate so high in your mind. Ha? 3 birth control pills and 5 abortion pills didn't kill you back then. So you're saying you're tenacious. Even though Su Xian said so, the motherly love was still there. It was also infuriating to see pictures of bruises all over the place. My son may be bad, but he can't be beaten to death. It's been years since my husband died, and it's no longer practical to reopen my trumpet. This is going to be the end of her family. Thinking of this, Su Xian didn't hesitate too much and rushed to the recording studio in her limousine. Zhang Qian hung up the phone and laughed in triumph. You're finished, Earth Dog. My mom herself is coming to clean you up. AI schoolgirl's face became a bit gloomy, and her jade hand kept rubbing her cell phone. Should I send a message to the man? Sui, however, had a disinterested look on his face as he continued to record the song for AI Xiaoxing. Make $5 million in one day. Who else? He's decided that he'll start his own business after saving up $10 million. From there it's goodbye to cattle and horses and on to a life of capital. Ha ha ha, my mom's here. You guys are dead. Hey, Earth Dog, give some reaction. Why so calm? AI Xiaoxing, Sui, I'll find a way to solve this matter. Don't be nervous. When was I nervous? Wait, The accompaniment will be recorded soon. Negative emotional value plus 20. Yu Xiaoxing wasn't talking, and she could understand that. Men, more or less love face, especially in front of girls. She's met a lot of guys before, inexplicably shooting imaginary baskets in front of her, dropping her own friends, and all kinds of fiddling with her bangs. It's understandable that they're trying to be cool, but it's really abstract. Clattering sound. The intensive sound of high heels came. A gorgeous woman walked in, her red trench coat fluttering with her pace, her aura all over the place. Sui glanced at her, and although her appearance had been chopped off by the years, he could still tell that she was very beautiful in her youth. Looking at Zhang Qian's wretched appearance, Su Xian shook her head in disappointment. Zhang Qian, I'll take care of things for you this time. If you cause trouble again in the future, even if you get killed, I won't collect your body for you. Big deal. I'll adopt another one. Zhang Qian shrunk his neck and nodded in fear. There wasn't a bit of the arrogant look from before. Mom, that's the groundhog that hit me. Su Xian looked at Sui and her expression froze. Sui's pair of eyes gradually overlapped with the pair of eyes she remembered. The man who saved her was wearing a mask and had eyes that she'll never forget. Mom, what's wrong with you? Su Xian shook her head in a trance. This knot in her heart had never been untied, and now she was starting to hallucinate. Go back to a psychiatrist this time. Then his eyes turned cold and he opened his mouth. You have to give a statement for hitting my son, right? I'll give you two choices. Voluntarily apologized and made amends. Either that or have my son fight back, with no lesser injuries than he had. Zhang Qian exclaimed excitedly. Mom, I'll choose the second one. Shut up, the decision is his. For some reason, Su Xian had originally come with a surge of anger, but after seeing Sui's eyes, his heart softened and ghostly gave him two options. Little cutie, all know how to choose. Someone who can afford to drive a Porsche shouldn't care about a few medical bills. But what Su Xian didn't expect was Sui's reply. Auntie, I'll take the second one. The schoolgirl was anxious. No buddy. Sui, what's your special fetish? Pick the first one. Ha ha ha, Earth dog, you're scared silly, aren't you? Just pick the second one. You can't back out haha. Sui lowered his head. The corners of his mouth hooked into a hidden smile. How can a bunch of mortals understand the thoughts of a hungman? Let the bullets fly for a while. That way the emotional value can come in waves. Su Xian's brow furrowed. Are you sure? It can be re-elected. Just pick the second one. Mom, why are you giving him another chance? Shut up. I have my own rhythm. Su Xian wanted to signal the bodyguards behind her, but after seeing Sui's eyes, she softened. Can you tell me why you picked the second one? Zhang Qian immediately stopped being cheeky. The situation seems to be a bit off. Mom, why are you being so gentle? I'm your son. 9719-433-57. Chapter 55. Su Xian, how come Sui only hits you and not others? Sui still hung his head deeply down, giving the schoolgirl a blank stare. Not buddy, how come you're still emo? You have to think clearly. Do you really want to choose the second one? Su Xian reconfirmed. Think it over auntie and go with the second one. Because I don't have the money to pay for the medical bills either. AI Xiaoxing? No money to pay? Where's my $5 million? Did you spend it on 3 kingdoms? Ha ha, Mom, he still picks the second one. Come on, beat him up and take the heat out of me. Snow Leopard shut up. Zhang Qian? Mom, why are you still favoring an outsider? I'm your own son. Su Xian waved her hand impatiently, and the bodyguard on the side immediately understood, and a big hand violently covered Zhang Qian's mouth. Zhang Qian, woohoo, don't be afraid child, I've gagged my son. Now you can speak with confidence and boldness. Sui sighed. Auntie, I really don't have the money to pay for it. Isn't that your Porsche parked outside? It's mine, but my sister gave it to me. Su Xian froze slightly. Are your parents biased? No, I'm an orphan. My sister and I met at the orphanage, but when I was very young, there was an illness outbreak one year. My mom went to support as a doctor. In fact, she obviously didn't have to go, but she volunteered to petition, and then it was all gone. At this time, Su Xian's brain was blank, her feet were weak, and she kept falling backward. How could it be such a coincidence? She had a vague suspicion in her mind. After half a day's reprieve, she suddenly clutched Sui's arm and said excitedly, Do you have a picture of your mother? I'm sorry, I just got so excited. It didn't hurt you, did it? Sui shook his head, pretending to be detached as he took a few steps back and reached into his pocket. The next moment there was the touch of a photograph on his fingertips. The system is really sweet, even the photos are ready. Seeing Sui's delay, Su Xian tried to restrain herself as a gentle smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. Yes? Your mom's picture is important to me. Really important. If there is one, I hope you'll give it to me. Zheng Qian blinked his big eyes in confusion at the back, and a bunch of dogma plots had already surfaced in his mind. His mother's. It wouldn't be my mom's long-lost sister, would it? So I have a sister-in-law? And a cheaper brother? No, I can't accept. I want the Yankee, scratch that, hyena, dead. At this moment, Sui slowly pulled out the photo from his pocket, and Su Xin took it with trembling hands. The mother in the photo is still dressed as a doctor. White coat, white mask, standing in a clean white hospital room, taking a group photo with a group of nurses. Snap, snap, a drop of fresh tears fell on the photo, and Su Xin panicked and wiped them away with her cuff. It's her, it's her. Those eyes, a pair of eyes filled with the kindness of a healer, one could never forget in one's life. The knot that can't be dissolved, is completely revealed in the air today, like a hammer chiseling her breath away. Dr. Linley wouldn't have died if it wasn't for herself. Her children won't be orphaned either. It's all my fault. Guilt value plus 100. What is your name, child? Sui. Healthy and comfortable. Good name, but you don't seem to be living comfortably because of me. Sui didn't bother with her murmur, the fingertips of his right hand gently rubbing the photo, water vapor filling his eyes. Mom, I miss you. Guilt value plus 200. Su Xian's body trembled lightly. Sui, it's all Auntie's fault. Sui shook his head. Auntie, don't talk nonsense. Since I chose the second one, hurry up and beat me to death. I miss my mom and want to see her sooner. Guilt value plus 300. Zheng Qian took advantage of the bodyguard's daze to break free and shouted angrily. Mom, hurry up and do it. Your son's wound still hurts. Yes, Auntie. Do it quickly. Don't do it yet. Do you want me to be tortured inside? Guilt value plus 400. Bang. Under the crowd's shocked and dumbfounded gazes, Su Xian slapped Zheng Qian hard in the face. Rebel son, how did I give birth to you? You heartless, white-eyed, cruel, rebellious son. Don't apologize yet, Zheng Qian? He covered his face in disbelief and said, Mom, I'm the one who got hit. Am I your son or not? Why are you still going to favor an outsider? Su Xian's body trembled with anger, and she dared to talk back? Bang. Another slap across his face. How come he hits you and no one else? Don't I know your nature? Negative emotional value plus 500. Sui? No dude. You don't blame your mom. You blame me instead. Sui, what kind of ecstasy did you give my mom? Did you drop her head? Sui lowered his head and complained. I'm sorry, I just miss my mom. AI Xiaoxing? Whatever you are, get off of Sui quickly. Bang. Su Xian slapped Zheng Qian in the face again. Why are you talking so loud? Negative emotional value plus 100. Zheng Qian's expression was now as crumbly as that seaweed. That's why I'm the dispensable one. Then I'll go, feeling the crowd's puzzled gaze. Su Xian looked at Sui and explained. It's all because Auntie is bad. I'm sorry. Just now, Auntie shouldn't have been so mean to you. I'll give you 2 more choices. You can choose again. Okay. Zheng Qian's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. It seems that I misunderstood my mom. She turned out to be brewing a big one. Stimulation. Not waiting for Sui to refuse, Su Xian immediately said, the first option. You hit my son again to export your anger. You're such an honest person. You must have been forced by him to do it. The second option. I'll compensate you for medical expenses, moral damages, lost wages, etc. As much as you want. When these words came out, all of them opened their mouths wide in confusion, including the bodyguard who was watching the show from the back. He also had a dumbfounded look on his face. No, dude. You're a chimera? Young lady killer, right? Zheng Qian only felt that the entire world had grayed out, and an arrogant big boy gently shattered. The world isolates me and lets it taunt me. Mom, you finally become a stranger to me. Mom, I'm your son. I got my ass kicked by him. Why are you rewarding him? Su Xian didn't even look at Zheng Qian, always gently looking at Sui. How about choosing a good one? Sui timidly looked up. How can this be good? AI Xiaoxing rolled his eyes. Dude, just pretend. Who can fake it better than you? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's all my son's fault. Zheng Qian, I'm all redundant. So I want both options? Zheng Qian snorted. You're thinking about fart eating? It's okay. Children only make choices. You're already an adult. Su Xian gave her affirmation. A black question mark popped up on Zheng Qian's head. Chapter 56, Zheng Qian, Mom love me again. Auntie, why are you so nice to me? Sui asked. Su Xian took a deep breath. Auntie is actually selfish. All that was done was just to untie the knot. What heart knot? Sui asked knowingly. Zheng Qian perked up her ears and listened carefully. This was the key to her mom's demonic spell. The disease broke out then and I became one of the first infected. Your mom died trying to save me. I've lived with the guilt all these years, despite the fact that I've given donation after donation to the hospital where your mom used to be. The knot hasn't been untied a bit. Sui was on the verge of crying when he heard it. Why don't you donate to me? What's the point of donating to a hospital? The knot is so untangled, right? Zheng Qian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out to be repaying the favor. Thought it was really confused by Sui. You want a man and not a son. Scare oneself. Su Xian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and organized her expression. Please, give my son a good beating. Out of anger. It's not good, is it? There's nothing wrong with that. My son is resilient. Zheng Qian's expression stagnated. Sacrificing your son for a favor. How selfish you are. He immediately spread his legs and ran. But Su Xian seemed to have expected it. With a wave of his hand, the bodyguard took control of him. You guys let go of me. Are you guys trying to revolt? Sorry, young master. Your mom is the one who pays the salary. Sui, beat up my son to take out the anger. Mom, please love me again. Zheng Qian attempts to awaken Su Xian's little remaining motherly love, but to no avail. Instead, she was slapped again by Su Xian. Son, take this as a lesson for you today, and don't cause any more trouble in the future. Remember, there are some people you can't mess with. No, you're the one who stood him up. You wait for old Den. I'll pull your ventilator for sure when you're old. Stuffing methane in your oxygen tubes and spreading glue on your wheelchair. Laxatives and constipation pills and sleeping pills in the rice. Zheng Qian thought so viciously as Sui slapped him across the face. Don't think about getting back at your mom. She's doing what's best for you. What's wrong with you, man? Sui shook his head. Auntie, Zheng Qian is not a bad kid. It's just a little bit stubborn. Sui, who are you pretending to show? If you have the guts, do it. As long as I still have a breath, I won't let you go in this life. Su Xian closed her eyes in disappointment. The same are all children. How can the gap be so big? He should have been dumped on toilet paper in the first place. Afterward, Sui found 2 stools and chatted hotly with Su Xian. Worthy of being the president of China Resources Entertainment, Pattern Vision Insight, are far beyond ordinary people. Sui benefited greatly. Auntie, you don't have to feel guilty anymore. It's my mom's vocation to save people. She also doesn't want the patients she saved to live in guilt all their lives. Su Xian's eyes moistened again. Really? 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 Although she saved you, resulting in a sacrifice that left me orphaned, homeless, and bullied for 20 years, living a life of not having enough to eat or wear. But my mother and I have never complained about you. Guilt value plus 600. Fate is ingenious. And the fact that the system, scratch that, God has arranged for us to meet means that it's all over. Su Xian nodded with a stiff expression. Yes, it's all fate. Though your son almost ran me over with the Ferrari you bought with your money and beat me to death with the bodyguard you hired with your money. You also almost beat me to death. But I never got to die. Instead, I recognized you. In just a few words, I helped Auntie dissolve her heart and guilt, and I feel very happy about it. So Auntie, you shouldn't think too much about it. Guilt value plus 800. For some reason, after Su Yi's thoughtful consolation, the guilt in Su Xian's heart deepened. It's strange. Why is my knot getting bigger and bigger? It's all the fault of that bastard son. Sword in the hand of a loving mother, split in the body of a wandering son. Dang. Wait for me. Xiao Yi, are you free? Auntie will take you to dinner. How about Cui Yunxian? Sui was just about to reply when his face suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something, and he stood up in a mischievous manner. Auntie doesn't have time for this. I have to rush to the hospital. Su Xian froze. Which hospital? It's the hospital run by Pretty Country Capital, the First People's Hospital of Los Angeles. This hospital was your mother's previous employer and the one I've been donating to. Sui shook his head. It's too late to explain. I have to rush over first. Su Xian picked up her bag. I'll go with you. I just bought shares in that hospital last month, and now I'm the largest shareholder and can speak. And the director of that hospital and I know each other well. Thank you, Auntie. Then Ai Xiaoxing pointed at herself. What about me? Suit yourself. Zheng Qian also pointed at himself. What about me? I'll fix you when I get home. Negative emotional value plus 200. Sui, blaming me again? In the end, schoolgirl Ai chose to go with Sui. After all, he had helped himself so much, and now that there was an emergency, it was only natural to help. Patience. Yat. You guys go ahead. I'll find a place to park first. Good. Sui rushed towards the hospitalization department in a hurry. Ai Xiaoxing said with concern. Sui, what happened? Grandma Li's. What? Why are you yelling at me? Grandma Li's illness has worsened and I'm worried. Who is she? The director of the orphanage when I was a child. And then when it burned down, She converted her home into an orphanage, raised child after child, accumulated labor and illness, coupled with old age. A few years ago, his health suddenly collapsed and he was hospitalized. I've been the one supporting her all these years. Ai Xiaoxing's eyes were filled with admiration as she listened with little stars. Who said this Sui is a black sheep? This Sui is fantastic, kind, grateful boys really add up. Just as Sui arrived at the entrance of the hospitalization department, he was stopped by a group of doctors. You're not allowed in here. Go in the back door. Sui froze. Why? I just got word that a big leader from the hospital is coming to the inpatient department. We're just welcoming her. Wouldn't it be a mess if they all entered through the front door? Sui glanced at the red banner behind him. Which read, "Welcome to Mr. Su's visit." Mr. Su Xin? The head doctor raised his eyebrows. What? You know our Mr. Su? Well, she's my aunt. Son, it's not funny. Don't climb on the bandwagon. Just hurry up and enter through the back door. But it's a long way around. So what? Sui clenched his fists at once. And Ai Xiaoxing advised. Right now, Grandma Li's condition is the most important. And the most urgent thing is to communicate with the attending doctor. Let's just go through the back door for now. Good. Sui nodded helplessly. The doctor shook his head, his face showing contempt. Such a trend as indiscriminate climbing should be banned. Su Xian arrived at the hospitalization department just as Sui left in front of him. The doctor smiled like a chrysanthemum. Welcome, Mr. Su. Our inpatient department welcomes your inspection at any time. Su Xian opened her mouth expressionlessly. Don't organize all this nonsense. I'm asking you, where did that handsome couple go just now? I was with them. The doctor froze, his expression a little tense. That's the one in the black punching bag? The girl is a skirt. Right. Not good. The pills. The doctor's face changed dramatically. Chapter 57, What I Cut Are Hemorrhoids. Where did they go? Su Xian asked with a frown. They went to the back door. Why go to the back door when there's a front door? It's. The doctor was in a cold sweat. The business queen's aura was too strong. Plus he was at a disadvantage. His mouth couldn't pop out a word in half a day. At that moment, the dean arrived in a hurry. Mr. Su, I'm sorry I'm late. I've just been studying a patient's condition. Su Xian waved her hand. Go about your business. I'm here with someone else. It's not about spot checking anything. The dean stared slightly. Chaperone? Can let Mr. Su accompany. That person has stone grain Never be offended. That's one of the most ed up things about the workplace. Spending more energy on human accidents than even your main job. Stephen Hawking had to pass 2 cigarettes when he came. I think I was once a big sunny boy myself, but now I've been ravaged by the workplace to become a preppy teenage Stepford wife. Mr. Su, what's your friend's name? I'm going to summon the chief physician. Sui. Sui? The dean looked to the doctor at the side. Do you know Sui? The doctor called a nurse. Do you know Sui? The nurse was a first-timer and was nervous as she felt the eyes of the bigwigs on her. Sui. I have an impression. His grandmother is covered in chronic illnesses and has been recuperating in the hospitalization unit for the past few years. He has a grandmother? Not an orphan. That's his grandmother from the orphanage. Last name Li. The little nurse replied. Although she had not been here long, she was very conscientious and responsible. The situation of all the patients in hand was probably understood once. The dean smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Su, everything in our hospital is based on the patients. All the doctors are very dedicated to their duties. Your friend's family members can put 1,000,000 hearts at ease when they stay in our hospital. Su Xian's face eased a bit and she nodded gently. Dean was relieved to see the reaction. As Su Xian, who has been donating huge sums of money for years and has become a major shareholder, he has done a lot of strategizing before, knowing that Su Xian doesn't love to listen to flattery, but instead just loves to hear these noble words. The dean continued to look at the young nurse. Since you know so much, take us there. Which ward is that patient in now? As soon as the words fell, the little nurse's expression steeply became tense. Her little mouth kept opening and closing but she just couldn't speak. The doctor grunted coldly and said in a bad mood, Why are you looking at me? Why don't you tell me? You wouldn't have forgotten, would you? I didn't forget. It's just, if you haven't forgotten, what are you afraid of? Can I still eat you? The little nurse took a deep breath, closed her eyes and said aloud, that Grandma Li doesn't have a room anymore. She's sleeping in the corridor of the hospitalization department now. Doctor? President. Sushin, what? Feeling Su Xian's sharp gaze on herself, the dean was anxious. Don't talk nonsense. We have so many wards. It's not so tight that we need to live in the corridor, right? No nonsense. Her hospital room was taken over by a rich kid. I reacted to the situation with the director. But the director said, overrun is overrun. An old woman is dying anyway, and there's no point in continuing to waste resources. Buzz. Hearing this, Dean just felt like the sky was falling. This is not medical malpractice, but it is far worse. If word got out, it would be a drastic blow to the hospital's reputation. Then he's done as a dean. Nope, been there done that. This is a ing friend of Mr. Sue. Mr. Sue, listen to my explanation. It's 80% that there's some kind of misunderstanding here. Sue Xian's expression was grim, and without saying a word, she turned around and walked into the hospitalization department. Dean sweats and rushes to keep up, leaving only a confused doctor and a small nurse who was at a loss for words. Doctor, a family scandal can't be spread outside. You said such a nasty thing right in front of Mr. Sue. What's going on in your head? The little nurse was full of grievances. It wasn't you who told me to say it. 7th floor of the inpatient unit. At this point, Sui was already on the verge of going berserk. Grandma Lee, you've been living in the hallway for so many days. Why didn't you tell me? Grandma Lee sat on the cold iron chair with a tired expression. Oops, the corridor is also quite good. Air circulation is still circulating. I'm half in the ground and I don't want to bother you anymore. You've been dragged down hard enough by me these past few years, working several jobs on your own. But you're just a kid, too. Sui shook his head. You are my kin. How can I call it a drag? At this time, a nurse walked over and said expressionlessly, this is a hospital. Please don't make a lot of noise. There are so many patients who need to recuperate. Sui was exasperated and laughed. You also know that patients need to recuperate. So why was my grandmother kicked out of the corridor by you guys? I guess the hospitalization fee has not been paid. Some things more to find their own reasons. So many years of wages rose or not. There is no hard work. Don't blame it all on the hospitals. They're hard. I've paid for a full 4 years of hospitalization and this is only my 3rd year. The nurse blushed, knowing she was in the wrong. I don't know then. I'm just a nurse. Call your director. Grandma Lee hurriedly grabbed Sui's hand. Forget it, shall we? It's better to do more than less. You're still just a student. Don't get yourself into trouble because of me. The nurse sneered. You're not as perceptive as an elderly person. How far can a student go? Our director is too busy to see you. Bang. A crunch resounded throughout the hallway. The nurse covered her face incredulously. How dare you hit me? MS. Nurse, you don't want a few more holes in your body, do you? Hurry up and go call the director. The nurse's face changed again and again as she unconsciously remembered the previous medical incident where a doctor's hand had been nailed to the wall with a knife. Jesus doesn't even have a hole as big as his. So she hesitated for just a few seconds before going to the director. The director is sorry to have to stab you. Director, it's bad. That Grandma Lee's grandson is coming after you. Han Dong snorted. What a fuss. What can an old woman and a poor student count? Besides, that ward is the one that Mordor Xin Shao took the initiative to ask for. How dare he offend people? The nurse froze. What do you mean? Chief, push the pot on Yin Shao. The trouble is over. We can't afford to get stuck with. Wonderful. Worthy of a director, like an old fox. Ha, why aren't they in the hallway anymore? The nurse wondered. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a crackling sound from the next ward. Then Mordor Yin Shao flew out the door and fell to the ground, covering his ass and wailing in pain. ING cut the hemorrhoids ah. Yun Shao. The director immediately felt that the sky had collapsed. He knew that this student was brave, but he did not expect to be so brave ah. Chapter 58, The 1,000-Year Kill. Young Yin, are you alright? The director rushed to help Yin Kai Yin up. Yin Kai Yin covered his buttocks tightly, his face pale, and he didn't say a word. It hurts. It hurts like a dead mom. The pain was like the feeling of a hellhole being rubbed by a pile of glass. It hurt too much to say a word. Sui slowly walked out of the hospital room. You are the director, aren't you? I milked in this ward before. Then it is still in this ward now. I won't bother you to make arrangements. I've already arranged it myself. Negative emotional value plus 300. Sui looked at him with a cold smile, really thinking that he was a soft persimmon. If it were anyone else, they might actually be stupid enough to wait for the director to come over and mediate. Then the other side was sloppy and confused in various ways, and finally had no choice but to transfer to the hospital. But sorry, he was Sui, and he directly chose to carry on hard to the end. The director grimaced, his tone angry. Kid, do you know who you're throwing at? This is Mordor Yin Shao. Ha, even being born in Mordor can't steal my milk's hospital bed. You, throwing an elderly person out into the hallway for some ear and nose young master. Where is your medical ethics? What is it if not? Negative emotional value plus 200 *2. The patients around them crowded around and talked. I heard that this young man just cut a hemorrhoid and drove the old lady down the hospital corridor for days. Medical corruption. This director sees that people are rich and goes to them to flatter them on their knees. What? This young man's hemorrhoids were rotting and the old lady couldn't stand the smell and ran to the hospital corridor. But the director saw that the man had money and went to lick the hemorrhoids. Have you heard? The director is this rich young master's plaything. The two of them have such strong tastes. Listening to these murmurs was like a magic voice through the ears. The director's face went green and purple for a moment, his fists clenching and unclenching. He was an old man who had lived for over 40 years, and for the first time he had been subjected to a man-made yellow ballad. This kind of powerlessness. Family members, who understands? In Kai-in is no better. He just cut a hemorrhoid. How did he become like this? Looking at the derisive glances coming from the people around him, he was too embarrassed to continue covering his ass. This young man is playing with too much abandon. You can't pocket when you're old. The shower heads in this ward can no longer be used. In Kai-in didn't say anything and just kept trying to get into the hospital room. But Sui blocked the doorway. Is this ward yours? You just enter. In Kai-in's eyes flashed with thick anger, but he still held back his grumpiness and said, Brother, what happened before was my fault. I'm thinking that I'll return this illness to her old man after renting it for a few days. Sui nodded. Then you can rent it in a few days. Negative emotional value plus 200. I'll be out of the hospital in a few days. That's a shame. There's $20,000 in this card, so consider this my apology. Hurry up and let me in. Sui took the card and then slammed it hard on his face. Are you out of your mind? My milk is already lying on the hospital bed. What are you doing in there? There's still a hospital bed here. Sui laughed, but his tone turned cold. Ha ha, you also know that there are still hospital beds, so why did you drive her to the corridor? Negative emotional value plus 100. I like it quieter. My milk likes the quiet. 2. Negative emotional value plus 100. Watching Sui not falter in the slightest, In Kai-in's expression violently turned hideous. Kid, I'm giving you a chance by talking to you peacefully now. I come from the Mordor-in family. If you continue to offend me, you won't be able to make it in the entire Desya. Our In family has the strength to do this. The director, seeing that the atmosphere was tense, rushed forward to help. Kid, stop fighting with In Xiao. Both of you are of different classes. If it weren't for the fact that he's physically inconvenienced right now, he could crush you to death with a single finger. Suyi's eyes narrowed. Really? Ha! Although the director is exaggerating a bit, it's really true. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sui kicked In Xiao in the ass. Really? Negative emotional value plus 500. It hurts. It hurts like a dead mom. In Kai-in's face twisted into a ball. Sui kicked up again, and his pants were already crimson. Negative emotional value plus 800. Sui is happy. This kick is still out of the storm. Don't, brother, don't fight. Sui, sin difficult to expand the fall system. What do you mean? 1,000-year kill. Negative emotional value plus 2,000. A heart-rending howl of misery came from throughout the hospital. And then, there was no then. The young master fainted. No one told me the city was so dangerous when I got here. The director's face changed drastically, and it was too late to blame Sui. Rush to arrange In Kai-in into other wards and then perform first aid. This amount of bleeding cotton is no longer useful. Need to use Sophie's stretch fit. Sui coldly watched this. These people are just cheap. Obviously there are other wards and they have to come and bully them. If you really like this ward, then you can take it and just arrange other wards for Lee's milk. It turned out to be a case of rushing down the corridor regardless. So Sui didn't feel that what he did was too much. It was all self-inflicted. Yun Shu, you're awake. Negative emotional value plus 200 * 5. Painkillers? Give me painkillers. Help. A group of bodyguards walked into the hospital room. Young master, why did you change wards? I'll change my balls for a ward. I'm being kicked out. What took you guys so long? Go quickly and get that kid killed for me. In Kai-in carried a strong killing intent. A group of bodyguards look at each other. I don't understand, Manhwa sound, but the young master's words had to be followed, and they came to Suyi's hospital room. Are you the one who attacked our young master? Sui snorted. Lazy talk worthy of listening. If you're going to get on, hurry up. I've got to talk to my milk. The group of bodyguards, however, were slow to take action until In Xiao limped and hobbled towards them. It was only then that they fist-pumped and jumped into action. The first rule of the workplace code. Your efforts have to be seen by your boss. It's good to touch the fish when the boss can't see it. The quickness of revenge flashed across In Kai-in's face. Waste this brat for me. Also pull down his pants. I'll let him taste the feeling of a 1,000-year kill. Young master's taste is getting perverted. Hasn't the young master always been straight? Spaghetti is also straight when it doesn't meet hot water. After the bodyguards whispered a few words of gossip, they immediately pounced on Sui. Stop! A stern voice came from the rear. Su Xian's face was frosty, and in her eyes was uncontrollable hostility. Dean was sweating. He'd prayed nonstop on the way over here that things wouldn't get out of hand. It still turned out to be a scene that made him see his blood rise. Young life. If we were one step later, wouldn't this Mr. Su's friend have been rounded up? Su Xian protected Su Yi's body and looked coldly at the bodyguards. I'll see who dares to touch him today. Chapter 59 The Clueless Director. Negative emotional value plus 200. Don't think I'll let you off the hook just because you found a young woman. As good as I am at it, this cadre can resist temptation. Pay attention. Don't hurt this sister by mistake, and waste this kid for me. The dean in the back of the room was red warm with anger. Stop it all. Director Li, what the hell are you doing? Dean? Li Nang then reacted to the fact that the woman was followed by the dean. Something's wrong. Why does this woman look so familiar? Mr. Su, listen to my explanation. I didn't know about all of this. It's all because Li Nang was unauthorized and selfish. Li Nang's eyes widened slightly, remembering that this was Mr. Su, known collectively by the entire hospital as the great benefactor. Ms. Su has increased the salaries of all hospital employees by her own efforts. Even the ama who cleans the toilets has gone up 1,000. Li Nang was just about to say hello when he saw a white jade hand slap towards his cheek. Mr. Su, you, bang. He looked at Su Xian in a daze, with aggravation in his eyes. Mr. Su, why did you hit me? Su Xian looked at him with cold eyes, as if she could cut him into 1,000 pieces. Were you the one who drove Yat's grandmother down the hospital corridor? Negative emotional value plus 100. Li Nang, I just went out to exchange for a few days, and you even did something so outrageous. Simply no medical ethics. Shameless. Dean made up for it just in time, secretly shifting all the blame in the process. Auntie Su, it's okay, it's all in the past. After all, I'm just a poor student, a humble person. Who in this world would care about my feelings? Sui spoke in a low tone. The schoolgirl on the side rolled her eyes. She knew very well that usually when Sui switched to this green tea form, then he didn't hold his farts. What's a handsome man doing pretending to be a green tea? You're so bad. I love it. Guilt value plus 200. Xiao Yi, it's Auntie's problem. Su Xian lowered her head guiltily. Sui happened to raise his head, his eyes scarlet. Auntie Su, I miss my mom. Guilt value plus 200. Guilt value plus 200. Li Nang listened to half a day, and only then reacted to the fact that Mr. Su was here to ask for a crime in his heart. His eyes glared at Sui. Not buddy, and you didn't say that your aunt is Mr. Su. Su Xian looked at the dean. Dean, is this kind of scum still going to be kept in your hospital? Immediate dismissal. Li Nang was in a hurry. Wait a minute, I think I can still salvage it. All of this was forced on me by Yin Xiao. I forced it? Yeah, it's not just you. It's your mom who forced it. My mom forced it? Yin Kai-yin, where's my golden desert eagle? Li Nang tried to make his expression look as miserable as possible. I'm just a laborer with no power or influence. How can I fight the young master of Magic City? With his bullying, I was forced to do the same. Xiao Su, it's me who deserves to die. I apologize. Sui couldn't help but widen his eyes. Good man. This is meeting an expert. Then let me ask you, can your green tea pretend to be me? I made a slight move and you blew up. Jailbird. Sui took out his cell phone in no hurry and clicked on the Evil Cheerios soundtrack. Wah-wah, 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 wah-wah. Hong-hong, scratched out. Aunt Su, this really isn't Director Li's fault. He scolded me and looked down on me before. All kinds of bad words to my grandmother. He doesn't want to, but he just can't fight Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao used money to force him. If he did not agree, Yin Xiao could only use money to smash him to death. He has no choice but to. LOL Auntie Su. Don't blame Director Li either. Negative emotional value plus 500. Negative emotional value plus 500. Li Nang, /_ big grudge. Brother, is this right? You're so full of. Sui, so what? At this time Su Xian gasped, gnashing teeth. If not for the crowd, high and low, to give him a few slaps. Not in his position. Not in his job. People like you are against medical ethics. The dean was cold. Li Nang, you are expelled. I will truthfully report your matter to my superiors. Wait for the disciplinary action. Yun Kai-yin stepped forward unhappily, one hand covering his ass. Dean, Director Li is quite conscientious, so give me face and keep him. Li Nang's face was touched. Master, if you do not abandon me, I would like to worship you as my father. Dean glanced at him askance. Who are you? Magic City. Yin family, Yin Kai-yin. You should also hurry up and get discharged. Patients like you are not welcome in our hospital. Yun Kai-yin? Is the Yun family dead? When did the Yoon family name not work? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pack up and go. But I just had my hemorrhoids cut, and now they bleed when I walk. Sui thoughtfully handed up a bottle of white liquid. It's much better when you drop this on. What's this? Corkscrew? No. Ma Ing Long? Not really. It's 502. Negative emotional value plus 200. Yin Xiao suddenly stormed out. You bully people too much. My Yin family has never suffered this kind of aggravation in the outside world. The dean looked at Su Xin. Mr. Su, what the hell is the Yin family? Yin Kai Yin. Feelings that you don't know. Now it's kind of clear why so many luxury items are advertised all over the place. It's just easier for the poor to know so the rich can pretend better. Yin Kai Yin slowly walked towards Su Xin, his tone domineering. You look like someone who has seen some worldly experience. Tell him, the strength of the Yin family. Then kick out the old den inside and give me this ward. And then make the boy kneel down and apologize to me for my ultimate millennium kill. Su Xion's face was calm. No emotions could be seen, but the cold aura in her eyes made people shiver. Yin family? Who did I think it was? It turned out to be the little Yakuza. The lineage cannot be insulted. You seek death. The atmosphere was tense. Even if the dean hadn't seen any more, he knew how powerful the Yin family was. He retreated silently behind the crowd without a word. This way neither side is offended. Which is wonderful. Sui stared blankly at the duo. The Yin family. Was it very powerful? I don't know who's a bit better compared to Huang Lu's family. What is your status? Dare to look down on my Magic City Yin family. CR Entertainment. Su Xin. Yin Kai Yin laughed. I've heard of this company. It is indeed second to none in Hong Kong City. But it is far from good enough in the Magic City. All of my Yin family's branch families can completely crush you. Su Xion's eyes were deep, and she couldn't see what she was thinking. However, Sui estimated that the probability was that Aunt Su's CR Entertainment was inferior to the Yin family, but that's nothing to compare it to. However, Sui had already secretly resolved that if this Niu Ma Yin Xiao continued to be arrogant, he wouldn't mind using another millennium kill. Let him sing about the chrysanthemums. Cough cough cough. Inside the hospital room, suddenly came the violent coughing of Li Milk. Suyi's face changed and rushed in. Chapter 60. Are there so many rich people? Grandma Li, are you alright? Sui cut in with concern. Grandma Li waved her hand. I'm old. I've gotten used to it a long time ago. Dean, the patient's cough is normal. A draining response. In the next second, a mouthful of dark red blood spurted out. Dean, early life. Doctor, who's the attending physician? Grandma Li pointed hard at the door. It's Director Li, but I just heard that commotion, and it seems that he was fired by the dean. President. After all, I was wrong to pay. At this time Li Ning came in hot and anxious. The old lady is sick again? Doctor, this offense seems a bit severe. Don't worry, I've got everything. Director Li looked determined as if he wanted to join the party. The crowd moved slightly. Although Li Nang was indeed born a little, the doctor's sense of responsibility is still there. This one isn't bad either. The characters are also filled out. Dean, Mr. Su, it's fine if Sui wants me to save Milkly. Listen to Yin Xiao. Sui will apologize to him first. Then the decision to fire is rescinded, and I'm going to be vice president. With my salary tripled to what it was before. I'll go to Nima's. Not bad for your granddaddy. The birth of a birth. You're a flat character for life. Why are you so selfish? The dean's face was ugly to the extreme. If it wasn't for the critical situation right now, he wouldn't mind letting Li Nang see what a whirling dervish was. Others can heal without you. I'm the one who knows the most about Mrs. Li's condition. I've been observing her for years. Su Xian looked at Sui. Xiao Yi, why don't we transfer to a hospital? There are many famous doctors in Beiping. I even have a way to contact the sage of national medicine. Old Mr. Qi Yang. Yin Kai Yin snorted disdainfully from the side. Just you? Our Yin family isn't even sure of inviting Elder Qi. So who are you? Hurry up and do what I said before. This old den won't last the moment he's transferred to the hospital. Sui tried to keep himself calm as his consciousness communicated with the system. System, is my emotion value ready for the lottery? The requirement for 10 consecutive draws has been met. Sui took a deep breath. Now he could only take a gamble. If I draw healing mastery I can totally save Li's milk. System, draw. A set of women's underwear. A set of women's underwear. System, don't around. A set of women's underwear. Proficiency in cloud detecting hands. System remarks, nothing can be stolen. A set of women's underwear. Sui, I'll go to Nima's. I want medical skills. Why did you give me thief skills? But it was as if the system had disappeared. No matter how much it was called out, it didn't move. Yin Kai Yin's mocking voice once again resounded in his ears. Hurry up. You can afford to wait, but Grandma Lee can't. Su Xian looked at him coldly. I apologize to you on behalf of Xiaoyi. You? No way. I want myself. It's still good to be rich. You can do whatever you want. Sui slowly raised his head when he heard the word rich. There was a bright flash in his eyes. Rich? Hey, I have a great idea. Sui looked at the dean. Dean, I remember there's that drug that can cure all cancers, right? Dean froze. Yes, there is, but it's expensive. It's going to be $2 million, or the minimum price. So is there something like a similar drug? The kind that can cure other diseases? Of course there is. Cancer can be cured, and other diseases are naturally easier. Sui waved his hand. Give me 3 stitches. In Kai-in's smile stiffened on his face. You have that much money? Sui slanted his eyes and glanced at him. Poor B. Poverty limits your imagination. You want me to apologize for something that can be solved with 3 shots of medicine? Are you thinking about fart eating? The 2 bigwigs who were watching the live broadcast at this time all burst out laughing uncontrollably. Fong Tang, this Sui is a man of nature. He dares to love and hate. Very good. Zhang Mu smiled cheerfully. That's for sure. After all, he has our military bloodline. In the next second, his eyes sharpened violently. But this Yin family seems to be very arrogant, so I'll pay a visit to Magic City someday. Fong Tang smiled on the surface, but in actuality, he was panicking internally. Is this Big Brother? The Magic City Yin family is going to be in deep. Zhang Mu sipped a mouthful of tea from the table. His tone unhurried. I've heard of this drug as well. It's always been a tight fit. It's just a matter of so many years. I'll play a little caprice of power for once. Consider this medicine a gift from me to Xiaoyi. Consider it also our compensation to him. Fong Tang's face changed, and Sui's level of danger in his heart was pulled up a few more points. The big man is notoriously rigid and incorruptible. Having him use his privileges shows the importance of Sui. The dean put down the phone. His face was quite ugly, and after 5 or 6 more calls, he said in shame, I'm sorry, this drug is too sought after. Our hospital simply doesn't have it in stock. I just trusted my connections to purchase it, but I couldn't get it either. Su Xian raised her eyebrows unexpectedly, then dialed the phone as well, but got the same answer. No, Xiaoyi, don't worry. I'll ask my friend in Beiping. He probably has it there. Sui nodded his head, his heart bursting with moms and dads. A shot of $2 million is still sold out. Are there so many rich people? The water boys are also talking about it. So everyone is secretly getting rich behind my back? 2 million. I don't even have 20,000 in savings. There are still a lot of rich people. We poorer than that. We're almost out of the right to even live. It's true that money is everything, including the ability to buy life. Give me face. This drug is sold to the anchor. Yes, I'm a student. Sell me face. In Xiao laughed out loud once again, his tone mocking. Do you really think money works? Do you know what's the difference between a family of the world and a mob? The difference is the bottom line. You may not even be able to buy what you want with your money, but we don't spend any money, and someone else will just dutifully deliver that thing. Sui's eyes became ferocious, and he aimed a few hard kicks at his ass. Sophie couldn't even pocket the bleeding. You're the one who talks too much trash, aren't you? You're a rich kid who's just waiting to die, and you're talking to me about a family. Sooner or later, I'll go to Magic City and stir up your Yin family. Sui, the Yin family will never let you go. Even if you beat me anymore, you won't be able to save your milk. As soon as the words fell, a group of SWAT officers suddenly now at the door. In Kai-in laughed triumphantly. Is my Yin family acting so fast? It can still dominate the local SWAT team. That's the kid. Arrest him. Unexpectedly, they didn't even look at In Kai-in. The city clerk's secretary stepped out of the SWAT team with the delicate combination case in her hand. Mr. Sui, I am the secretary of the municipal party secretary. This medicine was entrusted to you by the municipal party secretary. Shock value plus 200. Shock value plus 200. Shock value plus 200. Chapter 61, My sister, you're too honest to be true. What the hell? The city clerk. The faces of the crowd changed again and again. In Kai-in in particular was unusually hideous and mixed with a strong sense of unwillingness. Su Xin, on the other hand, was slightly surprised and opened her mouth wide. Who would have thought that a student would still have a relationship with the city clerk? Are you kids really orphans? Sui didn't pay any attention to the crowd's reaction, and as a result, the box was opened. Inside lay a bottle of medicine, densely written in English. Dean looked on excitedly. That's right, that's the drug. No, it's not right. The dean's face changed, and his gaze was fixed on the medicine as his expression steeply became shocked. This is the upgraded version of the drug. If the base model is high school, then this is a master's degree. This medicine has a price. And it's no longer something that money can buy. The crowd's faces changed again. The words were already obvious. Sui has a monstrous background. Dean's face was shocked as he said this. He had thought that Sui was just hitching a ride on Mr. Su, but he hadn't expected it to be Su Xin hitching a ride on Sui. Now that's a truly awesome background. Sui smacked his lips and used his brain to realize that it was given to him from above. Looks like the big guy up there has been keeping an eye on me. I just don't know what level that big guy is, but it's safe to assume that Biggie is watching himself live. Otherwise the medication wouldn't have been delivered in time. With that, Sui bowed to the live camera. Thank you, Uncle, for sending me the medicine. I'll be sure to thank you in person when I have time in the future. The two bigwigs in the live room laughed in unison. Fang Tang, he called me Uncle yeah. Zhang Mu, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was clearly called for me. Shock value plus 500 asterisk 5. The crowd's pupils shrunk. So it was Uncle. No wonder. AI Xiaoxing, who knew Suyi's situation, was even more confused. Another uncle? How many uncles do you have? Medication injections are given with the dean himself. He's done thousands of surgeries, but his hand still trembles when he holds the needle. This medicine is too precious, but it's good to see that your hand doesn't shake after it's stuck in your skin. The previous shaking was comparable to that of a cafeteria mom. The medication worked quickly, and Lee Milk's face gradually flushed. With that, he snorted and slept peacefully. The secretary nodded at Sui. Since the medication has produced an effect, I won't bother you anymore. It's time to go back and report to the secretary. Okay, bye. Well, we'll see you again. After the secretary left, Sui looked at Yin Kai-in and Li Nang. There was something grim in his gaze. You're pretty good at spewing trash talk. Yoon, do the World family always look down on people like this? Yin Kai-in nervously backed up, looking flustered. No, it's my personal trash. Director Lee, you're quite good at sitting on your ass. You don't deserve to be a doctor. But you are indeed a qualified businessman. Li Nang also panicked and backed up. I was just overwhelmed by the benefits. I'm sorry. The dean shook his head. Much ado about nothing. I've called the police. Dean, close the door. The dean walked to the door. Sui, as the dean I will definitely not allow you to do this when I see it. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he immediately walked out the door and thoughtfully brought it with him. Can't I just not see it? I'm such a big smart. Immediately afterward there was a ghastly scream from the ward. Negative emotional value plus 200 asterisk 10. The emotional value of the two never stops. Especially Yoon Shu. Already on the verge of becoming a big brother on the list 1. It's just a bit of a tampon waste. It's giving people the whole anemia thing. Thud. Sui was in the middle of his excitement when there was a hard knock on the door. Immediately after that came Huang Lu's angry voice. Surname Dean. Stop it now. If my brother hurts a hair today, my Huang family will be at loggerheads with you. Yin Kai-in lay on the bed and shed 2 lines of tears. The world is so cruel to me. Killing people is also about putting them to death. Did you see me move? Dare you move? Victim guilt theory? Ha! Interesting. Sui opened the door and froze for a moment when he saw Huang Lu. Sis, why are you here? Brother, you're okay. Huang Lu opened her eyes wide and carefully observed Sui's circumference, making sure there were no injuries before she smiled. I watched the live broadcast and found that you and the Yin family that birthbarred. I was afraid that you would suffer, so I rushed here in a moment of urgency. Brother, where is the loss? Huang Lu quickly walked inside and then froze, only to see a group of bodyguards lying on the ground sideways and motionless. The odds are that it's playing dead. Still, what's the point of playing for 7 or 8 grand a month? Yun Xiao also lies motionless, but probably really dead. The crimson on her ass was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Huang Lu huffed. Brother, what is he? It's okay if your hemorrhoids blow up. Negative emotional value plus 200. I had my hemorrhoids cut out a long time ago. Suyi's tone was unkind. How dare you interrupt? Believe it or not, I'll continue to punish you? Huang Lu's eyes fiercely became strange, and her small fists clenched slightly. Brother, you, what's wrong? Do you have some kind of weird fetish? Sui blinked. Strange fetish. Does playing the Great Compassion mantra while watching a small movie count? My brain is yellow, but my heart is compassionate. Blessed amen. Amen. After the two of them negotiated and determined that Sui didn't have any special fetishes, Huang Lu was visibly relieved. With that, he walked over to Yin Kai-in and looked down on him in a condescending manner, his tone full of threats. If you dare to retaliate against my brother back there, your Yin family is finished. Yin Kai-in's body visibly shivered, but he still spoke with a stiff upper lip. Your Huang clan and my Yin clan's strengths aren't that far apart. Who are you threatening here? Ha! You could have tried then. Negative emotional value plus 500. Sui? No buddy. Someone else threatened you and you're blaming me instead. Are you cheap? In Xiao was staring at Sui with abnormal resentment at the moment. The real reason for the resentment wasn't Sui's millennium kill, but the fact that this kid was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. I put up with Su Xin being your aunt. I put up with the secretary of the municipal party committee being your uncle. And now the little princess of the Huang family is still your sister. How do you expect me to put up with that? What does your father do to give you so many powerful relatives? You're ing pretending to be a poor student. Why are you so cheap? Of course these were just his heart spewing. He didn't dare to say anything yet. When I go back to Mordor and get well, if I can't retaliate openly, then I'll retaliate behind my back. Anyway, you have to bleed the old man a little, or your heart won't be balanced. After figuring everything out, In Xiao's eyes closed, and following the bodyguard's example, he also started to play dead. Huang Lu saw that the other party delayed in replying, and also lost the nature. Turning her head to the other top face in the ward besides her, AI Xiaoxing, she smiled brightly, her eyes warm. Brother, is this your friend? Negative emotional value plus 15. Negative emotional value plus 20. Negative emotional value plus 25. Sui touched his nose. Sister ah. You this mouth smack body upright ah. Chapter 62. Are you a smiling tiger? Then I'm a child-faced wolf. Negative emotional value plus 15. Negative emotional value plus 15. Brother, why don't you say something? Sui was filled with embarrassment as he felt the constant increase in emotional value. What can I say? That your sister is not right? What if my sister is too possessive? Looking at Huang Lu staring at him for an instant, Sui could only explain stiffly. This is the classmate I told you about. AI Xiaoxing. She is the goddess of the school's music department and is recognized as the school's flower, surrounded by countless licking dogs. Of course that's just the surface. In reality she's very abstract, also loves to imitate and pursue abstraction. I'd rate her as a hard-working abstract player. Negative emotional value plus 200. Schoolgirl AI glanced at Sui angrily. What kind of person introduces a friend like a sister? I'm clearly the gifted type. Negative emotional value plus 15 asterisk 5. Huang Lu smiled broadly and enthusiastically stretched out her small white hand. Sister, it's nice to meet you. You're really beautiful. You stunned me at first. Schoolgirl AI smiled happily. Thank you. You're beautiful too. And I'm happy too. You're rejoicing too soon. AI Xiaoxing? Who's talking? Huang Lu's mouth didn't move. Ha? Hearing voices? Guess I'll be using my browser less these days. May I ask how old you are? AI Xiaoxing asked. People just turned 18. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui, don't give me this whole dead out. I'm asking a mess. Huang Lu, my brother was right. I just turned 18. I'm 4 years older than you. Why don't I call you my sister like Sui? Stay away from my brother or I'll kill you. AI Xiaoxing? 9 Heavening Yuan Thunder Sound in Universal Harmonization Heavenly Honors. You evil spirits shall not go on the rampage. Edict. The schoolgirl's face kept changing. Ruling out the possibility of hallucinations, she must have been possessed. The evil spirit was too arrogant, daring to threaten himself in broad daylight. Luckily, he is a Taoist youth. I know you purposely approached my brother for other purposes, with no good intentions. If I knew that you had hurt my brother, I would have killed you. AI Xiaoxing was completely dumbfounded, his expression stiff as he looked at the extremely beautiful woman in front of him, with a cold temperament like an unearthly fire. Unbelievable that she would say something like that, or use ventriloquism. On the surface of the key she was still smiling very warmly. Damn it! Is this the legendary smiling tiger? But I'm not so bad. I'm the child-faced wolf. I'm pretty much this kind of person. Usually I can joke with you very easygoing, but if you touch my scales I will let you know what is the real darkness. This kind of is the child-faced wolf. On the surface simple and naive, but in fact smooth and penetrating. You can't possibly count me out, because you've been set up by me from the beginning. I am the chess player and you are just the pawn. If you defy me, you will know what cruelty and darkness are. I never lack of thunderous means nor lack of bodhisattva heart. I have Buddha and devil in my heart, but I sealed the devil deeply. Only Buddha is left. I would like to face all people with the heart of a bodhisattva, but some people want me to unseal the devil in my heart. Then I would like to ask you, when you are facing the real devil in the present world, are you still able to hold it down? Blackie speaks. Who says I'm the hard-working type? I'm clearly the gifted type. Sui stared closely at Huang Lu's expression and realized that her smile was not adulterated in any way. It was truly a smile from the heart. It made him wonder about himself. Did I misunderstand my sister? Did someone else contribute this mood value? Could it be AI's schoolgirl? Sui's gaze shifted to schoolgirl AI, noticing that her expression was extremely stiff and her eyes fluttered. The heart stuttered. Masaka, Schoolgirl, is our friendship going sour? I treat you like a daughter and you try to pick me up. Is it right to be secretly jealous of my sister? Jailbird. Sui immediately decided that he wanted to arrange a proper relationship with the schoolgirl. But suddenly he froze, and vaguely he saw sparks of fire flash where the two girls' eyes met. I'm going to the bathroom. AI Xiaoxing's eye contact didn't compare, and she was the first to lose, choosing to urinate. Huang Lu looked innocent. Brother, didn't she just finish going to the restroom? Sui smiled and touched Huang Lu's head. Don't mind her, she has weak kidneys and frequent urination. But she's not bad, other than being a bit abstract. She's good, especially generous and willing to pop gold coins. Perhaps you two can become friends. Negative emotional value plus 25. Negative emotional value plus 25. Sui, AI Xiaoxing has gone and bared her soul, so the familiar emotional value can only be. Sui looked at Huang Lu in horror, but she still had a smiling expression. I'm not sure, try again. AI schoolgirl, she's so pretty. Negative emotional value plus 30. Sis, do you think the schoolgirl looks at me differently? Negative emotional value plus 35. Young life. Sui took a deep breath with a complicated expression. Sister, you can't go bad. We're half-brothers and half-sisters. Don't play with contrasts like that. Quickly continue to be the unearthly fairy. Wait. Sui's eyes rolled a few times. What if my sister is simply possessive? Think differently. If I grew up watching and growing up, innocent, pink jade carving, always sweetly shouting brother's sister, suddenly fell in love with dyed yellow hair, wearing tights, beanies, tattooed flower arms, chewing ground nuts, top over the lungs of the boys, then be angry with yourself or not. Absolutely pissed off. When he comes to your house, he has to ask, dang, is it safe to park the ghost fire at your house? Can you hold it together? This is absolutely unacceptable. Erlangshin is the best example. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. The stone was hammered. This was all an AI Xiaoxing problem. If she didn't act so abstract, there wouldn't be so much going on. The schoolgirl looking in the mirror in the restroom sneezed violently twice. It must be Sui this Zhongding scolding me. LOL, his sister is a big brother control. That makes it hard for me. Hard to do? Then don't do it. Crow lifts table JPG. Of course it was just her mouth high. The schoolgirl was still very gentle. Abstract as in abstract. Temperament is still mild. But don't think I'm Mr. Nice guy. I'm a hard man to get a hold of. Bending accent. Suxian saw that Huang Lu and Sui were warmly interacting with each other, so it was not good to disturb them more. Xiao Yi, come to Auntie's house as a guest tomorrow. I'll have the chef cook a good meal for you. Aunt Su, Zheng Qian won't mind if I go over like this, right? Unlike me, I would only be heartbroken. Auntie Su. Aunt Su flashed a look of hatred. If only that kid Zheng Qian knew half as much as you do. It's okay to he'll grow out of it. Hopefully. Suxian sighed and then hurriedly left. At that moment, schoolgirl AI also happened to walk out. Negative emotional value plus 25 asterisk 5. Sui, I'll be ready to release the song soon. What entertainment company are you signed to? No, I'm going to just post it on Shakeology. Chapter 63, Young Comrade, give the old comrade more chances. Sui nodded. Shivering was a smart choice. By letting yourself burst into flames early, you can raise your value, and when you sign with an entertainment company again, the initiative is in your own hands. Nowadays, many entertainment companies make profits by sucking blood and bullying newcomers who have no fame and are just starting out. When these companies rely on labor instead of productivity, that's the beginning of the downhill slide. Of course, I'm only talking about entertainment companies. Thinking so, Sui couldn't help but look at AI Xiaoxing one more time. Schoolgirls are abstract, but their brains are still there. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui, girl, one more look and you'll explode. Sui and Huang Lu took care of Li Milk for a few more hours to make sure there were no problems, and then they were ready to leave the hospital. Looking at their soon-to-be departing backs, a hint of killing intent flashed in In Kaiyin's eyes. If I can't handle you, I can't handle this dang? Just watch it when you go. I'll make you regret offending me today. Sui's footsteps lurched, and he suddenly turned his head violently. You must have just been thinking about how to get back at me, right? No, man, you're a worm, aren't you? In Kaiyin swallowed nervously. No, I'm preparing to properly recuperate from my injuries. Sui's eyes were sharp. You better be honest with me. Yes. Huang Lu couldn't help but smile, her eyes looking adoringly at Sui. Really worthy of being her brother. In the magic are arrogant and domineering Yin Xiao. To him in front of the good behavior like a little sheep. Bang. The next second a crisp clang resounded throughout the ward. Immediately followed by In Kaiyin's mournful screams. Negative emotional value plus 500. Sui, I went to walk my horse. How dare you curse? B. Overdubbed sound effects. Negative emotional value plus 500 asterisk 10. The doodads of scarlet on his pants were proof of Sui's exertion. Straight away, Yin Xiao's face turned pale and he was about to faint at any moment. Ai Xiaoxing, on the other hand, had a strange look in her eyes and surveyed the duo with an ambiguous gaze. This is where the scene in the eyes of the abstract woman just isn't the same as the normal one. Huang Lu was applauding from the side. Brother is so great. Negative emotional value plus 500. In the end, Huang Lu threw a diaper on him with a red face at Sui's behest. My brother has a good heart and can't see the poor man bleed. Sophie can't pocket it anymore. And got the diaper for you specially. Don't say thank you yet. Sound of escaping laughter. Yin Kaiyin spewed out a mouthful of blood in anger, and his last ounce of consciousness was about to subside. I thank you for walking the horses. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Sui, dude, why is your hemorrhoid blood still gushing upwards? Negative emotion value plus 1000. Yun Kai Yin, Wubu understands. Why do you want shrimp and pig's heart? Fenghua sound. Sui nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, successfully promoted into my list one big brother before passing out. Remember to come to my booth more often in the future to draw lucky bags. Elbow. Jailbirds, let's go home. The schoolgirl laughed. Again with these lame stems. Then let me ask you how to say crash in English. See you again. Clueless value plus 20. Huang Lu's big eyes were all confused. Isn't it air crash? Sui gave a thumbs up. This is the true schoolmaster. Then you're really black. The schoolgirl raised her middle finger. He hasn't scored in years and I shouldn't hack it? That's even more of a hell of a thing to say. The Waterboys are happy. Kids, it's not funny. Funny, it's not children. Jailer, we miss you. Snap a resurrected helicopter pilot. I can never forget the panache of his upside-down hook in front of the goal. And Jindai is definitely the greatest soccer player of all time. You didn't spare him either. Walking out the door, Sui looked at the two women. Why don't we each go back to our own homes and find our own moms? Huang Lu instantly clutched Sui's wrist. Brother, I still want to eat your cooking. I miss it. Sui froze slightly, his mind unconsciously recalling the scene when he had cooked for her at the orphanage. A martyr's orphan. A Miss Magic City. Two people who should never have met. Because of the scrambled eggs with taro poi. Detained in one piece. Tears wetting the yam poop. Numb and spicy and missing her. Brother, even though I've eaten countless mountains of food back in Magic City, it was never as good as your bowl of yam poi. Looking at Huang Lu's pitiful appearance, Sui could not bear to refuse. A final nod of agreement. After so many years of eating well put together meals, I wonder if the craft has gotten rusty. Sister Abstract, should I add a pair of chopsticks for you? Sui asked. This was naturally a little bit of Sui's mind. Affection is eternal, it cannot deteriorate. Negative emotional value plus 50. Huang Lu gaze obviously wanted to knife the schoolgirl. This old woman again wanted to steal his brother from him. The schoolgirl felt Huang Lu's gaze and her eyelashes fluttered slightly. She was a very sensible woman. No need. Huang Lu, he. I brought my own chopsticks. After saying that, the schoolgirl took out disposable chopsticks from her pocket. Huang Lu's face immediately sank. No he. No dude. Why do you carry chopsticks around with you? Talented players are like that. Don't be surprised. And so two women and a man, each with their own thoughts, went forward to buy groceries. The other end of the market. Near the new year, the Harbor Public Safety Department did a live public service broadcast. The theme is prevention of theft and burglary. It involves the police going to crowded places to steal people's cell phones to test everyone's security awareness. But guess what? Oops. Fire. The higher-ups have asked to continue to do relevant live broadcasts and take the video national. Port City also became the first civilized city this year because of this show. Director, are you really going to personally test the public's security awareness today? Su Xiang asked tentatively. Ma Chang touched the little hair he had left. Of course. Back then, I also started out as a criminal police officer, solving thousands of cases, big and small, and my skills are not old. But Chief, the public's awareness of anti-pickpocketing is very high nowadays, and I'm afraid it'll be counterproductive. Ma Chang's face immediately became displeased. Little jail brother, are you questioning me? Even if you are a Yin family flunky, I wonder if I'm going to improve on this episode. As long as this issue is well done and can raise awareness of anti-pickpocketing, it's not a dream for the main office to become a deputy office. Ma Chang pondered for a while, smiled and said, Comrade son, I know that this was your program before, but have to give more opportunities to the old comrades while not. Su Xiang? Dang, are you talking like a human being? Being a director for too long, I also need to respond to the call of my superiors. More into the grassroots. Go to the frontline activities more often. That's why I'm hosting this episode. Captain Sun, this program will still be yours in the future. Don't worry. Sun Xiang's fists were still clenched in death. The old thing. New Year's traffic is so heavy you gave it away. Why are you so selfish? Chapter 64 Director, something flashed just now. But Sun Xiang only dared to whine in his heart. Even if he was a son-in-law of a worldly family, he wouldn't dare to dislike his superior when he met him. After all, it affects his progress. Chief, the crowd is growing. We can start stealing. The officer taking the video warned. Ma Chang corrected his look. What words? The public security thing is not called stealing. That is called reminding. Yes, a reminder. Makin made a silencing gesture and took a small step forward. A hand quickly reached into a deer-in-the-headlights pocket and with a flick of the wrist, a cell phone alerted. The chief is great. The chief is so fast. The chief is a goddamn thief. Hey, are you kissing ass? He slandered me. A bunch of police officers flew in and started kissing ass. This made Sun Xiang even more furious. All of this horse's ass clearly belonged to him as the captain. By Pig's Feet Moncler Outlet Online. Face changed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where is my cell phone? That is still thinking about my cell phone. Geez. The director was all smiles and patted Moncler Outlet Store his shoulder. Moncler Outlet Store? I'll do it all. Cell phones. The Moncler Outlet Store hands on the head movement gave Ma Chang a whole confused. Stealing a cell phone and exploding equipment? The director was delighted in his heart, and immediately said seriously, quickly say, what is the offense? Confession is lenient. Resistance is strict. I'm really not to blame for the last time at the massage parlor. That roast chicken smelled so good. I couldn't help myself. Director. Shucks. Thought it was a second rate. The chief wasn't about to let him off the hook, though, and rushed to contact his family to bail him out. The screen lit up as the director returned his cell phone. It was so white on top that it almost didn't dry block the live feed. The director tugged at the corner of his mouth and moved on to his next target. Go on. It's decided that it's you. The director instantly recognized the sister-in-law in front of him, who was weighing large vermicelli at the moment. The chief's hand quietly slipped into his pants pocket on the live camera. The flower-colored purse is slowly revealed. The moment the older woman turned around, the chief smoothly hid the wallet in his pocket. The Waterboys have been looking happy. Does the director have a record in the bureau? I can't even imagine a young man with this hand speed. The director must be single all the time. I'm a thief. Can I learn from you? This big mom laughed me to death. She's still buying vermicelli. Her wallet's been stolen. At that moment, the officer with the cell phone suddenly exclaimed, Chief, the city council swiped us a gift. The director's body shuddered, and the few remaining hairs on his head began to flutter in the wind. City council. It's done. Ha ha. Chief, I'm going to make it. What's the concept of the city council swiping a gift for themselves? This represents a disguised affirmation that one can definitely get into the ministry. Lee, thank the city council for me. But I'm at work and can't be distracted. The director sold another wave of his persona. At this point, the director was so energized that he only felt that his hands were much faster. Sun Xiang, who witnessed everything, had his back teeth clenched. Damned old thing. It's obvious that it all belongs to me. I'm going to tell my daughter-in-law. Woo-hoo-hoo. Office of the Municipal Committee. Feng Tang was watching Suyi's livestream, but in the stream he saw Ma Chang's sand monk head. He was instantly interested and turned to Mac and Liv. Zhang Mu looked at Feng Tang with a surprised face. This live broadcast can still swipe gifts? It can be. This director Ma has done a great job, not only raising the awareness of the people, but also beautifying the image of the government. Our port city will be the first civilized city again this year, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. So I thought I'd swipe a gift to show that it's time to set up his posting next. Zhang Mu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I want to brush some for Sui as well. Ha, that brat Sui is actually in the same frame as Director Ma. It's really rare. At this point the chief was still smiling and watching the older woman. Big Mama was watching him too. Thoughtfully. Auntie, have you forgotten? No Moon. Commissioner? I have a husband. Sandy Monk, are you cosplaying? Sound of escaping laughter. A bunch of officers in the back didn't hold back their laughter. They are professionally trained. Unless it's just too much to resist. Auntie is happy to see me. Let's just say that we should tell Big Mom to get on the internet less often. Auntie usually swipes on Little Red Book, right? The chief was all black. Auntie, this is your wallet, right? You stole my cell phone. No, we're on an anti-pickpocket. Why don't you just say you want my contact information? Shrimp head man. In the end, the older woman left a note and hurried away, leaving the chief still in the wind. As I walked away, I kept keying in my cell phone. Gmaze, who gets it? It's another day of dread goblins. The director made a silent note to invite the older woman over for tea someday. After adjusting your mindset, go ahead and remind others of your property. Apparently there are still plenty of normal people. 3 more were stolen in quick succession, reaping the rewards of ass-kissing and applause. Suddenly, the chief's eyes lit up. He saw 3 handsome men and women not far away. The 2 girls, in particular, had a figure and temperament that far surpassed even first-tier female stars. A good face is striking no matter what age you are. The director smiled. We've just been testing the middle-aged and elderly. Let's go test the young. A group of police officers chimed in. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Brother, why are you just showing us around and not buying groceries? Sui felt the jealous gazes cast by the people around him and was so cool that he took off. Yeah. Love it when you guys are jealous and afraid to speak up. Sis, I'm comparing the price of food at each house to save money. Huang Lu's eyes lowered. Brother, is this how it's been all these years? Guild value plus 200. As if. Brother, there's no price posted on these dishes either? Then stay out of it. Sui's eyes lit up. There's a lot of people over there. The mood, scratch that. The food must be good. Let's go take a look. With that, Sui grabbed the 2 women and went over. Make way. Make way. It's not very convenient for me to bring 2 girls with me. So I hope everyone understands. Negative emotional value plus 50 * 15. The gazes of the people around us were about to burst into flames. You're really damned. With extreme beauty or 2. It's just grocery shopping. You brought such a beautiful woman to the market? I have to take them to a 5-star hotel for dinner even if I sell my house. Sui was full of contempt. A bunch of old licking dogs. The dowry is as high as it is now. All because you lickspittles are disrupting the market. Brother, I want to eat chicken. Okay, let's make you a chicken then. Boss, take a 3 yellow chicken. How much? All beautiful women. No money. Old lickspittle. Don't you want your business? Once the 2 beauties came, all my business at this stall was better. So there's no need for money. The boss happily explained. Traitor, I'll steal 2 quail eggs from you right away with my newly learned cloud-searching hands. Suddenly, Sui only felt a hand sneak into his pocket. With his cloud-seeker proficiency, he knew everything. Masaka, could it be? Meeting a fellow traveler? Hockey stealing. You guy, even from the same line? With a twinkle in his eye, Sui had a grand plan to earn emotion values. Next, Sui's face was as usual, pretending that he didn't know anything. Just a little bit of his body facing backward and his hand flashing in passing. The director was in the middle of stealing when he happened to see a stump. But he didn't care. It's normal to get fly-by-night when you're older. The phone was a little bit closer to being completely stolen. The water friends in the live room couldn't help but hold their breath as if they were stealing it themselves. They were ready to mock Sui's intentions. Zhang Mu in the municipal government building frowned in dissatisfaction. Being of military bloodline, it's not good to have only this much alertness. Still have to practice. Chapter 65 Police Officer's Science of Pickpocketing Results in Counter-Pickpocketing? This handsome man is so unresponsive that he doesn't even know his cell phone has been stolen. So if I stole those 2 beauties, wouldn't he know about it too? 2 beautiful women accompany themselves every day. If it were me I'd be slow to react. This one did. Buy a mug when I was young. After 10 days at home, I can go out and get dropped over my shoulder by ants. Just as the water boys were arguing about sarcasm, the chief smirked and stuffed his cell phone into his pocket. Then he patted Sui's shoulder and assumed a preachy stance. Young man, have you realized you're missing something? Sui laughed outright. Then have you realized you're missing something? Confusion value plus 20. However, when Sui turned around, he immediately blushed, and his entire body was bad. When he saw his shoulder patch again, his face changed dramatically. I'm afraid that's out of the question. Uncle, are you really a cop, not cosplaying? Ma Chang seemed to have thought of a bad memory and immediately made a stern face. Nonsense. Do you want to take out your documents and show them to you? No need. Sui looked around at the police officers and knew he wasn't lying. It's just that he's kind of inexplicably nervous right now. No wonder it feels bonkers hard to pull it out. So the police are. Why don't you say something? Young man? The director wondered. A junior police officer laughed. I guess he was scared silly. After all, the chief is overbearing. Ma Chang shook his head. Don't say things like that. Give people some face. Young man, why don't you go through your pockets again? It's close to the new year now. Anti-pickpocketing awareness has to be done well. Sui shook his head with a bitter smile. No need, chief. I know it's the cell phone that's missing. I noticed it when you first started taking it. Ma Chang froze, then laughed. You young man is a bit interesting. Perceived at that time, why not say it? Suddenly he looked like he was reacting. His smile stiffening on his face as he ran his hands back and forth over his body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's my gun? Where's the wallet? He looked at Sui with a sharp gaze. Someone, catch the thief. Sui, chief, let me explain. A couple of the other officers looked confused. What the hell? The chief had something stolen? Are you saying that the chief was conducting an anti-pickpocket science program and ended up getting backstabbed? After the group of police officers stared wide-eyed, they still all rushed towards Sui. Sui dodged them with a few dodges, his arms swaying uncontrollably. And this thief can walk? Don't halberd boast. Let's see if anything's missing. Where are my handcuffs? My handcuffs are gone too. No dude. You stole the king? Sui let out a helpless bitter smile. This dog system was causing a lot of harm. This cloud tantrum hand went straight to muscle memory. I don't want to steal, but I can't help myself. Sui immediately threw the handcuffs on the ground. Sirs, I didn't take it on purpose, so don't come over again. Otherwise, if I take something later, I won't be able to explain it. Negative emotional value plus 100 asterisk 20. How dare you ing provoke. A group of police officers face black as charcoal. So long ago I have never seen such an arrogant thief. The more they thought about it, the more angry they became, and they all swarmed over it, including the director. Sui had to duck and dodge in a million ways, and without realizing it, he had several more wallets in his hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My wallet was stolen. Ooh, sometimes I really want to call the police. Sui, huh? This is Morse code? Professional enough. The aquanauts in the live room were also dumbfounded. You're saying that the police officers had a live anti-pickpocket broadcast and ended up getting counter-pickpocketed, or reunited. The public security of Hong Kong will be disgraced all over the country. I'm so happy. It was supposed to be a live broadcast of the general law, but it turned into a live broadcast of a punch in the face. The two bigwigs in the municipal building at this time were also looking at each other. Zhang Mu blew out his beard in anger. The family is unfortunate. His father was at least a generation of military god. How did he become a generation of god thief? Elder Zhang, don't be anxious. This Sui kid has a good character. He's definitely not that kind of person. This hand speed sent to the military region for training can definitely become the #1 in the military region. Ask him what he thinks someday. Fong Tang's heart trembled immensely after hearing this. With Sui's personal conditions, plus this layer of background, it's hard to overestimate the top in the future. At that moment, Fong Tang's eyes lit up as a piece of antipodal bone grew out silently next to Zhang Mu. What if we dig Sui into our own city council compound? Wouldn't that be an extremely successful political investment? The other side. The group of officers were panting and red in the face. If there weren't any cracks in the ground, I'm afraid I could drill down immediately. It's so embarrassing. After a lifetime of catching thieves, you end up with nothing left to steal from them. The point is that the thief still stole it in front of himself, in front of a national audience. Rather give some face, big brother. This live it. Sui waved his hand. Sir's misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Ma Chang gasped and laughed. You stole all of our police officers and you're telling me about a misunderstanding? Even the god thieves back then didn't have your skill. Quickly give me an honest explanation. Huang Lu immediately blocked in front of Sui. Director Ma, this is really a misunderstanding. Brother, he took you for a thief and was just fighting back at the time. Macken froze. You know me? When you came to Mordor at that time, you waited on my doorstep for 4 hours, and I was the one who finally opened the door. You're from the Huang family? Well, have you forgotten? At the time you wanted. Ma Chang's face was like a monkey's ass. Stop it. Have a face. Misunderstanding. I believe this is all a misunderstanding. Sui was instantly relieved. Explain it clearly. I almost became a criminal. At this time, the police officer on the side excitedly said, Chief, good news. The number of people in our live broadcast room has skyrocketed to 1 million. The director immediately laughed out in relief. Great. It's not in vain that I'm personally involved. It's a good idea to get into the ministry in the coming year. But the bad news is that 700,000 people have come to mock us. Negative emotional value plus 500. Macken stopped being cheeky at once. What kind of progress is that? Sui unconsciously leaned back. He always had the feeling that this director was going to jump up and foul himself. Chief, but there's good news. Many local public security officers have given us gifts, disguised as support for us. Ma Chang was moved to tears. Or comrades understand his difficulties. Read. It's all who. Fuzhou Public Security and Chai 9 Lotus sent a rocket. Linan Public Security. Find your own tea set and send it to the sports car. Typhoon Public Security. Are people crowded to send Carnival? Macken? Holy, you think I don't have internet access? Negative emotional value plus 500 asterisk 10. XUII, thanks to the friendly forces for the assist. Wait, they're the ones who taunted you, and you guys have a grudge against me? Chief, I'm so sorry. I've brought you trouble today. Sui apologized again. Sun Xiang stood out at this time, righteous and bright. Sui, it's you again. I told you that you are a social tumor, now stealing in public. What else do you have to say? Chief, arrest him, it's at least a second degree. Sui, director? Chapter 66, identity is again revealed. The more it's revealed, the more popular it becomes. Sui's face instantly turned ugly. Ah sir, I said that these are all misunderstandings. And your director is willing to forgive me. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Sun Xiang's face, and while Sui didn't react, he directly put a handcuff on his wrist. When he reached the other one, Sui immediately began to break free. He yelled in a stern voice, "Don't move or I'll charge you with assault." Seeing that the other hand never succeeded, he looked to the officer beside him. "What are you waiting for? Come on and help. Don't you want your second-class honors anymore? Don't want to go further?" A group of police officers looked at each other. They naturally knew what kind of character Sun Xiang had. To put it nicely, the scoring maniacs are doing whatever it takes to score some points. Eventually everyone looked at the director in unison. At this time, Ma Chang's face is also a bit untenable. He has not said anything. You are positive on it. It makes me look like I have no real power as a director and have been hollowed out by you. Flunkies are great. The director never replied. Su Xiang gritted his teeth. Director, you have to think clearly. My old man will be promoted again this year. He is short of competent generals under his hand. The crowd's faces changed. This was a blatant bribe plus a threat. Brother, why don't you go to heaven? Huang Lu's face was as frosty as ice. My Huang family isn't a vegetarian either. Whoever dares to touch my brother can come and try. At this time, Ma Chang's face is cloudy. This is live broadcasting. This is to put him on the fire. But one wrong word and he will fall into an abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Negative emotional value plus 500. Sui? No. You blame him. Why are you blaming me again? Fong Tang in the municipal government building was looking at the screen with a serious face. The internet is a double-edged sword, and it's best exemplified here. Some things weigh less than 4 taels when they are not on the scale, but when they are on the scale, they can't stop 1,000 pounds. What is his smooth henchman to say? The director's eyes fell heavily on Sun Xiang. This is something he said was a misunderstanding, but you bit the bullet and said it was a thief. Then you check his background now to see if there are any relevant cases? If so, do as you say. It's time for a sentence. Sui laughed. So you guys haven't checked it out yet. So why did you handcuff me with silver handcuffs? What's the difference between that and making me in public? Sun Xiang roared. Shut your mouth. Stealing a police officer's wallet and handcuffs in public. The evidence is overwhelming. Told you it was a misunderstanding. Bull asterisk 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 misunderstanding. You look like a repeat offender. The police must have a record on you. Sui's eyes went cold. And what if there isn't one? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And what if it doesn't? Sun Xiang didn't reply, but took out the laptop he had with him and entered the public security system to start investigating Sui's background. The cell phone camera moves to the computer screen. The surrounding crowd of eaters and watermen held their breath in anticipation of the final result. Did you guys say there's a record? It's hard not to have a case on him with this maneuver. I was a thief before, and I've just been released. This brother's technique is much more skillful than our former king of thieves. Information is loading. The crowd's breathing accelerated involuntarily. Sun Xiang looked provocatively at Sui. Thank you for the second-class merit you sent me. Or the individual second-class merit. Commissioner, cut the crap. The page loaded out. But the crowd then froze, because the page only had a few big red letters. Confidentiality clearance. You're not authorized to view it. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50 asterisk 20. Sun Xiang was shocked and backed up, not daring to believe. Impossible. There must be a bug in the webpage. The police officers cannot help but show contemptuous eyes. This is the public security intranet. Every day there are national experts to maintain. Shakeology has bugs. It can't even have them. The director's jaw dropped as he looked at Sui. Young man, what did you do before? You don't have to say if it's inconvenient. I'm just a student. Students have confidentiality privileges? Did you hand rub fusion in college? In response, Sui could only shake his head in bewilderment, inexplicably pretending to be a pussy. Who in the family understands? Zhang Mu looked at Fong Tang. Did you do this? Fong Tang coughed lightly. Just set it up not long ago. Not bad. You've done well, but it's better to let go of the authority. The son of a hero can't allow others to slander him. If Sui really does anything illegal in the future, I will personally punish him. Yes. Sun Xiang picked up his cell phone and spoke in a flattering tone. Hello, wife, it's me. Are you running in flip-flops then? Hubby, I love you. Hubby, I miss you so much. Hubby, I will always love you and never leave you for the rest of my life. Sun Xiang proudly turned on the speaker. See, that's a stone pellet. A word that made Miss Mordor pour out her love for me. But he didn't notice the derisive smiles of the crowd. Honey, check someone out for me. I don't have enough access here. I'm sending you a brief profile of him. 10 minutes later, just when Sun Xiang was about to lose his face, the computer sent a message alert. Sui, so what if you have a confidentiality clearance? My background is bigger than yours. Checking on you is a breeze. Just wait to be exposed and be left to stink for years to come. Sui shrugged. You read it first. Ha! Sun Xiang clicked on the sealed document and the camera immediately gave a close-up. What came into view was an unusually harsh display of several medals. 2 first-class honors, several second-class honors, countless third-class honors. Father, first-class hero of the border defense. The mother, the angel against the current. At one point saved the day and lifted up the medical treatment that nearly paralyzed her at the time. Brother, narcotics hero. Status of the 3, all unreturned. Everyone's heart sank. And anyone with eyes knew what those 4 words meant. But the word sacrifice just can't be said. Unreturned. It is the unreturned. Sui, orphan. He was admitted to a university with the aid of the state and won the first prize for his dissertation several times. Help add hundreds of jobs to the school. The crowd's eyes all changed as they looked at Sui. There is empathy, compassion and reverence. But the silver handcuffs between his wrists were so blinding. It's an insult to everyone. The director and a group of other police officers were staring blankly. Hong Kong City, there was only one police officer with the same surname Su. His exploits are still being circulated in the police department. I can't believe this is his brother. The crowd's eyes couldn't help but look at Sui with more softness and warmth. The brothers really do look like. Ma Chang was in tears at this time. When the news of the failure to return came, he was still only a deputy director. It's a small man's word. It was his lifelong regret, his lifelong pain. Sun Xiang fell to the ground in disbelief. How is this different than expected? How come it's still getting redder and redder? It's over. I'm afraid it's over this time. It's not going to be purple eggs, is it? He began to sweat. At that moment, he felt countless gazes filled with malice cast at him. How did you do it? Cuffing a hero's kid for a little grade? You're so born. People's backgrounds are greatly exposed. You're satisfied. Why don't you take off the handcuffs? Sun Xiang, however, did not move for a second, then his eyes lit up and dialed the phone again. Hey wife, I'm in a little trouble. Can you help me out? Chapter 67, The Lord of Kings and Lord of Generals. Better to have breeds. Wife, are you still running in slippers? Sun Xiang was confused. When did his wife have such good physical strength? Hubby, I really love you so much. Deadbeat. Shut up. Honey, I can't keep quiet. I have an urgent favor to ask you. You tell me. It's just that I offended a student. But his background is a bit special. He's an orphan but full of martyrs. I admit that I have a problem. But I don't want to apologize. Will you see if you can help me with the person who asked the question? Which is this student? Wife. Sun Xiang was a bit flustered. Wife, this won't be difficult, right? Will you respond to it? Dude, stop yelling. She's gone to gargle. Oh, ha? Sun Xiang's face turned green. Who are you? Why would you take my wife's cell phone? I'm her running buddy. I just ran with her and the exercise got too intense, causing her to have a bad throat and keep foaming at the mouth. So went to gargle. Oh so. Su Chong patted his chest and scared himself. Thought my wife was out of her mind. Ryo kata. Sakiho dosu, where's the Japanese? Dude, I'm from Neon. Your wife's here. I'll give you the phone. Good. Have a good run with my wife, huh? A few compliments came from the other end of the phone. Naturally. Yunsang has the slimiest place in Mordor there. Interesting, and a northeastern accent. Sun Xiang chanted and then hung up the phone. He was confident that for such a small thing, his wife would get it done for him. Just don't bother her running anymore. Sun Xiang, don't apologize yet. Ma Chang roared angrily. The officers roared. Apologize. What's the big deal about being a son-in-law? Can a son-in-law do whatever he wants? Ma Chang murmured. Shao Sun your work in the bureau will be handed over to the hands of other comrades first. You go home and rest for a few months. Sun Xiang's face became hideous. One wants halberd handle for what? Just a poor student. Why stand against me? Don't you know I'm backed by the Yun family? What is he capable of? You're going to speak for him? Suyi's head was buried deeply, while the silver handcuffed one was raised high. You guys don't have to peanut for me. I was the one in the wrong. Officer Sun is just trying to get credit. He's not at fault. Don't delay your future for me. After all, the Yin family. We bottom feeders can't afford to offend them. AI Xiaoxing instantly revealed the subway old man face. The green tea personality has kicked in again, right? Anger value plus 100. Anger value plus 100 asterisk 10. When these words came out, the anger of the people around them was instantly ignited. Feeling the gaze around him that was like eating people, Sun Xiang was a little panicked in his heart, but when he thought of the strength of the Yin family, still unconsciously straightening his back, I'm right. I'm following the law and it's reasonable. Are you legally illiterate people trying to favor him? Sun Xiang Gaoshang shouted. One of the police officers immediately stood out. According to the criminal law, the first actor illegally wants to take other people's property for himself for the purpose of theft. Sui, he took our things and returned them at the first opportunity. So this article is not valid. Second, to commit theft in secret. This he also failed to establish. In summary, Sui does not constitute theft. Ma Chang grunted coldly. Do you hear me? Quickly take off the handcuffs. Sun Xiang looked sinisterly at that police officer of the PNL. Another guy who doesn't know how to die. Why do you dare to disobey me? Chief, it's not up to him to decide whether it constitutes a theft or not. We have to bring the person to the police station, scrutinize the documents, and check the surveillance before we can define it. It just so happens that my wife knows the secretary of the city's political committee, so we can have him make the determination. Ma Chang's chest was violently heaving with anger, feeling that his face as a director was being ruthlessly trampled on. Sui shook that hand, and the silver handcuffs reflected back out in the light that continued to sear people's souls. Let's all just give up. We can't fight. I'm willing to go with him and punish him as he pleases. I only pray that he doesn't take his anger out on everyone. Touched value plus 100 asterisk 10. Look at that. What a nice young man. It's getting to the point where you're still thinking about us. The crowd was even more determined to feed him peanuts. One of them was so agitated that he rushed straight forward and tried to violently remove the handcuffs. This startled Sui and he rushed to dodge. What do you need a halberd handle for? How am I supposed to brush up on my emotional value now that I've solved it for you? Jindy, just stand aside and feed me peanuts. Spurred on by the wind, Sui quickly dripped out a tear. Thank you, brother, but I can't implicate you. Then I die of guilt. Look at that. What a great kid. Sun Xiang, you deserve to die. Brother, let me help you. Huang Lu just wanted to go forward, but she was pulled back by Ai Xiaoxing. Never mind. Your brother's in the abstract. Huang Lu? Ugh, sometimes I just want to fight you talent-level players. Seeing Sui casting an affirmative gaze, Huang Lu silently retreated. As much as she didn't understand it, it was his brother. Unconditional support and that was the end of it. Sui continued. We are just ants in front of the Yin family. Even if there are more people, it's still a joke to them. People mustn't believe the saying, kings and lords are better than men. Buzz. The rest of Sui's words were already inaudible to the crowd, and the brain automatically picked keywords and triggered the red warmth effect. The king and his vassals would rather have their own kind. The surrounding melon eaters also started to red warm and stared viciously at Sun Xiang. That's right. Why should people with backgrounds and money be able to do whatever they want? Where is the fairness? Sui is clearly not guilty. Why do you want to impose a charge? Isn't the law meant to serve justice and the people? Why did it turn out that he said forget it? The king and his vassals would rather have their own kind. Sun Xiang, you deserve to die. Anger value plus 100 asterisk 40. Sui sucked in a breath of cool air. This wave of storm's awe. Looking at everyone who was about to riot, Sui decided to add another wave of fire. Everyone must not be impulsive. He has a key in his hand, also must not rob. This is against the law. Negative emotional value plus 500. Sun Xiang felt the vicious gazes around him and unconsciously took a few steps back. It felt like I was a lizard dropping into Curryland and getting cold all over. What do you want? It's against the law. XUE, yeah, just grabbing a key. He says it's against the law, then you must be guilty. Nima, shut up. Steamed goose heart with green tea. In the next second, Sun Xiang was drowned by the crowd. Negative emotional value plus 500. What are you doing? I've got my keys in my hand. Don't touch there. My fingers are going to break. Help! Help! A group of police officers had a soothing expression on their faces, having long looked at this pussy with displeasure. And today it's payback. Chief, this won't kill anyone, will it? No. Is this malpractice on our part as police officers? Mackin smiled. Does your law enforcement recorder have power? The officers laughed. No power. Coincidentally, mine's dead too, but my baton is fully charged. Chapter 68. Why is it more gloomy than stagnant water? Ma Chang was afraid of really making a scene and hurriedly arranged for the police officers to separate the crowd. But how can everyone on the top listen to persuasion? Ma Chang brought a loudspeaker, shouted half a day. The talents slowly dispersed. Sun Xiang has long since lost the appearance of the previous scenery, as if a dead dog lying on the ground. Assaulting a police officer. How dare you all assault a police officer? I'm going to take you all in. Ma Chang scoffed. Attacking the police? Comrade Sun. What assault on the police? They hit me. Beat you? Makin pretended to be puzzled, then looked to the back of the police officer. Someone hit Officer Sun. Did either of you see it? Nope, I didn't see it either. Makin looked to the crowd again. Did you guys hit him? The older woman carrying the vermicelli looked disgusted. Shrimp head man come less to touch. Sun Xiang. Negative emotional value plus 500. Where's the law enforcement recorder? The battery just died. Officer Sun. You guys. Sun Xian was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood, and for the first time he experienced the feeling of provoking the anger of the crowd. But fear not, after all, he's a Yun family flunky. Sooner or later a bunch of know-nothing assholes will make you pay. Sun Xiang was thinking viciously. A 45-yard Bigfoot suddenly kicked him in the head. His brain was buzzing. Straight to the stars. And you dare to assault a police officer. I caught you this time. Wait for jail. Sun Xiang tightly grabbed his ankle. Sorry, I'm only 8. No offense. Who the hell are you bluffing? 45 yards of big feet. Almost catching up with Northeast Sister Cheng. An ID card fell in front of his eyes. Negative emotional value plus 500. He rubbed his eyes incredulously. Is this ING 8? Sui, aren't you guys forgetting something? I'm the main character. You guys are just beating him up. Uncuff me instead. The handcuffs were finally undone after 100 hints from Sui. Ma Chang patted Sui's shoulder. His gaze full of admiration. Good boy. Are you interested in coming to the police station to give us a lesson? Sui froze. Me? Giving you guys lessons? Yeah, how about teaching us stealing techniques? If you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. If I learn your godlike stealing skills, then catching thieves in the future will be twice as easy. The crowd cast envious glances. Giving lessons to cops and teaching the art of stealing. That's unthinkable. In fact, one man dared. Who? Yellow Kitchen. Ma Chang, Sun Xiang. Are you sure you don't want to apologize? I didn't apologize for anything. Stubborn. That's when Sun Xiang picks up the phone. His cell phone screen covered in cracks. I don't know what son of a just smashed his cell phone. Sun Xiang let out a surprised voice. Wife, have you solved this matter? For the Yun family, it's just a matter of words. Sui are listening to music. The police station is still live. And still dare to be so arrogant. I'm afraid I haven't experienced the beatings of society. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a gasp came from one of the officers. Chief, our live feed is banned. Ma Chang frowned. How is that possible? We've applied for the highest permissions. Can you see if the network is stuck? Chief, the net is fine. It's just blocked. Sui immediately stopped hee-hawing, and it turned out that he was still too naive, and the social venomous beatings were still too little. On the side, Sun Xiang smiled smugly. Just wait, this is just eliminating public opinion. There's a bigger one waiting for you in the back. The director and the others' faces were unsightly, but at the moment, their eyes were filled with deep scorn. A single phone call had blocked the highest official live broadcast privileges, and the strength of the Yin family could be imagined. Chief, our account can't post works. Chief, our account is banned from following. Chief, our avatars have turned white and our names are garbled. Director, the live slices about Sui on the internet have all been reported off the air. The director was silent, just tuning into the bad news. Damn it! How did the Yun family get so powerful? Municipal Committee Building. Fong Tang and Zhang Mu, who were watching the live stream, were incomparably angry. Fong Tang in particular was furious. As Ma Chang's top boss, what the Yin family did was a complete slap in his face. Zhang Mu, the Yin family is stretching their hands too far. Stretching out the red line is to get your hand chopped off. Then you're going to step in. Elder Zhang? Wait a little longer. It's not the right time yet. My appearance now is not conducive to Sui's growth. Sui sneezed twice in a row. He always felt that he had missed some opportunity. But again, he didn't know what it was. Luckily, his live stream wasn't blocked. The next second, the screen flashed the blocked prompt. Sui immediately stared wide-eyed. Not. This ING is the central channel. How dare they? After a few minutes, the broadcast resumed again. But the number of people in the live room was cut down by a few zeros straight away. Sui was going to be laughed at. Why was this Yin family more cloudy than stagnant water? Even more shady than Deja. Monster, Deja, you're running a red light. Deja, where's your money? Monster, spent it all. Deja, cha. The live room does not dare to seal, but it limits the flow to mess with you. At this time the live room is only pour more than 100 people, and the comments in it are just as good as a human machine. I have gained the power of the Scarlet Stone statue. I have gained the power of the Azure Stone statue. I can Jia opening with its own yellow buff. Peek first easily. Sui, where the hell did this come from for me? At this time, Sun Xiang came behind Sui, his tone mocking. Do you know my energy now? Really think public opinion can overwhelm me? Too naive jailbird. With that he pulled out another pair of handcuffs. Are you going to bring it yourself? Or do you want me to bring it to you? Today I will bring you to justice for this sin. Huang Lu immediately stood in front of Sui. A Yun family flunky is worthy of touching my brother? Sun Xiang looked at Huang Lu's fairy-like face and did not hide the desire in his eyes at all. So what? What about the flunky? Am I proud? Sui snorted. Your cuckold has made you gain 10 centimeters in height. So you really can't be proud. Big guts. You dare to slander my wife? Count the minutes. Sage mode should have passed. And you can call your wife. A flash of panic flashed in Sun Xiang's eyes, but it was well concealed. Ha! I'm not falling for that pickle. My wife must be worrying about me. But tongue-in-cheek, he called it anyway. Honey, why don't you run in a sneaker? Honey, you have to believe that I love you. Sun Xiang laughed. Wife, I love you too. K-hair chicken. Sun Xiang instantly stopped laughing. Why is there a deso sound? Also said K-hair chicken. Wife, say something. Dude, your wife is running. I'm going to go off on a tangent if I talk anymore. So hang up first. Ha pressure cool. It's so pi-ey. Negative emotional value plus 500. Negative emotional value plus 500. Sui rolled his eyes. Your wife has a ghost and you blame me? Are you cheap or not? Wolf cursing. Sui, that flunky. Why don't you smile anymore? Is it natural not to smile? P.S. I wanted to do 3 more chapters today, but I'm still not in a position to. The author now goes to school in the morning, works part-time at an hourly job in the afternoon, and codes and writes scripts in the evening. For the time being, I can only do 2 more chapters. I'm sorry, there's another company I need to interview for tomorrow, so I hope it works out. Don't want to be a cowhorse. Ugh. Chapter 69, Editor's New Background. Secretary of the Committee on Political and Legal Affairs. But what Sui didn't expect was that Sun Xiang completely pulled himself together after only a few minutes of sadness. He lowered his eyebrows and smiled. It's just some frost. You can't have both the fish and the bear's paw, and by the same token, you can't have both status and love. At this point one of the officers wondered. Your wife is already in someone else's shape, so are you going to touch her in the future? Of course not. I'm a clean freak. What about when you want to? Sun Xiang smiled proudly. I'm a horn fighter. My master says the Sun Xiang is a character. This is very much in keeping with porridge etiquette. Coincidentally I'm also a pipist, and I was moved by his words just now to compose a special poem. Early in life, I already knew how hard it was, but I was still allowed to draw paper from the bedside of the gun. Once in the cup, it is as firm as iron, and its destiny will not last long. 1,000 choices to get a piece. Angry hair for a good face. Today, the stick points to the way of the past. Superman transcends the earth and the sky. Upstairs has a great life. Sui looked at the pop-up screen and twitched the corners of his mouth. Although there are few water friends, there is a lot of work to be done. This is why AI cannot replace humans. Sun Xiang once again transmitted a sinister voice. My wife said that when public opinion completely subsides, that's when she'll let you die. As soon as the words fell, a handcuff once again appeared on Sui's wrist. Immediately afterward, Sun Xiang threw the key into the sewer. Hey, this time even if you're more green tea, there's nothing the crowd can do about it. Sun Xiang, don't go too far. A police officer in the back couldn't look away and stepped forward. Sun Xiang raised his head high. If you dare to say one more word, the iron rice bowl that you have earned by working hard for more than 20 years will be gone. The officer was dumbfounded, and after a mental struggle, weakly stood back in line. Sun Xiang then scanned the other police officers. Who among you still wants to see that my Yin family is strong? You can come and try. See what you can do. Ma Chang wouldn't even dare to talk to me like that. All of them lowered their heads, their faces suffocatingly red. Ma Chang even gnashed his back teeth. Wimpy, it's so lame, but there's nothing to be done. The account blocking just now showed everyone the power of the Yin family. Even the officials can't do anything about it, let alone their tiny individuals. Guilt value plus 200 * 20. At that instant, everyone all looked apologetically at Sui. I'm sorry brother, but our grains of stone are only the size of grains of stone and can't support the justice in our hearts. Seeing their silence, Sun Xiang smiled triumphantly. That's what I'm talking about. But Sui didn't have the heart to care about that as he used his consciousness to communicate with the system. System, are you sure the Cloud Seeker can steal anything? Okay, the system comes with an after-sales package, so I should be okay with using my right hand to steal the handcuffs from my left hand? The system sent a black question mark emoticon. Who taught you to be so buggy? Sui continued to ask. Then am I still able to steal another girl's heart? Liver, spleen, lungs, Kidneys. Nothing is stolen anyway. It makes sense to call it a concept meter, doesn't it? But the system didn't bother with Sui anymore, and decisively went offline because it was too speechless. I thought I was going to fall in love by stealing, but it turned out to be a fortune. Why don't you go to Burma? System? Still? The system. The system was slow to reply, and Sui impatiently removed the handcuffs. Waste systems. Negative emotional value plus 200. Sun Xiang, how did you get out of the handcuffs? I'm a king of thieves. Wouldn't it be easy to undo a handcuff? Then Sui put the handcuffs on his hands again in front of the crowd's eyes. With a flick of the other hand, the handcuffs were removed. Shock value plus 100 asterisk 15. I can't. Your police department's handcuffs aren't strong. Negative emotional value plus 100 asterisk 10. How the hell did this happen? This anchor is hung up, right? I didn't even see it when I slow played it 8 times. Can the host teach me this? I'm in the middle of a $0 purchase campaign in Pretty Country and need this skill badly. Anchor, your technique is still too operation eating. Is there a simpler and easier means of escape? Sui's gaze froze. Not good. Triggered the keyword. Can't help but want to say it. Some brothers, some have. There are 9 other jail techniques as strong as this. Just as Shui interacted, a fist hit him squarely on the temple. Without dodging, Sui used the wild horse split sideburns of Tai Jiquan to defuse the situation. Then he used his tendon-splitting hand to dislodge Sun Xiang's arm, and the whole arm looked like a twisted into a ball. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Sun Xiang's mournful screams came from the scene. It left a crowd of people looking confused. Worthy of the son of a hero, this is too strong. How dare you assault a police officer? Didn't you attack me first? You unlock the cuffs, then I'll have to take coercive measures. I'm considered self-defense. Negative emotional value plus 500. Sun Xiang showed a scowl and used a threatening tone. Hurry up and admit that there is still salvation. The only advantage of public opinion. You now have no more? Yes? Sui, is the system still there? I want to consume a wave. In. System, has anyone ever told you you're materialistic? Dropping. 10 in a row is being drawn. Hey, I haven't said how I'm going to spend it. Women's underwear plus 1. Women's underwear plus 1. 9 draws in a row. All of them ladies' underwear. Sui's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had a strong suspicion that the system was subtly getting back at him. Drops. Congratulations to the host for gaining hacker proficiency. Sui's eyes exploded with light. This was the reward he wanted. The host's remaining emotional value allows for one more background edit. Is it edited? Edit. After Sun Xiang such a mess, Sui understands that the background of money alone does not work, but must also have the right. So he's picking on power figures this time. After half a day of picking and choosing, Sui determined the target. Han Tao, Secretary of the Hong Kong Municipal Political and Legal Committee, Deputy Director level cadre. His current emotional value only allowed him to choose this level of officer. Damn Sun Xiang, if it wasn't for him, I would have been able to save up my mood value again. You already have a way out. After stabilizing his emotions, Sui began to edit. Brother Suzhou and Han Tao were classmates and roommates at the police academy, and entered the same police station in the same period after graduation. After working together on dozens of dangerous missions, the two men became blood brothers. One day the superiors assigned Han Tao a mission to the Golden Triangle, but Han Tao suffered a leg injury attack. Suzhou volunteered to replace Han Tao, but I didn't realize that Suzhou was sacrificed in the Golden Triangle. From then on, Han Tao was devastated, spending his days in remorse and guilt. During a dangerous mission, Han Tao wanted to use the opportunity to commit suicide, but did not expect to accidentally complete the mission. He also picked up a rare first-class merit for it, and the brass began to take notice of this brave young hot-blooded police officer. From that moment on, a rocketing path to promotion begins. Congratulations to the host for successful editing. Chapter 70 Invasion. Be highly successful. Just contact this clerk when you have time. Sui then walked over to a police officer. Sir, lend me the computer. What for? My Shake Shack is stream limited. I'm going to get myself some more traffic. The crowd was aghast. You're paying for traffic? It's useless. The platform intentionally jammed your traffic. It's useless to spend as much money as you want. Of course not. I'm going to get myself some traffic. Swipe traffic. Everyone gave a puzzled look and then reacted. That's 80% being scammed by some unscrupulous merchant. Host, you have to be calm. This lets you spend money to brush what is a scam you. Back when CF was bursting at the seams, someone cheated me out of $1,000 and said I could swipe the full set of artifacts. I've also swiped SVIP. Do you guys really brush these boring things? I've been brushing up on Macau members for 30 years. Brother, let's borrow one to talk. Sui shook his head and explained. Not really. I was planning to go straight into the backstage of Shake It Off and push streams for myself. You're a Shake Shack employee? So how do you get backstage? It's not just a matter of invading in. 6. The crowd was a bit speechless. You might as well say that you paid to brush up your traffic. Teenagers who are suspected to have been crushed by reality and have begun to devote themselves to the world of spiritual fantasy. Sun Xiang, you deserve to die. Sun Xiang couldn't help but snort, his tone mocking. I thought you could come up with some kind of brilliant trick. You end up holding it in and pooping a big one? Invading the backstage of Shakeology. What do you think? But in the next second, his smile came to an abrupt end. Only Suyi's hand speed was like a stump, and countless codes were constantly being typed out. The blue light of the screen reflected off his pupils and flooded them with ghostly depths. Ha! Playing God. If you can really invade, I'll call you Dad. Sequel injection firewall. Over. Sui couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as he watched the infiltration tool he had written tear open gaps in the CNC nodes. Son, remember to call Dad in 3 minutes. Che, say it like it's true. As soon as the words fell, Sun Xiang once again let out a miserable scream. Guilt value plus 200. Sui twisted his dislocated arm back into place, then twisted it again to the other end. Dislocated, picked up, and dislocated again. The pain is palpable. The crowd looked at it without chrysanthemums. Negative emotional value plus 2000. Sui, what are you doing with your halberd? Remember this pain, and if you don't call for Daddy after 3 minutes, you'll experience it for the rest of your life. Sun Xiang kept trembling his body because of the pain, but still said with a stiff upper lip, a successful 3-minute invasion? Is this a new laugh-holding challenge? Sui ignored him and continued to strike the keyboard. One of the officers curiously stepped forward, and his pupils suddenly shrank. You're actually a self-built O'Day exploit library? You're playing for real. The waterfall of code poured over and over on the 6 split screens, and Sui cocked his head. Not bad. I'm surprised you can read. I used to be a programmer in a big factory and retired as a police officer because I was too rolled up. The conversation between the two men brought the people around them to a standstill. Sun Xiang, in particular, revealed a strong sense of incredulity. No dude, you really know how to do that? But it won't help that it's Shakeology. In the next second, the police officer covered his head and exclaimed, this is cracked to the 7th layer of digital certificates? A miracle. Simply a miracle. Ma Chang was filled with confusion. Can you explain? Chief, to put it bluntly, the back end of the recommendation algorithm has been compromised and completed. That's not possible. This voice resounded in everyone's mind at the same time. But the next second, another officer exclaimed excitedly, our account is unblocked. Everyone looked at Sui unanimously. Sui smiled. There's no need to thank me. A show of hands. Shock value plus 200. Shock value plus 200 asterisk 10. The crowd's faces changed dramatically. You really cracked it? It's a ING Shake Shack. National software. Sun Xian lay on the ground with a pale face without uttering a word. How is that possible? No, this must be a coincidence. It must have happened to be unsealed. Sun Xian hissed. Sui sneered. The good part has only begun. Everyone immediately huddled around the computer. Eyes focused. Although they can't read a bit. Chief, isn't it bad for us to just stand by and watch? After all, we are police officers. Macken's Mediterranean hair was blowing in the wind as he made the appearance of a contemplative man on a toilet. Contemplating, he said. Right. Sui hid it from the world. We didn't know about it at all. Not a word? No change. Municipal Committee Building. Fong Tang looked at the screen numbly, his eyes on the verge of glaring out in shock. He knew that Suyi's skills weren't small, but he didn't expect it to be so counterintuitive. Even Jitterbug can invade. Elder Zhang, aren't we playing too much? I've got my back on everything. Don't worry. Zhang Mu looked at Sui within the screen and was filled with pride for him. Thinking differently, since Sui was able to invade, it proves that there are still loopholes in Jitterbug. It needs to continue to be improved. If it was invaded from abroad, it would certainly be a disaster. Fong Tang nodded. Then I'll report to the National Security Bureau first and say hello in advance, so that they won't be alarmed. Go ahead. I'll cover everything. Fong Tang nodded, grabbed his briefcase, and led his secretary out the door. Zhang Mu still stared at the screen and muttered, Sui, how many more surprises can you bring me? The crowd gathered in front of the computer stared dead on at the number of people in the upper right corner of the broadcast room. 1,000, 5,000, 100,000, 200,000, a million. In just a few minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed from 100 to 10,000. What's even scarier is that the numbers are still rapidly skyrocketing. Sui, terrifying as hell. At this moment, Sun Xian was lying on the ground with a face like ashes. Sui kicked him twice as Blackie spoke. You deserve to fight me in a war of public opinion, don't you? Sun Xiang did not say anything, just a message to his wife for help. Shakeology backstage. Jitterbug operations and maintenance supervisor Wang Ning checks in as usual. When he saw on the monitor screen, an account called Eel Can Also Kill was sucking in followers at a rate of 100,000 per second. The referral pool data stream shows a weird Mandelbrot fractal pattern. His first thought was that his eyes were blurry, and after rubbing them, he was sure that the sky was falling. Early life. He immediately touched the emergency disconnect button, but the engine room suddenly burst again out of the paste odor. 12 load balancers were overloaded at the same time, tripping sparks that ignited the dust filters. He did a double take and almost fell to the ground. He dialed with only his last ounce of strength. Chairman, something big has happened. At this point the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were fast gumming up the entire screen. Brothers, Jitterbug is haunted. Every video I swipe is this anchor. No other videos at all. Is Shake Shack making a god out of this? What the hell? It's not like I'm going to swipe 10 videos and 9 of them will be him, right? Look at me so angry. That born Sun Xiang? What's his Jitterbug number? The son of a hero shouldn't be treated like this. Sun Xiang rolls out and apologizes. Ma Cheng viciously pulled down a small handful of hair. This isn't a dream? The number of people in the live broadcast room. 10 million. P.S. I went to the interview today, wearing a small suit in the cold wind. Came to a big factory branch interview. Headhunter and interviewer introduced me to say, I am writing a novel. Fans are still a lot. Very logical thinking. The interviewer came to a sentence. To so many fans for what? Come to work. I was later successfully brushed off as well, on the grounds that I was too white. Those without any experience were not considered. I'm a college student just out in the community. Where did I get the experience? I'm speechless. Chapter 71, I'll give you a grandson. Sun Xiang looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room that jumped rapidly, and his face was as if he was dead. He couldn't imagine that there was really someone who could use his own power against the power of the lineage. Sui gave him a mocking look. How was it? Convinced? So what? So what if public opinion favors you? You're facing the entire Yin family. As soon as the words fell, Sun Xiang's cell phone rang again. Hey, wife. Who's your wife? Do you have any idea how much trouble you're in? My phone is about to be blown up by the Yin family's old man. He scolded me head and shoulders. Why did I look at a loser like you back then? Negative emotional value plus 500. Sun Xiang only felt that his heart slowed down by half a beat. His voice weakly mixed with a trace of aggression. At that time, you said that it could be easily solved. How dare you talk back? Did you tell me about that kid carefully? What kind of person did you actually offend? Now the whole society is cricketing our Yin family, saying that we forget our roots and hold the strong and weak. All kinds of unpleasant words. The stock has also shrunk substantially. I'm telling you, if you don't get the situation under control, you'll trigger a public outcry when the time comes. The top cleaned up my Yin family the first time. Fear value plus 1000. Sun Xiang's eyes were horrified and he was thoroughly sweating. He knew there would be a series of crises, but he didn't know they would be this big. As strong as the Yun family could fall into the abyss. For a moment, he was as cold as ice. All he has now is from the Yin family, and if the Yin family falls, then he might as well be dead. Surname Sun, hurry up and apologize to that man. If he doesn't forgive us, then you don't have to live either. Before the Yin family collapses, you'll be the first to die. That's what my grandfather said. Not me. Honey, how is this possible? Toot toot toot. Without waiting for him to finish, an icy busy signal came from the other end of the line. Bang. Sun Xiang smashed his cell phone to smithereens in anger. His gaze scarlet. Dog woman. How dare you be so mean to me when you're out of your mind? It's a big deal if it's the Yun family. When I get ahead in the future, I'll cuckold you in public. Don't you like ghosts? Or ghosts too? Then, with a fierce face, he looked at Sui and roared. Sui. Sui ignored him and continued to tap the code. He had just made a big mistake on impulse and was now making up for it. Sui. Looking at Sui's delay and responding to him, he came to Sui in anger. Sui, dare you come with me? Don't dare. Negative emotional value plus 500. It's just a few meters away. Come on if you dare. Ma Chengdu gasped and laughed. You have stirred up such a big basket, but still dare to be so arrogant? It really wasn't wrong at all for the Yun family to be destroyed at your hands. Negative emotional value plus 200. Sui, do you really not dare to come with me? It's only a few meters away. Really, said Sun Xiang, who was on the verge of crying out in anxiety. Only then did Sui raise his eyelids. Beg me, what did you say? Without speaking, Sui dropped his eyelids once again and tapped the code. Sun Xiang's fists clenched tightly and said with deep humiliation, please, louder. Negative emotional value plus 500. Please. Okay, let's go. Ma Chang grabbed Suyi's arm. Suyi, it's best if you don't go over there. It's okay, Uncle Ma. I have no problem beating him 20 times with this body. Ma Chang was still uneasy and carefully searched Sun Xiang's body to make sure that there were no problems before nodding his head with confidence. Sun Xiang, Sun Xiang, have written down today's disgrace. The crowd just laughed at his trash talk. The Yun family is finished. What are you? Sun Xiang brought Suyi to a flower garden, and the aroma emanating from it made Suyi couldn't help but relax a bit. Say, what's dragging me here? Plop. Sun Xiang fell to his knees, his head level with Suyi's feet. There were so many people just now. Suyi, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. I hope you can forgive me. I'll take whatever punishment you come up with. Seeing that Suyi was still slow to reply, Sun Xiang looked up at him. What comes to mind is the cell phone camera. What are you doing? Suyi snorted. Film you and hang it on the sun bar. Negative emotional value plus 500. Sun Xiang's face was a burst of green and red. This punishment is too heavy. Can we change it? Who the hell is going to punish you? When it's some weird game to play? Shrimp head man. Setters who understand Negative emotional value plus 500. Cut it out. Cut it out. Suyi, can you stop filming? It's very presumptuous. Pushin' man. Who filmed you? Negative emotional value plus 500. Sun Xiang twisted his head and realized that the surrounding area was full of people at some point. There were police officers, and there were eaters. They were taking a bunch of pictures with their cell phones. This Sun Xiang is a character. Kneeling when he says so. Brothers, I'm live on the air. Brush a rocket and I'll go kick Sun Xiang's ass. I knock. Sun Xiang is a traffic code. Brothers quickly send videos about him. I sent it out a long time ago and am currently taking advantage of the traffic and live banding. At this time, Sun Xiang can't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill in. To Nima's social death. He's ruined his whole life. Suyi, I've been so humiliated. So please forgive me seeing as I'm so pitiful. Suyi's face was full of mockery. You're a songstress, aren't you? Suyi, will play you to death little by little. After saying that, Suyi went back and continued to fiddle with the computer. Only Sun Xiang was left sitting helplessly on the ground, like a monkey being photographed. That's Sun Xiang. Can you burn a little more with this pose? Otherwise there's no traffic. Get out. Get out. All of you. Yeah. That's the cussing. I'm coming up in traffic. Sun Xiang. At this moment, he felt sick all over the world. Suyi, what are you going to do next? Ma Chang was concerned. Wait. I'm jousting with a few masters. National Center for Information Security. Minister Li Ting was furious and angrily slapped the table. It's been an hour and still no lock on the location? What exactly is this pretty country trying to do with this invasion of Jitterbug? A technician said excitedly. Got the location. Li Ting's gaze became steeply sharp. Where? At Disneyland? Another run to the restroom. Another trip to the beach. Minister. It was a visual trap for him and we fell for it. Bang. Li Ting angry kicked to the side of the stool. An hour. Not to say even effective back. Doesn't even know where the other guy is right now. And one guy is playing the whole security department for a fool. Wimpy. Too wimpy. Sees every second. The longer the delay, the more Shakeout loses. But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, the head of Shakeology called. What did you say? The other side fixed the breach half an hour ago and upgraded your defenses for free? Chapter 72. The vice president of Jitterbug himself comes to recruit. Li Ting was confused. What is the other side doing with this halberd? First you destroy, then you fix. You're nuts. Another safety said. That's acting a lot like the rednecks from a couple years ago. A redneck? Aha. At the time, he alerted a large handful of corporations that there was a loophole in their website. But instead of listening to him, the president of that corporation made a big mockery of him. In a fit of pique, Redditor hacked his site. But an hour later it gave the site back and a free upgrade. Then that old boss, instead of holding him accountable, offered $10 million a year to recruit the red guest in. Li Ting gradually stretched his brows. What happened then? Redditors didn't oblige. Instead, they used other methods and continued to attack other business websites. Almost every big handful of businesses in the world have been attacked and upgraded. The corner of Li Ting's mouth twitched. This was really a strange person. But the starting point is always good. So where is he now? I'll go ask him. It's grown into an organization now, called the League of Rednecks, and it's now semi-official in nature. I happen to have a close friend of his. I'll contact him for you. Yes, please. Within moments, Li Ting contacted him. The Redditor couldn't hide his shock in his tone. What? Jitterbug was invaded by a person? Didn't you do this? How can we afford to do that? We've done it hundreds of times before and failed. Who is that great god? I'm going to pay a visit. Li Ting. Li Ting was silent for a long time and said quietly, don't you know that this is against the law? I know. Knowing that you still attacked hundreds of times? So I'm in prison. But the state treats me well. And there are computers in the prison. For me, home is wherever the computer is. I'm very much at home right now. Li Ting twitched the corners of his mouth, then hung up the phone with a black face. Doesn't look like it's him? Keep tracking. To his surprise, Redcock called. Minister Li. I tracked him down. He's at a food market. Li Ting's mind was shaken. So fast? How did you do it? You really are a talent. Are you interested in coming to my Security and Information Bureau? Actually he's live streaming it, and there's an address on the live feed. Li Ting? So arrogant? Li Ting swore that he had never seen such an arrogant person in his life. It's a big poke in the eye and it's still open and live. Minister. He seems to be the live crack. Li Ting. Go. Come with me to arrest someone. At this time, the person in charge of Jitterbug was already sitting in front of Sui. Sui's expression carried a sincere apology. I'm sorry. What I did has brought your company great trouble. Helping you upgrade your system is a small token of my appreciation. The hearts and minds of the people around them were shaken. The head of Shakeology just appeared to himself in a watery way? You know the person in charge now is the second in command of Shakeology. Sui is still too much of a stone pellet, usually unqualified to see people. Sui knocked a few keyboards. People took the initiative to find over. The person in charge, Yang Kuan, had a million tangled expressions. In a way, I should thank you on behalf of Shakeology, because you helped us find the breach, and you helped us upgrade our defenses. To this day my handful of experts can't figure out the kernel of your system. Sui gently raised his head to meet Yang Kuan's eyes. His eyes were deep, and although he was only in his 40s, his hair was gray. You can tell that he has still been through a lot despite being second in command. There's no need to let them study it. They won't be able to study anything given another year. Negative emotional value plus 200. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The surrounding people had sucked in a breath of cold air. You're crazy even with that. Especially Ma Chang, for Sui pinched a sweat. Jail brother. People are here to settle scores with you. How do you still dare to be so crazy? Yang Kuan was silent for a long time, then took out his cell phone. Hey, how's the research going? Mr. Yang, there are some clues. The corner of Yang Kuan's mouth immediately hooked out a smile, and then he opened the speakerphone. General Manager Yang, give us another 2 years. We will definitely be able to study this system thoroughly. Yang Kuan silently turned off the speakerphone, a trace of embarrassment surfacing on his face. The system is so ahead of its time, several versions ahead of its time. The person on the other end of the phone was still boasting. Yang Kuan simply hung up the phone directly. Sui smiled and remained unassuming. Mr. Yang, let them not have to study it. I'll make an instruction manual for them later. I hope they can read it. Negative emotional value plus 300. Ma Chang's heart jumped as he listened. There is no most crazy, only more crazy. Jailbird, you're too criminal. Your name is Sui. What exactly do you think I should do with you? Although it's true that you helped us discover the loopholes and upgrade the system, but you invaded the back end and still caused us a lot of trouble and incalculable losses. Hearing these words, the hearts of the crowd couldn't help but sink to the bottom. Is COE going to become a jailbird hero? LOL, this young man. Sun Xiang laughed out loud in triumph. Weren't you quite powerful when you raised your traffic? Why are you dumb now? You're satisfied now that you're done with me. Sui, you're estimated to get life imprisonment for this crime, while I'll be out in 7 years tops. In the end, I still win. Sui just asked if you regret it. Yang Kuan squinted at him. I understand about you. Is he the one who insulted you? Yes. Someone beat him up. As soon as the words left his mouth, several bodyguards rushed out and took control of him. Sun Xiang was alarmed. Mr. Yang, he's invading your jitterbug. In a sense, we are allies. Who's an ally with you? Fight. Negative emotional value plus 500 asterisk 3. It's not me. Yang Kuan beat you up, so you blame me? Bitchy or not? The surrounding people were also not going to be holed by this honeyed operation of Yang Kuan. Only Sui spoke. Let's get straight to the point. I'll be your security consultant for 2 years for Jitterbug. Help you shivering voice with an all-around upgrade. Yang Kuan instantly clapped his hands in excitement and agreed. Good. Waiting for your words. Welcome great god Su to join Shake. Sun Xiang? So I'm the clown? Countless people were envious of this scene. I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm not a good person. I went to the company today for an interview, offered me 3,000 a month, and asked me if I would accept overtime. This is Shake Shack. the place of my dreams. Some people can't even find a job with a salary of 5,000 in January after graduation. And some people have been in trouble. And the vice president of other people even came to recruit them personally. The difference in the world. Mr. Sue, how did you know we wanted to hire you? Yang Cohen was curious. If you guys really wanted to arrest me, why would you let you, the second in command, come here? It should have been someone from the security bureau who came. Yang Cohen laughed. If you don't agree to come in, maybe we'll actually sue you. As soon as the words left his mouth, a bunch of black jackets ran by. Li Ting flashed his credentials. From the National Information Security Department. Sui, please come with us to be investigated. Yang Cohen, would you believe me if I said I was wrongly accused? Chapter 73, The Grandmother Who Sits on the Moon. I sure as hell don't believe it. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui looked at Li Ting. What is it that you are looking for me for? Li Ting did not have the good sense to say. What are you talking about? Invading the background of Shake Shack shows you? Do not know that this is against the law? Sui, why don't I upgrade your DSS system as well? Li Ting twitched the corners of his mouth. Damn. Looking down on who? But what's up with the inexplicable little bit of caution? Don't be playful with me. You'll have something to cry about when you get to national security. Sui shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything more. Yang Cohen stepped forward at this time and said, can we not investigate? We at Jitterbug don't intend to pursue Sui and have already hired him as the top security technologist. Li Ting still had a stern face. No way. You jitterbugs won't pursue this. At best, you'll reduce the severity of the punishment. Yang Cohen shook his head helplessly. Mr. Sue, there's nothing I can do, but I'll contact the boss and try my best to save you out. It's okay. If you can't save me, there are others who can. The crowd was stunned to hear it. This kid is too arrogant. It's at this point, and he's still thinking that someone can save him. To this Li Ting just snorted. Up to now no one has been able to fish someone out of our national security. Look forward to your performance. Come with us first. The leader named you for questioning. Good, kid. Even if it's a spy, we don't take it that seriously in the jailhouse. Let's just say you're this. Li Ting raised his thumb. Ugh. The surrounding people sighed and felt sorry for Sui. It would definitely be a Sharpie hero highlight reel if he doesn't get captured at the end. Just as Sui was being pulled into the car, a high-pitched voice came from not far away. Wait. Ma Chang's pupils contracted slightly. Secretary Han. What brings you here? Li Ting revealed a confused expression. Who is this? Introducing. Han Tao, the secretary of the political and legal committee of this city, but is expected to be the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee next year. He's a redneck up there. Li Ting looked over at him. What's your business? Can we not take him away? Or directly interrogate him at the Public Security Bureau in this city? I'm afraid he'll be bullied when he's not familiar with the outside world. Secretary Han. You are the secretary of the political and legal committee. What do you think? Han Tao was silent. Then he looked at Sui with deep affection, and his eyes were almost drawn. Sui was given goosebumps by the look. Brother, don't. I'm straight. It's so like him. You two brothers are practically cut from the same mold. Guilt value plus 200. Guilt value plus 200. Yat. I'm sorry for your brother. Shao Yi. It's me who's useless. I failed to protect your brother. And as a result, I can't even protect you now. Guilt value plus 200 asterisk 5. Sui. Sui was silent. This was the first man he had met. Not yet female T. Self PUA. It's decided. From now on, you'll be the Peng One big brother. It's not about how much emotional value you contribute. Just your sense of self-rating. It has to be list 1. Of course, Sun Bar tradition cannot be lost. First, make a corner. In line with the Joe ritual. Sui shook his head. Where was he thinking just now? It's supposed to create a persona before taking the opportunity to squeeze the emotional value hard. With that, Sui also looked up, revealing eyes that looked at the dog all godlike while mixed with some confusion. Are you? My name is Han Tao. I'm your brother's comrade in arms. Your brother asked me to take care of you. Sui's eyes instantly lit up, and he uttered a sentence that made Han Tao's Dao heart almost break. So did you take care of it? Guilt value plus 500. I didn't. It's okay D. It's okay. You can't even find me. So naturally you can't take care of me. Han Tao looked slightly eased a little bit. How understanding child Not the slightest complaint, but also comfort himself. After all, you're an official, or no less an official. So it would certainly be a breach of discipline to go and investigate me. Wouldn't it? Guilt value plus 600. Han Tao violently clenched his fists. Ashamed. Have I forgotten my beginnings? The crowd also looked wonderful. Good guy. Those who don't know thought you were shading the secretary of the political and legal committee. Wait, are you sure you're not being shady? Sui then stared with big innocent eyes. Brother Han, when is my brother he coming back? You. Han Tao lowered his head deeply, not daring to look directly into Sui's eyes. You don't know how your brother is doing? I don't know. I only received his first-class medal and then never heard from him again. Do you know where he is now? Guilt value plus 800. Han Tao has been on countless battlefields and encountered countless life and death crises, but never have I wanted to fall away so badly as today. Looking at the silent Han Tao, Sui smiled crookedly and continued to comfort. It's alright D. It's alright D. All these years I have not been able to eat or wear warm clothes. I couldn't afford the tuition, but it really made me grow up a lot. For example, for the learned delivery, if you encounter a difficult customer, just keep your head down and admit your mistake. Learn to drive an online car. Learn to be a valet. Learn to dry site and plaster cement. Learn to carry a building and how to physically carry 200 pounds with the least amount of effort. Learn how to make deliveries and how to find each resident with precision in a complex neighborhood. Guilt value plus 1000. Han Tao blushed as red as a monkey's butt. Don't talk about it. You'll miss Zisha if you talk about it. Huang Lu on the side had already cried into tears. Brother, so you've suffered so much all these years. Brother, it's my fault I didn't find you sooner. Sui smiled sagely. It's fine. It's all in the past. It's just a bit of frost. Han Tao lifted his head with difficulty, his voice constantly trembling. Xiao Yi, I'll make it up to you in the future. Okay, Han, but I'm going to jail soon, so when I get out in 10 years, make sure you make it up to me haha. Guilt value plus 2000. Beautiful. A killer. You really strength really can be the list one big brother. The people around them listened and looked at each other. Is someone really such a cow horse? The triathlon didn't let up. If the cow and horse three-piece set is put together again, then there's awe in this life. Han Tao, shall we wait for me? No matter what way I use, I'll definitely be able to save you out. Even if I don't work as an officer anymore. Ma Chang was alarmed. Calm down. Secretary Han. We're live. I mean it, said Han Tao immediately got up and walked away, obviously going to shake people. Li Ting just shook his head. The story was really touching, but he's seen this situation a lot. Can it get any worse than Mechanic 55? A parent who fell in love early. A divorced sister. A grandfather who went to college and a grandmother who was sitting on the moon. Who is the one who needs him to sympathize? Love rises with the wind. And the clock stops. Plus the clock. When this is over, add bells all day. Chapter 74. A villain's brain is better than a fool's brain. Li Ting resumed his serious look. No one should be able to save it this time. Sui shrugged. Who knows? As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Ting's cell phone rang. What? The Huang family. Which yellow family? Magic Cities. Shock value plus 500. Li Ting glanced at Sui in surprise. What exactly is your kid's status that the Magic City Huang family has to step in to protect you? Can't help it. Too much personality. But it's no use. No one can come today. I've been asked to interrogate you, so I can't mess it up. The next second, the cell phone rang again. Jail de. You can rest assured that I'll do my job. I'll bring the person right away. Negative emotional value plus 800. Li Ting's eyes were glazed over. What? Release people. Why? Li Ting was silent for a long time, and kept listening to the jailer on the phone talk to him at length. Based on brainstorming, Sui estimated that he could guess a few sentences. Men. Have you ever seen Harbor City at 4 a.m.? Municipal Committee Building. Zhang Mu looked at all of this with a smiling face. Sui, I've helped you solve a big problem. How should I make you okay with this kind of favor in the future? Li Ting patted Sui's shoulder, unable to hide his shock. Good boy. There's really something about you. You're the first one who can make the Ministry of State Security take the initiative to release someone. Sui was equally curious. Which big shot from above was helping him so much over and over again? But it's a safe bet that the big guy sure likes to play with behind-the-scenes streams. Sui, I'm curious about your identity now. Can you reveal some of it? Me? I'm just the mediocre poor student. The world is yours and ours. But in the end, it's still ours. Well, the rising sun is right. Ha 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 ha. Without an antagonist, the two quickly hit it off. Sui really did not expect. He looked honest. In fact, is a sultry man. Exactly how stuffy. To use an analogy, you go to wash your feet, but then reverse the Big Dipper and want to wash the technician's feet for him and pay him for it. What's on your mind? A man knows. Sign this agreement and promise not to attack any more websites in the future. And I can account for the mission and go back. Li Ting took out an agreement and said, Is that Reed Station attackable? Li Ting glared. I advise you to mind your own business. What are you going to do with your halberd? Sui, look at the rush. Finally Li Ting drove off. The farce ends in this comical way. As for Sun Xiang, He ran away at the first opportunity. Sui was also too lazy to care about him. According to the Yin family's temperament, he was definitely going to be cool. Yin Kain seems to be from the Yin family as well. I don't know if it's a direct line or a collateral line, but looking at him, the odds are that he's a sidekick. Is his asshole ready? My hands are itching. At this moment, Sui admits that he misses him a little. After all, he is a former List 1 big brother. I miss you, brother. Sui looked at the two extremely beautiful women beside him. Elbow bar just had a bit of a delay. I'm really sorry. Guild value plus 200. Brother, it's all because I'm useless. Didn't do you any favors. Sui gives her a thumbs up. You are the second person in self-PUA. So are we still buying our groceries? Bye. When I say I'll do it for you, I'll do it for you. Yeah. Huang Lu spread a smile. What do you guys want to eat? Feel free to order. I love whatever my brother makes. AI Xiaoxing didn't mind the dirt and picked up 2 chicken claws from the stall. These chicken claws sell well. Chicken, you are too beautiful. Sui. This effort-based play abstraction is just embarrassing. But out of politeness, Sui still applauded her. Sui, I still want to eat open water cabbage. Could be. Huang Lu was a little worried. Will this be too much trouble for brother? Sui waved his hand not as a refusal, but without the need to say anything more. It's okay, Chef Co can do anything. Then we'll have the squirrel mandarin fish, eel shreds in rattling oil, 1,000 shredded tofu. No problem. Feel free to order. Negative emotional value plus 50. Schoolgirl AI looked at Sui in surprise. No buddy, you really know how to do it. Used to be a part-time chef and studied for a couple years. Negative emotional value plus 200. Brother, I'm sorry. Sui. Sister you so PUA yourself. Brother heart over it In the end, Sui's trio bought a bunch of ingredients, but Sui didn't take them home for no other reason than that boys need to learn to protect themselves. We boys are adorable scented soft kittens that women can't resist jerking off when they move. It's too dangerous, especially when 2 lonely men and 2 women are in the same room together, and they want to do something. They don't even have time to call for help. Sui drove them to Cui Yunxian. The manager had long memorized Sui's appearance, and without much ado, he directly and consciously brought them into the diamond box. AI Xiaoxing scoffed. Aren't you going to cook for yourself? Why are you still coming to the restaurant? The fire in the house is not big. There is no pot gas, and the facilities aren't as good as here. After saying that, Sui rolled up his sleeves and headed towards the back kitchen. Just a moment. I'll make the dishes right away. What? You said guests can't just come in the back kitchen. I'm sorry, but Mr. Su has plenty of money now. Diamond level members. Sui wanted to go up to the roof to pry tiles. The manager had to smile and pass the ladder. MS. Huang, are you really sure Sui can cook? Huang Lu nodded heavily. I'll believe whatever my brother says. Huang Lu, your uncle spoiled his father. I don't believe it anyway. How can people have that much energy? Huang Lu's face turned steeply cold. If you say anything bad about your brother again, I'll kill you. AI Xiaoxing, sometimes I really want to call the police. Sharing a room with a brotherly plus sickly woman. AI schoolmarm just felt like there were nails in her stool. After a struggle, she stood up. I'll go see how Sui is doing. Bitch, trying to seduce my brother again? Let's see if I give you a chance. With that she took the lead towards the kitchen without a word. When the two of them had just arrived at the door, they saw Sui slicing the ingredients with amazing knife work. Shock value plus 50. No buddy, you really know how to do it. We said we'd get abstract together. Why are you quietly wowing everyone? Sui handed Dishao to the chef who was playing on the side. I have a few other dishes to work on. You'll stir-fry this dish for me first, and then the presentation must be exquisite. Chef, why don't you just let me make it? Sui, let me help you. AI Xiaoxing exclaimed, immediately plunging her white jade hand into the pile of eels. I'll help you wash the eels. Be careful, it's a murder weapon. Not as good as Pinocchio's nose, in my humble opinion. Said handsome people who understand Meat casually opened the yellow mouth of the girl is really very shrimp head. I'll get you a basin. No, just pour the sink. Stop. Before Sui could stop him, schoolgirl AI had already channeled all the eels into the pool, and then there was no more. The eels follow the drain all the way into the sewer. Sui was exasperated and laughed. If you were Sun Xiang, I might have been in the police station a long time ago? Why? Is it because I'm smart? It's better for a villain to rack his brains than for a stupid person to have a bright idea. Negative emotional value plus 20. Chapter 75 Ladies' Underwear. Sui, what kind of pig talk are you talking about? Ai Xiaoxing was furious and lunged towards Sui with her teeth and claws open. Sui, look at the rush again. But in the next second, the schoolgirl slipped on her feet and fell towards the front. Sui's eyes stared, and with a quick eye, He hurriedly moved the freshly prepared dish to the side. Otherwise she'd have to get pissed off. Negative emotional value plus 100. When he looked again, Sui was taken aback. Directly AI Xiaoxing was dripping wet. The wet clothes clung to her body, outlining her amazing figure. Snow-white skin was hidden under the light, and it was definitely a blood-curdling scene. Why don't you help me? What will I do with my food if I help you? AI Xiaoxing gasped. I'm not more important than the dishes? Indeed. I'm hungry. Negative emotional value plus 200. Sister Abstract. You're naked. Sui stared at her body without blinking. Feeling Sui's blazing gaze, AI Xiaoxing blushed like a peach. Negative emotional value plus 100. As a normal woman, she wanted to scream at the top of her lungs, but as an effort player, that kind of detracts from her persona. With that, she tried to remain calm, but her pink fists were clenched tightly and her chest was held high. She pretended to be relaxed. Don't look. The little kitchen boy really hasn't seen much of the world. Indeed, I've never seen it so flat. Negative emotional value plus 100. Yours doesn't even stand up as high as mine. Sui revealed a hint of surprise. Abstract sister intensity gradually grows off, but it's no use. In my case, you still have to practice. Abstract sister. You're naked. Sure you don't want to cover up? Negative emotional value plus 100. Do I have any clothes? I'll just cover. AI Xiaoxing was depressed for a while, but still said calmly. Leaks are leaks, and I've seen the world. Rather, it's you, little Chunan. Apart from a perfect score in theory, the practice is almost zero, right? Huang Lu's fists hardened long ago. Bitch, you really want to seduce my brother. Brother, your uncle spoils his father. After that she walked over to the refrigerator and pulled off a couple of cabbage leaves to block the naked area in front of her body. Self-finding, I can already go to Veep in this getup. Huang Lu and Sui fell silent at the same time. It feels like AI schoolgirl went off the rails and ended up going the route in order to deliberately pursue abstraction. Sis, we're fairies. Don't be like her, haha. Huang Lu nodded heavily. MS. AI. I have a neurologist here. I'm not sick. Then I've got some more high rollers here. Negative emotional value plus 200. My sister taunts you and you blame me? Sir, people are sick these days. Kui Yongshuan, being the highest profile hotel in the city, immediately arranged for someone to go to a luxury store to buy a dress after learning of the client's accident. The hotel manageress respectfully handed over the clothes. I'm sorry, Miss AI. It's an oversight in our work. Please forgive us. It's fine, thank you. You go out. I'm changing. Good. 20 minutes later. Sui impatiently looked towards the fitting room. Sister Abstract, are you putting on makeup in there? It takes so long to change into a set of clothes. Negative emotional value plus 100. In the middle of the day, the schoolgirl's weak voice came from inside. Sui, this underwear she bought is small. I can't wear it. If you can't wear it then don't. It's still cool. Negative emotional value plus 200. Dropping. $1,000 in Vmail. Sui, what are you making me money for? A shy voice came from AI schoolgirl. Can you buy a set of underwear for me? It needs to be 36D. I really didn't see that you had a D. Negative emotional value plus 100. Are you going or not? No go. You let me a big boy buy ladies' underwear. I don't want to lose face. Why don't you let my sister go? AI Xiaoxing blushed. She wanted to, but according to his sister's attitude towards her, hiding razor blades in her underwear was base ing. Please, just go once. AI Xiaoxing weakly pouted. At this time, Sui's eyes lit up, thinking that there were still a bunch of ladies' underwear in the system space. Steeply, he seemed to have found a business opportunity. Don't bother going. I actually have it here. AI Xiaoxing? Why do you have ladies' underwear? Sui did not explain. Quickly took space from the system out a set of pure white lace underwear and stuffed it towards the bottom of the door. Then the transfer was claimed on the fly. Negative emotional value plus 500. Sui, I gave you underwear out of the kindness of my heart, and you're blaming me? After coming out, schoolgirl AI's expression was clearly not right. Her complexion cold and gloomy. You have an expression like who owes you millions. Sui said bluntly. Sui, why are you carrying a lady's underwear? It's also so sexy. Sui gave her a blank look. What do you care? Che, if you don't say it, don't say it. Who cares to hear it? If you're willing to spend the money and buy a few more sets, I'll consider telling you. AI Xiaoxing looked up in surprise. You have more? Sure, as much as you want. I brought it in wholesale at the time. Still haven't sold it yet. You're kind of my first customer. The schoolgirl's face instantly returned to a clear, joyful smile. Want, I want more. Want, can't have too many. You're only in your 20s. It's not good for your health. But schoolgirl AI obviously didn't keep up with Sui's speed and still begged for it. Lowly woman, Really craving my body. Sui then walked out of the back kitchen and went to the private room, patiently waiting for the dishes to be served. The 5-star hotel chef's craftsmanship is very high, and in no time the whole box is full of aroma. The schoolgirl and Sui were fighting over a plate of eel shreds with ringing oil at the same time. Huang Lu, on the other hand, was quietly looking at Sui. There's no such thing as peace and quiet. It's all because your sister is carrying your weight. Negative emotional value plus 50. Damn skank. Seducing my brother again. Do you like driving Ferraris, brother? Sui raised his head, joking. I have not even driven. How do I know if I like it or not? I bought you another Ferrari. The Porsche can take that one if you drive it enough. Sui glanced at the Ferrari keys and rubbed his chin. The odds were that he didn't drive a Ferrari much, because there are too few seats to pull in an online car. That's top cow wars thinking. The hole in the emperor's house must be made of gold, right? If I could split my shadow, I'd have 1,000 factories. If I get rich, I'll buy 10,000 acres of land so I'll have more land than I can plow. Brother, after dinner, will you continue to take orders in your online car? Sui shook his head. Forget it, I'm going to buy a house first. I don't want to live in a dormitory all the time, so I'll buy a villa outside to live in. AI Xiaoxing bristled. Che, you're not going to rely on your sister to buy a house again, are you? What's the word? What's wrong with me eating my sister's ass? Huang Lu also shouted in time. My money is my brother's money. My sister is so understanding. But Sui was only high on his tongue, and he planned to use his own money to buy a house. Chapter 76 Encountering Old Schoolmates. In Hong Kong City, $7 million can already buy a relatively top-quality house. Sis, I'll take you home after dinner. Then brother, I'm going to buy a house. Huang Lu cocked her head, with a great deal of disbelief in her eyes. Brother, our Huang family is also involved in the real estate business, so if you like peace and quiet, I can buy the whole building for you. Sui, you don't have to be so generous. Your uncle is also a Hong Kong-style real estate tycoon. You said a Hong Kong-style house at your disposal, so why would brother want to go buy a house? Don't worry about that. I have my own rhythm. Of course Sui would never say that he was used to being poor and hadn't gotten out of his troubled life yet. It is also subconsciously believed that a little bit of financial conditions should be the first to buy a house, to figure out the peace of mind. Still, the most crucial point was that Sui wanted to spend his own money. Even if the others were deeply attached to them, there was still something uncomfortable in their hearts about using their money in this way. Guilt value plus 200. Brother, I'm sorry, it was my bad tone just now. I didn't care about your feelings. I forgot that you've always been a self-reliant character, and it's not uncommon for you to use other people's money. Sui, don't you talk nonsense. I'm rare. Brother, then you go ahead and buy a house. I'll just have my bodyguard send me back. I still have a few $100 million left in my pocket money this month, but I know it would be presumptuous to offer it to my brother. So you can tell me if you're in trouble. Brother, it's not presumptuous. It's not presumptuous at all. Sui opened his mouth as if he had 1,000 words to say. He ended up hating to slap himself. Sui, why were you so pretentious just now? Schoolgirl AI, take your time. I'm coming with you. Why are you acting like a heel? It's not because you're craving my body. Negative emotional value plus 100. Jime guys who get it. Meet the pushing guy. Sui was also saying this simply for the sake of whoring out his emotional value. He was still a bit self-aware. Negative emotional value plus 50. No dude. You're going to buy a house and take orders. Just now. Sui took another order. Sui rolled his eyes. What do you know? That's how money is earned. Never mind. I can't talk to a rich second generation like you. It mostly just happened to be on the way. And I took a look at the passenger destination, which was also a sales office. Shock value plus 50. The passenger looked at the Porsche logo with a dumbfounded look on his face. Dude, you drove a Porsche out to take orders. Yeah, making money to support the family. Negative emotional value plus 50. Suddenly the passenger froze violently. His eyes seemed to be recalling, and his tone was uncertain. You're Sui? You've heard my story? Sui wasn't surprised. Well, at least he was a netizen now. It's normal for someone to recognize him. I'm Qianli, your high school classmate. Even shared a table. Jolie? Sui hung up his brain cells and beat them violently, not even remembering that there was a male classmate named Qianli. I'm sorry, I can't remember you. I have a female classmate who does have the name Qianli. I am Sui. Things change. In high school I was a cute white silk young loafer. 5 years later I'm a thick-haired muscle-bound guy. Sui and AI Xiaoxing listened in confusion. Big sock. Are you speaking Chinese? Qianli sat in the back seat and pulled the door closed. It's all a long story of being too disciplined when I was young and letting reason strike through desire. This caused the ovaries to become congested and the cysts to become necrotic over time. Coincidentally, I got breast cancer again. To stay alive, my 2 10-pound big thunders were also cut out. Since all my feminine features were gone, I went straight to the contortionist surgery as soon as I was done. Now people are petite men too. Sui shivered violently. Abstract Sister C. This is the talent level player. Your efforts are a joke to her. AI Xiaoxing rarely retorted and nodded her head with deep conviction. Talented enough indeed. Sui, where have you been recently? Do you see what I'm doing now? I'm sorry, I thought this internet dating was part-time. It's pretty much a part-time job, too, and it's good to make a little extra money. Qianli's eyes were tinged with anticipation. After so many years of not seeing each other, don't you have anything you want to say to me? I have a lot to say to you anyway. Sui nodded. Of course I have. Will you answer? Will. Are you in a relationship with a guy or a girl right now? Qianli. Negative emotional value plus 50. I'm actually okay with all of that. So do you usually play poker as a game of happy beans? Or bullfight? I play them all. But I used to be a girl after all. So I had more joy beans. AI Xiaoxing flashed her big innocent eyes. I'm out of place with you guys because I'm too innocent. Sui then asked, so if your girlfriend gets pregnant, will it be your seed? Negative emotional value plus 300. Sui, I'm a bit seasick. I'll take a nap first. Sui sighed. His old classmate had no patience at all. Didn't know to catch up with me either. The human heart, is still too cold. The water boys were totally happy to hear it. It feels like the anchor's live broadcast style is a Hong Kong style. Hong Kong gate with a little bit of style in it kind of feeling. I'm going to fight talented players like you. I am speechless to my son. I said, if you don't study hard now, what are you going to do when you join the society later? He said, who is society? Your son is also a character. When Sui was mesmerized by the comments, Qianli suddenly spoke. Sui, do you work out? Not healthy. Being petite and manly is still about fitness. Saying that she seemed to be trying to show off in a stock manner, she took off her blouse despite the strange gaze of AI's schoolmarm, revealing the large, engorged muscles inside. The veins are thick, as if they were sinuous earthworms. Well, am I not a big muscle buster? Sui slightly opened his mouth. This muscle, wasn't it too exaggerated? It's not like normal people have muscles. So let me ask you, did you sneak on technology? Qianli spoke disdainfully. Who uses that stuff? I practiced it all by hard work. Then why is the top of your head pointy? The bodybuilding circle is silent. Just a stream of bad news. Groups of Brontosaurus dislike each other inwardly, and Scythosaurus fill their arms. Illegal veterinary drugs for dinner. Did you say protein powder? Sorry, I'm all about the muscle-building body wash. Qianli got dressed, having just posed a few times, and was now breathing heavily. That's what happens to newbies. They run out of steam within a few minutes. Without realizing it, the three of them arrived at the sales office. The Porsche pulled up there and instantly attracted the attention of those around it. Which big shot is this to buy a house again? The woman next to him is so beautiful. Where did that King Kong Barbie come from? Chapter 77, What about Mother? The sales manager's eyes lit up when he saw the Porsche, and he rushed over to try to wait for the owner to get out of the car. Hello there, may I ask if you're looking for a house? The sales manager warmly greeted Sui, who opened the car door. Joy value plus 50. Sui was just about to get out of the car, but was stopped by the manager. Wait sir, don't get out of the car yet. I'll get a red carpet before I get my shoes dirty. Sui couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Well, enough licking, I like it. Finally the joy of being rich. When the manager brought over the red carpet, Qianli opened her mouth. Thank you, Sui, the car skill looks like an old driver. Must give you 5 stars and send a thank you red envelope. The manager's body stiffened for a split second, then jerked into position, spreading the red carpet on the back seat and smiling warmly at Qianli. Please get out of the car. Sui, so material? I'm materialistic? You're not materialistic when you rent a luxury car to pull an Eddie? Load up. Dislike value plus 50. The water boys began to fight. Whoopsie, got the sales manager loaded didn't you? Such a snob, don't want to spray. General ha. What about her parents when she talks like that? I can make a phone call when I miss my mother, but she can only look at the sky when she misses her mother. The sales manager at this point had turned around and walked over to Qianli. The sales manager was again giving Qianli her bag and bending down to bow, saying with a flattering face, this beauty. Sir, are you looking to buy a house? Qianli nodded and said, take me to take a look. By the way, Sui, are you going to buy a house? Do you want to go and take a look together? The sales manager took a disgusted look at Sui and said to Qianli with a smile, he's just a small online car driver. Why are you calling him? Just take a look at the house with this beautiful lady. Dislike value plus 50. AI Xiaoxing hurriedly walked next to Sui and said, I didn't come here with this King Kong Barbie. Don't involve me. Negative emotions plus 50. The atmosphere gradually had a hint of awkwardness, and Sui spoke up. It's fine. It's fine. I happen to be here to buy a house as well, so let's go in together and take a look. Can you afford it? You just buy it? Just look at the house and see the world. Come on, sir, let's go in. The sales manager pointed the way for Qianli in front. Negative emotions plus 100. No, Sui, the manager dared to speak to me like that. Why don't you refute him? We're customers too. Are you still not a man? Negative emotions plus 50. Okay, I'm going to go look at the house, so settle down. Sui lifted his leg toward the hall, and Ai Xiaoxing chased after him. Entering the lobby, a girl who looked like she had just graduated came up. Hello sir, are you looking at a house? Sui looked around and said, yes, I want to see if there are any villas. Yes, take a look. I'll go for you. Before the girl could finish her words, the manager interrupted her. Xiao Shui, come here quickly. Can't you see I have a customer? Hurry up and pour water for the guests. What are you waiting for? The girl smiled shyly at. Excuse me sir, take a break. I'll get a glass of water. Negative emotions plus 50. Just after saying that, Xiao Shui hurriedly went to pour water and handed it to Qianli. Guest your water. The manager looked at Xiao Shui with disgust. Alright, get lost. Don't bother me to introduce the house to my clients. Sir, you see what kind of house you want. I'll introduce it to you. Negative emotions plus 50. Xiao Shui walked back and handed Sui and Ai Xiaoxing water. You guys drink some water first. Does the gentleman have any other needs other than his request being a villa? By the kind that has several floors. And then there are stairs. The old good-looking, but also the kind that is downstairs as a snack street. How nice at night. Ai Xiaoxing said excitedly. Late night poisoning. Rice still a small bowl is it? Wait for you to eat into the King Kong Barbie. You first introduce me to it. The requirements, I'm thinking about it. No. Sui, what do you mean? Negative emotions plus 50. It doesn't mean anything, does it? I didn't say anything. Stop it. Look at the house. Xiao Shui smiled at the two. Sir, you and your girlfriend are so affectionate. Sui quickly waved his hand. No. I'm not boyfriend and girlfriend with her. There's no relationship whatsoever. Just ordinary classmates. Sui. Ai Xiaoxing huffed and shouted at him. Negative emotions plus 100. Okay. You can introduce me to the house first. Okay sir, take a look at this. It's a typical 3-story villa. Centrally located. Xiao Shui was introducing the house to Sui when suddenly the manager interrupted them again. Xiao Shui, don't you know to pour water for the guest when he's finished? And the floor is dirty. Don't you know how to clean it? Sir, sorry, please wait a little longer. Xiao Shui said and hurriedly walked over again. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui, don't you think this manager is a bit too arrogant? Why are you treating us like this? We are customers at least. Ai Xiaoxing said quietly. Don't you think that manager has strange eyes? What happened to his eyes? Didn't see it. Ai Xiaoxing heard Suyi's words and stared at the manager carefully, but she didn't see a thing either. What are you looking at? I don't know what such a good-looking beauty like you was thinking. That you would come together with an online taxi driver. The manager saw that Ai Xiaoxing kept looking at herself and directly exited. Negative emotions plus 50. Isn't it easy to see? His eyes. Sui raised his voice. What do you mean? What's wrong with my eyes? Snob. The water friends were amused by Suyi's sudden stunt. Laughing my ass off. Worthy of my brother Sui. There's something wrong with the eyes. What is it? Of course it's snobbery. Negative emotions plus 100. Not what do you mean? Look at the room or get out. The manager said in a nonchalant manner. Negative emotions plus 50. Am I the one who doesn't look at houses? Other people introduced me well, and you keep interrupting. Sui said in one word. What's wrong with me asking her to pour water for the guests? This floor has to be swept when it's dirty. So who's going to sweep it if she doesn't? Negative emotions plus 50. Sui laughed and said. That's your guest. You do not pour water but also let her to pour water. Her guest is me. Just pour for me on the line. Right. The ground is dirty, you do not sweep. No hands? Look at you, quite good at talking. The mouth is very flexible. Right. Sweeping with the mouth is also good. When this statement was made, the water friends even exploded. Her guest is me, just pouring water for me. Bully in love, haha. Froggy fun. And your mouth is flexible too, right? Brother Yat's words are so rough. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. The manager was a bit annoyed by what was said. I'm the manager here. I have the final say. Poor boys like you, letting you come in to see the world even if it's not enough. You still speak out of turn. Why don't you just get the hell back and keep driving your online car? Hurry up and go and take a few more orders. Don't wait and miss so many orders or out of money. Still here to see the house. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui smiled and walked closer and closer towards the manager. What do you want? It's a legal society now. Chapter 78, a villa for $10 million. It's against the law to hit someone. What do you want? Sui slowly put his hands on the manager's shoulders and said with a smile, so it's a bully who is afraid of the Lord. What are you thinking about? So wimpy. The dust fell on your shoulders. To help you pat. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui turned around and walked back after patting the manager on the shoulder. Just halfway there, he pretended to look over his shoulder again and said to the manager, oh yeah, please call the boss over here for a second. Just wait and let the boss sanction you. The manager picked up his cell phone and made a call. Don't you dare with electricity. At this time, Qianli walked next to Sui. Sui, are you alright? Don't be general with that manager. Sui handed over $1,000, and Qianli's pupils contracted slightly. Say, what do you want me to do again? Martial arts JPG. I'll leave the hardest one to you. Go beat this manager to death. I only said the hardest, and not all of them. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. And at this moment, the water users were all amused by Sui's sentence and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, Yat is as funny as ever. Question. Do girls have pointy heads too? Brother Yat has said it's a boy, ha ha ha. What happened? A middle-aged man with a full belly walked over. The manager hurriedly walked over and pointed at Sui. Boss, it's that man, driving an online car, and renting a Porsche to come out and pretend. I thought he was some kind of rich man, and then he kept making trouble. The boss looked at the clothes on Sui, narrowed his eyes and said, alright, I know. The boss walked over to Sui and said, hello, I'm the boss. What can I do for you? Ha, didn't that manager just tell you? I thought he muttered and finished talking to you. Sui said with some confusion. Negative emotions plus 50. The boss was a little embarrassed for a moment and said, I'm sorry, he did tell me all about it just now, but there's nothing to this, no need to get into a fight. Whoa, you mean it's okay for him to lick up when he sees me driving a Porsche, lick someone else when he finds out I'm driving an internet car and keep interrupting me when she's showing me the house, making it a bad experience and talking down to me? Am I not a customer? Sui asked as he looked at the owner with a raised eyebrow. When the boss heard this, he became a little impatient and said, this customer, there is no need to make such a big deal, right? You are a customer, yes, but others are also customers. He must also want to serve others. As for the outbursts, don't you also say it back. What else do you want? Negative emotions plus 50. The water boys laughed at the boss's remark. Whoopsie, is that something a human being could say? Boiled bun. This boss is still too strong. Is there any boss who is weak and reasonable at the same time? Some brothers, some. Negative emotions plus 50. So this is your way of favoring him? The boss said with an increasingly impatient tone. It's not that I'm favoring him, you understand? Have you ever read a book? I think not read should also understand the words. This matter does not need to make a big deal. You apologize for the matter. Not good? Negative emotions plus 50. No, why should we apologize? It's not our fault. AI Xiaoxing couldn't help but yell at the boss. Negative emotions plus 50. The boss pressed on, ignoring AI Xiaoxing's words, and instead said to Xiao Shui, that new one, you tell what's going on. Boss, this matter is my fault. I accidentally startled you. I will apologize to you on their behalf to the manager. Let's forget about this matter, said Xiao Shui with her head lowered in a small voice. Negative emotions plus 50. Alright, you heard it too. Don't make any more trouble, okay? The boss signaled Sui. Sui smiled and said, your name is Xiao Shui, right? Xiao Shui nodded. Fine, you introduce me to a luxurious villa, around $10 million. Sui waved his hand and said, when these words came out, not only did Xiao Shui freeze, everyone present froze. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. The manager reacted and laughed. No, you poor boy still want to buy a 10 million villa, and let you load it, right? Hurry up and wash up and go home, and sleep at night with the pillow a little higher, just right for daytime, daydreaming. Qianli also reacted. Sui, you're not really going to buy a $10 million villa, are you? So what else? There's still a fake to buy a house. I don't think we're going to have to fight it now, right? Negative emotions plus 50. Alright, quickly introduce me. Ignore them. Sui greeted Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui froze for a moment and started to explain to Sui. Look at this one. Sir, it's on the beach. The view is great too. And there's also an open-air swimming pool and a private garden. At this point the owner walked up to the manager and asked, what's going on? Didn't you say he was a poor boy? Boss, I don't know about this. No, maybe he's just bluffing us. How can he really buy it? Look at those clothes he's wearing. How cheap. How can he afford a $10 million villa? The boss nodded thoughtfully. You have a point. Speaking of which, the boss walked over again. And at this time, Sui also looked at the villa. Alright, this is the set. Swipe your card. Sui said as he took out a card from his pocket. At this time, the water friends were also waiting for Sui to give them a face. Boil the bag, and blow their faces off. Dare to bully my brother yet? Let's see who's the one with a swollen face in a while. I'm already thinking of their shocked faces. Negative emotions plus 50, the manager said with disdain. Some people don't puff up their faces and swipe their cards, so don't make a big joke of not having any money at the time. The boss nodded and said, yes, young man, you apologize and this matter will be over. If you can't swipe out the money in a while and waste our time, we will ask for damages like you. What are you guys talking about? I'll see if you guys are still talking after you swipe your cards later. AI Xiaoxing shouted. Qianli also whispered. Sui, do you really have 10 million? Don't wait and can't get the money, I can't help you ah. Sui laughed and said, it's fine. You'll know in a moment whether I've swollen my face or not. Xiao Shui returned the card to Sui after swiping it. The manager laughed and said, how about that? I told you, there's no money at all to have to buy a house and load up. The boss was also about to speak when Xiao Shui opened her mouth and interrupted. This gentleman. The swipe was successful. What? Chapter 79, Singing Everywhere. The manager unbelievably took the swipe machine. How is it possible? How could he swipe the card successfully? Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. At this time the boss's face also changed, staring viciously at the manager and said, look at what you've broken. I'll get back to you later. After saying that, he smiled again and said to Sui, this gentleman, come on, let me take you to sign the contract. What happened just now was all our problem. I'm sorry for bringing you an unpleasant experience. Negative emotions plus 50. Although Sui's expression smiled, his gaze was cold. I don't want to hear any unnecessary apologies. I just want an attitude from you. The owner froze. What attitude? You know it's wrong? Got it. What's wrong? Negative emotions plus 50. I shouldn't have indulged my employee. With her nasty attitude I should have fired her in the first place. You're wrong because you can breathe. Boss. It's a big brother client. I'll tolerate it. He took several deep breaths, then smiled and said, sir, this intern has just arrived and doesn't know anything yet, so I'd better do it. Just let her come. She's the one who received me. Let's go and take me to sign the contract. I'll have to visit the villa later. Sui said toward Xiao Shui. The water boys were relieved to see this scene. Let them look down on people. They deserve it. Everyone is equal now. Okay? This boss seems to be a money-losing tiger. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Xiao Shui froze for a moment and hurriedly said, yes sir. This way. The boss and the manager watched straight on as Sui walked away. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Look at what you've done. Letting someone else take such a big client. Boss, I don't know. How did I know that someone would actually drive an online car in a Porsche? I promise I won't do it again. Oh, there's no later. You're fired. After signing the contract, Sui planned to go and take a look at his villa. Looking at AI Xiaoxing, who was still following him, Sui said helplessly, no, schoolgirl AI, I'm going to go look at my own house. Why are you still following me? What's the matter? Can't you go check it out? Can't I go and keep an eye out for you? AI Xiaoxing said as she hugged her chest. Sui didn't say anything, operating something with his cell phone. Not big brother, you go to see the villa and you still take orders? AI Xiaoxing said with a speechless face. Sui still rolled his eyes. Less is more. Do you understand? Forget it. Our kind of laborers really can't talk to rich people like you. You don't mean to say that this destination happens to be near the villa as well? Sui opened the car door. Or else, hurry up and get in. Arrive at the villa after dropping off the guests and enter the front door. Wow. This is too big. And this outdoor swimming pool. And the flowers in this garden are so nice. Sui took a look and expressed his approval of the environment. It's still very good. And you can grow some vegetables or something later. No, the garden is all you think about growing vegetables. AI Xiaoxing expressed that she was very speechless. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui didn't say anything and opened the door of the villa. As soon as he entered the door, Sui felt like he was blinded by the flash. A glance at the extremely luxurious hall. Complicated lamps emit cold bright light. Four high walls cast dark shadows on the soft carpet. Through the spacious but cold corridor, the eyes of celebrities in the famous paintings on both sides seemed to be able to penetrate the hearts of the people. Worthy of a luxury villa. Sui couldn't help but sigh. At this point, the water boys were also shocked by the scene. Wow, this villa is too grand. The paintings on it are all famous. Thanks to my brother Yat for showing me the world. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Go to the study and take a look, Sui said as he arrived at the study and opened the door. The black marble paved floor, the bright as mirror tiles, the magnificent crystal chandelier, and the pure black spiced wood table, the imported designer cushion chairs, the exquisite finely carved bookcases, and next to it, the valuable leather sofa. The whole room, it's almost indescribable. My God, are all these study rooms this exquisite? Especially Sui, who was used to seeing the scene and knew how luxurious it would probably be, couldn't help but sigh when he actually saw it. After Sui finished looking at the study and then the next bedroom, kitchen and so on, he sighed all the way back to the hall. Right, Sui, I seem to have just seen a girl outside. She should be a neighbor. Ai Xiaoxing said. Oh, go out and see. When the two arrived at the gate of the villa, they saw a girl taking pictures everywhere with her cell phone. Babies, this is the villa next to mine. I heard it was bought today. By a man. I am going to have neighbors too. The girl at the moment was live streaming, looking like a female netizen. The girl saw the two walk out, and at the sight of Ai Xiaoxing, her eyes lit up and she walked forward. Hello, you guys? My name is Shui Jiexue. Do you mind if I go live? Well, how did you know I paid full price for the villa at $10 million? Who asked you? That's right, $10 million a week. Shui Jiexue gave an awkward laugh, then looked at Ai Xiaoxing, her eyes lighting up. So pretty. Is this Beauty your girlfriend? Sui raised his eyebrows. Beauty? Where? Negative emotional value plus 50. Ai Xiaoxing, Sui, I'm going to start a sword fight with you. Who are you looking down on? Shui Jiexue pulled the corner of her mouth. The family people who understand just live to see a bunch of upside down male enhancement. You two are so abstract. You must be perfect for each other, right? At this time, the water friends were also amused when they heard Shui Jiexue's words. It's not a good match. She's the effort type and I'm the talent type. Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotions plus 50. For the first time, Shui Jiexue felt out of touch with the times. Forget it. Find an excuse to pee. Can't play with abstract people. Live babies. We're not playing with this smelly man. I'll keep singing for you when we get home. Stinky man? You graduated from XHS. When Shui Jiexue opened her mouth to sing the first line, Sui applauded. I finally heard it. You're like a drifting singer. Drifting around. Negative emotional value plus 100. Shui Jiexue blankly glanced at Sui turning around and walking towards her house. Okay, I big schoolgirl. I'll give you a ride back. In a while I still have to rest for work tomorrow. And the live stream closed at that point. Just turn it off. Still kind of haven't seen enough of it. Hopefully, Yat will be able to broadcast for a longer time tomorrow. Negative emotions plus 50. Chapter 80, The Capybara. The next day, Sui opened the live broadcast, and then put on his own takeout clothes and went out to deliver takeout. It's part of his part-time job. Of course, it's not about making money, it's about emotional value. He also spent over $1 million on a motorcycle for this purpose. Good morning brothers, another day for the bulls and horses. What am I? A cow or a horse? A halberd handle? That's quite a life. No way. Driving this luxury motorcycle to make a delivery? Brother Yet is going to say again that there's no way to raise a family. Your breadwinner and my breadwinner seem different. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. $1 million super cool motorcycle is just awesome. Driving all the way and attracting a lot of attention. Until a neighborhood stops. At this time, a girl who was also wearing takeout clothes walked in, and she looked at Sui's motorcycle with abnormal envy. A small scented breeze hit him as he passed by Sui. And at this point in the live broadcast, the water friends all got excited the moment they saw the girls. This face is comparable to a national goddess. Is the takeout industry so rolled up now? After some hesitation, the girl plucked up the courage to take the initiative to chat up. Your motorcycle is so handsome. I also like motorcycles, and I've followed many bloggers on Jitterbug. Sui smiled. I've paid a lot of attention too. The girl beamed with joy. Really? What do you like about them? I'm mostly curious when they die. Basically 2 bloggers die a year. I was following 8 bloggers before and now I'm down to 1. Girls, what about the other one? I took it off when he went from big brother to big sister. At this time, Sui curiously said, you're in good condition. Isn't it a pity to deliver takeaways? Negative emotions plus 50. The girl lowered her eyebrows and smiled. It's just a little bit of frost. Do you want to hear my story too? Not interested. I'm just curious if you'll be late for your order. Negative emotional value plus 50. It's okay. I won't be late. The girl didn't seem to see Sui's impatient expression and told herself. I just graduated and went to interview for China Resources Entertainment. I thought I could fly high, but I lost to that stinky woman Manhwa. Sui raised an eyebrow. Her condition is better than yours? No. She's the manager's mistress. Sui. That manager even tried to bag me, and I just put the chats out in the company group. Then I was sacked. Sui nodded. This was normal. Beauty plus any card is a king's ransom, but it's an original sin when it's played alone. But Sui was just listening for fun, not expecting to help her. Not even if you're not related and you're pretty. Although his own Aunt Sue was the president of CR Entertainment. Handsome. Thanks for listening to me so much. I'm in a much better mood now. I've figured it out. It's just a triathlon and I can do it. Sui nodded. It just so happens to be the same neighborhood. Let's go in together. Good. But the two were stopped by security just as they reached the door. The neighborhood won't let takeout in. Moncler Outlet Online, I'll be quick. Just a few minutes. The dedicated Sui admits that he is fast in order to get the job done. Okay, then you go in. The security guard said cheerfully. The girl's eyes lit up. I'm fast too. Moncler. No. Girl? Why? Why should he be able to when I can't? You fast a halberd bully. There have been delivery women like you before, wearing black silk and super short skirts. I ended up going in there for 2 hours and didn't even come out. Then the pornography brigade all came and the leader gave my old man a lecture. Sound of escaping laughter. Sui didn't hold back his laughter on the spot. Moncler Outlet Store 80% of the time. I met a takeout hope. I've ordered it and it's average. Brother, do you still have the contact information? Next. Even if the girls pleaded. Moncler Outlet Online, they never gave an inch. Sui couldn't look away. Tell you what. I'll wait until I finish delivering this order. Then I'll deliver yours. The girl glanced at Sui gratefully. Thank you. You're really a good person. Drop and refuse the good guy card. Customer. Take out. Open the door. Sui had just put down the phone when the door was opened. A dark shadow enveloped Sui, and his pupils contracted slightly. Brothers, I met the Cappy Beast. A meat-suited sable is seen taking away the takeout, the horizontal flesh on his face twitching from time to time. She followed it with an unusually sweet voice, like she had slippers in her throat. You're comparing me to a clip, and you're trying to compare me to green tea. Brother, I can't show my face now. Oh, I have to pass 100,000 subscriptions. Sui couldn't help but get goosebumps. So is anyone really voice activated? The water friends all burst out laughing. If Big Brother Pungjai sees the real face, I'm afraid he'll have to carry the locomotive and run away in the night. Brothers, I'm a historian and this is history. Rising brothers, the upstairs brother is a character. Take off the ring. Honey, that's a watch. No problem, I'll be on my way, haha. Sui was just about to leave when he was stopped by the Cappy Beast. What? Why is this cake 5 inches? I clearly ordered a 10-inch one. Did you get the wrong one? Sui looked at the order. There's nothing wrong with it. 2 5-inch cakes. Did you order the wrong ones? The capybara looked furious. No point in getting it wrong. 2 5-inch cakes. Doesn't that add up to 10 inches? Why don't you order me the 10-inch one? Sui looked at her with a look. Big socks. Are you speaking Chinese? Or the cake store for you? Sui obviously did not want to get too entangled with her. The pretty girl at the door was still waiting for herself. Sui just wanted to leave, but he was grabbed by the Cappy Beast. Want to run? Must change back for me. Go talk to the boss. I'm the one in charge of distribution. No, you have to pay for my damages. Where can you bully people like that? Sui was infuriated by her and laughed, looking at her with cold eyes. Dare to compare one more sentence. I'll make you fly. Send it. The Cappy Beast was clearly stunned by Sui's aura and immediately closed the door. Silently gave a bad review. Sui didn't spoil her either, filling the lock with 502 and stuffing it hard. I just walked to the entrance of the neighborhood and the system beeps didn't stop. Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotional value plus 100. Ha, where's that beautiful person? Sui looked around at the door and didn't see her figure, thinking that he was impatiently waiting and left. He had just gotten on his motorcycle and was ready to leave when he heard a pleasant sound coming from inside the neighborhood. Handsome, I'm here. Sui gazed over and saw an iron chain on the snow-white ankle of the pretty girl from before. The other end of the chain was bolted to the post. The girl's entire petite body was trembling violently, and tears continued to well up in her eyes, already on the verge of breaking the bank at any moment. Sui was shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Playing with enough flowers. Chapter 81, She's a Human Being. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui looked at the grandpa with a playful smile. Grandpa, you really are old in heart. You're old and still playing so intensely. Take care of your health. The Moncler Outlet Store angry, blowing his beard and eyes. What are you talking about? Grandpa, I've been clean all my life. And I haven't even married a daughter-in-law until now. So do you keep people's girls on a leash and eat donuts? Then I'm right innocent too. I'm not a rascal. Sui nodded. It's just that I've heard that people who often play horns will have blackened hands. The security guard immediately looked at his hands. You farted. Negative emotional value plus 100. You tricked me. The Moncler outlet store angry turned his back. People are really speechless when they are angry to the extreme. But Sui is still chattering away. Moncler outlet store, this thing you did today reminds me of a surname. What? Chin. The Moncler outlet store didn't understand what it meant. But the netizens who are veteran drivers have already laughed. Bing's high school grades were not good. This is Master Chin, the concierge of the girls' dormitory. Mrs. You don't want your husband to lose his job either, do you? Sometimes too innocent to be in tune with you. I'm a farmer. These halberds put wine poetry yellow potatoes. Lu Qingling flashed her stupidly beautiful big eyes with crystallized teardrops inside. Handsome man, what are you talking to the grandpa? Why can't I understand? Right, can you save me first? Don't call me handsome, just call me Sui. My name is Willow Greenling. Nice to meet you. Sui hadn't wanted to be nosy, but this girl was too polite. It's all that and so gentle. He was embarrassed if Sui didn't care anymore. Sui raised his eyebrows and asked, why are you chained here? In a moment of desperation, I rushed into the neighborhood because my order was about to overrun. As a result, I was caught halfway by the property. Then he scolded Moncler outlet store me and forced him to put me in chains. Sui looked Moncler outlet store at him. Oh, so the main responsibility is not you. Poof. The older man coldly grunted, looking arrogant. Just now I thought you were born. Negative emotional value plus 100. But you're still no good. Doing whatever the property tells you to do? This is clearly something that is against the law and against morality. It's a human being. It's a living human being. You're chaining them up. It's a ing person, not a birth. The more Sui said, the more excited. Saliva in the wind sprayed Moncler outlet store all over his face. But Moncler outlet store he did not dare to refute. Lu Qingling said with some urgency, it's not Moncler outlet store's fault. He was also forced to do something. And because of me, he was scolded by the property. It's all my fault. Sui stared at her blankly, his eyes on fire. How can people be so gutless? Don't you know how to be strict with others and lenient with yourself? This kind would be a total sufferer, being bullied and looking for their own reasons. Sui immediately turned his gun. I said he didn't say anything about you, right? You poet. Stand still to give people a chain. My dog knows how to run when it is bolted. I think you just deserve it. People bullied you, so get back at them, and blame yourself. Negative emotional value plus 100. Lu Qingling froze for a moment, somewhat unable to believe her ears. Did you just curse me? That's right, have the guts to curse back. Lu Qingling fell silent, her small cherry mouth opening and closing, wanting to speak. Finally, it simply lowered its head directly. I'm sorry, I'm the one who gave you trouble. Sui, I'm going to make you fly straight up. You have to be a role model when you enter Pan Hong's park. Moncler, you still laugh on. Say she did not say you? Just because someone else is sentenced to violate their moral bottom line. You are not a good bird. Negative emotional value plus 50. Moncler outlet store lowering his head. He said guiltily, I'm sorry, my wife is ill. Having children doesn't even help. Then Sui, can you unlock the chains for me first? The grandpa locked it for you. Go find him. Moncler outlet store spread out his hands. There is no way. The key was taken away by the property. Can only take an axe to smash open. Wait a minute. I'll find an axe. Forget it. What a pain in the ass. I'll do it. The guard froze. Do you use a rock? No way. This chain is harder than normal metal. Sui walked to Lu Qingling's side and slowly squatted down. His snow-white jade-like ankles were strangled red, with hidden capillaries emerging. It hurts, doesn't it? She nodded and shook her head. It's okay, don't mind me. Let's get this chain broken as a matter of priority. I have several orders behind me. Sui couldn't help but want to give her a round of applause. It was truly the innate bull and horse sacred body. Immediately after that, Sui flicked his wrist, and in the next second the chain was thrown out by him. Yuck! Bad luck stuff. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Both of them all opened their mouths in unison. How did this happen? Sui, are you a magician? I am a thief. The system rewarded cloud-seeking hands were about to be played out by Sui. What kind of stealing is this? It's a ing concept technique. All you have to do is identify the chain as something to steal, and that instantly steals it. Of course you have to touch it with your hand, otherwise the skill is invincible. Without the chain to hold her, Lu Qingling was happy. Sui, thank you. Although your words sound fierce, you're a good person. Thanks. You're a dumbass. Negative emotion value plus 50. This beauty was not at all useless, and at the very least it could contribute a little bit of mood value. Suddenly, A dog barked in the distance. What for? Who told you to move my lock? Suyi's face instantly turned cold. You're the one who chained the man. I can't. It's against the rules of the neighborhood. So I have the right to do it. Do you have a problem with this beauty? Wang Hu glared menacingly at Lu Qingling. This girl was instantly scared and on the verge of crying out, hiding behind Suyi like an ostrich. Can you branch out? People keep you on a leash like a dog. Shouldn't you get back at them? Lu Qingling raised her head, her beautiful eyes gazing into Suyi's eyes as she weakly said, yes. Then curse back first. A small test. Yes. Lu Qingling's body trembled as she stepped forward, intending to face the abyss head-on. That. You for being so over the top. So rude. Suyi blinked. Go on. Why are you looking at me? Don't do that next time. Okay. Lu Qingling weakly stood back behind Suyi again. Suyi. Silence is tonight's goodbye to Cambridge. I'm asking you to cuss. What the are you pouting for? I'm not pouting. Suyi gave her a blank look. Watch how I curse. Chapter 82. Your hands are so small. Asterisk. Proposed? Who gave you the right to chain people up without authorization? Negative emotional value plus 100. Wang Hu's eyes chilled. That's because my fists are hard enough. You're a sea surface body. You say hard. Look at that pussy of yours. A light-emitting diode is worse than that. All day like a successful man. But in fact it's ing champagne on the prostate. Stinking beggar. Negative emotional value plus 200. Wang Hu's forehead veins bulged. You have the guts. Say that again. I have the balls to say it. You don't have the balls to hear it. Lu Qingling's small hand covered her mouth. Her eyes complex, but with a strong sense of surprise. Wobbly understanding, Manhwa sound. She really didn't understand how people could have the balls to be like that. How did he bite out such vicious words with such snow-white teeth? But what a great feeling. In this moment, her idol was born. It's the rooster era COE. 10 minutes. Suyi did not even repeat his dirty words, and Wang Hu's eyes were sprayed with scarlet. No longer Bungbu live. Directly towards Suyi's hands. Suyi's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Waiting for you to be born. As you can see, I'm being passive-aggressive in my defense. With that, Suyi directly used his splitting tendon hand and twisted his arm into a twist. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Ah! There were heart-rending screams from the scene. Lu Qingling couldn't help but gulp in fear when she saw the bizarre arm. Suyi, isn't this too much? Also, I'll get it back then. Cut it out. The bone rubbed violently against the bone, and Suyi broke it back hard. Aha! This time Wang Hu screamed even louder. Negative emotion value plus 1000. This kind of pain waterbenders get goosebumps just watching. There's a kind of pain that hurts to look at. Lu Qingling's petite body trembled. Suyi, that's not what I meant. Oh, then break it back again. Click, click, click. Aha! Suyi, it's not like that. My uncle spoils nay dad. Suyi wrenched back again. And this time the screams were quite hoarse. Negative emotional value plus 1500. Wang Hu looked viciously at Lu Qingling. Don't you say anymore. You're a living ing hell, aren't you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ah! Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Hu screamed miserably once again. This time his two arms were wrapped together, like a ponytail. You're paralyzed. Stop talking. You're winding me up. Suyi frowned at Lu Qingling. So what exactly do you mean? Lu Qingling immediately covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously. What? You're going to wring his neck. You're so mean. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Suyi did not dare to play too much. After figuring out the limit of his arm's ability to withstand, and then eventually restored it with the split meridian wrong bone hand, the hospital couldn't find anything wrong with it, but the arm would have to be slowly scrapped in a few years. You guys wait for me. I'll call my big brother to get you killed. Suyi smiled. Who's your big brother? Crown Prince of China Resources Entertainment, Zheng Qian. Suyi immediately widened his eyes, revealing a full of anticipation. How nice for the prince. This is his former ex-list one big brother coming up. The security master and Lu Qingling, however, were shaken to their core. Young man, run away. That Zheng Qian is used to acting recklessly based on his family's wealth. Lu Qingling followed. I'm sorry Suyi, I'm the one who implicated you. I used to work at China Resources Entertainment. That Zheng Qian is very excessive. So many female artists have been suborned by him. So exciting? Suyi gossiped. What about you? Lu Qingling blushed. I didn't. First the manager hit on me. Then Zheng Qian noticed me. I chose to resign on the spur of the moment. I was clean. Suyi looked at her simple appearance and said with some surprise. You wouldn't have been in love yet, would you? No. What's wrong? Suyi was just about to reply when he was interrupted by Wang Hu. You guys still have the heart to flirt here. When Zhang Qian comes, you'll be waiting to be broken into pieces. Sui leisurely sat back on the motorcycle. Alright, then I'll wait for him to come. It just so happens that I miss him too. However, Sui wasn't completely careless and immediately chose his restraining hero, Aunt Sue. Surprise came from the other end of the line. Xiao Yi, is there something you want to see Auntie Sue about? Aunt Sue, I miss my mom. Guilt value plus 200. Aunt Sue's tone was suddenly cold. Did someone bully you? No. Brother Zhang Qian said it was all in fun with me. He didn't mean to. It's okay for him to hit harder. I've been hit so many times anyway. Got used to this kind of pain a long time ago. Zhang Qian. All Sui heard was an angry growl on the other end of the phone. And then there was no more. Apparently, Aunt Sue is on her way here. As for Zhang Qian, he is about to arrive at the battlefield. The next 20 minutes, Sui directly pulled Lu Qingling with coaxing, sitting on the motorcycle. The two of them pressed together, smelling a very nice little scent. Sui felt that he was a standard Sigma man, but he didn't seem to be in shape today. Your hands are so small. Why are you so much whiter than me? What perfume are you using? Why does it smell so good? Why are your bones so small too? Come and race me to see whose hands are bigger? Lu Qingling's face was flushed and her eyes were mesmerized. I don't know why, but after sitting next to Sui, I was very hot inside. A little out of control. Just as Sui offered to compare hand sizes, she blushed and was ready to agree. So shy. First time holding hands with a boy. What? You're a female? You. Sui decisively drew back his hand when he was about to interlock his fingers. Almost a persona collapse. How dare you mess with my heart? Women only affect how fast I can draw my sword. Sui immediately stood up and silently recited the Purification Sutra 10 times. Only a dumbfounded Lu Qingling was left sitting on the motorcycle. What have I just been doing? Sorry sis, it's not that you're not good enough. I'm just too ambitious. If it is little Nanlian then, he can go to hell. Zhang Xiao, you're finally here Zhang Xiao. Just a super cool Ferrari parked on the side of the road. Wang Hu smiled fawningly and licked. Young Zhang, I had already arranged an extremely beautiful woman for you, but that ungrateful thing snatched her away. Just flirted on a motorcycle. It's too much. Zhang Xiao, you must treat them well. Where are they? Zhang Qian followed the direction of his finger. The moment was astonishing. What a great look. It's a heart attack. Bad eyes. Zhang Qian swore that he had never had a heart for anyone in his life. And Sui counted as one. COE? Sui. Chapter 83, what the? Of course, this heartbeat is not the other heartbeat. It's the very much hated kind of movement. Enemies are not as good as each other. Zhang Qian wasn't even interested in beautiful women anymore as he looked viciously at Sui. Sui, I'm going to get you killed. Sui looked at him with contempt. These few bodyguards of yours aren't enough for me to beat. What are you farting about? Whoever young Master Zhang wants to get killed. It's a matter of moving his fingers. Yeah? Then ask him if he dares. Wang Hu couldn't help but look at Zhang Qian. Zhang Xiao. Of course I dare. Then I'll have to tell on my Aunt Sue. Negative emotional value plus 100. Damn you. Are you not a man? Men should settle things between men. What does calling me mom mean? Wang Hu looked at the two in confusion. What the hell? Call him mom? Although Zhang Qian's tone was so rigid, he did wimp out. The feet paused in place, hesitating for a long moment. Negative emotional value plus 100. Wang Hu anxious. I awesome are blown out. You do not intend to how a thing ah? He hurriedly fanned the flames on the side. Zhang Xiao, is he scary? Are you wimpy? Sui, are you a wimp? Bang. Zhang Qian threw a slap on Wang Hu's face. Don't you wow me. I have my own rhythm. Looking at Sui's incomparably provocative eyes, his anger value went up another stage. Lu Qingling hurriedly pulled Sui. Sui, hurry up and run. Everything has turned out like this because of me. I'll make up for it. Security guard, young man. You ghost fire give me a ride later. I need to run away too. Where's your face? Also, it's not ing ghost fire. Bottoms up. Zhang Qian gritted his teeth and stomped the cigarette butt hard under his foot to rub it abusively. Now hit and run. By the time his mom gets here, he'll be long gone home. When the time comes, even if you are asked, just deny it. After Zhang Dishao made up his mind, he let his bodyguard directly mangled up. The bodyguards are not happy with the tongue-tied kid in front of them. At Zhang Dishao's order, the bodyguards immediately rushed over in great numbers, vowing to tear Sui apart. Kid, eat my foot. Sui sidestepped and dodged, backhanding a large sinus whip to the face of the bodyguard who bore the brunt of the attack. Bang. The bodyguard's body traced a graceful arc in the air before landing heavily on the ground. That's it? If my mother were alive, she'd have more energy than you. I told you to cut it out, but you don't listen, do you? Negative emotions plus 100. Ah, bastard. How dare you mouth high. I'll whip your mouth. The bouncer stormed out, not caring about the raw pain on his face, jumped up and killed again. Sui, you who? It's really a stinky and hard stone in a latrine? The Buddha says that all beings can be ferried. So I'll just use my big sinuses to properly ferry you today. Sui tackled the bodyguard's arm, and then his right hand fell like a raging storm. For popping sound. Intense slaps resounded all around. The bodyguard was smacked straight into a pig's head, staggering and sliding down to the ground. The other bodyguards who hadn't had a chance to come forward were stunned. Splash! The crowd swallowed their saliva. A group of ferocious bodyguards were surprised to be intimidated by Sui alone. Waste! Bunch of losers! What are you waiting for? Waste him for me! Zheng Qian shouted in anger. He's made the decision to go 6 for 6 and the bodyguard ends up going soft? Hey! 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 Sui impatiently waved his hand and sneered. I would say that the maggots in the thatched pit are not as inked as you guys. Could it be that you guys are the reincarnation of a strawworm? With a mouth without just? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 300. Negative emotions plus 500. Sui's words finally caused the group of security guards to become completely furious. Male next door. I have to wash your stinking mouth with a toilet brush today. Kid, you're ing dead. Brothers, abolish him together. The last 3 bodyguards swarmed over Sui, vowing to give him a good look. Lu Qingling was frightened enough to shout, "Watch out, handsome." Sui turned around. What's the point of yelling beware? If you're good, you go. If you're not, don't push. Lu Qingling, a grieved face. I'm just trying to warn you. Why do you have to say that? But then again, the way he just stepped in front of him to protect himself was really manly. Sui was confused. What the hell? This lung-mist woman who only affects the speed of her sword draws can't even contribute negative emotions? AI. It's true that people with weak personalities are really uninteresting, except for the fact that they can be loved in bed. With this thought, Sui sidestepped and dodged the steel rod in the bodyguard's hand. He then easily beat all of the several people down, and with some verbal humiliation, he gained a lot more negative emotions. Shock value plus 500. Shock value plus 500. Shock value plus 1000. Sui patted the dust on his hand and looked back, only to see Moncler Outlet Store and Wang Hu and Lu Qingling all staring in shock. The round eyes were as if they had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe that Sui, an unknown young man, had easily put down 5 bodyguards by himself. You're awesome, handsome. Lu Qingling's small hand was placed on her chest and bounced excitedly. That appearance was like a star-chasing cerebral palsy fan. Sui waved his hand in disbelief. Don't be obsessed with brother. Brother is just a legend. Grimace. Zheng Qian was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. That's a beauty that belongs to you. Now, not only is it not his turn, but it is actually cheaper for Sui this? Not willingly, unwillingly. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Zheng Qian gritted his teeth in anger as he fiercely looked at Wang Hu and angrily said, Aren't you ing letting me on? The old man's wasted. It's your turn. Ha! Wang Hu's face turned green. He had just almost even had his neck twisted by Sui. He dared to get on. My ass. Come on. Sui walked in front of Zheng Qian, looked askance at Wang Hu and despised. This thing is a spawn of a spawn, with a forced mouth but no guts. Negative emotional value plus 100. Wang Hu expressed super aggrieved. Creak. At that moment, a black Mercedes Maybach stopped in front of the crowd with a sharp brake. The car door opened and Su Xin, who was dressed in a professional outfit, came over with an aggressive manner. Mom, how did you get here so fast? Zheng Qian was like a lamb meeting a wolf and was so scared that he tried to run. However, Wang Hu pulled him back. Zhang Xiao, what are you running for? Mr. Su has come to definitely stand up for you. Quickly let Mr. Su waste that Bang. Zheng Qian slapped Wang Hu's face with his backhand and said angrily, I'll go to hell. I need you to teach me how to do my job. That's my mom? That's his mom. Wang Hu was confused. His mom? Isn't this a reversal of the Big Dipper? Su Xian was furious as she looked at Zheng Qian who was holding his head. They're both men in their 20s. How can the gap be so wide? She looked back at Sui, a burst of motherly love flowing from her eyes. Crowd? Grass. It's pretty awesome. Chapter 84, Brother. You're too green. Zheng Qian, get your ass over here. Su Xian let out a cold shout, and Zheng Qian, who was about to run away in fear, walked back with his head hanging down. Say, what the hell is going on? Why are you bullying Xiao Yi again? Zheng Qian is on the verge of tears. The aggravation at the bottom of his heart caused him to break down completely. He cried out, "Mom, open your eyes and take a good look. The 4 or 5 bodyguards lying on the ground are all my men. This is not me bullying him. It's clearly him bullying me." Su Xian looked down at the screaming bodyguards with a frown. "Yat, what's going on? Not good." Lu Qingling was startled. She seemed to see that something was wrong with Su Xian. With this in mind, without waiting for Sui to open his mouth, Lu Qingling hurriedly stepped forward and begged for forgiveness. "Mr. Su, don't blame Sui. He did it to help me." Sui was baffled. What's this busty woman screaming about? He hurriedly took a step forward, pulling Lu Qingling behind him, making a grief-stricken expression, and said in an aggravated manner, "Auntie Su, I'm sorry. I admit that this is all my fault. I shouldn't have made a move to injure these bodyguards. I shouldn't have disobeyed my brother. I'm sorry. I know that being a younger brother should fulfill my brother's desires, but I." Looking at Su Yi's grief-stricken expression, the guilt in Su Xian's heart welled up. She rushed forward to take Su Yi into her arms and comforted. "Xiao Yi is not aggrieved. Auntie Su knows that your character won't mess around. Tell Auntie Su what's going on." "No, I can't say." Sui bit his lips and palpitated sadly. "Brother is right. The fault is all mine. It was me who wanted to molest that girl. It was me who wanted to forcefully female dash asterisk 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 her. My brother was trying to stop me so he let someone beat me. I'm sorry Auntie Su. I've let you down." Crowd around? Holy, is this a ing human being? Isn't this a top-notch green tea whore? Boom! Su Xian's anger shot up to the sky. She rushed towards Zhang Qian in large strides and without saying a word, she threw a slap at him. Bang! A crisp slap sounded, and Su Xian said angrily, "Zhang Qian, you, how could you do such a despicable and nasty thing? Forcibly robbing people's girls? Are you still a human being?" "No, I'm wrongly accused. Mom, you're my own mother. How can you think of your son like this?" Zhang Qian covered his face and cried out in aggravation. Looking at Zhang Qian's appearance, Su Xian was always a bit soft. She knew her son was bad, but she didn't want to believe that her son would be the one to forcefully rob a woman. Could it be something else? She looked at Lu Qingling and asked, "Little girl, does this want to molest you?" "That doesn't really count." Swish! Su Xian's face changed. Could it be that Sui lied to himself? It doesn't count. Sui's pained voice came out. "I am not counting wanting to forcefully female dash asterisk 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 you. It's just that my friend wanted to use you to browbeat me into sending you to my bed, and I just happened to agree to it. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Auntie Su, hit me if you want to, scold me if you want to. This matter has nothing to do with brother at all. It's all my fault." Negative emotion value plus 1000. Zhang Qian's nose was crooked with anger. This is clearly making up its own Sui, you shall not die. Yes, brother, you can scold me if you want. It's me who badgered you. No, it's you who saved this girl. It's me who did that evil thing. It's right for you to scold me however you want. I just hope that you know, brother, that my brother never wanted to go against you, and that my brother can give everything for my brother, as long as my brother can recognize my brother. That's enough. Sui was laughing in his heart, but his face was full of sincerity. I can't even move my little gold medal at the Oscars this year. Saying that, Sui lifted his palm and was about to smack himself in the face. No! Su Xian grabbed Su Yi's hand with red eyes. Guilt value plus 200. Auntie Su, let go of me. I'm not a person. I'm not a thing. I've failed you. I've failed my brother. Let me beat myself to death. Yat! Su Xian took Sui into her arms as she sobbed. "Xiao Yi, Aunt Su forbids you to hurt yourself again. You didn't do anything wrong. It's Auntie Su who's wrong. It's Auntie Su who gave birth to this asshole. Xiao Yi, wait. Auntie Su will get justice for you." Sui was still sobbing, but his eyes were full of bragging rights when he looked at Zhang Qian, as if to say, "See, your mom kissed me. I'm sorry. It was an accident. I should have let your dad throw you off the wall back then." Negative emotion value plus 1000. Zhang Qian's eyes were red with anger. Damn you Zhang Qian, you shall not die. Su Xian instantly had a huge change in color, rushed towards Zhang Qian with big steps, and lifted her hand to slap him down. "How dare you insult Xiaoyi? Mom, it's not like that. It's really not like that. Listen to me explain. Listen to me. Negative emotional value plus 200. Negative emotional value plus 500. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Zhang Qian's miserable screams were accompanied by a sea of negativity into the account. He cried miserably, glaring at Sui with eyes that were eager to eat him alive. But Su Xian didn't listen to his sophistry at all. yanking his hair with one hand and slapping him furiously with the other hand left and right. Bastard! You! Thanks to me raising you for so many years, you actually managed to do such a despicable and nasty thing as forcibly robbing a woman from the people. Where do you let my old face go? Look at the other, shall we? Not only did he see justice and save the girl, but he was afraid that you would be chastised by me and even took the initiative to solicit this offense. But if you could even compare to a single hair of Xiao Yi's head, I wouldn't be this angry. I'll beat you to death today. You asshole. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. The eyes of the surrounding crowd were going blind. They had seen a lot of green tea whores, but this green tea man was really the first time they had seen it. They were surprised to find out that compared to the green tea bitch, the green tea guy was the real deal. Okay? People are green tea whores for no other reason than to make your husband love her, but this green tea man straight up makes your mom not love you. Inverted Big Dipper. What an absolute inverted Big Dipper. Lu Qingling was even more shocked that her jaw dropped. Was this still the same aggressive man who had just smacked away a group of bodyguards with a few slaps? This is clearly a calling child. No! Don't fight anymore. Please, Auntie Sue. Don't fight anymore. Sui stepped forward and was about to pull Su Xin. Heartbroken. It will hurt to hit his brother like this. He already knows it's wrong. Please, Auntie Sue. Stop it. If you're not relieved, hit me with this. The crowd was dumbfounded. They had no idea when Sui had found a wooden stick. Looking at the shape of the stick, it appears to be a broom handle for sweeping the street. Su Xin's hands were already hurting from the beating, and she was worried that she wasn't yet relieved of her anger. The wooden stick can be like a blessing in disguise. She took the wooden stick in one hand. Xiao Yi, you quickly dodge. This rebellious son, if I don't teach him a good lesson today, he'll get me killed sooner or later. The wooden stick landed heavily on Zheng Qian's buttocks, and Zheng Qian burst out screaming directly in pain, about to escape. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you dare to run, don't blame me for never recognizing you as my son again. Zheng Qian went numb. If it were anyone else, how could he take this? But in the face of his own mother, Zheng Qian did not dare to disobey even in his anger. If Su Xian breaks his bank card in a fit of rage, then he's wasted. It would be worse than killing him to let him, the brocaded young master, go stumbling through life. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Sui, I hate you. Hate you. Chapter 85. Give me the cell phone. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Zheng Qian's bouts of screams were rewarded with a massive amount of negative emotion values. Sui's mouth was twisted in laughter. This tool man, not bad yet. It is recommended that it be sent to the Panhandle Red Park for remodeling. After beating him violently for a long time, Su Xian finally stopped, lifting Zheng Qian's ears and flinging him to the car. In the end, it is also his own son. After all, he is also his own son. Little girl, it's Auntie who's sorry for you. There's $1 million in this card. Take it and count it as Auntie's compensation to you. Su Xian took out a card and handed it to Lu Qingling. Lu Qingling was flattered and quickly waved her hand. No, 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 I can't take this money. This money is actually, behave. Su Xian's face sank as she stiffly shoved the card into Lu Qingling's hand. If you don't take this money, Auntie can't bear it in her heart. Su Xian didn't give Lu Qingling a chance to retort. Looking towards Sui guiltily, Xiao Yi, thanks to you today. If it weren't for you, Zheng Qian would have definitely made a big mistake. You're a great person like your mom. How about going to Auntie's house tonight and Auntie herself cooks and thanks you? Sui thought for a moment and shook his head to refuse. Forget it, Auntie Sue. I still have some things to do later. I will definitely pay a visit some other day. Zheng Qian's negativity had been pretty much gripped. Sheep can't catch a grip on a grip, not to mention. Sui is also relatively short of money right now, so he still has to hurry to get money. In that case, said Su Xian regretfully, then Auntie won't force her hand. Auntie will go back first to continue to teach that lesson, so she will go first. Okay, bye Aunt Sue. Seeing Su Xian leave, Sui turned back to Wang Hu and the others. Fear value plus 500, fear value plus 500. When Wang Hu and the others saw Sui, it was like a lamb seeing an old wolf, pulling out their legs and running, leaning north. Young Master Zhang had been taken back by the ear and whipped. How could they dare to play the fool? Especially Wang Hu. He didn't want to experience the feeling of his arm being twisted into a twist again. Thank you, said Lu Qingling as she timidly came to Sui and held the card up in front of him. This money belongs to you. Sui raised his eyebrows at him. This is $1 million? A chance to change your life. You don't want it? A gentleman takes what he loves. Things that don't belong to me, don't take them, Lu Qingling said firmly. Sui couldn't help but give her a round of applause and praised. Good character, no wonder you're poor. Negative emotional value plus 50. Is there such a thing as complimenting someone? Lu Qingling was a little aggravated. Ah, my order timed out. Su Yi's order was also overdue, but he didn't care. It wasn't meant to be a delivery. As long as it earns emotional value. Lu Qingling's eyes reddened and she stared blankly at the backstage of the takeout. All overtime and fined $100 each. So that means you didn't make any money today and you're out $500? With that thought, the teardrops came out again. Sui was also embarrassed to get up. After all, it was because of himself. How about I show you how to make money? With any luck, 2,000 a day is no problem. Lu Qingling raised her head and wiped her tears. How do I earn? Here, give me the phone. Sui took the pink bear cell phone case. Operate a pass on it. Here, open your mouth. Shake your head. Nod. There. Sui happily handed over his cell phone. Shock value plus 500. $5,000 arrived. Sui, how did you do it? Lu Qingling's beautiful eyes widened. I just took out a loan for you on my cell phone. $5. 000 online at 30% interest. Negative emotional value plus 100 * 10. Lu Qingling didn't say anything, just contributed emotion values one way or the other. $5,000. Wouldn't I have to pay back an extra $1,500? I can't pay you back even if you sold me. Suyi's eyes lit up when he heard these words, and he suddenly had evil thoughts in his heart. 15,000 isn't a bad deal. Okay, no kidding. Give me your cell phone. Negative emotional value plus 100. No more giving. I'm not going to help you with online loans this time. Trust me. I'm really helping you make money this time. Really? Truer than pearls. Lu Qingling hesitantly handed her cell phone over. You need to stop helping me with my loans, ha. Don't worry. Sui was a bit emotional. Having lived most of his life, it was the first time he had encountered such a stupid person. Count on your stupidity. Negative emotional value plus 200 * 10. Lu Qingling looked at the extra $100,000. Her small face reddened. Why did you take out another $100,000 in loans? Sui rolled his eyes. That's what I'm transferring to you. Consider it as your reward for accompanying me in the movie. No, no, no. I can't take this money. Here, you take it. It's a drop in the bucket for me. $100,000 is too much. I don't deserve it at all. Sui didn't bother to listen to her excuses and got on the motorcycle. I'm going to deliver the order too. Slipping away. Hey! Lu Qingling lowered her head in loss and murmured regretfully. The contact info hasn't been added yet? This is leaving? I'm not done ting yet. It's too vulgar to say. Rather than leave a part of yourself behind in the white weight, I'm opposed to water friends quitting the literary world. Get on my dear little motorcycle. There are still plenty of good people in the world. Sui went on to deliver several orders of takeout, and the customers were all very nice and didn't make things difficult. Finally Sui came to a luxurious villa. The price of this infinity is at least $20 million or more. It's much more advanced than what you'd buy for yourself. Sui looked at the put-together meal order in his hand. Do rich people eat well too? But to his surprise, it was Ai Xiaoxing who opened the door. Sui, I knew you were a rich woman, but I didn't realize it was this rich. Ai Xiaoxing, however, excitedly pulled Sui into the house. Come on, drink together. I'm going to drink white today. Pull back, with your drinking. Later, Sui looked at the ad calcium on the table and fell into deep thought. Sui, is there nothing you want to ask? Ai Xiaoxing's gaze revealed complex anticipation. Sui murmured. Why do you want to eat spelled good food? Negative emotional value plus 50. Would you believe me when I say that I ordered all the writers around to order you specifically? UNND. Abstract sister, I bring you not thin, right? You so abuse me. Your commission for this single is not even $3. Negative emotional value plus 500. The schoolmarm vowed never to be brave again. You have to use abstract quotes when talking to abstract people. Bravery once for introversion for life. I'm sleepy. Tell me a story and put me to bed. I'm your father. Telling you stories. No story. Dropping. $5,000 in Vmail. Sui looked at his cell phone. Sister Abstract, do you think you can do whatever you want with $5,000? Dropping. $5,000 in Vmail. What does the guest want to hear? Chapter 86, The Anderson Fairy Tales. Whatever. Just be able to put me to sleep. Sui began to think in his head. Then his eyes lit up. Hey, I have a great idea. I'll tell you the story of Iron Cow Beef Noodle. I don't eat beef. Then I'll tell you the story of the Underground Maze Adventure. This is good. The water friends perked up their ears. Let's listen to Sui, deep in the Qinling Mountains. Wu Qi and Old Itchy make a wish on a bronze tree. But the moment the wish comes true, big weird hands reach out from the branches of the tree. February red. Come for medicine. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui, I asked you to put me to bed and you tell me scary stories? Good to hear. What happened to Wu Wei? Schoolgirl, you don't have to talk yet. I want to keep listening. The schoolmarm brought the quilt from the bedroom and wrapped herself in it. As long as the comforter knot is there, the evil spirits can't hurt me. Then I'll say something else? Good. Then I'll tell you a fairy tale. Once upon a time there was a little girl whose family was desperately poor. In the middle of winter, she carried a nuclear bomb to sell, and asked people, do you want a nuclear bomb? It's super cheap. One bomb for one person. And then a wolf grandmother named Wa Kung came along and asked the little girl, are you Fidelity with this nuke? Little girls say of course it's Fidelity. There was a place where a nuclear bomb was dropped before, and they didn't say a word about the thousands of degrees of heat. Hua Chang asked how much. The little girl said $2 a pound. Hua Chang was instantly offended. Is this nuke made of gold or silver melon balls? With that, Hua Chang pulled out a watermelon knife to stab the little girl into a hornet's nest. The little girl was dying, and before she died she was cold. So she found a place where no one was, and bang, set the nuke on fire. At that moment, the whole village saw her to milk. Negative emotional value plus 50. What kind of fairy tale are you? The Anderson fairy tales are also fairy tales. Day password. Refund. The location of the return check is in Afghanistan. Eventually the schoolgirl fell asleep. Suyi's heart couldn't help but beat as he looked at her godlike face. It's a shame you can't draw a king's rump with that face. After hesitating, Suyi slowly approached schoolgirl AI. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he noticed that the schoolgirl's eyelashes were fluttering. Tension value plus 100. Suyi? Nima's not sleeping? Suyi violently catapulted backwards, his eyes searching around the room. This isn't going to be a fairy tale, is it? The alarm bells went off in Suyi's heart, and he directly opened the door and slipped away. At the sound of the door closing, schoolgirl AI opened her eyes filled with resentment. Che, what a wimp. When she looked down and saw the black pen on the ground, she couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth a few times. It's good to be a wimp. It's good to be a wimp. The time is still early. Suyi is ready to deliver another order of takeout. The location of a college. Ah, there are hooligans. Suddenly, a scream came from not far away. A giant tank that was 160 by 160 in size then came crashing towards Suyi with a ground-shaking momentum. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pills la. Suyi's face went white with fear. What kind of body is he? If he gets hit by this, he'll fall apart if not die. Not to mention the fact that this thing had grease hanging from the corners of its mouth and smelled like an overnight hot pot. It was comparable to a biochemical mother. Suyi was so scared that he twisted his head and ran. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you fat as crazy? Anger value plus 500. What? What did you say? You call my old lady fat? Are you ing blind? Can't you see that I'm extremely chubby? Even if you born coveting my body, how dare you insult me? The fat woman crossed her waist with one hand, and pointed at Suyi with the other hand to scold angrily. What disgusted Suyi the most was, this thing is actually wearing a JK. That poor oversized JK has suffered pain it shouldn't have to at its age. Such a commotion immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Suyi laughed. You're a fat woman who looks ugly and wants to be beautiful. You don't look as good as Nyonya Shirji, but you have a heart to be a princess. Did not Fish Liang give you the courage? Ha 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 ha. This brother scolded well. What is this woman? She doesn't look at her own virtues, and she dares to say that someone's little brother covets her? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Could it be that the aura has revived? How can a pig demon become a spirit? What words? I just turned 18. Vomit. Stop it. My lunch. The boys on the sidelines burst into a chorus of contemptuous voices, yet the fairies were silent. Ah, all of you assholes. Shut up. Shut up. Negative emotions plus 500. The fat woman was furious and stepped forward to point at Suyi and chided. How dare you dirty man say that you didn't covet the beauty of my old lady? So what were you doing with your cell phone pointed at me just now? Wasn't that a sneak peek? If you have the guts, open your cell phone album and let me see it to prove your innocence. Suyi? Grass? What's going on? Are you on the subway? Suyi was instantly enraged. Good you pig-nosed onion thing. Do you have any self-knowledge left? At your size, you can drown without worrying about drowning, you know? What do you mean? The fat lady froze. Drowning without drowning? Could he be complimenting his body? Bummer. I'm sure it's coveting someone's beauty. Suyi, because you have a swimming ring. Swimming ring? Obese looked down and became enraged when he saw the greasy skin exposed by the propped-up JK. Damn it! How dare he flirt with himself? Anger value plus 500. Anger value plus 1000. Ah, damn you men. You men are disgusting trash. Lowly creeps. Get your cell phone out for me to inspect, or I'll waste you. On what basis? Suyi asked back with disdain. The fat lady snarled. On the grounds that I suspect you of filming me. Then I suspect you're not a woman. Take it off and let us examine it. Negative emotions plus 500. Negative emotions plus 1000. The fat lady's face turned the color of pig's liver. Ha 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 ha. Relief, too much relief. That's a good dislike. Nowadays, all the fairies are so unaware of themselves? She still dares to come out to touch the porcelain even though she looks like this. Does she really think that all men are blind? I won't deny that men are horny, but we men definitely don't like piggishness. Hey, what do you guys mean? One of the gathered fairies nuzzled. Each to their own. We girls are just dangerous when we go out. What's wrong with being more aware of the dangers around us? What do you know about women's safety? That's right. Another fairy immediately chimed in. Women are inherently a noble species superior to men, and you men deserve to be physically castrated and completely exterminated. Empty cave. If he didn't sneak a peek at this sister, how could this sister bite him? Yeah, would we girls use our innocence to falsely accuse someone? Tom tom. A succession of heavy punches, accompanied by a line about innocence being paramount, absolutely killed all the males in the room. The men were dumbfounded by the dislike, as if they were really the ones in the wrong. Asterisk 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 your doggy asses. Sui laughed coldly, and innocence is supreme, but you guys fall back on handsome men, kneeling to lick rich young men. How come you didn't think about innocence is supreme? What? You're so frustrated with being a dog with the rich that you're looking for us honest people to take it out on you? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 200. Negative emotions plus 500. A massive tide of negativity used to. With this wave, Sui had offended all the fairies present. Damn man, how dare you be full of. Sisters, we must check his cell phone today. This beggar's cell phone is definitely not clean. We can't let him go. That's right. If we don't make this stinking man pay today, we women will never be safe again. If society is in chaos, women say so. A host of fairies helped to boost the fat lady's confidence. She immediately took out her cell phone, opened the camera and started shooting at Sui. Sisters, take a good look. Mountain Harbor Medical University girls' dormitory downstairs found a lewd sneak peek man. Caught by me and still do not admit it. Gmail people quickly move the small hand of hair wealth to help forward and expose this stinky rascal. Hurry up and take out your cell phone so I can check it, or I'll post this video on the internet and make you lose your reputation. Chapter 87. Chapter 80, asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of octagonal warrior dares to touch the porcelain now? Brother, don't be afraid. I've already recorded the screen live. I can prove that you were just delivering a takeaway. You didn't do anything. Who isn't a little fairy boy? Let her post it on the internet and see who's the one who loses his reputation. The water boys have long been sitting on their hands, cursing all over the place. It's not uncommon for men and women to be pitted against each other. It's not uncommon to be wrongly accused of stealing photos. But this is all seen online. When did it really happen in real life? What a credulous, upside down mouth. Sui, is your mouth a flush toilet? Open your mouth. Anger value plus 500. Asshole. How dare you be mad? Well, you're just waiting to be killed by the internet. The fat woman aggressively uploaded the video to the school confession wall. Sui didn't even bother to take care of this idiot. Mounted his beloved little donkey, turned around and left. Ah, you're dead. Dead. The fat woman scratched her ears in anger and was about to go after Sui, before transforming into a rolling gourd and tumbling 7 or 8 meters, drawing a burst of laughter. Negative emotion plus 1000. Drop. Congratulations to the host's emotional value has met the conditions for 10 consecutive draws in the silver zone, whether to draw or not. Another raffle? So what are we waiting for? You think I'm a willow? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original black silk plus 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original black silk plus 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original black silk plus 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original black silk plus 1. Congratulations to the host for getting 1 stock surge prediction. Sui had a black line on his head. This damn system really didn't have a decent one for once. The girl's underwear is fine. What the hell is this girl's original black silk? Is he afraid that he will focus on making money and waste his ancestral craftwork? Prediction. Ding. Prediction successful. Riceline Media stock will skyrocket in 3 hours. Please host buy in immediately. Riceline Media? Why does this name sound so familiar? Sui took out his cell phone and searched for Riceline Media, and then a head of black lines. This line of media is to do animated movies. Financial reports in 3 years ago profit of 1 billion, but 2 years ago and a year ago, the financial report is a serious loss. The stock fell. That is Warren Buffett to come straight shake his head. Only last year was not bad. Slightly profitable. Is this thing sure it can skyrocket? Sui had a black line on his head, but he felt sure that the system wouldn't trap him. After thinking for a moment, Sui rode his bike directly to Fortune Group. Uncle Lee, I've come to see you. Sui smiled as he walked through the door of the chairman's office. Xiao, you came just as you came. Why do you still bring something? Seeing that it was Sui who had arrived, Li Wen immediately greeted him with a face full of joy. Is there something you want to do this time? Indeed there is. So what? I would like to borrow money from you. Hey, what are you talking about? Uncle Lee's money is your money. You say how much you want. Uncle Lee will let the finance call you. Sui scratched his head and stretched out 5 fingers. $5 million. What? Li Wen was shocked. Xiao, it's not that Uncle Lee won't give you this money, but it's not a small amount. Can you tell Uncle Lee what you want this money for? I want to speculate on stocks. Sui said bluntly. Li Wen instantly showed relief. Great. Xiao, you have the heart to make money. Uncle Lee must support it. But $1 million account is not good for you to register yourself. You say which stock you want to buy. Uncle Lee will help you buy it. Why don't I just buy it myself? Sui thought about the rice noodle media that had been losing money for years, and was a bit embarrassed to open his mouth. Hey, Uncle Lee usually plays stocks, so just tell me, if this stock of yours is good, Uncle Lee will buy some too. Alright then. Sui nodded and said, I'm going to buy Riceline Media, plus 10 times leverage. Riceline Media? How come I haven't heard of it? Li Wen opened the flush. After rummaging around, then almost a mouthful of old breath did not come up to skim over. Shock value plus 300. Are you sure you want to buy this? This Riceline Media has been losing money year after year, and it hasn't had any notable works in the last 3 years. If you buy this, I'm afraid you'll lose a lot of money. Uncle Lee, I'm sure. Sui's eyes were firm. Li Wen said bitterly, since you want a trial and error, 5 million is not impossible. But listen to the uncle, a word of advice from the past. We do not increase leverage, okay? Sui shook his head decisively. No, Uncle Luggage. I've researched Riceline Media, and I guarantee that this stock will definitely make a profit. And it's going to be a big one just a few hours from now. Looking at Sui's determined look, Li Wen finally swallowed back the words that came to his mouth. Disappointment value plus 500. Li Wen was a little disappointed, but after all, it was the child of the people's savior, and he could not help. Li Wen picked up the phone and let his secretary buy $5 million of Riceline Media stock, and also added 10 times leverage. If this money is lost, then he can lose $50 million. Tom. The main door was suddenly slammed open, and the secretary hurriedly said, Mr. Lee, why would you buy this kind of? Shock value plus 300, anger value plus 300. Shut up, do as I say. Levin said angrily. Yes. The secretary glanced at Sui and came to a realization. Shaking his head, he walked out. Time passed by minute. Sui's face was relaxed, although he was not optimistic about Riceline Media either. He was optimistic about the system. When the system produces a product, it will be a masterpiece. The gold content of this sentence was still rising. 1 hour later, a piece of news that suddenly dominated the major short video headlines. Neza 3 box office exceeds $5 billion. It's expected to become the new hope of Daxia's movie. With this piece of news coming out of nowhere, Levine also violently rushed his chair and bounced up. Bought at 16. Now it's up to 23 and still going up. Still rising. Shock value plus 5,000. Li Wen's hands were shaking with excitement, and he immediately opened the short video platform, which revealed the truth about the explosion of Wangmi Media. Neza 3. A phenomenal movie. Riceline Media has made a fortune this time. 3 hours later, the stock increase finally stabilized, and at this time, the price of a single share of Riceline Media has risen from 16 to 34. It's more than tripled. 5 million became 10 million, counting 10 times leverage. That is a full 100 million. Li Wen trembled as he looked towards the relaxed Sui. Xiao, how on earth did you do that? Chapter 88, Cyberstorm 2. Wow. I just briefly researched this Riceline Media and thought they had quite a bit of potential. Shock value plus 100. Li Wen looked at Sui incredulously. You just did a simple research and then just concluded that they would turn around and their stocks would soar? Sui spread his hands and said, right. Li Wen looked at Sui with relief. Sui has grown up and now he knows all about business. It's really great. Negative emotions plus 100. At this time, the water friends had also seen Sui's power. ****** me. Brother Yat is awesome. Stereotypes in the minds of fruitful people are a big mountain. But we, Brother Yat, will push him down. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. At this time on the other side, after the fat lady uploaded the video to the confession wall, she didn't want the comments below to be cursing herself. I watched the live stream and people were clearly not filming. An octagonal warrior. Still trying to slander my brother E. The fat lady looked at the comments and raged a bit in anger. What's wrong with these people? Surprisingly, they are still speaking in favor of the man who stole the photos. Since you're unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Those fans on my shakebox aren't covered. Right, headmaster. I'm going to get headmaster. After that, the fat lady went to the principal's office. What's the matter, classmate? What's the matter? The fat lady handed the video to the principal and said, Principal, I'm going to report him. He secretly filmed me and didn't even admit it. Not only that, he guided the netizens to attack me. Men like him must be sanctioned. When the principal heard this, he was furious. What? How could there be such a person? Which school is he from? I'll go find them. How dare they let such a person of bad character go to school? The fat woman told the principal what she knew about Sui. And after the principal understood, he said, Okay, I understand all of this. Let me handle this matter. At this time, Sui has just returned to the school. Coincidentally bumped into the principal of the school of the fat lady who has just arrived at the school gate. And as soon as the principal saw Sui, he recognized that this was the protagonist in the video given to him by the fat lady. You, come here. Sui looked around and pointed at himself in confusion. Me? Right. It's you. Did you secretly film the students in my school today? You're a big man and you're secretly filming girls. Do you deserve to be a man? Hearing this, Sui understood that the fat woman had sued again and gave the principal a blank look, saying, Are you myopic? What do you mean? Why else do you have bad eyes and can't even understand the video? Negative emotions plus 100. You, let's go. Come with me to see your principal. I'd like to see how you can still talk tough. Principal's office. As soon as the principal saw Sui coming, he hurriedly walked over and asked, What's up, student Sue? What's the matter? You're the principal of this kid, aren't you? This student secretly filmed a girl from our school, and not only that, he didn't admit it or apologize for it. He even guided others to cyber-violate a female student from our school. Sui cut a sound and said, There is time to cure the brain. No evidence of things here nonsense. How much did you drink last night? Also, what do you mean I cyber-violated her? It was he himself who posted the video on the confession wall, and the netizens knew it was fake before they scolded her. And it's none of my business if she made it on her own. Negative emotions plus 100. What, no proof? That video is out there. She posted it on the confession wall. And you won't step in and apologize? And continue to let them attack her. The water friends in the live broadcast room have seen what such a brazen person looks like. Sure enough, the crouching dragon and the phoenix are in one piece. You can't get two kinds of people out of one school, huh? Or else I'll fund the transfer 249 to him. Just to mean it. Ha 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 ha. 250 is not even as good as it. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. At this time, the principal watched the video, and heard this, but also could not bear it. Said, No, these things are not the problem of Sue students. You come up here to say that he is wrong. Besides, in this video, Sue students did not secretly shoot him. Negative emotions plus 100. What do you mean? You don't want to care? The principal impatiently interrupted. Okay, this matter, student Sue did not do anything wrong. It's the girls in your school who slandered him. You also hurry to go. Quickly go away, ancestor. Still dare to come to offend Sui. I see you are living impatient, right? You don't drag on me. Negative emotions plus 100. The principal of the fat school saw this and raged a bit in anger, then planned to leave the office. Sui glanced at him lightly and said, Later, go back and don't take the subway. With a footstep, he looked at Sui with a puzzled expression and asked, What do you mean? It's crowded, kid. The principal snorted out a laugh and kindly warned, Man machine. Negative emotions plus 100. The water boys were all amused by the situation. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, it is as toxic as ever. Just this dislike is cool. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. After the principal left the school, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. This principal is even in a snake and rat's nest with that boy. I'm going to find the Secretary of Education. Let's see how arrogant they can still be. Education Bureau. The principal approached the director, Yu Shu, and said, Director, I want to report this. What happened? The principal tells Yu Shu about the principal of Suyi's school sneaking around with him. Yu Shu was also a bit angry after hearing this and said, What? There are even such students now. Not only are they secretly filming and cyberstorming, but their principal is even helping him? Which school are they from? What's that student's name? I'll go and implement it right away. The principal told Yu Shu about Suyi's school. Yu Shu thought to himself, Isn't this that school of Suyi's? And what was the boy's name you remember? Let's see. It seems to be called Sui. Yu Shu was still angry, but when he heard Suyi's name, His eyes widened. What? Sui? Yes. This Sui has bad character and must be sanctioned. There's no way for me to resolve this matter. Don't slander people without evidence. Here's the video. And this webstorm. Chief. Yu Shu watched the video. Coldly laughed. This video inside where there is a shot to Sui's sneak shot. Obviously is in the slander. There is also this net violence. She sent to the confession wall above is not trying to go to the net violence Sui. While everyone knows the truth. This is called Sui Guide Net Violence? Negative emotions plus 100. Get out of here. Slander without evidence. I don't think you're going to be principal. Negative emotions plus 100. No. Chief. Yu Shu interrupted. Alright, go away. Don't keep going to Sui's trouble, or your position is really untenable. The principal returned to the school in a muddle, and as soon as the fat lady saw that the principal was back, she immediately walked up and said, Principal, you're back. How was it? The principal looked at the fat lady with a complicated expression. What's wrong with doing anything but messing with Sui? Even the director is helping that Sui, so it's obvious that he has a powerful background. Let's forget about this matter. I've taken a closer look and I really didn't sneak a peek at you either. So let's just forget about this matter. After that the principal left without waiting for the fat lady to speak. Seeing this, the fat woman said viciously, Damn it. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. I'd like to see how you deal with Netstorm. Chapter 89, I'm the Crown Prince. Day 2. Sui opened the live broadcast as usual. Brothers, I'm going to take another piece of you today to be a cow or a horse. Brother Yat, I'm a real cow and horse. And you're a fake cow and horse. The hearts of bulls and horses are like shards of glass. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Ding. You have a new order. The cell phone came to the takeaway message. Come to live, come to live. Sui put on his clothes and went out. Just after arriving at the merchant's entrance, Sui realized that the people around him were looking at him, accompanied by whispers. Isn't this the same brother on the internet who steals photos and doesn't admit it? Stinky man, good looking, didn't expect to do such a thing. Sui listened to them talk, faintly opened the phone. Mouth also did not idle. I thought that randomly follow the wind, haphazardly stand in line, the results of the truth behind the out, and immediately fall back on the follow dog only online. Did not expect the reality is also there. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The two people who just spoke heard what Sui said. Face suddenly felt ashamed and angry. A moment of red temperature. At this time, the water friends in the live broadcast room were also shocked by the speed of the two people's red temperature. It's cooked. Short video. Honestly, there really are people who can instantly red wine. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui looked at the video sent by the fat woman on the phone. The content is probably to say that he stole the photo, do not admit it, but also insulted her. Cyber violence her. Yoo-hoo. It's still live. Your order is ready. At this time, the takeout order that Sui needed to deliver was ready. And Sui picked up the takeout and left. This address. Isn't it her school? What a narrow road. Sui looked at the address on the takeout order, and after a brief thought he rode his bike towards the school where the fat lady was. School. At this point the fat lady is holding her cell phone live. Babies, I'm on my way to get takeout now, so I'll talk to you over dinner when I get it. Hello, your takeout. Yo, you're on live. At this time, the fat woman's takeout arrived. Her body shuddered at the familiar voice, and she looked up to see that it was Sui. Why you? Sui ignored her and got next to her to take a look. It didn't matter if he didn't look. He was shocked. The Sui in the cell phone directly transformed into an alien after entering the camera. That beauty face. That thin face. Proper alien ah. Sui was startled by his own self in the live broadcast and hurriedly walked away. The beauty face is on so much, or I'll restore your beauty. Negative emotions plus 100. The fat woman was obviously infuriated and said viciously, What do you mean? What beauty? This is my natural beauty. What do you know? Who do you blame for your own ugliness? The water friends in the live room laughed themselves silly when they saw this scene. Ha 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 ha. This warrior is killing me with laughter. Not bad for a hexagonal warrior. Original and beautiful haha. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. And what kind of attitude is that? You're a delivery guy. Don't you know how to treat your customers with respect? Be careful, I'll give you a bad review. The fat lady said to Sui and then picked up her cell phone and said to the netizens in the live broadcast room, Babies, I didn't expect that today's delivery man would be the one I told you about. The sneak peek man. It's really too bad luck. The netizens of the live broadcast of the fat woman do not know the truth. Looking at the beauty of the face pulled full of the fat woman claim. Have to fight. Intend to reel Sui. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui smiled and said, I think you need to eat a little more makeup. The fat woman looked at Sui with a confused face and said, "What do you mean? Eating cosmetics? Are you crazy? Can you eat that stuff? If outer beauty doesn't work, add more inner beauty. Negative emotions plus 100. What do you mean? Personal attack, attack me right. The baby's in the live broadcast room. I'm being personally attacked. People are so sad. Oh, is there anyone who can help me?" The fat woman could only find the netizens in the live broadcast room to complain in anger. At that moment, Sui's cell phone rang. "Your name is Sui, isn't it? You're the weed with no parents to teach you. Bullying my sweet baby? I'm telling you, hurry up and apologize to her, okay? Or else I'll make you eat your words." Sui calmly smiled, not expecting this warrior's fans to be of some use, but he actually found out his cell phone number in one go. "Oh, looks like you have a background? Then what else? I am the manager of Fortune Group, do you understand? Kid, Fortune Group is how many people dream of wanting to get in, and I don't want to lay my hands on you. Hurry up and apologize to her." The manager of the Fu Run Group. A bit interesting. Sui did not speak, but directly hung up the phone. The fat woman naturally heard their conversation, and looked joyfully at the carnival that the person who just called Sui had brushed her with. "Don't hurry up and apologize to me? My big brother is a man of honor. If you don't want to die, hurry up and apologize." Sui gave the fat lady a blank look. "You two are quite a match. It seems that the Moon Lord's garbage classification is spot on. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui picked up his cell phone and called Lee 1. "Hello, Uncle Lee, I kind of miss my dad. Guilt value plus 100. What's wrong, E? Is someone bullying you?" "It's not much. It's just that I've been told I'm a weed with no parents to teach me. And suddenly I kind of miss my dad. Guilt value plus 100. "What? Who dares to talk about you?" "That person seems to be the manager of the Fortune Group. Negative emotions plus 100. "The manager? Right. I think he's about to be rolling miles. Wait, Xioi, I'll handle this." And at this time the fat woman is with the manager, even microphone complaining about the bidder. Who knows the manager but suddenly disappeared. A few minutes later the manager came back. "Big brother, you're back. Let me tell you, just now don't call me big brother. From now on, return all the money I gave you. Do you know who you've offended? That Sui is the crown prince of the Fu Run Group. Mud, now it's costing me my job. I'm telling you, hurry up and give me back my money." Negative emotions plus 100. The fat lady suddenly panicked a little. This delivery man, how could he be the prince of the Fortune Group? It is impossible. It must be a mistake. The fat lady still wanted to say something to the manager. The manager had already left. Negative emotions plus 100. "Are you not fooling me? How could you possibly be the crown prince of the Fortune Group? Do you know what to look for in a cup of tea, you?" The fat lady's brain suddenly stopped thinking. Why are we suddenly talking about drinking tea? Sui looked at the fat woman, shook his head, sighed and said, "Forget it, see, you don't know." At this point, the water friends were probably amused to see the fat lady in this state. Find your own tea set. Ah, the bottom of the cell. What goes around comes around. Take your own innocence and slander people. Serves you right. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Chapter 90, No Power. Jailbird. On the other hand, after AI Xiaoxing got the songs that Sui wrote for her, she immediately sang them and sent both songs out to the fire. Many entertainment companies approached her. "This song is only found in heaven, but not on earth. This song just sings to my heart. This word, this song, whoever could write it must be a master." Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. At this time, Sui was waiting for his new order at the hotel, and the sudden emotional value gave Sui a whole lot of confusion. "No, I didn't do anything, did I? How did I suddenly get so much emotional value?" Puzzled, Sui opened his phone and saw that his water friends were frantically etching him. "Brother Yat Yat, did you see those two songs? Brother Yat, those two songs are really good. I thought of you as soon as I heard them. Pamper yourself, give us a cover." When Sui took a look, it turned out to be the two songs he had written for AI Xiaoxing earlier, which had caught fire after she sang them. "Since you guys want to hear it so much, I'll spoil the fans and sing it for you after delivering this order in a while. Anyway, it was written by myself. Can I still not sing it? It was just the right time to use this to gain emotional value. But later on, if you find a venue with a bigger venue and more people, the emotional value should be more." Sui was about to go back to school after delivering takeout when he saw a college student on the side of the road selling songs. Sui parked his car aside and said to the water friends in the live broadcast room, "It just so happens that there's a college student here singing, so I'll cover it for you guys now." At this time the water friends heard this, immediately all came to the spirit. Frantic propaganda. And there were a lot of people on the side of the road who were attracted to it. Sui walked up to the college student and said, "Hello, Can I borrow your equipment? The college student took a look at the takeout clothes on Sui and said in a nonchalant manner, do you know how to sing as a delivery boy? Don't break my equipment. So, you know how to sing well? Sui hugged his chest and smiled as he looked at the college student. The college student was full of pride and said, that's for sure. I've studied music. So you can sing those two songs that have been so popular on the internet lately. When the college student heard this, he suddenly looked embarrassed. And Sui laughed and said, wow, you wouldn't know how to sing, would you? Negative emotions plus 100. The college student reddened and said, those two songs, at first glance, are written by masters, and if I want to sing them, they are also sung by those kinds of masters, so I will be able to listen to them a few times. Wow means you can't. You can't even sing that. Negative emotions plus 100. I can sing. You do that then. By this time the surrounding area was also filled with people one after another, all of whom were listeners of the previous college students. Sing one for him. Punch him in the face. That's right. A delivery boy still has the nerve to believe what he says. The college student looked around with some trepidation and finally made up his mind that one song was over. Not only were the people around in Sui silent, even the water users were silent. No. What is this singing? It's like I'm talking in my sleep. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. When the college student saw that no one was talking, he thought that he was singing well, so he continued to sing a second song. Sui couldn't help himself and said, I want to ask first, did you pick up a bottle of Puffy and use it? The college student was confused. How did you know? Oh, no wonder. What kind of Puffy makes you so confident? It's really gauze wiping your ass and leaking me a hand. I'll take shelter from the lightning. Negative emotions plus 100. You. Sui glanced at the college student and added, forget it, with your comprehension skills, you won't necessarily understand even if I explain. After saying that, Sui took away the microphone of the college student and directly began to sing cleanly. The people around them heard it and were instantly stunned. Is this what they call an expert in the field? That's not much better than that college kid. After the two songs, there was thunderous applause all around, and the faces of the college students were as colorful as rainbows. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends were also shocked when they heard Sui sing, and then posted the video of Sui singing online to make a big deal out of it. Brother Yat's singing is really good. It feels even better than the original. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui lightly glanced at the college student and said, there's nothing unusual about being able to sing, but you, alas, gold always shines, but you, a glass slag, are always reflecting. Negative emotions plus 100. And at this point, the video of Sui's cover instantly caught fire all over the internet, and although it was well sung, Sui was also slammed. This is plagiarism, right? And it sounds good. What a cover. It's clearly plagiarism. That's right. This kind of person deserves to sing. Doesn't he just have a better voice? As soon as the water users saw someone belittling Sui, they immediately sent out crazy pop-ups. Brother Yat, someone is questioning you. Brother Yat, hide. The garbage collector is coming. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui looked at the online comments and did not care much. At this time the live broadcast, more and more netizens came into the Sui is to start cursing. Sui. Suddenly a shout came over. It was AI shouting. Why are you here? I saw that it said you were covering my song here and then a lot of people on the internet were calling you out and I happened to be around and I came over. AI shouting said solemnly. Some people should stop scolding Sui. Both of these songs are sung by him. There is no such thing as plagiarism. And in addition, he does sing very well. The live stream instantly exploded. Whoopsie. Some people are getting punched in the face now, aren't they? Does their face hurt? Those who just said yes Baidu may not be able to search you. So Gu should be able to understand? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotion plus 100. At this time, the college student was also shocked by this scene, that he had offended the master of the music industry. Master, shake your head well before you talk to me, and no apprentices haha. Negative emotions plus 100. Seeing that there was no more emotional value to glean, Sui intended to ride away. Sui, wait, take me back to school with you. AI Xiaoxing called out to Sui. AI big school girl, I'm not going back to school, you go back by yourself anon. Negative emotion plus 100. Sui rode his bike to Fortune Group. Uncle Li, I came to see you. Xiao Yi, why are you here? Is there something wrong? Li Wen warmly greeted him. Uncle Li, it's like this. I want to start an entertainment company, but I don't have any connections. You know, I don't have a mom and dad, and I don't have any more people to help me. Guilt value plus 100. Uncle Li, can you help me? I have money of my own. I have been trying to make money. Guilt value plus 100. Xiao-yi, Uncle Lee help you. Tell Uncle Lee what you need. Chapter 91. How come all the secretaries of the political and legal committee are your relatives? It's alright, Uncle Lee. I'm going to try it on my own. I've got some savings, and I came here this time to see you and tell you what I think. Negative emotions plus 100. Xiao-yi, last time the stock matter. I also saw your business talent. Uncle Lee believe you. But there are difficulties must tell Uncle Lee. No. Sui nodded solemnly, although he could just let Levin help him. He also preferred to rely on his own ability to make money. In the afternoon, Sui began his delivery career again. Just arrived at the store. Sui looked at his phone and found himself on with the fat lady on the hot search. Sui clicked on the fat lady's jitterbug to see. She even cut the conversation between himself and her at that time into his own has been talking about her. And she has been laid in the poor persona of crying by herself. She wasn't crying when I left. So good at cutting videos. Don't you want to die? At that moment, Sui's takeout order was ready. Little brother, your order is ready. The boss took the takeout and was just about to hand it to Sui when he saw Sui's face and took it back. What? You're the man who made my baby cry, aren't you? The owner said in a no-nonsense manner. Upon hearing this, Sui knew that this boss was once again bitterly attracted by the original beauty of the fat woman. Boss, you're 2 eggs under these eyebrows, aren't you? Just blinking won't look, Sui said with a blank look at the boss. Negative emotions plus 100. Everyone, come and see this takeaway boy. Stealing photos of girls. Abusing girls. Girls are made to commit suicide by him. He's good. He's still relaxed. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. When the surrounding guests heard this, they all cast contemptuous glances at Sui. Nowadays, in this world, there really are all kinds of people. That's right, as if you've never seen a woman before, just doing all these netherworldly things to ruin our men's reputation. Sui laughed and said, if you have so much time to talk about people, why don't you wipe your own mouth? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. What do you mean you? Are we wrong? Just you wait. I'll show you your true form in a while. I'll see how you can still pretend to be a gentleman. What do you mean? Saying that your mouth stink. Don't smoke me. Sui pretended to be smoked and fanned his nose. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room were getting angry and were greatly pleased by Sui's words. Laughing my ass off. Are they looking for a scolding? They won't McDonald's, will they? Simple. Talk in a simple way. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui grabbed the takeout without any good humor. Don't delay me from making money. It's going to be overtime. After saying this, Sui hurriedly left. After delivering the takeout, Sui looked at the increasingly festering public opinion on the internet and sent a text explaining in detail that he hadn't done any of those things and that he would take measures to protect himself if he was slandered again. The fat woman was instantly infuriated when she saw the article Sui had posted. Negative emotions plus 100. Good you Sui, posting articles wanting to cyber violate me, right? I'll call the police. The fat lady came to the police station. Uncle policeman, I want to report a crime. Someone cyber raped me. What happened? The fat woman took out the video with the article published by Sui and said, Uncle police, this is the man who not only secretly filmed me, but also posted an article intending to cyber violate me. The police let the fat lady go after asking her to leave the relevant information and said they would look into the matter carefully. After the fat lady left, they started investigating the matter and found that both sides were involved in the internet. If you ask me, this Sui didn't steal the movie either? That's right. How can we investigate when the chain of evidence is incomplete? The conversation between the two was overheard by the passing secretary of the political and legal committee, Han Tao, who froze when he heard Sui's name and hurriedly asked, You're talking about Sui? What happened? The two policemen hurriedly greeted the secretary of the political committee and told him what had just happened. It seems like she even sued Sui, and the lawsuit is tomorrow. On the other side, Sui also received the fat lady's indictment. Sui's face was a bit cold. Fine, I've already warned you. Since you still want to send it, then there's nothing I can do about it. The next day, in front of the courthouse, you secretly filmed me, cursed me, forced away my big brother Pungi, and tried to cyber rape me. So what if you're the prince? I'll see who else can help you this time. What kind of stinky tofu did you eat that makes you smell so good? Negative emotions plus 100. The fat woman froze and let out a breath. Does it taste heavy? That stinky tofu is still. No. Are you cursing me again? This lawsuit is taking the form of a live broadcast, so you're just waiting to be scolded to death by the netizens. Inside the court. Okay, now let's have both sides present their cases and witnesses testify and present their evidence. Your Honor. He was filming me secretly and I caught him and he still denied it and verbally abused me and used his power to force my big brother away, and not only that, he tried to cyber violate me. These are my evidence. My witnesses are there. When Sui took a look, the witness turned out to be the same boss from yesterday. I'll testify that he even insulted her yesterday while he was in my store. I heard it all. The judge nodded after hearing this and looked at Sui. Do you have anything to say? Sui calmly said. The first, I did not steal the filming at the time I was live, my fans know. Secondly, many of those videos are her editing is not true. You can find someone to identify. Thirdly, I sent the article is to warn her not to harass me again. The fat lady said disdainfully. Do you think they will believe it? Any evidence? Any witnesses? If you pay me back and apologize to me on your knees, by the way, I can send you a video to forgive you then. The boss chimed in. That's right, you've been given steps, so why don't you hurry up and climb? The two of you, one with a restricted IQ and one single-celled life form. You two don't sing opera. Hurry up and spell out your meals. I've seen those who share charging treasures, but I've never seen those who share brains. Sui said coldly. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. And the water friends in the live broadcast room opened their eyes when they saw such a brazen duo. These two. Lock them up. Lock them up. These two are kind of awesome. They look like they grew up on their own. Wow. You've learned the essence of yet upstairs, haven't you? Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. I'm Suyi's witness. The secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Han Tao, stepped forward. These are the videos that I had authenticated, and these videos are indeed all edited. The fat woman looked at Han Tao and recognized that this was the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. You're the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Why are you here? And helping this surreptitious man testify? Negative emotions plus 100. Han Tao ignored the fat lady. The video can clearly see that Sui didn't steal the picture, and the store's CCTV can also see that it was the boss who picked a fight in the first place. Secretary Han, you can't favor the boys. It's clear that she did the wrong thing in this case. He also wanted to cyberstorm me. Those words were clearly meant to cyber expose me. So how could you help him? This surreptitious boy. Guilt value plus 100. Han Tao looked at Sui with some guilt. His own negligence in caring for him had all but caused him to be cyberstormed. Judge, I request that the results of the trial be announced immediately. The judge looked at the evidence of both sides, nodded and said, okay, we understand. After we decided that the plaintiff's evidence was insufficient and perjured, and the defendant's evidence was sufficient and truthful, I declare in favor of the defendant. Negative emotions plus 100. The fat lady was a bit flustered. Your Honor, how can he win the case? It's clearly his fault. At that moment, a team of police came and were about to take the fat lady away. What for? You can't arrest me. This is clearly not my fault. Negative emotions plus 100. Please cooperate with the investigation. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui, I was wrong. Please help me beg for mercy. I'll delete the video now. Please spare me, spare me. Sui laughed coldly. If I had known, why would I have bothered? Chapter 92. Han Tao looked at Sui and said amiably, Xiaoyi, are you alright? Sui lowered his head and said, Brother Han, thank you for today. Without you I might have. Guilt value plus 100. Xiaoyi, in the future, if there's anything you want to do, just talk to Brother Han. Han will definitely help you. Thanks Han. I'm fine. Guilt value plus 100. Brother Han, I have to go back to school, so I'll leave first. Sui raised his head and smiled as he spoke to Han Tao. At school, Sui found AI Xiaoxing and said, Schoolgirl AI, how about we work together? What cooperation? I've set up an entertainment company called Yixing Entertainment. Then how about you become an artist in my company? I can write songs for you and send you to the talent show? Okay, fine. AI Xiaoxing agreed without thinking. Pick a day. I'll write you another song right now, then let you build up more popularity and find you another talent show. Come to the recording studio. Sui picked up a pen and began to write, handing it to AI Xiaoxing after he finished. AI Xiaoxing's eyes went wide after reading the lyrics. I lua bean 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 ah. This writing is also too good it. The world is a big place. Why we meet? Could it be fate? Could it be providence? The lyrics, they're really well written. What's the name of the song? In my song, which still suits your vocal range, just so the title of the song can mirror your singing. In your song. AI Xiaoxing looked at Sui with a starry-eyed look. A boy who could write songs was too handsome. Especially such a good song. Look at me for what? I have gold on my face ah. I still have to rely on you to make money. Look at the lyrics ah. A moment to sing all. Negative emotions plus 100. AI Xiaoxing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Sui. A nice handsome guy with a long mouth. Sui said to AI Xiaoxing, who was adjusting her headphones. Are you ready? AI Xiaoxing nodded, and Sui gave an okay gesture towards the recording engineer in the control room. The intro sounded. Sui's fingers bounced on the piano. AI Xiaoxing swayed her body to the melody, and when she opened her mouth, the entire studio went silent, without a shred of defense or a care in the world. You exist, deep in my mind. When the two came out, the recording engineer gave them a thumbs up and said, you really are a match made in heaven. The lyrics, the vocals, it really enlightens me. Sui waved his hand and said, calm down, calm down. Genius is like this. Sometimes too much talent is also a kind of trouble. Laughing my ass off, thanks to all the songs I listened to in my last life on earth. No, you even put on. I sing very well too. Okay, AI Xiaoxing said. Negative emotions plus 100. The sound engineer froze. Damn it, is this the difference between people? Sui picked up his pen and book and said to AI Xiaoxing again, but you're a music student and I'm a genius. I'll write you another song and save it for you to use on the preliminary stage of the talent show. You'll definitely explode when you sing this. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Once the recording engineer heard this, he was even more solidly convinced that he had never studied music and was able to write such good lyrics. So it was true that a genius was a genius. Writing songs was like playing. Although the water friends in the live broadcast room hadn't just heard the singing that had just taken place, they all understood that Sui must have done something big when they heard their conversation. As soon as I saw this expression on the recording engineer's face, I knew that Yet had definitely brought out his talent again. Recorder, damn. No amount of hard work is better than talent. I'm kind of looking forward to the talent show she's on now. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. AI Xiaoxing posted the new song online, this time specifically labeling that the composer and lyricist were both Sui. As soon as the video was sent out, it rushed to the hot search, and many people saw Sui's musical talent, but some people still questioned it. Brother Yat's business ability carries the day. Cut. Who knows if it's plagiarized? Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui, who had just finished writing the song, had inexplicably received a bunch of emotional values, and with a glance at AI Xiaoxing, he knew that the tune he had just written was probably causing another uproar. Alright, here, take a look. Go back and practice more. Sui said as he handed all the dozen or so sheets of paper to AI Xiaoxing. So fast? Although AI Xiaoxing also knew that Sui's talent was there, she was also genuinely shocked by this speed. Keep it simple alright. Negative emotions plus 100. AI Xiaoxing picked up the lyrics and took a look. I fall in pieces of tears and emotions? Why does that song title sound so deep? Can't read the normal jailbait. After all, it was written by a genius. Negative emotions plus 100. Che, let's see the lyrics. Breaking up in the windy season. You wouldn't have fallen out of love. AI Xiaoxing looked at Sui suspiciously. Sui was speechless too. Lost what love ah. AI big schoolgirl. Do you understand ah? This more can let them into it. The highest state of singing is to be able to listen to the listener into it, understand? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The recording engineer looked at Sui with a face of adoration. Listen to this. This is really love music. AI Xiaoxing skeptically watched the whole song. From the beginning of doubt to the end of the eyes slightly red. He did not fall in love. How suddenly a little sad. All because of this Sui. Always write such a sad song. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui also waited for her to praise herself. It did not expect to suddenly come to the emotional value. Not big sister. I do not seem to have messed with you ah. It will not be shocked by the lyrics of the song, and it is true that it must also be Jilin greatly. At that moment, AI Xiaoxing's phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this MS? AI Xiaoxing AI? Yes, please? It's like this. I'm the director of a talent show, Voice of New Stars. I heard the song you just posted and would like to invite you to join our show. Do you think it's okay? Before AI Xiaoxing could say anything, Sui hurriedly said, yes. I'm her boss. May I ask when the program will start? AI Xiaoxing stared wide-eyed. It's not that I didn't promise. Sui squeezed his eyes at AI Xiaoxing, signaling her to keep quiet. Negative emotions plus 100. Tomorrow. Don't worry. Our program is taken live. It's absolutely fair and impartial. We'll give you $5 million if you participate. How's that? 5 million. Sui hurriedly said. Yes. Then I'll send her there in a moment. After hanging up the phone, AI Xiaoxing complained. Boor, you're just so watery to say yes for me? The audition starts tomorrow and I haven't prepared anything yet. Just did not write the song for your first stage. With this song, your first stage is sure to work. You have to give me a good job. I still have to make money. Negative emotions plus 100. Okay, Okay, go. I'll walk you. The next day, instead of delivering takeout, Sui was looking to find a good venue for the company, then get everything that he should have ready. While on the other side of the room, the voice of the new star had already begun its audition. Chapter 93, Brain Failure. Hello viewers, I'm the host Lily. The voice of new star's talent show has begun. In order to ensure the authenticity of the program, we will take the form of a live broadcast. Now let's welcome the 100 trainees who will participate in the program. It's finally started. I heard that Imo-su and Lee-su are both here. And the rap tutor is still Tiger. The director has put a lot of effort into security. Surprisingly, even Huli-ko from Imbu Entertainment has come. No kidding. I just came to see Coco. When AI Xiaoxing came out, the audience suddenly fell silent. Who's this? Yat Sing Entertainment? How come I've never heard of it? Didn't you say that all the people who came were big companies? What's wrong with the director? Wait, this person seems to be that AI Xiaoxing who was very hot these days. I remember. She sings super well. But how did she get into a company she's never heard of before? Don't a lot of entertainment companies sign her? Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. At this time, Sui had just finished the company's business when he heard the sudden emotional value, and understood that it should be the beginning of the draft. So he took out his cell phone and opened the live broadcast. Okay, now that our 100 trainees have taken their seats, the next to take the stage are the 3 instructors. The first is our vocal instructor, Mr. Mo-su. The second is our dance instructor, Mr. Lee-su. And the third is our rap instructor, Mr. Hoo-hoo. After the mentor is seated. Okay, let's cut the crap and start our first stage. Let's see. Who will be the first lucky winner? Hulik of Imbu Entertainment. As soon as Hulik got on stage, cheers from the other trainees rang out from the stage and the crowd was very excited. Coco. Our Kiki is the first one. A, definitely an A. It feels like the contact students after Hulik are having a hard time, and the mentors are definitely just going to use her as a standard. Huli-ko. Why does it feel a bit familiar? Come to think of it, didn't she also imitate the song I wrote before? And turn around and say that I plagiarized and want the 5th imitator to kick in? Sui sneered. And Huli-ko brought the initial stage, which was a parody of a song written by Sui. Only she added dancing to it. And the mentors were not stingy in praising her. And she got to rating A. Coco is so beautiful. And the song is so good. Why do I feel that this song is so familiar? It seems like the one AI Xiaoxing sang before. Sui sent out a pop-up that stood out because it certified Yat Sing Entertainment. May I ask what it means to copy a song I wrote? Didn't you have the brains to go and borrow it? You want to borrow a song? Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. At this time, of course, Huli-ko cannot see the pop-up screen, but the audience have seen but have been escorting Huli-ko, who plagiarized. I don't say well. We Coco have strength. What do you have? A small company dares to clamor here. So there really are people with rectal access to their brains. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. That's when the host practiced AI Xiaoxing's name. The next trainee to take the stage is AI Xiaoxing of Yixing Entertainment. The crowd looked at the big screen and began to whisper. Yat Sing Entertainment? I don't think I've heard of it. This AI Xiaoxing seems to be the one that is very hot recently. Singing can be very good. And those words, written to my heart all. The mentors also looked at each other. Didn't the director say that all the people who came this time were from big companies? How come they came from small companies that they didn't recognize? AI Xiaoxing came on stage, bowed to the mentors, and said, "Hello mentors, my name is AI Xiaoxing. I'm from Yixing Entertainment, and the song I brought is called I Fell in Tears Emotionally Fragmented." After saying that, AI Xiaoxing began to sing. I don't shed tears and hold back my feelings. I'm in tears, emotionally fragmented. After a song, not only the trainees on the stage were sung and cried, but the netizens in the live broadcast were also sung and cried, and it was as if all of them thought of the teenage girl in their memories. The lyrics are too good to be true. I declare I'm her lickspittle now. Ooh, I miss my first love. The true ultimate be aesthetics. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. At this time, Huli-ko looked at AI Xiaoxing. Her face was a bit gloomy. Where in the world did she get so many new songs? She couldn't be compared to her. The mentor also started to rate AI Xiaoxing. Lee-su coldly looked at AI Xiaoxing and said, "Why is there no dance? This is a talent show, not The Voice. Understand? What are you doing in a talent show if you can't dance?" Sure enough, it's a small company that can't afford to send artists to learn dance. Tiger also said in a bad mood, "Although your tone is very good, but in a song you are all lyrical. No rap at all? This is called a song? Who told you to sing this kind of song? I've never heard it before. Don't plagiarize it." Mo-su was silent for a moment and said, "AI Xiaoxing, right? I think you sang this song out of its mood. And your tone is really good. But this song? I haven't heard it before either. Fellow mentors, this song was all composed by my boss. Sui. Lee Su interrupted. Your boss? What company I've never heard of? And this kind of person writes songs? Joke. AI Xiaoxing didn't say anything, her eyes a little red. The netizens in the live stream saw this and didn't favor her, laughing my ass off. I was thinking that the lyrics were so well written they made me cry. I didn't realize they were plagiarized. That's right. If you really have that kind of skill, how can you not get into a big company? Into a Yatsing entertainment that you've never even heard of. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui coldly called the director. Director, what's going on here? Explain? There's no way around it. It gives the show more heat, and besides, the lyrics in case she's really plagiarizing. I give too much face, do I? Make you think you're acting like a human being, do I? Negative emotions plus 100. The director didn't say anything and just hung up the phone. Inside the live feed, a few minutes later, Tiger took the grading sheet and said, AI Xiaoxing, first stage rating F. Mosu made a cheering gesture towards AI Xiaoxing and said, it's okay, you're an A in my book. Keep up the good work. AI Xiaoxing nodded. Okay, thank you mentors. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also infuriated when they saw this scene, and they ran to Suyi's live broadcast room to cue him. Brother Yat, your men are being bullied. This tutor has a bubble in her head. She's obviously singing very well now. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Some dogs bite people without looking at their masters. Engage in shady spelling background, right? I'd like to see whose background is hard enough. Chapter 94, You're a Rapper. 2. After Sui finished speaking, he drove towards the location of the program. When Sui arrived, he was stopped by the security guards and was not allowed to enter. No uninvolved persons allowed. There's a live talent show going on here. I'm the owner of Escape Star Entertainment, and I'm looking for your director for something. The two security guards looked at each other. Yatsing Entertainment? Have you heard of it? No. I see that the director's list is almost all big companies. I haven't seen any Yixing Entertainment. If you're going to act like it too. What's the point of pretending to be the owner of the crappy Yixing Entertainment? With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Sui said, does your family live in the 8 trigrams? Why are you so gloomy? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui took out the WeChat record of his previous communication with the director and gave it to the two security guards. The two security guards wanted to continue saying something, but after seeing the record, they immediately said, wow, you're AI Xiaoxing's boss. Sorry. We didn't know. Please come in. Sui walked straight towards the director, who was looking at the online pop-ups and didn't care when he saw Sui coming, thinking that it was a staff member, and continued, cut AI Xiaoxing and who likes first stage into a separate video and send it out, so that public opinion is a little bit bigger so that the program's heat will be even higher, and we have to catch the heat. Wow. Right. In a moment, talk to the 3 mentors. Let them pay more attention to Huli Ku. Their company is our investor after all, and this AI Xiaoxing, so that the mentors don't have to take care of it too much. And in the end, let the contrast between the two people be a little bigger, and public opinion will be a little bigger. It wasn't like this when you told me. Didn't you say that you saw AI Xiaoxing's strength? What's the matter? You're a dead fish, with no memory for 3 seconds. Sui stood in front of the director, looking down at him with a sneer. Negative emotions plus 100. The director glanced at Sui and said, you're that Yixing Entertainment's boss? It can't be helped. If she had gotten into a big company we would have treated her the same as Huli Ku, but who knew she got into an unknown company? The water friends in the live room were also infuriated when they heard the director's words. No, how did he become a director? That's capital, is it? I think this director is better suited to be an actor. I think he's quite good at acting. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Did you grow your brain to make up for your height? Not only do you have no height but you also have no brain. Sui compared the director's height with his hand. Negative emotions plus 100. The water boys laughed at that. Ha. Yat's attacks are as strong as ever. A dwarf? Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. You. What's the use of being tall? Do you have money? Do you have power? I'm telling you, don't be ignorant. Black and red is still red. Understand? Besides, their company is our investor. What are you? A small company still wants to go against others? The director said in no good humor. Ha, preaching about background rights, huh? Sui picked up his cell phone and made a call. Hello? What's wrong with Xiaoi? Is the entertainment company in some kind of trouble? Uncle Lee, my artist is participating in the Voice of New Stars talent show, but they're giving me all kinds of bad language just because I'm a freshly registered company. What do you think my dad would do if he were still around? Guilt value plus 100. Voice of the new star. Right, Xiao Yi. I'm going to go and invest in them in your name now. How dare you engage in this kind of shady business? Uncle Lee, why don't we forget about it? It's not good to keep bothering you. Guilt value plus 100. It's okay, Yat. I'll take care of this. Just as he hung up, the director's phone rang. Hello? What? Are you saying that someone invested $100 million in us, and that person said it was invested by Sui? Negative emotions plus 100. Director after receiving the phone staring wide-eyed at Sui. A few seconds later immediately converted into a playful look and said, Su Xiao, is a small have eyes and do not recognize Taishan. Just to intermission. I'll let them come over to tell them to treat you your company's artists well. The Waterboys also marveled at the director's face change when they saw it. 666. Salt is not even salt anymore. Or else it says she can be a director. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. That's when the three mentors came to the back of the room. Director, where is this Yat Sing Entertainment Company from? I've never even heard of it. Li Su said with a puzzled face. That's it? Ha? Who is this person? Tiger said as he looked at Sui strangely. The director hurriedly waved towards the three. Come over quickly. Come over quickly. This is the boss of Yat Sing Entertainment. Su Xiao, why don't you hurry and say hello? Director, what are you doing? Isn't it just an unknown company? As for being so respectful, Li Su said disdainfully. That's it? And look at him. He doesn't look like a boss. I don't know what AI Xiaoxing thinks. So good looking a person. And the conditions are so good, but we'll enter such a company. Tiger said contemptuously. The director smiled bitterly in his heart. Not you guys are pig teammates? I have so much respect for him, certainly proves that he has a big head. I've read the comments you guys just made, and it's safe to say that human songs are really something that dogs don't understand. Sui didn't even look at them. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Mo Su looked at Sui and said, did you write those songs she sang? How did you write them? What's so hard about writing a song when you have the hands to do it? It comes straight out of your head. The waterbenders were vanquished to hear this. But he's really good at owing it. I hate my guts. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. That got you loaded, didn't it? Plagiarizing and pretending you're a musical genius. Who do you think you are? Su, if you ask me, this kind of person shouldn't be ignored. Tiger gave a middle finger towards Sui. China doesn't allow animals to become sperm. So stop talking. Negative emotions plus 100. What do you mean? How many kilograms of yourself? Even if you can write a few lines of lyrics, marvelous? Do you know rap you? Tiger said furiously. Alright, Tiger, don't get angry with this kind of person. A hot chicken who can only plagiarize is just a hot chicken. Li Su patted Tiger's shoulder. Honestly, are you on the wrong side of the law? What do you mean? Do you have any evidence you? Don't slander people. Li Su's face turned red. What's the matter? Didn't you recognize Erlangshan as your master? Negative emotions plus 100. The Waterboys were amused at their mentor's reaction. Ha 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 ha. This Li Su's face is angry green really. Brother Yat, if this keeps up I'm really going to worship you. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui asked the staff for a piece of paper with a pen and said to Tiger, today I'll show you what it means to be a real rap. Chapter 95, Director of Licking Dogs. Tiger said disdainfully, just you still know rap. I'm afraid you're not going to plagiarize again. Don't copy my song later. Everyone laughed when Tiger said that. Negative emotions plus 100. The director was a bit furious. Really a bunch of pig teammates. Don't drag yourself to death. The director thought in his heart. But his face still looked flattering to Sui. Su Xiao, don't let them know. They don't know. I still don't know you. You must have talent. No, director, why are you fawning over this kind of person? What's so good about him? Li Su did not understand the director's approach and thought that the director had been bewitched. Negative emotions plus 100. Shut up. This is our current investor. Mr. Su, you guys still dare to disrespect him. Do you want to work or not? Be careful of shallowing all of you. The director changed his face and cursed at Li Su. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. What about the investors? Isn't there still Imbu Entertainment? What's wrong with having less of him to invest? Tiger directly just couldn't understand what the director was implying. When Li Su heard Tiger say this, he also echoed, that's right. So what if we invested? Do we have to bow down to capital? Besides, the fact that he plagiarized is enough to get him and his artists abused in the entertainment industry. Sui put away his pen and laughed coldly. It turns out that the dog that only wagged its tail to Ingbu Entertainment Isn't the difference between your treatment of who like an AI xiaoxing just bowing down to capital? What are you pretending now? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Alright, the song is written. Open your doggy eyes and take a look. Sui said as he directly flung the paper at Tiger. I'd like to see what you can write and have the nerve to dump it right on me. Tiger picked up the paper and took a look at it, gradually turning from initial disdain to shock. Whose world is it? What if it's number 1? I remember you. Live proudly. Negative emotions plus 100. Did you really write this? No way. How could you possibly write a song like this? It must have been plagiarized somewhere again. Tiger tore the paper off and shouted. The water friends in the live stream saw Tiger tearing the paper off and hugged him. What kind of person is that? Tearing the paper straight away. Are you afraid that people will see it and say that brother yet is better than you? Take some time to go eat a fish. I see this Tiger is quite good at picking out the spines. Let's just change the name to Cat, not Tiger. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Your broken IQ is definitely suitable for counting the moon at night and the sun during the day. Sui was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at Tiger. Negative emotions plus 50. What do you mean? Tiger asked as his brain suddenly went down. At this time, the director really cannot hold back the laughter. Sui's attack is really strong. Worthy of being Su Xiao. The director said while laughing. Ha ha ha. Su Xiao said you have a worrying IQ. It will only be counting one. Ah ha 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 ha. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui glanced at the director and only felt a little amused to be so snobbish. The water friends were laughed at when they saw the director talking like that. Damn, how the director has learned the essence of Yat as well. Is this the top dog liquor? I want to lick Brother Yat too. Brother Yat, let me lick it. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Tiger reddened and said, Director, what are you doing? How can you side with him? Negative emotions plus 100. That's right, director. Have you been compelled by this Sui? Why are you protecting him so much? Li Su also chimed in. Negative emotions plus 100. Complex features can't hide your plain intellect. Negative emotions plus 100. What do you mean? Personal attacks. I'm not that beautiful. What's wrong with that? The most important thing is the soul. Don't you understand? Don't look at yourself. I also don't want to judge people by their appearance. I also made an effort to see your soul and as a result, your soul is not more beautiful than your appearance Sui sighed and looked at Li Su with faint regret and said, Negative emotions plus 100. Li Su was so angry by Sui that he couldn't speak, and before he could speak, Sui's attack came again. Mosquitoes that bite your face will try to kill themselves. Negative emotions plus 100. Put. At this time, Mo Su, who hadn't said anything, burst out laughing. Mosu, what are you laughing at? You don't help us and you're still laughing at me? And what's up with the grading today? What kind of a did you give AI xiaoxing? Deliberately working against us. You want to set up your broken persona right. Li Su heard Mo Su laughing and immediately attacked her. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui took a look at Mo Su. Along with AI xiaoxing a little bit similar. Remembered that live broadcast she did not target AI xiaoxing too much, but instead encouraged her. So continued to fire at Li Su. Look at your 5 features. Each long. Who does not serve anyone? Negative emotions plus 100. Li Su was hard controlled again. Tiger saw that Li Su didn't say anything and couldn't look away. He was just about to speak when he was interrupted by the director. Alright, you guys must ask for clarification, right? Su Xiao is now our biggest investor. Ingbu Entertainment, it counts for nothing. Come on, Mr. Su, you said you're thirsty. Drink water. The director smiled and handed Sui a cup of water. At this point in the live broadcast, the water friends were marveling at the director's ability to lick the dog. As expected of a director, this dog licking business is a great one. Direct fire on friendly forces. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. No, director. How can he be the biggest investor? Isn't it Imbu Entertainment? Tiger was still teetering on the brink of death. Negative emotions plus 100. How much more do I have to tell you to understand? You really are Erlangshan's pet, aren't you? People just invested $100 million. The tens of millions from Ingbu Entertainment is nothing. The director was so angry that he directly jumped up and hit Tiger on the head. Negative emotions plus 100. And the live streamers were dumbfounded by Tiger. Tomorrow's headline. Shocker. Tiger's identity is actually Erlangshan's pet. Stupid aversion offends family members. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. I look at him, and he doesn't look like someone who understands. For future programs, my company's artists, said Sui, looking faintly at the director. Negative emotions plus 100. No, director. The Tiger was about to say something when the director immediately interrupted the spell casting. Okay. Tiger, you won't have to come on the later programs. I'll issue a statement stating that you're quitting the program, and I'll find a new mentor for the later rap mentor. Su Xiao, do you think this result is satisfactory? The director coldly gave Tiger an ultimatum and immediately replaced it with a flattering expression towards Sui. Negative emotions plus 100. And this Li Su. Negative emotions plus 100. Director, you can't make me quit. You promised me before that you would let me stay until the end of the program. You can't go back on your word. Chapter 96, Popularity Rises. The director looked at Sui with difficulty and slowly spoke. Young Su, why don't we forget about Li Su's words? I'll give her a good warning. And won't people let her make another demon? Yo, she's your lover? Sui said as he looked at the two. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui was also a bit surprised when he heard the increase in emotional value. It was just a casual remark, but it really made him right? Surname Su. Don't think that just because you're the biggest investor, you can spit blood. Li Su's voice turned louder as if he had been spoken to by Sui. What? Is the dog going to bite? Negative emotions plus 100. The director's face is also no longer fawning before. Some gloomy, he thought for a few minutes, said to Li Su, okay, you do not talk. You also quit it, the default payment I will give you. So that's it, Su Xiao. You look at this result. Satisfied. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui nodded and said, yes. At that moment, a voice came through. Mr. Li, you haven't gone to rest yet? Sui looked up to see that it was Hu Li Ko walking over. Mr. M.O. Mr. Tiger, you're all here. Who is this boy? What are you guys doing? Hu Li Ko first greeted the three tutors, then asked strangely when she saw that several people were surrounding Sui. Sui looked at Hu Like and said with a smile, Hu Like, right. I'm the one you said plagiarized the song it. Let me think about it. You plagiarized the song I wrote and slandered me in return. How is this account going to be settled with you? Negative emotions plus 100. Why are you here? Director, how did you let this kind of person in? Hu Li Ko was a bit vain and hurriedly turned to the director for help. Who knew that the director wouldn't even care about her? Those two pigmates just pissed off Sui, and it was hard for her to deal with it. But this Hu Li Ko still wants her to offend Sui again? It's simply impossible. She is now Sui's licking dog, sworn to follow him to the death. Negative emotions plus 100. Hu Li Ko saw that the director did not take care of himself, and then looked to Mo Su who was at the side. Teacher Mo, tell me, who actually plagiarized? And now he's accusing me wrongly. What does he know about music? Mo Su also saw the raps that Sui had just written, and believed in her heart that Sui's talent was able to write those songs, while Hu Li Ko was sending out songs after those songs were sent out, and her ability to compose lyrics was really not as strong as Sui's songwriting ability. Sui does have some abilities, and the lyrics he writes are really good, spoke Mo Su slowly. Negative emotions plus 100. Hu Li Ko looked at Mo Su with a surprised face. Just now when the selection was made, Mo Su clearly also had doubts about AI Xiaoxing. How now? Teacher Mo. How come you're also on his side? Teacher Hu look at her. How come she's all biased in favor of him? It's obvious that he's the one who plagiarized. Hu Li Ko again looked at Tiger with a pitiful face. Who just saw the rap that Sui wrote. The lyrics, the rhymes all clearly showed Sui's ability to write lyrics. And besides, he himself was just kicked out of the program because he offended Sui. So Hu just glanced at Hu Li Ko indifferently and didn't help her out. Negative emotions plus 100. Hu Li Ko looked at them strangely. How come everyone didn't help themselves anymore? Obviously it wasn't like this just now during the live broadcast. Hu Li Ko can only continue to look at Li Su. She walked over to gently pull Li Su's hand. Said, sequence order teacher? What is the matter with them? How are they not speak? Is it all do not believe in me? Obviously it is my words. Sequence order teacher, you do not believe in me. Li Su was still sad that she was kicked out of the program, and now she was being harassed by Hu Li Ko, thinking that it was because of her that she went to target AI Xiaoxing, which caused the current situation. She was furious, and she directly flung away Hu Li Ko's hand. Negative emotions plus 100. Mr. Sequence, said Hu Li Ko, looking at Li Sequence with wide eyes. It's all because of you that Tiger and I went to target AI Xiaoxing, and now that we've offended her boss, we've all been kicked out of the show. So you're satisfied? Negative emotions plus 100. Hu Li Ko was shocked. How was this possible? Wasn't she from a small entertainment company? How could she have so much power? Do you know that the way you look right now? It's very much like the 3-star pile. It's ugly to me. Sui looked at Hu Li Ko in amusement. Negative emotions plus 100. Hearing this, Mozo and the director both burst out laughing. Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live room were laughing at Hu Li Ko when they saw this. Hulik, does anyone care about me? Actually 0 people care laughing me to death. Suddenly I feel a little pity for Hulik what to do. At the end of the day, Yat silently makes up for it. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Don't be too complacent. I don't know why you used some means to make them all quit the show, but I'm behind Youngblood Entertainment. And besides, I still haven't gotten to you about your plagiarism. Hulika saw that everyone was not helping her, so she planned to break the bank. It seems like you've been the one who's been copying my songs, right? And you're talking about plagiarizing? Being so able to upstage the paste. I'm really afraid that you'll stick to the pot when you're cremated in the future. Sui found it funny to look at Huliku. Negative emotions plus 100. Just you wait. Dare to offend me. I'm going to show you the power of Imbu Entertainment. Let you know the gap between you. Don't talk to me. I'm a clean freak. Negative emotions plus 100. Hulik couldn't dislike it and was so angry that she just ran away. Sui looked at the director and said, "Alright, there's nothing more to do. I'm leaving. Don't make any more shady little moves. Understand?" Understood. The director said playfully to Sui. That night, the director released a statement. Lia Siu and Tiger had withdrawn from the recording of the program due to other reasons, while the new little prince of rap, Ji-gu, would serve as the new rap tutor, and MS, Fu, who was famous in the dance world, would serve as the new dance tutor. Upon this statement, many netizens expressed their dismay at the actions of their director. No, what's the director up to? What's the point of changing tutors when you're doing it properly? It can't be because they targeted AI Xiaoxing, Rough thought Noza family members. It looks like the owner of Yat Sing Entertainment, Sui, has some power. Looking at the online comments, Sui took the certified microblogging to make a statement that if there is any more shady, unfair treatment of the trainees, Yat Sing Entertainment will still step in. The netizens were instantly blown away by this statement. Oh, brother Yat is mighty. Yat Sing has interpreted the word protector to the extreme. Brother Yat, I want to get into Yat Sing too. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui's move not only built up more popularity for AI Xiaoxing, but also successfully marketed Yat Sing Entertainment. Chapter 97 Expansion. And then the voice of new star was going on as usual, and the director didn't start targeting, letting everyone compete fairly, and AI Xiaoxing's popularity was rising through her own hard work and the songs written by Sui. On the other hand, Sui was thinking about how to continue to market Yixing Entertainment so that he could recruit more artists so that he could make money. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also giving Sui moves. Brother Yat, do you want to check out the acting aspect? Brother Yat, you can see if there are any outstanding ones in the voice of new stars. Let's just dig our feet into the wall and dig her over. Going to sketches to find actors. Now the quality of sketches is old. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui's eyes lit up. Yeah, short dramas are old and hot these days, and they do have a lot of quality actors. Thinking so, Sui drove like the location where the skit was filmed. Sui stood outside the set, looking at the busy scene in front of him, and couldn't help but frown. This was the first time he came to the set to pick someone, but the scene in front of him made his heart clog up. The stagehands were shuttling back and forth. The props master was busy setting up the scene, and in an inconspicuous corner, a girl in an ancient costume was kneeling on the ground, letting the assistant of the current goddess of short dramas, Yang Weiwei, splash water on her. Cut. The director shouted impatiently. Su Desire, what's wrong with you? You can't even act out a scene where you're splashed with water? Start over. The girl called Su Lust was soaked to the skin. Her lips were already frozen purple. She had obviously been splashed many times. Sui noticed that the hem of her costume was still dripping, but she just silently wiped her face and knelt down again. I'm sorry, director. I'll pay attention. Give me another chance. Her voice was light, but it carried a sense of stubbornness. Sui couldn't help but look at her twice more. The girl wasn't exactly stunning, but there was a unique aura between her eyebrows, especially those eyes, which were still clear and bright even in such a wretched situation. Action! Another pot of cold water was poured down on her, and this time, Su Lust was splashed and stumbled, but she quickly stabilized herself and continued to speak her lines. Sui noticed that her fingers were pinched tightly into her palms, her knuckles turning white. Card. Still no. The director threw the script at Su Xiao, and Su Xiao, who was already shivering from the cold, was knocked to the ground at once. Su Xiao, can you act or not? If you can't even act in such a simple scene, do you still want to be in the entertainment industry? Yang Weiwei sneered from the side. Director, if you ask me, this kind of small actor with no background should be honed more. Let's do it again. I have plenty of time. The water friends in the live room were hugging each other when they saw this situation. Has this Yang Weiwei drunk too much Windex, and is net talking sarcasm? It's straight up a whole expectoration. And the internet rumors don't match the reality at all. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui looked at Su Desire and thought, it's a good seedling, and also very spiritual. Thinking so, Sui walked over. Director, this water splashing is too much like a hater. Right, and you need a body double to splash the water? Negative emotions plus 100. The scene suddenly quieted down. Yang Weiwei looked Sui up and down and snorted. Yo, where's this bear from? Still wanting to play the hero saves beauty bit? The director frowned and said, this gentleman, we are filming, please don't interfere with the shooting. Sui looked at Yang Weiwei coldly and said, what class are you? Pointing fingers at me? Are you perfect? Negative emotions plus 100. The director took a closer look at Sui and said, are you that Sui, the owner of the recently hot Yat Sing Entertainment? Negative emotions plus 100. Yat Sing Entertainment? Yang Weiwei suddenly burst out laughing. That's that small company that was just established and doesn't even have a decent artist? A roar of laughter rang out around them. Look at my memory. I'm treating you like a human being again. Negative emotions plus 100. You, what's the matter? You're only good at being clever. Yang Weiwei was just about to make a dirty mouth, but thinking of her image, she held it back. It looks like a QR code, so I don't really know what it is until I scan it. Negative emotions plus 100. Mr. Su, right? Yang Weiwei stepped closer with her high heels. You're not thinking of signing this Su Desire, are you? I advise you not to waste your time. This kind of 18th line small actor, even if you sign it, it won't be a hit. Sui laughed and said slowly, I remember. 3 years ago, weren't you also running around in various theater groups? At that time, it seems like you didn't even have an assistant, right? How come you've forgotten who you are now that you're attached to Youngblood Entertainment? Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room all clapped their hands when they heard Sui's words. Yang Weiwei's face has changed. Can't pretend anymore? Can you? Load. Laughs me to death. Her greatest fear is that her previous experience will be told, and that our brother yet will use a direct magical attack. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. You. Yang Weiwei furiously pointed at Sui, her nail-painted fingers shaking. Ha! Keep your hands off me. Polio? Don't infect me. Looking like a zombie. Negative emotions plus 100. Security. Hurry up and get this person out. Yang Weiwei shouted shrilly. Sui ignored Yang Weiwei, turned to look at the director and said, Director, is this how you bully newcomers? When we treat you like a human being, can you please act like one too? Negative emotions plus 100. That's how this scene was filmed. Even if you're the boss of Yat Sing Entertainment, you don't have the right to tell me what to do, the director said in a good-natured manner. The investor is Imbu Entertainment again, right? You've become Erlangshan's pet too, right? Sui felt the need to investigate Ingbu Entertainment, or else it would surely get in the way of his fortune in the future. Negative emotions plus 100. When the director heard this, his beard went askew with anger. Who are you cursing? Don't think that just because you used some means to get the director of Voice of New Stars to change the mentor and compromise like you did, I'll be afraid of you. Actually, my name isn't Sui. The director was frozen by Sui's sudden words. Wasn't he still arguing? Shouldn't he continue to scold himself? What is this situation? My name is Shangguan Nanbei, and your name is Sima Stuff. Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room laughed when this sentence came out. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yat is really out of the ordinary. Clueless. This is our brother Yat's regular operation. You can't learn it. Killing and extremely insulting. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Security. Get him out of here. The director's voice broke in anger. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. I'm on the air right now. Osui smiled as he looked at the director and Yang Weiwei. What? Chapter 98, The Shrimp-Headed Woman. Yang Weiwei's eyes widened as she looked at Sui with an unbelievable face. Sui was even on a live broadcast? Then wouldn't the image of herself just now be seen? No, it's not allowed. Negative emotions plus 100. How can you just open a live broadcast? You're infringing on portrait rights, you know. Yang Weiwei said as she looked at Sui angrily. She must find a way to make Sui turn off the live broadcast. The director wasn't afraid. He felt that he didn't do anything wrong. He was just a little bit strict when filming. So what's wrong with that? I don't care if you're live or not. I'm filming the movie well. You came to disturb me, and you still have the nerve to say that? I haven't asked you to pay the lost wages. Negative emotions plus 100. Yang Weiwei hurriedly told the director. Director, if he goes live, my image will be gone. The director patted Yang Weiwei's shoulder and said, Weiwei, isn't it just a live broadcast? When the time comes, let's just issue a statement. After all, He was the one who irritated you first and has been provoking you. Negative emotions plus 100. Hearing this, Yang Weiwei instantly lowered her heart, then looked at Sui with a smug expression and said, "So what if you're on the air? Just now it's all because you're stimulating me with my previous experiences." The water friends in the live broadcast room also called out bullishly when they saw this cheeky director with Yang Weiwei. "I'd like to put oil in the pan and see if it splashes or they splash. If a tree doesn't want skin, it will die. If a man doesn't have a face, he's invincible." Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui smiled, picked up the phone, and called Su Xin. "Hello? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Xiaoyi, is the new entertainment company in trouble?" It seems that Su Xin has also seen what's been going on online lately. Sui whispered, "Auntie, I saw them bullying the newcomers at the location where the skit was filmed. I just said one thing, and they just kept talking about me. If my mom was still around, she would have done the same thing." Guilt value plus 100. The place where the skit was filmed? I happen to be over here. What part of town are you in? I'm coming over now. I'd like to see who's being so inconsiderate. Sui told Su Xin the address, hung up the phone and then looked at the director and Yang Weiwei with a smile. "Go lick the toilet if you have an idle mouth. Don't blah 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 here," Sui said to the two with a smile. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. You're still waving here now, aren't you? And you're not afraid of waving yourself to death and stirring up a fire. Yang Weiwei loudly mocked Sui. Otherwise, I'd say you'll be evening out the big money. After becoming Erlangshen's pet, you're not doing anything to get involved with people. Sui looked at Yang Weiwei with amusement, somewhat looking forward to when Su Xin arrived. Would they rely on Ingbu Entertainment? Or would they be more afraid of China Resources Entertainment? Negative emotions plus 100. Good. Still talking tough now, are you? Security guards, kick him out of here like a soccer ball. Yang Weiwei shouted in anger. "I'll see who dares." A voice came and everyone looked over. It was Su Xin. As soon as the director saw that it was Su Xin, the president of China Resources Entertainment, he immediately went over with a doggy face and said, It's Mr. Su, what brings you here? Your presence here really brings me great honor." The water friends in the live broadcast room were talking as soon as they saw the director's doggy look. This doggy style, as if a deceased person. I recognized their relationship at once. It's true that anyone who is a director has a good acting skill. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. As soon as Yang Weiwei heard the director say it was China Resources Entertainment, she also immediately put away that arrogant and trembling look and hurriedly changed into her usual quiet and pure look. "Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Yang Weiwei." Su Xin didn't even look at them and walked straight to Sui with a cold face. "Director, Mr. Su's face is so cold. Is he going to help us out? That Sui is going to be finished. But also offended. Mr. Su, Yixing Entertainment has just opened, is going to close down. Ha ha ha." Yang Weiwei gloated and looked at Sui and said, "Who knows that, Mr. Su?" Suddenly tenderly said to Sui, "Xiaoyi, I'm late. Let you be aggrieved. I know all the ins and outs of the matter. I'll make the decision for you in this matter." Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The director and Yang Weiwei looked at Su's gentle speech to Sui, were shocked. "Ilu, a good boy. You have this background you even did not say? You also open a new entertainment company? How do we know that you have a relationship with the president of China Resources Entertainment? Thank you, Auntie Su. If my mom was around, she would definitely be like you, not letting me be bullied," said Sui, lowering her head. Guilt value plus 100. No, just now you are not so talk. How suddenly so tea? Just dislike people so strong with now so tea words. Tea gas is the same person? It's us who should be crying. The director and Yang Weiwei looked at each other speechless. Some want to cry. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian turned around with a cold face and looked at the director and Yang Weiwei, saying, "It's you guys, bullying the newcomers. Xiaoyi saw the road and you insulted him?" Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. It's not like that. It's not like that. Mr. Su, listen to our explanation. I was just being a little more demanding with my acting skills and then slightly more strict. I didn't insult Mr. Su, the director said with a compensating smile. Right, Mr. Su, we were just discussing the true meaning of acting together, studying the scene together, and Mr. Su's acting just bowled us all over. So we were too excited, so our tone was a bit louder. Yang Weiwei also said with a flattering face. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also shocked when they saw this side of Yang Weiwei. These two. Otherwise you can say one is a director and the other is a popular skit goddess. Too salt. Is this the dogleg to the extreme? The dogleg of dogleg liquors? You guys? It's kind of interesting. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xin gently looked at Sui again and said, Xiaoyi, this matter, how do you want to handle it? Auntie Su, I don't dare. Or let's just forget it. I'm afraid they'll retaliate against me. Guilt value plus 100. Su Xin looked at Sui guiltily. She clearly knew that Sui had opened an entertainment company, but did not properly give help. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The director and Yan Weiwei looked at Sui with a face of nanping. Hello, we hate green tea, and China does not allow green tea to become a spirit. Thank you. Who dares to offend you now? You guys don't want to shoot this movie. And you, Yang Weiwei, right, you're blocked. Chapter 99. Su Xian coldly said words capable of ending both men's careers. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Mr. Su, I can't. This is my first directed play. If I'm not allowed to shoot it, my career will be ruined. You can't be so heartless just because of Mr. Su. The director hurriedly curried favor with Mr. Su, and glared fiercely at Sui. Not just talking about him. Besides, it was clearly him who kept scolding us. We didn't do anything, so why should we let our careers be ruined? Please heaven, recognize the loyal and the treacherous. Su Xian coldly looked at the director and said, when you guys bullied Xiaoyi, did you think that he had also just started his company and was abused by you guys like this? The director's heart called out that he was really more wrong than Sinus. Mr. Su, we know we are wrong. We will give Mr. Su a good apology and make sure there won't be a next time. Besides, this drama of ours, Ingbu Entertainment has invested a lot of money in it, so it's not cost-effective to fight against Ingbu Entertainment for the sake of a Mr. Su, right? Yang Weiwei also said, right, Mr. Su, my acting career has only just begun. It's not easy to get to this point today. If I'm blocked, I'm afraid that Ingbu Entertainment's side. Sui slightly frowned when he heard these words. Coming at this time, the director and Yan Weiwei even dared to threaten Su Xian with Ingbu Entertainment. It seems that Ingbu Entertainment is not to be underestimated. And at this moment, when Su Xian heard this, she also frowned and turned to Sui. Xiaoyi. Seeing Su Xian looking back at herself, Sui hurriedly said, it's alright, Auntie Su, it's just being scolded. I can endure it. Guilt value plus 100. When the director and Yang Weiwei saw Sui like this, they understood why some boys couldn't recognize green tea. This is proper green tea. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian immediately turned her head to the director and Yang Weiwei and said, so what if Ingbu Entertainment? The big deal is to terminate the cooperation with them and work with another company. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Yang Weiwei and the director looked at Su Xian incredulously. This Sui could make Su Xian go to such lengths for him, even giving up the cooperation with Ingbu Entertainment? These two companies are on equal footing in the entertainment industry, and have always maintained a win-win attitude. And now Su Xian is going to war with Youngblood Entertainment for Sui? What in the world is this kid's origin? Sui saw that Su Xian actually preferred to terminate the contract directly for her own sake, and was also a bit touched. If her mother was still alive, she would definitely be like that too. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also shocked when they saw this. CR Entertainment is actually going to fire on Ingbu Entertainment. In the little corners where no one cares, R yet still keeps the green tea. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian added. Things have come to this, you guys take care of yourselves, and on the side of Ingbu Entertainment, I'll make it clear to them myself. Xiaoyi, do you still want to do anything else now? Let's go for a meal together if you don't want to. Sui came back to his senses, almost forgetting that he was here to recruit an actor. He hurriedly said, Auntie Su, I still have something to do. Turning to Su Desire on the side again, he said, your name is Su Desire, right? I'm sure you know. I'm Sui, the boss of Yi Xing Entertainment. I want to sign you as our company's artist. Before Sui could finish his words, Su Desire said, I'm willing. Sui froze. This child agreed to agree. It is a good thing, but how does this sound where it feels strange? There is also this look in his eyes. Why is it getting weirder and weirder? Su Lust's eyes were a bit fiery. She herself didn't realize that she had just watched everything. At the time when she was in the most dire straits, this boy stood out to help her, and was planning on signing himself as an artist for the company, so that he could have a job. And with a job, her mother would supposedly be happy, and wouldn't scold her anymore. And after all, she would have money to be able to give to her younger brother. Su Xian said, in that case, I'll send you back to the company, just in time for you to sign the contract. Sui nodded and shouted at Su Desire, who was suddenly dazed again, to leave. Car. Su Xian received a call from the president of Imbu Entertainment. Mr. Su, it's not too good for you to just let the drama I invested in be lost and block my artist. Mr. Du, I'm sure you know the cause of the matter. The opposite party was silent for a moment and said, this matter is we did not do the right thing. Did not discipline them well. Some other day I will personally pay a visit to apologize to Sui. But blocking Yang Weiwei this matter on this let it go. After all, for so many years has been a win-win cooperation. Mr. Su will not give me face. Right. Su Xian glanced at Sui, asking what he meant. Sui nodded in agreement. Guilt value plus 100. Okay. Su Xian felt guilty inside as she watched Sui compromise so that she could continue to cooperate. After hanging up the phone, Sui asked about the doubts in his heart. Auntie Su, this Imbu Entertainment, can you tell me about it? Su Xian nodded and said, Imbu Entertainment is a company that suddenly burst into flames a few years ago, appearing out of thin air and bursting into flames as soon as it appeared. The president of Imbu Entertainment, Du Rufeng, is said to seem like he's from the Magic City side, and over the years we've always maintained the basic principle of win-win cooperation. Magic City? Isn't that the same as Huang Lu? Would Huang Lu recognize him? Looks like we have to go find Huang Lu. At this time, the car stopped and Su Xian said, Xiao Yi, it's time to arrive at your company. Go and get busy. If you have any difficulties you must tell me. Understand? Sui nodded and said, I know. Thank you, Auntie Su. After Sui signed the contract with Su Desire, Sui said, right now, if you do, there happens to be a script that is also of the ancient style genre. I'll give you the script and you can read it. Sulus took the script and realized that it wasn't a skit, but a movie or TV drama, which was mainly about the female lead working hand in hand with the male lead to detect and solve all kinds of bizarre events. Oh yeah, you play the female lead. I play the female number one. Boss, such an important role. Are you comfortable giving it to me? Sulust was shocked when she heard this. Sui also believed in himself too much. The moment he came up, he was the female number one. Sui nodded lightly and said, at that time when you were filming the skit, I realized that you were very spiritual and very dedicated to acting. This role is very suitable for you. Prepare yourself well and then get ready for the audition tomorrow afternoon. Hearing this, Sulust was very touched. This was the first time someone had affirmed himself. Before, he had been denied in all kinds of ways during the filming of the drama. He must work hard before he could do so. I'll work on it. Chapter 100. Hearing this, Sui nodded happily. Must work hard, so I can earn money. Oh yeah, what about our company? It's all inclusive. Here's the key. The building across the street. That's where our company personnel live. Su desired to look out the window. That is not the rich people specialize in living in the district. Thinking that Sui would be very powerful. I didn't expect to be so powerful. Sulus turned her head and looked at Sui with a starry-eyed face. Alright, you go back and read the script first. I still have some things to do. Sui hurriedly sent Sulust away, suddenly looking at himself with starry eyes, scared to death. When the water friends in the live broadcast saw this, they all called out that Sui didn't understand. Brother Yat, people are looking at you like that. How can you bear to drive them away? Brother Yat has only money in his eyes. All the desire for money. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. That's right. I have to go find a few agents and I also need to recruit assistants. With that thought, Sui drove towards the talent market again. Sui arrived at the talent market, and he weaved his way through the bustling crowd, scrutinizing the information on the various recruitment booths. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a conspicuous signboard. Ingbu Entertainment. Ingbu Entertainment would even recruit here? I thought Du Ruffing would arrange for some powerful people to join directly on his own. Just as Sui stopped to watch, a middle-aged man in a well-fitted suit came out from behind the Ingbu Entertainment booth, with a manager's sign hanging on his chest. He glanced at the male lead, a disdainful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yo, isn't this the owner of that small company? The manager said mockingly. What? You also want to come here to recruit? What decent agent can you attract with your company's little resources? Sui frowned and responded calmly. I don't seem to recognize you. Do I? Who raised you as a dog? Do even dogs know how to surf the internet now? Negative emotions plus 100. The manager snorted and his tone became even more contemptuous. It's not certain who's the dog. A small Yat Sing Entertainment. I'm the manager of Ingbu Entertainment. You have to bow down to me, understand? Besides, with your crappy resources, you don't even have a decent artist and you still want to recruit? Don't disgrace yourselves here. Hurry back and don't waste everyone's time. The brain is a daily necessity. I hope you don't treat it as a decoration. Understand? Sui said without a trace of humor. Negative emotions plus 100. Everyone, come and take a look. This big boss is a marvelous person. A small company with no resources whatsoever. And still dares to come to the talent market to recruit? What a laugh. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Sui, the manager wanted to call out to the people around him to join in mocking him. Sui stopped, took a deep breath. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and turned around with a teasing smile on his face. With his hands in his pockets, he said slowly, "Geez, manager, are you so loud that you're afraid people won't hear you? But then again, your voice is really quite suitable to go to our company as a shouting artist, guaranteeing that a single voice will be able to shout all the employees of the company next door over to work overtime, saving them from touching the fish every day." Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter, and the manager's face instantly turned ironic. He clenched his teeth and continued to taunt. "Humph, your company doesn't even have a decent artist, and you still dare to talk big here? What a joke." Sui shrugged and said with a smile, "Why do I remember? You guys seem to have thrown an olive branch to AI Xiaoxing at that time as well, right? But she seemed to ignore you guys and entered my company instead." The manager choked on that for a moment, his face reddening. Negative emotions plus 100. Seeing this, Sui continued to smile and said, "Manager, you don't mind? I'm a person, right? Just love to tell the truth. Forget that you love to listen to those flattering falsehoods." Negative emotions plus 100. The manager was so disliked by the male lead that he finally couldn't help but tear off the last of his disguise and directly cursed. "What kind of a thing are you? The owner of a small Thai company. How dare you call me out here? I am the manager of Ingbu Entertainment. Believe it or not, I can make you unable to recruit with a single word," said the manager to the surrounding crowd. "I'll see who dares to enter his company today. Whoever enters will be blacklisted by our Ingbu Entertainment." When the people around them heard this, they all began to accuse Sui. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Can a small company go away? Don't delay us from getting a job. That's right. Still here unknowingly offending Ingbu Entertainment. Are you afraid of keeping your company open for too long? I don't climb or compare. I don't compare beasts. Beasts compare me to birth. Sui scolded everyone with an indifferent face. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room all called out wonderfully when they heard Sui say this. Undifferentiated attack. A direct sentence to kill everyone. Or else say it's yat. After watching the live broadcast for so long, I feel like I could drown everyone with a mouthful of spit. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The manager was so enraged that he couldn't speak, and could only point his finger at Sui. "What do you mean by pointing? Pointing to dad? How rude. No big no small." Sui looked at the manager with a funny look and said, "This manager is also too much to stand up to say it. Ingbu Entertainment, how not to let a bit of eloquent talent recruiting? Really no fun." Negative emotions plus 100. Just then, a young boy suddenly stepped out of the crowd, around his mid-20s, wearing a simple casual outfit and holding a resume. He walked straight to Sui and said with a smile, "This boss, I heard the conversation just now. I think you're very interesting and the company has a lot of potential. I wonder if you're still recruiting brokers. I'd like to give it a try." Sui froze for a moment. He just happened to want to recruit an agent, and here he is? Then he revealed a sincere smile. "Oh, you're interested in our company?" The boy nodded, his eyes firm. "Yes, I think a boss who can maintain his humor and poise in such a situation must be a man of style. I believe that following you will definitely have a future." Sui smiled and patted the boy's shoulder. "Good, have a vision. Our company is in need of a talent with guts and judgment like you. Come, let's find a quiet place to talk." When the manager saw this situation, he hurriedly shouted, "If you go to a small company like theirs, why don't you come to us? Ingbu Entertainment. The resources of our company are known to everyone present." Chapter 101. The boy stopped. The manager looked. There is a chance. So he quickly added, "Look, I just said, if you enter his company, we'll also be pulled into the blacklist by our Ingbu Entertainment. The future road cannot go. Why not come to our Ingbu Entertainment? How about it? Your parents sent you to school in order for you to study more. Don't pull the plug as soon as you break defense." Sui saw that the manager was still trying to snatch someone from him and directly exited. Negative emotions plus 100. People around them were also advising the boys. "Young man, don't think about it. That's Ingbu Entertainment. How many people dream of wanting to enter? That's right. Following the boss of a small company. What future can there be? The world really is a strange place. Even cows and horses try to taunt humans." Sui continued to fire. First blood. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Eat less salt you guys, seeing as you're all pretty idle. Double kill. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Also, I'm not a straw boat. Don't send it my way, got it? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Triple kill. All the people were so disliked that they couldn't say a word, and they didn't dare to say anything, afraid of being blown to bits by the cannon. Seeing that no one was talking anymore, Sui said to the boys, "Let's go. Let's continue to find a quiet place to talk." Wait. At that moment, a girl's voice suddenly came. Sui thought that he was here to look for a scolding again, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw a resume handed to him. "Hello, I would also like to join your company. For a new company, an agent may not be enough. I can also be an agent. Do you think it's okay?" Sui looked at the girls, nodded and said, "Alright then, all of you come with me. I'll directly take you to the company first." The manager watched the departure of several people, his face pale. He did not get any benefits, and let him recruit people. Back at the office, Sui briefly told them about the company and then asked them to introduce themselves first. "Let's start with your names." The boy spoke. "My name is Bailey." The girl chimed in. "My name is Wu Shi." Sui nodded and said, "Good. At the moment, if the company is only 2 artists, there is one, that is, Ai Xiaoxing, who is participating in the Voice of New Stars program. She doesn't need an agent for the time being, and there is another one is a new actor I recruited today, called Su Desire. Wu Shi, you will be her agent first. Is that okay?" Wu Shi nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Su." "Oh, right. Su Lust has a female number 1 audition tomorrow afternoon. You just happen to go with her. This key you take it. Opposite that building. Su Lust lives next door to you," Sui said as he handed the key to Wu Shi. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Wu Shi looked at the key and froze for a moment. What is this? The company even packaged housing. And that building across the street is a rich family only live in the neighborhood. Ah, alright, go ahead. I'll explain to Su Lust that you're her manager. I'll WeChat you later within the work. Sui waved his hand and said, negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. When Sui heard the increase in emotional value, he was still wondering how he suddenly added so much when he saw Wu Shi return to his senses, took the key, got up and bowed fiercely towards Sui, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Su." After saying that, she rushed off. Sui was confused by this whole thing and looked at Bailey and said, "This, young people, kinda just have vigor." Sui, however, saw Bailey's eyes looking hotly at himself, and hurriedly wrapped up his clothes tightly and said, "I'm not high if you are, brother." The water friends in the live broadcast room were amused when they saw Sui wrapping up his clothes tightly, laughing my ass off. Our brother yet is not only a straight man, he's also a nephew man. Not a few high, please. Brother yet shudders and hugs himself. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. No, brother, Mr. Su, then what do I do? What do I do? I have all the strength and means right now. Bailey laughed and scratched his head and said, at that time, he just thought that Sui was very humorous, and that he must not be so rigid at work, but he didn't think that he would even be assigned a house. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui let out a sigh of relief and slowly loosened his clothes, saying, "For now, if you have no artist to take on for the time being, but the company doesn't have any male artists right now, so why don't you come with me for a piece of a male artist first? By the way, this is your key." Negative emotions plus 100. Bailey took the key and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Mr. Su, you're practically my righteous father. Let's go. Let's go find the male artist now." The water friends in the live room all expressed understanding and great envy when they saw Bailey like this. "My boss, please learn more from our brother Yat. Okay, if you do, I'll be happy to be a cow and horse every day. Do you understand what you're living in? Let me live." Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui walked with Bailey on his way to interview male artists. The two chatted as they walked, the atmosphere relaxed and happy. Just as they passed a rehearsal room, they heard a heated argument coming from inside. Curious, Bailey pushed open the door and found 6 young men standing inside, all with stony faces and a tense atmosphere. One of the boys, who looked like the captain, was saying out loud, "What the hell are you guys doing? You can't learn this and you can't learn that. Why did I ever team up with you guys in the first place? If this keeps up, we'll have to disband." The other boy lowered his head, his voice a little choked. "But, we've been working hard too. I'm sorry, we're not trying to get off the back foot." Hearing this, Bailey's heart stirred and he said to Sui, "Boss, this can be find a regiment at once." As Sui nodded in agreement, Bailey walked forward and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, Excuse me, I heard your conversation just now, and it seems that you've encountered some difficulties? I wonder if you're interested in having a chat. The five turned their heads in unison, and the captain looked Bailey and Sui up and down with a slight frown. And you are? Bailey smiled and said, I'm Bailey, the manager of Yacht Star Entertainment, and this is our company's boss, Sui. Our company has just been established for a short while, but we're looking for artists with potential. I wonder if you guys are interested in joining us. The captain took the business card, glanced at it, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yacht Sing Entertainment? Never heard of it. What resources does your company have? What support can it give us? Don't tell us that you're just a small company that was just established and doesn't even have a decent project. Chapter 102, Keep Your Dog Under Control. At that moment, a boy who looked like a vice team member tapped the captain's shoulder and said, Hello, my name is Guyen. Our captain's name is Li Zi. He might not have been paying attention when he spoke. Sorry, Li Zi said disdainfully. What's there to say to this kind of small company? One look at them, they just don't have much resources. We might as well disband. Bailey still said with a smile on his face, Why don't you all come with us to the company for a chat first? It just so happens that the company is nearby. Company. Li Zi looked around, clasped her hands on her chest, and said coldly, It's not that I'm saying, you don't even have a decent practice room in this company. What can we practice here? Don't delay us when the time comes. Sui smiled and responded unhurriedly, You're right. It's true that our company doesn't have a luxurious practice room. However, we have a particularly spacious dream practice room filled with the future and possibilities. Would you like to try it out? Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi frowned, obviously not understanding what Sui was saying. What dream practice room? Are you kidding me? Sui shrugged his shoulders and said in a mysterious manner, Oh, you don't know? It's the kind of practice room where you don't have to spend money on decoration, but it allows people to practice their real skills. Look, you practiced quite well with that disgusted face just now. Why don't you teach the other team members? Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi's face sank and his tone became even sharper. Boss, you don't even have a decent resource in this company. On what basis can you make us believe that you can bring us success? Sui was still smiling. His tone relaxed. That's not true. Although our company doesn't have the resources of a big company, we have superpowers. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi froze. Superpower? What superpower? Sui smiled and said, It's the ability to turn rottenness into magic. You see, that cold-faced captain, smacking teammates look you had just now. Once you wrap it up in our company, you can immediately turn into a high-cooled male god, and your fans will surely scream and shout that Brother Li Zi is so handsome. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi's face turned blue at the words and said through clenched teeth, I think you just came here to humiliate us on purpose. You're the boss of a small company. How dare you talk to us like that? Let's go. Liz turned to leave, but saw that none of his teammates were moving. Negative emotions plus 100. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. What's the point of continuing in this hole? Wasting time? Li Zi said angrily. Guyen calmly said, Captain, we're about to disband now. If we don't find a company to sign us, we'll really have to disband. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi glared at them and said, Fine, then you guys can go into their company and I'll go. I'll see what you can do without me. You're all a bunch of losers. You guys probably don't know it yet, but Youngblood Entertainment has been looking for me for a long time now, so it's just as well that I can fly solo without having to bring you bunch of losers with me. After saying this, Li Zi left, and Sui looked at Li Zi walking away. A little strange. How everywhere is Ingbu Entertainment? This guy is with himself? Mr. Su, I'm sorry about our captain, but we do want to be in your company, Guyen said as he walked up to Sui. Sui came back to his senses and said, Don't you guys regret it? Your captain has said that Youngblood Entertainment has approached him, and as you know, Youngblood Entertainment is much better than my small company. No regrets, the remaining five said in unison. Sui nodded. Good, then you'll be the captain from now on. Guyen, now introduce your troupe. Guyen nodded and said, Our group is called Infinite Teenagers. I've just introduced them. This is our lead singer, Bai Yu. This is the dance stretcher, Ling Snapdragon. This is the rapper bearer, Mo Yen. And this is the smallest and all-round, Lu Ran, of our group. Okay, from now on Bai Li will be your manager. Since you are already a boy group, let's arrange some performances for you. Bai Li, you'll arrange it in a while, and then our company will cover the food and lodging. Take these 5 keys. That building across the street is where you live. Let Bai Li take you there. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The 5 people looked at the key and the building across the street, a little confused for a moment. He is not the owner of a small company. This company is not just established? How come it comes with a house delivery? Bailey looked at them and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Shocked. I just started to do the same thing. Let's go. Let's go. I'll take you there now. The Waterboys in the live stream saw the reaction of the boy band and exclaimed that they wanted it too. I really want this kind of treatment too. Should I say not to say? Yet this looking for a male group. Broad shoulders and narrow waist and long legs Sha up. Calm down upstairs and don't drool on me. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. At this time, suddenly a person entered the company. Sui looked up and looked over. It was a boy. Wearing a suit. From the temperament of his body could tell that he had received an aristocratic level of education. Hello, are you Sui, the boss of Yat Sing Entertainment? The visitor walked straight towards Sui, followed by Li Zi who had just walked out. Yo, it seems that this is Li Zi finding a backer to come over. Sui nodded and said, Captain Li Zi. Oh no, now you're not a captain either. Is this finding your own master to settle the score with me? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The boy smiled and said, Sui, you've got it wrong. I'm the president of Ingbu Entertainment. Du Rufeng. This time I'm here to apologize to you for what happened before. I've just learned about Li Zi's matter. It's because he was a bit reckless. Sui looked at Du Rufeng. So this was the president of Ingbu Entertainment. Call me Mr. Su. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Rufeng was silent for a moment, and continued with a smile. Okay, Mr. Su, what about this card? There is 10 million. It's considered my compensation and apology to you, and in the future, we will maintain the principle of win-win cooperation. What do you think? $10 million Sui results in the card. Smiled and said, then I'll pretend that nothing happened before. You can go. Go. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Rufeng watched as Sui quickly took the card, and a hint of surprise flashed under his eyes. Mr. Su, what about this time? There's still something I want to discuss with you. Sui heard this. Probably understand is to come to rob people with their own. Said faintly, sorry, not high if you quickly go. What? Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi couldn't help it and shouted. Surname Su, don't be ungrateful. This is General Manager Du of Ingbu Entertainment. Having something to discuss with you about cooperation is already giving you face. Sui laughed coldly. Where is the dog barking from? Du always. Right. Control your dog. Chapter 103. Li Zi's face was a little green with anger. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui, what are you so proud of? This is Mr. Du of Ingbu Entertainment. Do you not want to open a company and think your company is too long in the tooth? Don't you? Li Zi cursed in a broken voice. When Sui heard this, not only did he not get angry, but instead he laughed. Li Zi, you learned this emotion management from roller coasters, right? You don't even wear a seatbelt when you're on a roller coaster. When you just entered the door, you were as obedient as a dog behind Mr. Du. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi was disliked and before she could react, Sui turned his head to look at Du Rufeng again and said, Mr. Du, you're leading this team quite interestingly. Li Zi's temper is even more difficult to control than Ingbu Entertainment's stock price. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Rufeng still kept his smile and said, some fans like this kind of tantrum. Why not consider it another way to open up the entertainment industry? Sui is a bit speechless. Who has nothing to like this kind of violent temper? Masochist? McDonald's? Sui looked at Du Rufeng with a wry smile and said, Mr. Du, you're so good at dumping pots and pans. You've dumped them on your fans. It's a real shame that you're not going to be a cook. Negative emotions plus 100. And if you really can't control your dog, go find a dog trainer and train it, lest you bite people when you see them outside. Sui continued to fire away. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi's face turned red with anger as she pointed at Sui's nose and scolded. Don't you dare to be conspiratorial here. Let me tell you. Sui, don't think that you can cover the sky with one hand in the circle. Can you? A tiny boss of Yat Sing Entertainment, compare to us, Ingbu Entertainment? You can't even compare to a finger of some Mr. Du. Sui shrugged his shoulders, still not panicking, and calmly said, covering the sky with one hand? I don't have that kind of ability. At most, I'm just helping you cover up the ugliness. However, Li Zi, your temper is really becoming more and more like a firecracker, blowing up at the slightest point. Do you want me to find you a psychiatrist? Your flammable and explosive constitution needs to be cured quickly. Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room were making fun of Li Zi when they saw this. Your husbands? Your husbands, come and get them together. Who the hell is liking being a McDonald's? Who wants to be yelled at by Liz? And who dares to like it? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi's face turned blue with anger and cursed. I think you're the one who needs to see a doctor. What are you so proud of? Our general manager Du personally came to apologize to you. And you still don't know what's good for you. The president of Ingbu Entertainment coming to apologize to you. Telling it is enough for you to brag for the rest of your life. Stinking mud crisps dipped in a bit of seawater. And you really think of yourself as seafood. Sui said without a trace of anger. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi was so infuriated that she couldn't say a word. And could only stare dryly at Sui. As if he had thought of something, Sui looked at Li Zi with another smile and asked, do you know what you are? Negative emotions plus 100. What do you mean? Li Zi looked at Sui warily. The experience he just had and his intuition told him that what Sui was going to say next was definitely not something good. Sui snorted and said, you're a salted fish. Sour and vegetables have excess. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi was so angry that he shouted, what do you have to shout about? Do you know what Yatsing Entertainment looks like in front of Ingbu Entertainment now? A dog that doesn't have any skills but is still arrogant. Waiting to be hit by Ingbu Entertainment in the back and then will honestly wag its tail and beg. Hearing this, Sui ignored Li Zi and looked at Du Ruffing coldly, saying, is this your attitude of apologizing from Ingbu Entertainment? If that's the case, then I don't accept it. If you don't have the strength, don't go and learn how to raise pets like Erlangshen. People have heavenly eyes. What do you have? You have 2 eyebrows laying eggs. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Du Ruffing. Alright, stop arguing and hurry up to apologize to General Manager Su. Don't let my Ingbu Entertainment be looked down upon. Du Ruffing shouted angrily. Negative emotions plus 100. When Li Zi heard Du Ruffing's words, she could only lower her head in exasperation and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Sui didn't even look at Li Zi and said to Du Ruffing, I kind of didn't hear it yet. Negative emotions plus 100. When Li Zi heard this, she immediately raised her head again and waited for Sui. Sui, don't you give an inch. Sui said with a disinterested expression. Mr. Du, is this how your company apologizes? Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing still maintained a gentlemanly appearance, glanced at Li Zi, then smiled and said to Sui, Mr. Su, what about this matter? It's our fault. I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of Li Zi. The newcomer doesn't know any better. Sui said disdainfully, a newcomer? You've established a boy group and have been the captain. How can you still be a newcomer? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing face smile a stiff? This Sui, not simple nah. A little difficult to deal with? Not the slightest bit of face to their own. Really think that they have China Resources Entertainment behind them. Can be lawless in the entertainment industry? Mr. Su, are you taking advantage of the fact that you have CR Entertainment, so you don't have to fear anyone? I think you should have also heard of us. Ingbu Entertainment. It's not good for all of us if we play hardball. Don't you think so? Du Ruffing resumed his smile and continued. After the water friends in the live broadcast room heard what Du Ruffing said, they all said that this person was not simple. Is this the president of Ingbu Entertainment? With these words and this aura, how can you tell that he's forcing Brother Yat to do it? The meaning in that statement gave me goosebumps. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui narrowed his eyes and looked at Du Ruffing. This guy is still a smiling tiger. It is really not simple to be able to bring a company out of thin air and burst into flames. It seems that he has to go to find Huang Lu as early as possible to find out more about it. Thinking this way, Sui still said in a bad mood, I don't understand the dog language. If you want to apologize, take something real. Don't organize these things. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing suddenly felt that there was no way he could communicate with Sui, put away the smile on his face, looked at Sui coldly, and said, it seems that Mr. Su doesn't want to accept our apology today. There's an old saying, negative emotions plus 100. What? Du Ruffing was a little confused by Sui's sudden jump and thinking, money makes the world go round. So what problem can't be solved by money? Chapter 104 Collapse. Du Ruffing's face was a bit twitchy as he looked at Sui. Damn it, he actually felt that he had a point. And Li Zi also looked at Sui with a look of disgust. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pay. Sui simply stretched out his hand directly in front of Du Ruffing. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui, are you falling for money? I just gave you $10 million. Li Zi said as she looked at Sui with disdain. I'm talking to your master. Don't interrupt. Sui didn't share a single glance with Li Zi. Negative emotions plus 100. Do roughing smiled and took out another card from his pocket, handing it to Sui, saying, "In this card, there is still $10 million. Now can Mr. Su accept our apology?" Sui took the card and said to do roughing with a smile. "Wouldn't it have been better if it had been like this? Alright, the apology is accepted. There's nothing to do, so hurry up and go. What about my visit this time? By the way, I also have something I want to discuss with you." Do roughing didn't go away. Still maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, he said. Sui looked at do roughing, and then looked at Li Zi. Probably understood. Said Li Zi how to follow do roughing come together. Dare to want to own infinite teenagers, those 5 people to the Ingbu Entertainment. We don't cooperate with others. I don't want our company's progress to be dragged behind. Sui waved his hand and refused. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Do roughing laughed back in anger and said, "Mr. Su, do you have any misunderstandings about our Ingbu Entertainment? Don't take advantage of the fact that you have a problem in your head and do whatever you want, okay? Isn't it an obvious problem? I can tell by the people you recruit. Just can't work with your company. I'm bloodthirsty." Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room all agreed when they heard Sui's words. It's hard to imagine. If someone like Li Zi is packaged by Ingbu Entertainment, he must have to be liked by a lot of people. It's not possible that all of Ingbu Entertainment's artists are packaged, right? Didn't Ingbu Entertainment explode in the first place because of the appearance of many different types of EGO, and a clear-eyed person can see that they are all packaged? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. With a hint of confidence, Do roughing smiled and said, "It seems that Mr. Su is also a smart person, and I think he knows that I want you to let infinite teenager to me, and as a reward, I will give you another $50 million. How about it? Do you really want to be a dog? Mr. Do, can't even understand human language?" Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi glared at Sui and said, "Mr. Do has opened his mouth. Why don't you let go? Is Yat Sing Entertainment that overbearing? You don't understand the future of boy bands at all." Sui smiled faintly and said in a calm tone, "Li Zi, you want to sign Youngblood Entertainment so badly, just go on your own. Didn't you just say that they can't do it without you? How come now? You can't leave them?" Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi's face changed, a bit vain, and said, "Don't change the subject. I'm doing it for the sake of the team. Ingbu Entertainment's resources are much better than yours." Sui raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Oh, resources are much stronger? Then why don't you ask the male group members if they want to rely on resources or strength to stand firm? Is it hard to believe that it's because they have strength but you don't?" Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi was momentarily speechless, and said in a somewhat impatient tone, "You are treating a gentleman's heart with a small man's heart." Sui looked at Li Zi disdainfully and said, "Li Zi, you're the former captain of the boy group. I do respect your past contributions, but now they are already artists of Yixing Entertainment. So if you think that Yinbu Entertainment is more suitable for you, then you can go by yourself." Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi was a bit agitated and pointed her finger at the male lead. "Don't think you're great just because you're the boss of Yat Sing Entertainment. Mr. Du has personally asked for it, and you're still not giving face? You're holding back the male group's future." Sui didn't pay any more attention to Li Zi, but looked at Du roughing with a smile and said, "Mr. Du, where did you find the spokesperson from? The eloquence is good. It's the emotion management that's almost good. Do you want me to recommend a psychiatrist to him?" Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du roughing smiled faintly and said in a light tone, "Li Yuji is just concerned about the team. So don't get me wrong. I also just want to give Infinite Junior a better future." "Oh, you can give the future? By packaging other artists the same way you packaged Li Zi?" Sui hit the nail on the head when he pointed out Youngblood Entertainment's mind games. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du roughing put away his smile and said with a bit of indifference, "So it seems that you are planning to refuse to let them enter Ingbu Entertainment?" Sui, just opened a company, all have a hot-blooded heart, I understand. I will let you understand the gap between Yat Sing Entertainment and Ingbu Entertainment." Sui said disdainfully, "Talking so much, is that more tons than others?" Negative emotions plus 100. "The iron in your body has impurities, you know?" Negative emotions plus 100. "What do you mean?" Du roughing expressed his confusion. Hadn't he just been speaking harsh words? How did it suddenly involve my body? Still have to practice. Jailbait. Sui gave Du roughing a blank look and said, "Negative emotions plus 100. Either way, I ride faster than you, and you know why? Why? Because you walk, can't, Jailbait, go back, learn more. Sui waved his hand and said, negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room clapped their hands when they saw Sui disliking do roughing. It's still yet. See, that's strength. This do roughing is estimated to be dumbfounded. And it looks like someone who has not gone through the poisonous beatings of society. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Do roughing smiled faintly, his tone somewhat meaningful. Mr. Su, this sea of the entertainment industry has a lot of wind and waves. Sometimes, the boat is too small to withstand the big storms and waves. Don't you think so? Sui laughed and said, you're right. The wind and waves are indeed not small. Haven't we encountered a brainless wind and waves now? Whoops, no. The wind wave originally had no brain. Negative emotions plus 100. Do roughing tried to calm down. He had a premonition that if he continued to stay, he would be infuriated by Sui. I'm going to leave the words right here. So take care of yourself, and I hope you'll let me play a little longer than a few days before you go out of business. Chapter 105, Pretending Like the Wind. After Do Roughing finished speaking, he took Li Zi and left. The water friends in the live broadcast room started cricketing when they saw Do Roughing and Li Zi leave. See that look on Li Zi's face. Still unconvinced, unable to speak the words he dislikes. Why do you feel as if you're a rat running away? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui narrowed his eyes at their backs, then took out his cell phone and sent a message to Huang Lu. It didn't take long for Huang Lu to arrive at Sui's company. Brother Sui, did something happen? Negative emotions plus 100. Sui looked at the windy and hurried Huang Lu, afraid that this girl would do something. He quickly said, there's nothing wrong, sister, just want to catch up with you. After all, it's not easy for us to recognize each other. Guilt value plus 100. Brother Sui, did something happen? Did they talk about you? No. How does something come up as something goes wrong? Isn't this girl a little too stressed about her own affairs? No. Sister, calm down. I just have something I want to ask you. Sui hastily waved his hand and said, okay, Brother Sui, I will definitely tell you whatever you want to ask. Huang Lu said with a sigh of relief. That is, on your side of Mordor, is there one named Do Roughing that you recognize? Sui asked the question he had buried in his heart. Negative emotions plus 100. I know him. He should be considered my cousin. What's wrong? Did he give Brother Sui a hard time? I'll go find someone to beat him to death. Huang Lu angrily took out her cell phone, ready to find someone to beat Do Roughing up. Sui looked at Huang Lu's movements and hurriedly stopped them, saying, Sis, you calm down a bit. I just want to know who he is. It's a law and order society now. Let's not move and fight. If it was someone else, it might have been really just talk. But if it was Huang Lu, Sui didn't doubt for a second that she really would. Negative emotions plus 100. But I remember that he opened a Ingbu Entertainment. Brother Sui, didn't you recently open a new Yixing Entertainment? What if he trips you up? Might as well settle him earlier. Sister, listen to me. I just want to find out what kind of person he is. There's no other meaning. Sui said in a hurry. Negative emotions plus 100. Well, Do Roughing has a very deep mind. I don't like him very much. It feels like he talks with calculations. Huang Lu frowned and said, able to tell that she really didn't like Do Roughing. It's like this. Ingbu Entertainment was able to appear out of nowhere and suddenly burst into flames. It could definitely show that this Do Roughing was still a bit strong. Even if Huang Lu was able to deal with Do Roughing, she couldn't act rashly. After all, in the entertainment industry, the voice of the masses is very important. And now Ingbu Entertainment is among the masses. The reputation is extremely good. Can only first see if you can find a way to bring Ingbu Entertainment down, and then find him to his company. Thinking so, Sui revealed an evil Jiang evil smile. Negative emotions plus 100. Brother Sui, what's wrong with you? He sure did do something to you, didn't he? Huang Lu said with great concern when she saw Sui suddenly reveal an evil smile. Sui came back to his senses, waved his hand and said, It's fine. Sister, let's go to this restaurant. Let's eat and talk. Kuyangshuan. Sui sat in the box. The table was full of delicacies. Sui took a big bite. He had been busy with the company, but he was starving. Huang Lu, on the other hand, looked at Sui with affection. Right, sister, do you know about Do Roughing his company? Sui asked while eating with his head down. I don't know much about it, but I can call out to someone to look into it, and as soon as I get the results, I'll let my brother know. At that moment, Sui's phone suddenly rang, and it was Bailey calling. Mr. Su, someone is trying to pry the corner. What's the situation? Who's trying to pry? The other party claimed to be the president of Ingbu Entertainment, surnamed Du. I don't know where he got the infinite teenagers' phone number from, and gave each of them a call, which probably meant that they would let them jump ship and go to Imbu Entertainment, and that the breach of contract would be paid for them. And the rest of the story said that they would let them go to the Kweyungchuan to have a meal and have a face-to-face meeting. Kweyungchuan? Isn't this the place? You couldn't pry the corner openly, but now you want to dig behind the wall? Sui said in a cold voice. Alright, you bring them over. It just so happens that I'm here. Sui hung up the phone after telling Bai Li the box number, looked at Huang Lu and said, Sister, can you help me go to China Resources Entertainment to find their president? Su Xin to come over? Just say that I have something to find her. Huang Lu nodded and said, okay, brother. After Bailey came with the infinite teenagers. Fine, just wait here for Du Ruffing to come, Sui said with a cold face. Boss, don't worry, we definitely won't go to Imbu Entertainment. At that moment, the door to the box opened and the people who came in were none other than Du Ruffing and Li Zi. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. As soon as Li Zi saw Sui, she exclaimed, Sui, why are you here? Sui didn't even look at Li Zi and said, did you grow your brain to make up your height? Speaking of which, Gu Yan, why did you guys pick him as captain before? Seeing that he has 178 in strength and 178 in face value? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Gu Yan spoke faintly. Boss, Brother Li has taken care of us before. A word also, defaulting to Li Zi's 178. Sui laughed and added, alas, at such a young age, you know how to scare people with your face. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi was furious, pointing at Sui and said scolding, you don't understand at all. We want to discuss things. Did we ask you to come? Didn't I say not to tell Sui? How do you work as an agent? Bailey said with a speechless face. I'm not your manager, and my boss isn't you. Do you really think you're an onion? Negative emotions plus 100. Mr. Du, don't you want to explain? Sui coldly looked at Du Ruffing and said, negative emotions plus 100. Let me get this straight. Our company is able to have better resources, and we can also make them top streamers. These are things that you, a small Yat Sing Entertainment, cannot do. If you want artists, I can give you the other male artists in our company, but infinite teenagers, they have infinite possibilities. They cannot be buried in your company. Although Du Ruffing was answering Sui's question, he was speaking while looking at Infinite Jr. Yo, what brand of plastic bag are you? It can hold so much? Chapter 106. Sui said to Du Ruffing with a smile. Negative emotions plus 100. Besides, who wants your company's artists? They're all vases with no power. Just like Li Zi. Is Youngblood Entertainment going out of business? Now you have to rely on trolling to recruit artists too? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing now no longer had the gentlemanly look he had before, and said with a cold face, if your own company doesn't have the strength, do you have to let me pick a fight? What can you give them? The company doesn't even have a decent practice room. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. When the infinite teenagers heard this, they instantly thought of the shock they felt when they first entered the room given by Sui, which had a practice room, a recording studio, and was exceptionally soundproofed so that they wouldn't be disturbed at all. Sui didn't get angry and said lightly, you know what? When you left earlier, I met the goddess and he said 4 words to me. Hearing this, Li Zi laughed disdainfully. Ha 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 ha, you still met a god? I think you were struck by Ingbu Entertainment and then turned into a little cutie. Right, people and dogs have different paths. Sui's mouth slowly spat out 4 words. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Looking at the petrified Li Zi, Bailey couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. It's still the boss. The slightest mistake will be disliked. Fortunately I'm on the side with the boss. Worship value plus 100. Listening to this sudden admirer, Sui was dumbfounded. No, what's with this worship value? Turning his head, he saw Bai Li looking at himself with a starry-eyed expression. Ha, it's too scary. These eyes, I have to protect myself. Sui silently wrapped his clothes tightly. The water friends in the live broadcast room laughed out loud when they saw Sui's behavior. Ha 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 ha. Yat silently wraps himself up once more. Hello, I'm a boy. What's your age? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing laughed coldly. Sui, do you really think that you can be lawless just because you have China Resources Entertainment backing you up? It's too arrogant. How dare the owner of a small company look down on us? Ingbu Entertainment? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm simply too lazy to bother with you know what? You want to secretly dig in and warp my family's artists, and you want me to bow down to you? If you want to see me bow down, you'll have to kneel down for me first. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Roughing clenched his hands into fists and tried to maintain his gentle elegance as he said, something that can't be on the stage. Your gaze can only go so far. Keeping on fighting against us won't do you any good at all. Do I have to give up my family's promising artists to you and then you throw those vases at me? Even if it's a favor? I'm dense and phobic. I can't get close to people with a lot of hard eyes, so just stay away from me, Sui said with disgust. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Seeing Du Roofing's hands clenched in anger and the veins emerging on his forehead, Li Zi hurriedly said, Mr. Du, don't be general with this villain. Aren't we here to sign unlimited junior? Touchy-feely, you two take up 2 words. Sui looked at Li Zi and Du Roughing indifferently and said, negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Roughing finally dropped his gentle demeanor and pointed at Sui's nose and cursed, who the hell are you? I'm from Mordor. So what if you have CR Entertainment backing you up? I can also directly bankrupt CR Entertainment. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to see eye to eye with you mortals, you would have died long ago, do you understand? As soon as the water friends in the live broadcast room heard Du Roofing's words, they all sat up. Is this Du Roofing's head from the moon? It's full of pits. You really think he's being spoiled by all of them? Just like a cyber guy. He's like a cyber god. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. What are you doing? At this time, the compartments suddenly opened, and 2 angry female voices came out. Sui smiled slightly. Here it comes, just in time. Du Roughing impatiently turned around, just wanting to see which one of the ungrateful ones it was. What he saw at a glance was Su Xin, the president of CR Entertainment, and his nominal cousin, Huang Lu. Negative emotions plus 100. When Li Zi saw Du Roofing's sudden aura price down, she was a bit strange and said in a bad mood, who is it? Can't you see that we are talking about things? A little bit of brain no still trespassing. Oh, negative emotions plus 100. Before Li Zi finished his words, Du Roughing covered his mouth. Living ancestor you cannot speak. This is my cousin Her strength can be too much greater than his own Brother Sui, are you alright? Did Du Roughing bully you? I just heard something about dying or something. Did he try to kill you? I'll kill him first. Huang Lu hurriedly ran to Sui. Negative emotions plus 100. Hearing this, Du Roughing instantly felt his neck go cold. If he really let this cousin of his make a move, he was afraid that he would really have to lose his life. Sui was startled and quickly pacified. Sister, let's not fight and kill. This is a society of law and order. We have to speak the law. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Roughing looked at Sui with a grateful face. His heart was in tears. In the future, he will never target Sui again. Thank me, Mr. Su, for saving my life. When Su Xin saw this scene, she was a bit puzzled in her heart. Did Xiaoyi have an ambiguous object? Are you alright? As soon as I heard you were looking for me, I rushed over. Sui smiled and said, Auntie Su, I'm fine. It's just that Mr. Du has been trying to buck me all along, so I wanted to ask you, is Youngblood Entertainment going out of business? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Hearing this, Huang Lu glared at Du Roughing. This guy, he really made things difficult for Brother Sui. When Su Xin heard this, she coldly looked at Du Roughing and said, Mr. Du, is this your Ingbu Entertainment's tactics? I remember I've already given you guys face, right? Negative emotions plus 100. Facing Su Xin's words, Du Roughing could be unafraid, but Huang Lu kept glaring at herself. God damn it, didn't he say that this Sui didn't have anything to do with him? How could he be related to his cousin? Could it be that the brother that my cousin said she found earlier is Sui? Mr. Su, this matter is indeed our fault as well. We will compensate Mr. Su accordingly. Du Roughing forced himself to be calm and said, is that so? I just heard you say that you want Brother Sui to die. Chapter 107, Cousin. Huang Lu looked at Du Roughing with a smirk. Negative emotions plus 100. Not good. Feeling to pill. Du Roughing tried to control his emotions and calmly said, Cousin, you can't favor outsiders, can you? Although grandparents and they love you, they also love me. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xin was a bit shocked as she looked at Huang Lu and Sui. This little girl was actually the big miss of Magic City, and was actually falling back on Xiaoyi? Thinking of this, Su Xin felt a tinge of guilt. She hadn't given Xiaoyi any help, and now that Xiaoyi knew the big lady of Mordor, she probably didn't need her help anymore. Guilt value plus 100. Bai Li also looked at his boss with a shocked face. The boss actually knew the cousin of the president of Ingbu Entertainment? And that cousin seems to be siding with the boss at the moment? Worship value plus 100. Gu Yen saw this situation. His face didn't float too much, but inwardly he was incomparably shocked. From the fact that the boss had given everyone a room for no one, he knew that the boss must have some background on him, but he didn't expect that the boss would have a relationship with the Magic City side. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Listening to the sudden worship value, Sui hurriedly turned back to look. Sure enough, saw the eyes of the fiery Bailey, and silently wrapped tight clothes, and then saw the sight of the infinite teenagers all staring with fiery eyes to see themselves, even more afraid. No, I really can't. I don't want this. What worship value? It's a bit too scary. The water friends in the live broadcast room made fun of Bailey when they saw the look in his eyes with infinite teen and Sui's actions. Now it's not just Bailey who wants to go higher. Why does it feel like everyone from Infinite Teen wants to go higher with Brothery? Brother yet is really still too well-rounded for both men and women. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Huang Lu had a murderous aura in her eyes as she coldly looked at Du Ruffing and said, "You just said that you want Brother Sui to die, so you're trying to go against me." Negative emotions plus 100. There was a hint of coldness in Du Ruffing's eyes as he smiled and said, "For the sake of an outsider, are you sure you want to go against me? It doesn't seem to be doing you any favors, and I don't think Grandma and Grandpa would want to see us go against each other like this." Cousin, you say, right? Negative emotions plus 100. When Sui heard this, he was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Du Ruffing to even be afraid of Huang Lu. It seems that Du Ruffing is also very favored in Magic City. Huang Lu frowned and looked at Du Ruffing coldly, saying, "You're threatening me? Brother Sui is also my relative. You are targeting me by targeting him." Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing seems to have calmed down, no longer afraid of Huang Lu. After all, he is also considered the young master of Magic City. Thinking this way, Du Ruffing's tone began to become relaxed and comfortable, restoring his previous gentle elegance. "Cousin, even if I did target Sui, so what?" Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room were infuriated when they heard Du Ruffing say this, and they all started attacking Du Ruffing's mouth. Who was the one who was scared to death and covered Li Zi's mouth? It's loaded again. Brother, we'll be honest when we, Brother Yat, tell you about breaking the defense later. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui saw Du Ruffing's bullying face and understood that he couldn't be too hasty. He said, "It's okay, sister. I'm used to being bullied. And you know it, I even protected you when I was a kid. Even though I accidentally lost you at the back. But it's okay, now that I've found you. And when I'm working hard at trying hard, I'll be able to continue to protect you." Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing looked at Sui with some surprise, trying to maintain his image and not letting his facial expression crumble away. Is the current Sui of the 82 years of green tea the same person as the Sui who was a fine product when he exited before? A second personality has appeared, right? Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xin heard Sui said his childhood experience. Some guilty look at Sui. He has never been to understand Sui's childhood. Did not expect him to have suffered so much. Their aunt really is not a little help, but also let Sui suffered so much. Negative emotions plus 100. Huang Lu was also very guilty after hearing Sui's words. It was not easy for her to recognize her brother Sui. She had been enjoying a rich life, but she still let her brother Sui suffer all the time. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xin looked at Sui with firm eyes as if she had made up her mind and said, "Xiao Yi, Auntie Su is on your side. I'll fight with you against Youngblood Entertainment. In the future, tell me if you have any difficulties. I'll try my hardest to help you smooth things out. Don't suffer on your own anymore, okay?" Negative emotions plus 100. When Du Ruffing heard this, he frowned and said to Su Xin, "Mr. Su, are you sure you want to help him? I don't know what magic he has that can make you all turn toward him." Su Xin turned around and looked at Du Ruffing indifferently, saying, "Mr. Du, don't think that I don't know about those despicable tricks of your company. Moreover, it was you who first targeted and threatened Xiaoyi in the first place." Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing's face was a bit ugly as he looked at the innocent-looking Sui and frowned. He really didn't know what kind of mesmerizing soup the Sui had given them. "Mr. Su, we've maintained the principle of win-win cooperation for so many years. Are you going to tear your face off with me just for a small yet sing entertainment? Also, Mr. Su, haven't you forgotten that your company still has a lot of cooperation with our company? If you just tear your face off, China Resources Entertainment might have to face huge losses. Mr. Su, you have to think clearly." Du Ruffing looked at Su Xin with a smile and said, "Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xin's face was a bit ugly. She did have a lot of cooperation with Imbu Entertainment. If she really tore her face off, CR Entertainment would indeed lose a lot. But, for the sake of Xiaoyi, Su Xian gritted her teeth and said, "So what? My CR Entertainment. I'm going to hand it over to Xiaoyi in the future." Negative emotions plus 100. When Du Ruffing heard this, he finally couldn't tense his facial expression and looked at Sui and Su Xian with a surprised expression. Su Xian, do you know what you're saying? You're going to give CR Entertainment to him? He's just a brat with no background and no future. You're killing the future of CR Entertainment. Chapter 108. Du Ruffing never thought that Su Xian would hand over the CR Entertainment that she had worked so hard to bring to life to a stranger just like that, or a person with no background and no future. When Sui heard Su Xian's words, he was also shocked. No, what's wrong with you two? Li Wen wanted to hand over the Fortune Group to him, and now Su Xian wants to hand over China Resources Entertainment to him? I'm a little scared. I'm a bit scared. I still want to see their efforts to eat it. Du Ruffing once again broke his defenses and abandoned his image, shouting, "What kind of compulsion did this Sui put on you guys? How dare you want to tear your face off from me for him, and give CR Entertainment to him?" Negative emotions plus 100. Huang Lu said somewhat angrily, "Du Ruffing, do you know that you are very vocal?" Negative emotions plus 100. Yo, the little girl even dislikes people too? Sui also smiled at Du Ruffing and said, "That's right, Mr. Du, you're a bit talkative, huh? Sometimes look for your own problems more often. Don't always think that it's me who has put down some kind of bewitching soup, some kind of compulsion. It's a new China now. We have to believe in science. Don't believe in these crooked ways. Mr. Du, you're also an adult. You're almost 3 years old. How can you still be superstitious?" Negative emotions plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Hearing the sudden worship value again, Sui realized that it must be that Bailey guy again, so Sui wrapped himself even tighter. When Bailey heard Sui's words, he also immediately worshipped. The boss is so handsome, so good at disliking. Obviously he can eat soft rice, but he still has to use his own efforts to prove himself, and his emotions are so stable. He wants to talk about it. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. And hearing this in Huang Lu and Su Xian's ears, Sui was a very poor child. Even though he was being scolded and threatened by Du Ruffing all the time, Sui was just kindly persuading Du Ruffing to trust science more. Du Ruffing's face was already red with anger. Pointing at Sui, he cursed, "What are you pretending here? Who knows what tricks you've used, even if they are all on your side. So what? I'm also the young master of Magic City. What can they do to me? You'll still have to be obediently stepped on by me?" At this time, the water friends in the live broadcast room were immediately unhappy when they heard Du Ruffing talk like this. "This Du Ruffing, what do you mean? It's obvious that our brother Yat is the one with the charisma, okay? There is no image of a pig, but there is the temperament of a pig. Brother Yat is a green tea from 1982. Can you compare to you?" Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. At this moment, Su Xian and Huan Lu immediately couldn't sit still when they saw Du Ruffing pointing and cursing at Sui's nose. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing. Du Ruffing was startled by the sudden unison of the two. Su Xian cold face, frowned, said, "Du Ruffing, I see that you are the president of Ingbu Entertainment. Respectfully address you as Mr. Du. But now what you have done makes me feel that your title of the president of Ingbu Entertainment doesn't really fit you, and I don't need to give you the so-called honorary title any longer. And in the future, we, CR Entertainment, will be breaking off our cooperation with Ingbu Entertainment." Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing looked at Su Xian with an incredulous expression and said, "You're just going to cut off your cooperation with us? Do you know how much damage this will cause?" Su Xian looked at Du Ruffing with a look of disgust and said, "Do I still need you to tell me? Xiao Yi is right. You are indeed dense with words." Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing was still about to say something when Huang Lu interrupted. "Du Ruffing, if it wasn't for brother Suyi's face, I would have killed you right now. You know." Negative emotions plus 100. When Du Ruffing heard Huang Lu's words, he got goosebumps. He knows how powerful this cousin of his is. If she really wants to kill, then she will definitely kill herself. But then Du Ruffing thought to himself, he is also the young master of Magic City. So what are you afraid of? You killed me, cousin. Have you ever thought that if you really killed me, how are you going to tell your grandparents and the others that you killed your cousin for a guy? Come to your senses. I'm just targeting Sui. What can you do? Watching Du Ruffing make a crazy death attempt in front of her, Huang Lu took out her knife and approached Du Ruffing. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The people present saw Huang Lu took out the knife have been shocked. This magic city to the Missy. How to move real ah. As soon as Sui saw that something bad was happening, he immediately pulled Huang Lu and said with a smile, Sister, calm down. I just told you. It's a legal society now, right? Surprisingly, it's a legalized society. So we can't just fight and kill without moving. We have to be lawful and reasonable in everything we do, said Sui hurriedly took away the knife in Huang Lu's hand. My ancestor, you don't want to harm me ah. A society based on the rule of law. Are people in the magic city so simple and brutal? Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian as soon as he saw Huang Lu took out the knife, also immediately panicked. How this little girl so raw ah. Xiaoyi can grasp it? Thinking so, Su Xian nodded as she looked again at the knife Sui had just snatched away from his hand. Aha! It seems to be grasping. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing was also startled, and when he saw Sui take away the knife, a trace of gratitude actually rose in his heart. Then brother Sui, what do you think we should do? Huang Lu's face eased a bit as she looked at Sui seriously and said, or else, just give me all of his company's promising artists. After all, he's always wanted to buck me and dig up my artists. Sui thought about it and said, after all, it seems that Du Ruffing has some status in Magic City now, so he can't be broken at once. Negative emotions plus 100. No way. Imbu Entertainment is my heart and soul. I've been operating it painstakingly for the past few years. It's not easy to have decent entertainers. I can't just give it to you. When Du Ruffing heard this, he immediately exploded. This person even wanted his company's artists. When Sui heard this, he smiled and said, Mr. Du is also aware that most of his company are vases? I thought that Mr. Du didn't know that. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing was exasperated by what Sui said for a moment, and could only stare dryly at Sui. Huang Lu looked at Du Ruffing indifferently and said, that's it. Give all your company's promising artists to brother Sui. Du Ruffing's face became more and more ugly as he shouted, Huang Lu, do you really think I will listen to you? I won't give it to the artists. I will tell my grandparents about this matter and see who they favor more. Also, Sui, I will make you regret what you did today. Chapter 109 Art. After saying this, Du Ruffing took Li Zi and left, and at this point in the live broadcast, the water users had been shocked by one serialized drama after another. What's going on? I just went to the restroom and the president of CR Entertainment is about to become brother yet? What is this? That's strength. Jailbirds, let's welcome the king of CR Entertainment and Yat Sing Entertainment, Sui Yat. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui narrowed his eyes and looked at Du Ruffing's back, wondering how he should deal with Imbu Entertainment in the future. Negative emotions plus 100. Brother Sui, I'm sorry, I didn't even help you. Huang Lu looked at Sui with a guilty face and said. Sui touched Huang Lu's head and said, it's alright, sister, you've done a good job. Thank you. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian looked at Sui just touching Huang Lu's head. Inwardly she was surprised beyond words. No, this big Miss Magic City just let you touch her head? Sui looked at Su Xian and said, Auntie Su, thank you for today as well, or else I don't know how much I'll be bullied by Du Ruffing. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian smiled gently and said to Sui, it's alright, Xiaoyi, these are what Auntie should do. In the future if there's anything don't carry it on your own anymore. Make sure you tell me, okay? Sui nodded vigorously. The next day, Sui opened the live broadcast as usual. Brothers, today I'm going to start my life as a cowhorse again. I'm going to check out the place where Su Desire is going to try out for the theater. Maybe I'll be able to dig up some treasure. When the water friends in the live broadcast room heard Sui say this, they all said that they were connoted and hated it. Brother Yat, do you still want to call this a cow and horse life? You've got CR Entertainment on your shoulders. Is this the world of the rich? It's true that we're still not rich enough. Brother Yat doesn't want Versailles anymore. You bastard. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui pushed open the door of the audition room, just in time to hear a pop sound. He subconsciously stopped his footsteps and looked in through the half-open doorway. A tall girl was covering her face, her long hair strewn messily over her shoulders, her eyes red but stubbornly biting her lip. Sui was a bit puzzled. Isn't this Su Lust? Where did Wuxi go? Shouldn't the agent be accompanying her? Who do you think you are? Director Wang Mingda sat in his chair with his legs crossed, playing with a fountain pen in his hand. For an 18-line small artist like you, it's already a great gift to be able to give you the chance to audition. The girl raised her head, revealing a delicate but pale face. Lin Shin recognized that this was Su Desire, a newcomer who had recently appeared in a few web series. Director Wang, I really don't understand what you mean. Su Lust's voice shook a little. I just want to audition properly. What's the point of pretending to be noble? Wang Mingda suddenly stood up and grabbed Su Lust's wrist, hanging out in this circle. You don't even know this rule? His other hand had already touched Su Lust's waist. The water friends in the live room all started to eat their melon when they saw this. Is this going to be a subterfuge? But this director looks so familiar? Upstairs, this man is the famous director of Imbu Entertainment. So many plays are made read by him. I didn't realize he was like this in private and engaged in subterfuge. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. How dare this person bully his company's artist? He even wanted to engage in subterfuge? No, this can't be tolerated. Sui pushed open the door and took a big step in. Director Wang. Excuse me. Sui's voice was calm. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingde impatiently turned his head and obviously froze for a moment when he saw Sui. Sui was dressed casually today. A white shirt with jeans. Looking like a freshly graduated college student. Who are you? Wang Mingde let go of Su Desire and looked Sui up and down. Sui from Yixing Entertainment. Sui walked over to Su Lust and held her back without a trace. I happened to be passing by, and I heard that director Wang was casting, and it just so happened that the audition was for an artist from our company. So I came over to take a look. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingde snorted and said, Yixing Entertainment? Is that the newly opened small company? I heard that you think you're above the rest just because you've signed the recently hot AI Xiaoxing? He sat back in his chair. What? A small company like yours also wants to come and get a piece of the action? Negative emotions plus 100. Su Lust gently pulled the corner of Sui's coat behind him and whispered, Boss, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. Sui, however, seemed as if he hadn't heard, as he looked straight into Wang Mingde's eyes with a hint of coldness in his eyes and said, Director Wang, the most important thing in casting is the actor's fit with the character. I just watched Su Desire's performance outside, and her temperament and acting skills fit the role perfectly. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingde's face sank. What do you know? This role requires. Before Wang Mingde could finish his words, Sui interrupted. What's needed is a stubborn temperament and innocence, not the kind of put-on you want. With all due respect, if the casting is based on your criteria, I'm afraid this drama won't even pass the review for webcasting. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingde's face instantly turned iron blue. He stood up violently and pointed at the door. Get out. People from a small company like you are worthy of dictating here? Sui laughed coldly and said, Am I not telling the truth? Did you hide when humans evolved? How did you become a director? Let me do it if you really can't. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingde stood up from his chair, his obese body holding his suit taut. He paced in front of Sui, narrowing his eyes as he sized up this young man who didn't know what he was doing. Just you? He snorted, dressed like a delivery boy. You deserve to come and instruct me on casting? Is it true that you, Yixing Entertainment, can't even afford formal clothes? Do you want me to donate a few old clothes to you? Sui unhurriedly straightened the cuffs of his shirt, revealing a gentle smile. Our company is indeed poor. Why don't Mr. Wang fund us and give me a few tens of millions? You can't afford it, right? But as poor as we are, we're still better than some people. At least we can afford well-fitting suits. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingde's face instantly rose to the color of pig's liver. He looked down at his taut suit and growled in annoyance. What do you know? This is Italian customized. Sui said in mock surprise. I thought it was children's clothing. But you do have a unique taste. Negative emotions plus 100. You. Wang Mingde was trembling with anger. What does a small company like you know about art? Chapter 110. Do you have a brain? Art? Practicing tofu has a brain. But you don't. What else do you know about art? Sui said without any humor. Just like there's still no art. Then I still know divine art. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingde was so enraged that his face turned blue and he was trembling all over. So he could only point his finger at Sui and scolded. You, a person from a small company, dare to talk to me like that. Do you know who I am? I'm the famous director of Imbu Entertainment. Do you know how many people became famous by acting in my plays? Sui frowned every day. Why is it Youngblood Entertainment again? It's never ending, is it? Seeing that Sui didn't speak anymore, Wang Mingde thought that he was intimidated by himself, and was a bit pleased with himself, gloating. Intimidated, aren't you? You didn't realize that I'm Youngblood Entertainment, did you? Let me tell you, it's not too late if you apologize to me right now. Negative emotions plus 100. If I let you, Su Lust, stay with me for one more night, I might even consider thinking about letting your company's artists act in my drama. Maybe your company will be on fire. Negative emotions plus 100. Hearing this, Su Lust looked at Sui with some apprehension, not knowing if his boss would throw himself out for the sake of the company, but judging from his previous actions. Thinking of this, Sulus began to believe again that Sui would not throw him out. His own boss just had an inexplicable sense of security. The netizens in the live broadcast room all expressed deep disgust when they heard what Wang Mingda said. Mom, yeah, is this Wang Mingda so disgusting? My filter on the people of Imbu Entertainment is shattering. I really don't judge people by their appearance, but I really think this Wang Mingda is really an idiot. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui said to Wang Mingda with a cold face and no good manners. You cannot want the face that others give you, but you cannot not want your own face. So what about Imbu Entertainment? Do you want to ask your boss how much anger he has suffered from me? And how dare the dog underneath him be so arrogant? Negative emotions plus 100. When Wang Mingda heard Suyi's words, the fire rubbed off on his head, and his entire body was red warm. The water friends in the live broadcast room had been feeling disgusted by Wang Mingda, but now once they heard Suyi's words, and Wang Mingda's reaction, they were all amused. This Wang Mingda is so red and warm? It's so fast. The top of this head is smoking. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing my ass off. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. When Sui saw Wang Mingda's reaction, he was also amused. He didn't expect this Wang Mingda to be so incapable of saying a few words to break the defense like this. Sui held back his laughter and said, Director Wang. Why is there smoke coming out of your head? Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingda was shaking with anger as he pointed at Suyi's nose and cursed. A person from a small company like you, dressed like a delivery boy, is worthy of coming to instruct me? Sui looked down at his white shirt and jeans, revealing an innocent expression. Director Wang, you're wrong. My outfit may be simple, but at least it won't make people misunderstand that I'm here to collect protection money. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Hearing this, Su Desire covered his mouth and his shoulders shook as he stifled his laughter. Wang Mingda's face instantly reddened as he asked, You? What do you mean? Negative emotions plus 100. It doesn't mean much. Sui shrugged his shoulders and said, I just think that your outfit is quite distinctive. Director Wang, this gold chain must weigh half a kilogram, right? Aren't you tired of wearing it? Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingda subconsciously touched the gold chain around his neck, became irritated and coaxed angrily. What do you know? This is a status symbol. Sui spread his hands and said, What you say is what you say, uglier than talk, handsome than like us can't understand. Negative emotions plus 100. Alright, Su Desire, let's go. This script, we don't want it. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingda was trembling with anger. He turned to Su Desire and said viciously, Su Desire, if you dare to go with him today, I guarantee that you won't be able to mix in this circle. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Lust's face turned white as he subconsciously ducked behind Sui. Sui, however, laughed and said, Director Wang, you're wrong. If Su Lust really hangs out with you, that's what I'd call not being able to hang out. Negative emotions plus 100. You, Wang Mingda pointed at Suyi's nose. A small company like yours that doesn't even have a decent resource is worthy of clamoring with me. Believe it or not, one word from me will make it impossible for you to mix in the entertainment industry. Yes, Sui sighed. Our company is indeed poor. We don't even have any decent resources. But luckily, I seem to be the heir of CR Entertainment. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. When Su Lust heard this, he looked at Sui with a surprised expression. That was CR Entertainment? Wang Mingda was looking at Sui with an amused expression. I say, are you crazy for fire? And the heir to China Resources Entertainment? Sui didn't answer Wang Mingda's words, but instead looked behind Wang Mingda with a smile and said, Yo, Mr. Du, long time no see? Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingda said with a look of displeasure. What are you talking about? Being pissed off, silly you. Wang Mingda, what are you doing? A voice suddenly came from behind Wang Mingda. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingda looked back and saw that it was really General Manager Du Ruffing, and immediately changed his expression into a fawning one and said, General Manager Du, I'm picking actors for the company's new drama. The water friends in the live broadcast room spat as soon as they saw Wang Mingda's expression. Are all the directors in the world like this now? It's true that a director is still a director and can really act. This fawning, again, makes me see a certain deceased person. I remember the consequences of that deceased person last time were tragic. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui laughed and said, Mr. Du, the employees of your company, they are indeed not good. The table is not the same. It really has your style, Mr. Du. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingda had just tried to speak when he was forced back by Du Ruffing's cold eyes. Du Ruffing had a bit of a headache. How come every day was about this Sui? There was no way for himself to do anything about this Sui right now. Alright, Wang Mingda, you're only going to get into trouble now, aren't you? The company recruited you to be a good director. You don't have to do it anymore. Negative emotions plus 100. Mr. Du. Security. Take him away. After handling all of this, Du Ruffing smiled and said to Sui, Mr. Su, are you satisfied with the outcome of this? Sui shook his head and extended a finger.